This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 107 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. He increased the chances of success by another 10. He had a sigh at his soul. Even by modifying the world to a future that is more beneficial to his breakthrough only increased the chances of his success by 1/10. After shaking his head, he continued his preparation. He still had one way to make up the gap. During his time as Liu Cheng, he studied the latter's innate talent extendedly. His only purpose was to create a technique with similar power. Now, he began to create that technique. 20 years later, Wang Wei opened his eyes. Wisdom flashed across it. Is this one of the powers of incense? By absorbing it, he discovered that his comprehension was drastically elevated. The effect was even better than enlightenment tea or most resources that can help with comprehension. He finally understood why the Buddhist monks in that era were so fascinated by incense. He then looked at the book in his hand that he wrote. Force controlling skill. This could be considered a secret technique that focused on precision and control of forces, powers, laws, etc. With perfect control, a person can bring out more power using less. For example, if one had the same punching strength of a 1,000 gene, and this was the maximum force that their body could use, most people could not bring the full power of the body and probably could only punch out 800 gene of force. However, this skill allowed them to bring the full potential out of their bodies and more. So with it, not only could they punch out 1,000 genes, if cultivated to a high level enough, they could use 1,500 or 2,000 gene of force. And this skill did not only apply to force, but to things like flame control, herbs mixing, runes engraving, law controlling, spiritual power control, origin essence control, and more. Based on the preliminary design of this technique, it is divided into 5 levels: full control, master control, grandmaster control, pinnacle control, and heavenly Tao control. The first level taught people controlled skills so that they can use all the potential in their bodies or abilities. Using the previous example, the person whose body has 1,000 gene of force will be taught how to use the entire 1,000 gene. When it came to alchemy, they can use this level to be able to refine ordinary pills. Whether it comes to flame control, mixing herbs, or rune engraving, they will always be able to refine an average quality pill with this level. The master level taught how to go beyond the limit of one's potential or ability. A person with only a 1,000 gene of force can exert more force than that, and the deeper you comprehend in this level, the more force his body could exert. Of course, the body also has a limit that skills cannot make up for. Once past that limit, if you exert more force, a person's body will just explode. In the Grandmaster control level, this technique changed as it was no longer a skill, but an instinct, a passive ability. At this stage, a person no longer has to actively use the technique to exert more gene force, but can do it on instinct. The pinnacle control is the limit that all life forms can reach. According to Wang Wei's prediction, this level should be the limit of control or precision of forces. As for the heavenly Tao level, this is a baseless theory that Wang Wei has invented. The idea behind this is heavenly Tao is born or created to control all the laws of a world. As such, they have an innate or natural talent that no other life form can reach. After all, no matter the cultivation system or the race, all their method of controlling the law comes from studying heaven and earth and learning from it. Because everything came from heaven and earth, they cannot surpass it. Wang Wei's theory is that although individuals can surpass heaven and earth in terms of pure strength and power, it is very difficult for them to surpass it in terms of control. Heavenly Tao has an innate advantage over everyone because it was born for the sole purpose of controlling the law. However, by studying it, Wang Wei theorized that he should be able to create that level in his technique. And this was not the end. Wang Wei theorized that there might be a higher level than heavenly Tao, but he did not know much about it, although he had some guesses. Once this technique was created, he began to cultivate it to increase his odds of a breakthrough. Chapter 388. Primordial Spirit Realm 2, based on his current skill. Wang Wei discovered that he only reached the master control in this skill. Nevertheless, he was still satisfied. After a check, he realized that at this level, he could control every muscle, bone, organ, and blood inside his body to exert the power of his fleshly body. According to his estimation, the Grandmaster level will allow him to use every cell in his body to exert force, and the Pinnacle level will allow him to use every atom and subatomic particle in his body to exert force. As for the Heavenly Tao, he did not know. Maybe he will step into the quantum realm by then, or maybe there is another change at that level. Despite reaching the master level when it came to using physical force, he was still in the full control level when it came to controlling his soul. It was then that he realized that he was not using his soul to its full potential. So once he was done, Wang Wei felt some sort of liberation, as if he was complete. He knew that with this level of control, his chances of refining his primordial spirit had increased by 20, making his total chance of success 90. Next, Wang Wei began his breakthrough. He first notified Li Jun and the others, who then organized a massive prayer session for him. All the mortals and gods of this world began to kneel at the churches and prayed to Wang Wei's status. An immense amount of incense in the shape of golden light flew from these people's bodies and entered the status. Then the incense is sent to Wang Wei through them. Over the years, Li Jun's group have done many studies and experiment to better understand the power of incense. Then, they gave Wang Wei the result of their research. According to their findings, when people pray or worship a god, a small part of their spiritual energy that is mixed with their emotion is removed from their bodies. Then such spiritual power is further mixed with spiritual energy and turned into incense. The more intense the emotion, the more spiritual power is removed, the more intense the incense. Furthermore, the removal of this small amount of spiritual power is not harmful to the body. The essence of all mortals slowly leaked out of their bodies, and this essence includes blood energy and spiritual energy. The leaking of blood energy led to the deterioration of their bodies, while spiritual energy led to the deterioration of their souls. So, when immortals pray, the leaked spiritual power from their bodies is used to create incense. Another advantage from when they pray is that as they can briefly come into contact with spiritual ki, said ki will nourish their bodies, thus strengthen their blood ki, which will in turn slightly strengthen their spiritual energy. This cycle allowed most God believers to live until the end of their natural mortal lives without being drained of their spiritual energies. In his breakthrough, Wang Wei first turned his chaos flame into the origin pill flame and began to treat his soul as a pill to refine. He could instantly feel like it was working better than the good fortunate flame. Immediately, Wang Wei controlled the good fortune flame to further power up the origin pill flame, which instantly accelerated the rate at which his paragon soul was refined. But it was still not nearly enough. At this rate, it would probably take him a few million years before this thing was finally melted. So he swallowed the incense refining pills that Yin Liling gave to him. The moment that the power in that pill reached his soul, he could feel a slight change. It became more malleable, thus further decreasing the difficulty. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he knew that he found the right direction. He immediately began to control the vast incense coming from all over the world. According to his previous research, Buddhist monks in the old era used a method to turn incense into something called sentient being flame. Wang Wei does not have the method of this flame. However, he created his own version of it. Based on the knowledge on turning emotions into flames, he blackmailed from Su Ye, adding on the book about Sin flames he received from Wu Hong, plus his understanding of the flame emperor used of chaos flame. He created his version of the sentient being flame. Essentially, he burned off all the emotions in the incense, leaving only the pure spiritual power to absorb by him. A golden flame appeared in his sea of consciousness. This flame was the manifestation of the purest spiritual power. Furthermore, more incense was constantly added to it, then have the emotions removed from them and increase the power of the flame. Immediately, Wang Wei fused the golden flame with his origin pill flame to serve as an energy source. Then, the origin pill flame looked as if gasoline was added to it to intensify the heat. The process of refining the paragon quality soul drastically increased. So, with renewed vigor, Wang Wei took this opportunity to completely melt his soul. He did not know how long it took, but he finally succeeded. Using an entire world as an energy source, he finally melted his soul. Although the process was truly terrible, he had a high enough pain threshold to ignore it. Produce. His pain innate talent was further developed in the process. Nevertheless, this was only the first step in a breakthrough. Normally, after this process, cultivators would gather the power of good fortune in their flame to shape their soul into a human form that resembled them. They will gather all their memories, emotions, ideas, philosophies, and spirit, and combines them with the soul and the power of good fortune to sublimate it into something new, something better, the primordial spirit. And this is not a simple process, especially when it comes to emotion. A cultivator has to be very in touch with their emotions, completely analyzed and understand them for the process to be successful. And this requires a very bright and pure spirit which was tempered in the divine body realm. Plus, there are other ways to finish this process. Taoist cultivators detach themselves from their emotions. They recognized them, distinguished their purposes, but still looked at them from a calm, indifferent, and logical point of view. Their purpose is to reach a state of mind that is unaffected by worldly desires while not removing these desires. This state of mind is perfectly suited for understanding the laws of heaven and earth. Because of this difference, they have their own way of entering the primordial spirit realm. Then there are the devil cultivators. Because their soul is plagued by sins and negative karma, their main emotions are usually violent ones like killing and destruction. In the process of forging their primordial spirit, it is very difficult for them to control their emotions, which often lead to their failures. So, their answer to this problem is to abandon a lot of their emotions, turning them into ruthless beings that have no remorse for their actions. After Wang Wei finally melted his soul, he did not immediately begin the process of instilling his emotions and so on. He never wanted an ordinary primordial spirit. Instead, he used a secret technique he created to divide his soul into small, interconnected particles or spirit particles. This process required a great deal of control. Luckily, he was now quite proficient in this area. Once that was done, Wang Wei began to visualize the cells in his body. The Grandmaster level in the force controlling skill taught him how to control his cell. Although he has not reached this level, he can still visualize his cells. Next, Wang Wei began to fuse his spirit particles with his cells. This idea came to him after reading the cultivation system of the ancient clans. Because that system focused more on developing the fleshly body, it does not have a primordial spirit, but something that has the same effect called true spirit. The true spirit is also a sublimation of the soul. However, it is not housed in the sea of consciousness, but fused with the fleshly body. Wang Wei wanted a soul that is both the effect of a primordial spirit and the true spirit. This process was harder than Wang Wei anticipated. If it was not the constant incense to nourish his mind and elevated his comprehension and control, he did not know how long it would take or whether he would succeed. Once the process was done, Wang Wei had 1.269 trillion spirit particles fused with his cell inside his body. Then, he began to instill his emotions, ideas, goals, and philosophies into the particles. Using them, he began to assemble the particles together to form his primordial spirit. And he did not just create one that looked like a human as everybody was supposed to. He built his base completely on his body, from cells to tissues, to organ systems. He replicated his entire body to form his primordial spirit. Once that was done, the fusion of his primordial spirit and his body was completed. Then, something he did not expect occurred. All the materials that he absorbed when cultivating the ancient desolate body scripture exuded Tao rhymes that began to nourish Wang Wei's primordial spirit. The innate qi contained in his body did wonder to his primordial spirit, making it stronger, more malleable, more durable, and may even have some other benefits that he has to discover himself. He was especially satisfied with the defense granted to him by this baptism. He probably no longer needed a soul-protecting artifact, although he will still use one. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Once the baptism was finished, Wang Wei immediately knew the benefit of this. The advantage of his true primordial spirit, as he called it, is that as long as one of the spirit particles is intact, he can revive himself with the right amount of resources. Or if it is destroyed, as long as his body is intact, since they are connected, he can recreate his primordial spirit. In other words, to kill Wang Wei, you have to instantly destroy his fleshly body and primordial spirit. For as long as part remained, with enough resources, he could be brought back to life. And when he entered the drop blood rebirth realm after finishing tempering his blood, he will become even more difficult to kill. However, there's still a problem. Once his body is completely destroyed beyond repair and has to regrow one, all his accomplishments in body refining will be gone. Now, he does not have to face this issue. Since his true primordial spirit has been baptized by the materials that forged his body, once his fleshly body is regrown from his soul, it would instantly reach its peak before destruction. Of course, as a result, the resources required to revive him become even more precious. Luckily, he is considered a second-generation rich young master. As he looked at his new primordial spirit, Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. However, the process was not finished. The final step is to fuse the power of heaven and earth learned in the heaven stage of the divine body realm to the primordial spirit. Since the power of heaven and earth is a precursor to the power of law, this process is needed to use the primordial spirit to understand the law in the future. His power of heaven and earth granted him a 270-fold increase, so fusing it with his primordial spirit was quite rewarding. Once he was done, Wang Wei felt the world become brighter, clearer. He could now see things that he never could before. Is this the primordial spirit realm? He muttered with a smile. Chapter 389. Who are you? Wang Wei felt the strength flowing through his veins, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Now that he had succeeded in entering the primordial spirit realm, and created a unique one at that, his strength had drastically increased. And with this strength, Wang Wei no longer had any worry regarding DTon. So what if he was an old monster that once lived in the Emperor Beginning era? This is a new time, a new era. Being old only meant that he had more experience than him, not necessarily that he was stronger. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei smiled as he exited his seclusion. He immediately organized a banquet for Li Jun and the others. Even more, he called for the entire world to celebrate his new increase in power. So, a new festival of the Fate God was created on that day, the Might Festival, which celebrated his unparalleled and unmatched strength. After the banquet, Li Jun was walking towards his quarters with a frown on his face. Is something wrong? Asked Yen Liling. I feel like something is wrong about Big Brother. His whole demeanor seems off than usual. Indeed, he was a little off. However, it is understandable he was under a lot of pressure because of the previous failure of breakthrough, but now that he succeeded, it is normal for him to relax a little. Maybe. The next day after waking up, Wang Wei decided to travel throughout all the 36 realms and truly enjoy all the wonders of this world. Previously, his head was too occupied with his breakthrough. So he did so. Everywhere he went, he would see peaceful towns, cities, and kingdoms made of his believers. Because all the people were of the same religion, they rarely had conflicts with one another. And even if they did, the church will intervene before things escalated to violence. During his voyage, everywhere he went, when he appeared, all mortals would recognize his face and immediately bow to him while praising his name constantly. At first, he was not used to it, but by the second time, he enjoyed it tremendously. Watching so many people kneel at his feet, he felt great joy when he saw their faces happy just to be in his presence. the power that came with the fact that he had complete control over the life of these mortals, and they would be powerless to stop him if he decided to massacre all of them. With this knowledge, he became more extravagant in his voyage. Everywhere he went, he traveled in a flying golden carriage that showed his identity. He bathed in the glory of being a god. In one of his visits to the main temple in the illusion realm, Wang Wei was received by a beautiful woman. In terms of beauty alone, she was on par with Shishir, if not even more beautiful. Unlike the latter, who embodies perfection in every conceivable way, this woman was the embodiment of gentle and pureness. Dressed in a white robe, this woman seemed like a goddess that was accidentally left in the mortal realm. What was even more fascinating about her was the fact that she was only a mortal, yet she was so beautiful beyond mere words could describe. After asking Li Jun, who was grumpy throughout the entire tour, he knew that she was the saintess of this temple. As Li Jun looked at the department Wang Wei, his frown deepened. He knew that something was terribly wrong. That night, he was unable to sleep as he felt something was going to happen. Unable to control this feeling, he secretly left his quarters to check things out. When passing by the saintess room, he saw the light was still on. Li Jun knew that the rules to become a saintess of the church were very strict, and by this hour, she should be asleep. He sneaked into the room, and he was shocked by what he saw. The saintess was crying as she slowly put her sleeping robe on. Blood could be seen on the sheet she was laying on. She tried to get up, but her legs, who had a few bruises, trembled, and she did not succeed. After a few tries, she managed to barely get up and change the sheet on the bed, turn off the light, and get inside the bed. During the entire process, her low crying never stopped, nor did her tears. Li Jun's face became ugly as he rushed towards Wang Wei's resting place. He barged in before screaming, "Why? Why did you do this?" Luckily, he was still conscious enough to erect a soundproofing barrier with his origin essence. Otherwise, the entire church would have been alarmed by his voice. "I do not know what you're talking about. Now that you've done it, you refuse to acknowledge it? I never knew that you were a coward." Wang Wei, who was reading a book, nonchalantly finally raised his head and looked at him with cold and indifferent eyes. "So what if I did? As a saintess, she is a servant to her god. It is her duty to devote herself entirely to me." Veins started popping in Li Jun's head as he clenches his fist. The space around his hand twisted slightly before returning to normal. "What about Wu Hong?" he asked. "What about all the things you said about having only one partner that would support each other till the end of the Tao and beyond? Were those all empty words? This has nothing to do with anything. It was purely physical," replied Wang Wei indifferently. "Nonsense. As a cultivator, you should understand the consequences of breaking your own beliefs and how it will affect you." "I did not break anything. I'm perfectly fine." Li Jun looked at him for a moment before taking a deep breath to calm down. "Fine. I want to talk to you about the ethical dilemma of your actions. But what about Wu Hong? Don't you feel bad about betraying her? How do you think she will react once she finds out?" As soon as he said these words, Li Jun felt a flash across his eyes before feeling a terrifying hand holding him by the throat, squeezing and suppressing his strength. He looked down to see his big brother's eyes that were full of killing intent. Li Jun did not see any struggle or hesitation in these eyes. "Only the two of us know about what happened tonight," said Wang Wei coldly, "and it better stays that way for your sake." After saying that, he threw Li Jun out of the room and waved his hand. A wing appeared to close the door and get back to his reading. Meanwhile, Li Jun landed outside with his breath slightly elevated. "Something has definitely gone wrong," he muttered. His personality change was too sudden and does not make sense. Is that the sequela of incense? However, why did nothing happen to me and the others after our breakthrough? After that night's event, Li Jun did not tell anyone what occurred, even to his wife, Liling. He decided to observe for a while, and as he expected, things got worse with each passing day. Whenever Wang Wei went, he would do the same to any saintess he saw in the temples, and when there were none, he would target the beautiful woman amongst his normal followers. What's worse was that he would kill these women's spouses if they had any after he was done with them, saying that no mortal should touch his woman. Knowing that the situation was rapidly deteriorating, Li Jun wanted to notify the sect, but still did not do so, as he wanted to talk his friend out of this predicament. He wanted to reach him and talk some sense into him. Unfortunately, his words were proven to be useless. Then, something happened that made Li Jun lose hope. After checking in one of the women, trying to give her some remuneration and appease her, he only found her body lying on the floor, blood splurging from her throat and a dagger in her left hand. He knew that Wang Wei had to be stopped. He rushed to confront him again, this time wearing armor and a spear in his hand. "I do not know what's wrong with you, but you have to be stopped," said Li Jun. Then, a river of blood appeared behind him as a flash of determination could be seen in his eyes. Wang Wei looked at him coldly and said, "It seems me calling you brother all these years has gotten into your head. It's about time I put in your place and remind you that you're nothing but my servant." He clenched his fist and punched out, desolate fist. With this one punch, the vitality of the entire Sin realm was instantly destroyed, killing all living things inside, whether mortals, gods, or animals. The heavenly abodes in the sky were instantly annihilated. In the empty vacuum of space, only 5 people were still alive, with only 4 of them intact. It was Wang Wei and the remaining 4 people. He looked at the tattered Li Jun in front of him, whose body was almost annihilated, and he clenched his fist, ready to punch once more. Yen Liling rushed in front of him and kowtowed. "Sacred son, for the sake of all we have done for you, please spare him." Meanwhile, Tai Gang and Wang Ju had a look of fear on their faces. With a cold look on his eyes, Wang Wei looked at Yen Liling and the dying Li Jun with indifferent eyes. "This is a warning to all of you. Do not forget who the real master is. Leave this world and tell the sect that this place is a benefit to my cultivation in the primordial spirit realm. I will leave after I comprehend the law." After saying that, he broke the space to teleport to another realm. He was still on his tour in the 36 realms, well, now 35. Without anyone on his back always watching him and questioning his decision, Wang Wei finally let loose. He received the worship of mortals, killed whomever he felt was unpleasant, hosted countless parties, and took whichever woman he desired. This was real life. All those years he was so focused on cultivating and one day becoming a great emperor that he did not really enjoy himself. As the young master of the most powerful sect in the world, this is the life that he should have lived. With his strength, it was only a matter of time for him to become a great emperor. By then, he will truly be free and do whatever he pleased. One day, Wang Wei stood on top of the mountain, feeling the fresh air after a night of partying. He looked in the sky, smiled, and muttered, "Is this the heart demon tribulation? Quite the interesting experience." As soon as he said these words, cracks started to appear everywhere, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Then, Wang Wei opened his eyes and found that he was still inside his sea of consciousness in the shape of his primordial spirit. He looked up to see a person that looked exactly like him standing in front of him with a smile. This smile was exactly like him. Although I can already guess the answer. "Who are you?" asked Wang Wei. Chapter 390. Let us cha Chapter 390. Let us cha, since you already know who and what I am, why asking? Said the other Wang Wei, whose only difference from the original was his red hair and eyes. "As I said, I guess who you are, which implied that I'm not sure if I'm correct," replied Wang Wei. "Fair enough. I'm your heart devil." "That's not really an answer, is it? What exactly is a heart devil? What's with all the demands? It's not that much. After you put me through that terrible illusion, you owe me at least some explanations." The heart devil paused for a moment before saying, "Fine. I'm a physical manifestation of all your emotions, thoughts, ideas, and desires. So, I know all your secrets. You can say that in this world, no one knows you better than me." "No, all my secrets?" "Yes, all of them," replied the heart devil while giving him a deep look. "Okay, so negative me, why are you here?" asked Wang Wei calmly. He knew that the latter was not lying since he had read about heart devils appearing in physical form before. Although it is very rare, it does occur for some people when entering the primordial spirit realm. "I'm here to have a little chat," said the devil, who manifested a table with tea and cushions to set on inside the sea of consciousness. After the two took a sip of their tea, the heart devil asked, "How did you see through the illusion?" When it comes to heart devil tribulation, it can come into two forms. The first one is that cultivators will hear tempting and luring voices. These voices will magnify the negative emotions inside their minds, and they have to withstand the temptation of these words to pass the tribulation. If succeeded, then their state of mind will sublimate and complete the process of entering the primordial spirit realm. If fail, they will either be driven mad by these voices until they do drastic things like killing themselves or hurting themselves. Or worse, their primordial spirit will collapse and they could either die or their breakthrough fail. Although these people can also try again if they survive the ordeal, however, after each failure, the intensity of the tribulation will at least double, thus reducing the chances that people have at entering that realm. Another form of the heart devil tribulation is the illusion world, a perfect world designed to also intensify the emotions and desires of the cultivator. Because of perfect the world seems, it became even more difficult to pass the trial. In that illusion world, cultivators have to process their emotions and desires, recognize and control them. If succeeded, they can wake up. For a person like Suya, this trial is as easy as breathing. However, for others, not so much. The heart devil tribulation comes from the inside, from a mind. So, it does not matter how powerful your soul is, you still cannot resist. Of course, there is another way to pass this trial. Realize that this was an illusion world and break free from it. This is what Wang Wei did. Few people use this method because of how difficult it was. This is the reason that the heart devil asked him how he saw through it. Thinking about this question, Wang Wei could not help reminisce about what just occurred. Everything was so real. Many of his emotions were amplified beyond measure and turned him into someone he could not recognize. Whether it was arrogance, lust, wrath, pride, or the desire for power. A slight imbalance in these emotions completely changed his personality. After this experience, Wang Wei finally understood why the 7 emotions, 6 desires physique is rated 3rd in the list. "It was the battle with Li Jun that made me aware that I was in an illusion," replied Wang Wei. "Oh, how so? You may know me very well, but this is not the same for Li Jun. Plus, you underestimated his intelligence. Please elaborate. If I did something wrong, Li Jun would never confront me on it. This is his biggest flaw. Instead, he would either try to hide it or take the blame for me to ensure my reputation. By then, already my suspicions. But when he raised his spear at me, I knew for real that something was wrong, as he would never willingly attack me. By then, I knew for a fact that something was wrong. Although I could not control myself during the confrontation, afterward, I pondered deeply about the situation and realized the problem. If I was acting out of character, Li Jun would never use brute force to stop me, not only because he was smart enough to know that his strength is not enough to do so, but because there was a better solution. Go contact my grandfather that is outside this world. Indeed, it seems that I underestimated him, said the heart devil with a smile. However, I think the greatest reason for your success has to do with the pagoda trials. That may be true, nodded Wang Wei. In the trial, he was used to being placed in illusion worlds that was perfectly crafted and without any flaws. So, he did have the advantage. Something tells me that this is not the only reason for you to come chat with me, said Wang Wei. As you can guess, your tribulation is not yet over, as you have some things to answer for, said the heart devil with a cunning smile. Answer for what? For whom? Your conscience, of course, he replied. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. In the path of cultivation, the state of the mind is very important. So, if a person has guilt, anguish, or regret in their conscience, then their path forward will be cut off. Without a pure spirit or mind, it is impossible to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, the so-called guilt is not based on some rules established by society, but set by the cultivator itself. It is based on their ideologies, mindset, intentions, and whether they continuously followed them throughout their life. Let me ask you this. Do you think that the you on Earth would recognize your current self? Do you think he would agree with many of your actions? As he said this, the heart devil waved his hand, and many pictures suddenly appeared in front of the two. It was pictures of Wang Wei's life. It began with Spirit Road Trial, showing all the people he killed. Look at you, a young man from the Republic who underwent 9 years of compulsory education and learned the concept of right and wrong. Killing people as if they were nothing but animals, sneered the heart devil. Then, he showed an image of what happened to Hanli. For your benefit, you treated a fellow disciple of your sect like nothing but an experimental mouse, destroyed his future for your own. Wang Wei remained silent as he watched all of these. Meanwhile, the heart devil continued. His words seemed to be able to echo deep into people's hearts and slowly affect them. And there is more. I know that you can find ways to justify many of your actions. However, what about this one? He showed an image of Wang Wei taking the fate lines of many people to refine his proving Dao weapon. To refine a unique weapon, you killed 13 million innocent mortals. What excuse do you have for your actions this time? And do not say that you repay these people by taking care of their families for hundreds of years. These mortal lives are full of hardship. Although your actions appear to have given them a choice, but did you really? Given their circumstances, why would they not sacrifice their lives to give their families a better tomorrow, especially when the alternative is death by either starvation, natural disaster, or even at the hands of cultivators? The heart devil looked at Wang Wei, waiting for his explanation. However, the latter remained quiet. Shaking his head in disappointment, he continued, "What I hate the most about you is your hypocritical nature. You often talked about the transmigrators that started to kill right and left right after arriving in another world. You labeled them psychopaths and unstable, yet you do the same thing as them. Now, do you think that slowly becoming a psychopath makes you better than those who immediately displayed their psychopathic tendencies right after transmigrating?" The heart devil once again looked at Wang Wei, then sneered after seeing the latter remained quiet. And this is not even the end of the list. You committed genocides of an entire race. The devil showed what happened during the Key Luck trial, when Wang Wei ordered almost all the demon races to be executed. Then, he showed the image of Wang Wei refining Jisong's body. What you did to him can even be called cannibalism. I truly wonder, do you not feel any remorse for your actions? Wang Wei looked at the image in front of him and sighed. He then looked at the heart devil and said, "I do feel remorse for a few of my actions, but you would still do the same given a choice." That's right. That's not remorse. Wang Wei took a sip of his tea, not affected by the latter's words. People are complex by nature, and there are no single ways to completely describe one person. And if you add godlike powers to them, like cultivators, their complexity reaches the level of an improvable mathematical formula. Since you know me so well, do you remember what my ultimate objective in cultivating is? Asked Wang Wei. To become free and unfettered. What exactly do you think that means? Asked Wang Wei. Not to be restrained by anyone, replied the devil. That's just an oversimplification. I want is the ultimate freedom of the mind and body. I want to be able to do anything I want, and nothing should be able to stop me, not even my mind. What I pursue is that if one day I decided I want to be the greatest devil that ever existed, then I will be so. I will slaughter every living being in this universe and not even bat an eye. And if afterward I can wave my hand to return everything to the way it was, as if nothing ever happened. If I do not want to, then said universe will remain destroyed. If I want to be the greatest Buddha the universe has ever seen, then I will save all living beings from their suffering. Create the perfect utopia where all living beings are happy and satisfied with their lives. And afterward, if I desire to, I will revert everything back to the way it used to be. What I want is the choice to be able to do as I please without being hindered by power or strength and morality. I want the ultimate freedom. The heart devil was silent for a moment as he realized that his tactics would not work. He was trying to place shackles of morality on a person who pursues to break off this shackle. He looked at Wang Wei. You do know that your pursuit is very dangerous and could lead to disastrous consequences, right? I'm fully aware of this. All right, you passed the tribulation, said the devil as he smiled. However, this is not the last time you will see me. He then disappeared. As for Wang Wei, he finally woke up for real this time. He immediately checked his primordial spirit inside his sea of consciousness and nodded in satisfaction. After a thorough check, he frowned a little. He discovered that of his 1.269 trillion spirit particles, a few hundred of millions of them were brightly lit while the rest seems dim. He absorbed the little amount of incense left from his breakthrough, and many of the particles lit up like the others, and he was instantly relieved. So, he finished absorbing the rest. Immediately, Wang Wei felt a sense of fullness, and he knew that he had instantly reached the peak of the Yin soul step in this realm. Next was for him to reverse Yin and Yang and enter the Yang soul step. Finally, he checked the ability of his particle, and as he expected, they could each think independently of one another as if they were different from him. This ability greatly increased his already heaven-defying comprehension. While checking his cultivation, Wang Wei's intuition suddenly activated. His body seemed to move on instinct as he instantly appeared outside of his retreating room, where Li Jun and the others were acting as his protector. Without explaining anything to them, he opened a tear in the space and sent all three of them outside of this world. All of this happened so fast that Wang Wei felt that his body was acting on its own. He then raised his head to Barado in the distance where he saw someone floated in the air, looking at him. A great sense of danger, unlike anything else he has ever felt, suddenly overcame. His intuition told him that he might really die on this occasion. After seeing the person who arrived, he frowned as he said, "It's you." End of volume. Next volume dash. Nexus of Fate. Death tomorrow is my birthday, so I will likely not post another chapter and will most likely take a week break. Chapter 391. Outclassed. Li Jun reached his hand as he flew from the space tunnel, but he seemed to be catching thin air. With a confused look on his face, he found himself in the void, looking at the crystal wall in front of him. He seemed to have thought of something and rushed back inside, but he was bounced back from the crystal wall, unable to enter. Suddenly, Wang Wei's grandfather, Wang Chong, appeared next to him. What happened? I don't know. Big brother suddenly sends us out, and it seems that I cannot enter back. Wang Chong frowned after hearing this. He immediately contacted a few people in the primordial spirit realm and below to try to enter this world, but they all failed. In the end, he decided to contact his son and ask him to take a look at Wang Wei's soul lamp to see whether he was in danger or not. Meanwhile, inside the heavenly abode world, Wang Wei looked at the young man with white hair floating in front of him straight in the eyes. He had a very serious look on his face. I did not expect that my method could not completely nullify your intuition, said Di Tian with a calm look on his face. How did you know that I was here? Asked Wang Wei as he looked at the sky. He could see that the entire world was surrounded by a powerful formation. On top of that, he could not immediately identify the formation. Do you think your little action managed to completely get rid of my sleepers? They have survived under the noses of eternal emperors, let alone you. If you say so, replied Wang Wei as he did not completely believe these words. Most likely, the opponent was trying to implant doubt in his own people. This is a basic mind tactic of every heaven chosen when confronting one another even if they have the advantage. Di Tian glanced at him. Then, before Wang Wei could process anything else, he heard a cracking sound. An overwhelming force hit him in the middle of his chest without having time to react. Bang! He was sent flying away. In less than a nanosecond, his body broke the sound barrier as he flew away. And this was far from the end. A moment later, his perception changed. He found that everything around him seemed to go extremely slow. His breathing, the flow of blood inside his body, his clothes fluttering, and even his thoughts. Wang Wei knew that this was the result of him flying away faster than the speed of light. He tried everything to reduce the force on him, but it was useless. He was completely overwhelmed. So, after flying through more than 3 realms, Wang Wei finally landed in a large city in the Earth realm. Boom! A powerful shockwave came from his landing site, spreading in all directions. Then, everything in its path was instantly destroyed. Houses crumbled, trees were uprooted, and all living things exploded into millions of pieces. Whether it was children, women, animals, or the elderly, all of them were instantly killed. Even the gods that were stationed in this city could not resist and were annihilated. And the shockwave did not stop after destroying that city of a few 100 million people. It was spreading. Luckily, Wang Wei used his spiritual power to prevent this from happening. Meanwhile, in the middle of the crater, Wang Wei calmly looked at his 2 hands that looked like they were chewed by dogs. His broken bones were displayed along with torn muscles, skins, and blood. Blood was flowing from all the orifices on his face. His ribs and organs were partially destroyed by the force of that punch. If he did not instinctively cross his arm to block some of the power of that punch, the situation would have been even direr. A frown appeared on his face as he analyzed the severity of his injury. He could feel a strange, yet familiar power hindering his healing ability. Knowing that situation was dangerous, he immediately activated his life and death wheel talent to increase his regenerative abilities. In a moment, he healed himself and returned to his peak shape. His limbs regrew along with his ribs and organs. Nevertheless, he was not happy. His opponent just speed blitzed him, and he could not even react in time. Additionally, that punch relied solely on the power of the fleshly body, not origin technique or spells. Immediately, he focused on the spirit particles of his soul and dedicated all the 100 million of them that were lit to his reflex. As soon as he finished doing these things, he saw DTon rushing toward him with unmatched speed. Damn it, cursed Wang Wei inside as he realized that he still was no match for his opponent in terms of speed. Although he could not now see him move, he could barely react. So, he activated his innate shield to protect him. Unfortunately, his proud shield, which could probably resist the explosion of a great thousand world, was as thin as paper in front of DTon. The punch easily destroyed the protective field, heading straight for his head. Nevertheless, the shield still delayed the attack by a nanosecond. Taking this time, Wang Wei immediately moved his brain along with his soul from his head inside his body. Then, his head exploded like a balloon, with blood spreading everywhere. The spot where the blood landed immediately began to grow flowers and trees because of the massive vitality contained inside. Meanwhile, DTon, who was aware that his opponent was alive, kicked Wang Wei's headless body, once again sending him flying away. The headless body flew in the direction of the adjacent cities. Because of Li Jun's work, the population of the entire heavenly abode world has drastically increased to the point that most areas in all realms are not occupied by large cities that can easily hold millions upon millions of people. So, when Wang Wei was sent flying in a straight line at ground level, the clash of his fleshly body with anything resulted in the other thing being destroyed. He could feel myriad people instantly exploding into blood mist after he crashed into them. Mountains, rivers, glaciers, forests, and many more were evaporated in his path. Damn it, once again cursed Wang Wei. He was used to abusing his opponent because of his superior fleshly body, but now it was his turn. This fact made him seriously angry. However, in the process of growing his head back, he quickly calmed down to enter a rational and calculative state. He knew that anger was detrimental to his current situation. The current problem he was now facing was that his opponent was too fast for him to even react. Adding to that, in terms of physical prowess, he was outclassed. This further aggravated the situation. While Wang Wei was trying to come up with a solution to his current predicament, DTon was essentially using his body as a demolition tool. He jumped on it to destroy the ground, tossed it everywhere to destroy buildings or houses. He punched it until it looked like meat sauce, sliced it like it was a cucumber, and many more. During the entire ordeal, not a sound came out of Wang Wei's mouth. And every time he regenerated himself, his face was always calm, shining with luster, shining with the desire to survive. No despair or negative emotion could be seen. DTon frowned slightly after seeing this. I guess my plan to use physical pain, humiliation, and despair to break his mind has failed. Well, I expected this since he is a young emperor. With his Tao heart, how could his spirit be easily broken? DTon did not care whether he succeeded or not, as he already expected this. Anyway, he did not suffer anything from trying, and it was quite satisfying to beat his opponent until his mother could not recognize him. Suddenly, numerous invisible to the naked eye gray strings appeared from Wang Wei's body. They attached themselves to all the cells in his body before rushing into the sky, where an illusory river suddenly appeared. The River of Fate, muttered DTon as he watched the river that seemed to be made of uncountable strings. So, he's using his authority as the only supreme god of this world to summon the River of Fate. Without saying anything else, he rushed toward Wang Wei to attack. However, things went a little differently this time. Wang Wei did not block, but moved forward to clash head-on with DTon. Bang! His right arm exploded into millions of pieces, and he was sent sliding more than 100 kilometers before managing to control himself and stopping. Interesting, thought DTon as he paused to analyze how his opponent managed to make up the gap in his reaction speed in such a short amount of time. Chapter 392. Outclassed too by looking at the strings connected to the River of Destiny, DTon could guess that he was using the power of fate to guide his reaction speed. This river contained the lives of all people that have existed since the creation of the heavenly abode world. From ancient to modern times, the number of people is simply uncalculable given how short mortals' lives are. And having these people dictate Wang Wei's reaction is like having an infinite amount of people looking out and reacting for him, thus drastically increasing his reaction time. The only limit to such power is how much his body can bear. DTon's eyes showed a slight smirk. So what if his opponent could barely react in time with his attack? This did not change the vast difference in their strength or prowess. He rushed towards his opponent and punched. The two fists clashed together, and Wang Wei felt a strange force entering his body. This was not physical force, but something else. And before he could react, he found that his primordial spirit was forcibly detached from his body. Thousands of chains appeared, trying to push it back inside, but it was no use. Then, DTon made 3 more punches and 1 kick. The previous one had annihilated Wang Wei's right hand, but the other 3 destroys his remaining arm and 2 legs. And in that same instance, a black wheel appeared on top of his primordial spirit and began to grind it into dust. Millions of his spirit particles were instantly annihilated. Any more time, Wang Wei knew that his soul would be grounded into dust and he would be killed. So, he dispersed them into their spirit particles' shape to return and regrow from the cells in his body. Meanwhile, a string appeared on Wang Wei's torso, who was sent flying away. The string was attached to DTon, trying to pull something out of him. It was trying to pull his soul, lifespan, and even his past. It was pulling his destiny. However, with a calm look on his face, he made his hand into a speak shape and easily cut off that string, resulting in Wang Wei throwing up a mouthful of blood because of the backlash. While mobilizing his life and death wheel talent to rapidly heal his body, numerous strings appeared behind Wang Wei, forming a spider web and catching his body and preventing it from rushing from one realm to another. And in that split second after his body regenerated itself, he stood on the web made of strings, used it as a bouncing plate to launch himself forward as he turned into a gray rainbow. In front of DTon, he punched, world-breaking fist. The vibration came from his skin, muscles, bones, organs, tissues, cells, and even 100 million spirit particles of his primordial spirit. On top of that, he even controlled many of the strings that made the River of Fate to also vibrate, thus bringing this attack to an even higher level. This current attack is the perfect combination of Wang Wei's fleshly body and his cultivation level. He was confident that only a few quasi-emperor in the myriad emperor world could survive this attack. After he made that punch, in just an instant, 5 realms of the heavenly abode, realm larger than any mortal universes, were instantly destroyed. The vibration destroyed all matter at a quantum level. This attack did not even spare the concept that existed in these realms, as they were also annihilated. Boom! The punch hit Dtion's body, creating a dust cloud around him. Not even a few seconds later, a breeze passed by to remove the cloud, showing his body. He was perfectly intact. Not even his clothes were scratched. His cold and indifferent eyes looked at Wang Wei calmly before raising his hand. A cloud of black smoke appeared on his hand as he punched. Immediately, a terrifying death threat overcame Wang Wei. His intuition was constantly warning that he was going to die, that no matter what he did, his only result was absolute death. For the first time in a very long time, the emotion of fear suddenly flooded his mind, trying to overwhelm him. He knew that he could not survive this attack. Nevertheless, he still used his powerful will to repress his fear, as he knew that this was not the time for this. He activated his Proving Tao artifact to turn into a large mirror. Then he imbued it with the swallowing power from the gluttony, swallowing scripture to absorb the power of that attack. Finally, he used a string to cut off one of his fingers, open a small hole in the space, and sent that finger to an abode in another realm. All of these actions took place in less than nanoseconds. After Dtion's punch hit Wang Wei's body, a black sphere enveloped it in a mirror for a moment before disappearing. Then, his body began to rot and decay like it was dead for dozens of years. In just a few seconds, only his bones were left, and soon, they also dissipated. The same fate occurred to the mirror. It rusted before turning into millions of particles and dissipated between heaven and earth. Dtion frowned after seeing this, as he knew that the latter was not killed. He searched for Wang Wei's whereabouts, but a strange power seemed to block his search. The heavenly Tao of this world? He understood that as the only almighty God of this world, Wang Wei had some control over heavenly Tao. However, Dtion did not care, as the delay was only for a few seconds. Meanwhile, in the death realm, Wang Wei's small finger suddenly appeared inside one of the heavenly abodes. The finger did not waste time, as it began to absorb everything around it. The few remaining gods who were trembling because their worlds were falling apart, the believers that lived in the abode, all of them turned into a blood river that was absorbed by the finger. Their souls, lifespan, and blood energy were instantly absorbed by the finger to regrow Wang Wei's body. Previously, many of the abodes were connected together to facilitate easier management. So, in this catastrophe, all the gods and believers of the death realm were killed. And after Wang Wei regrew his body, he did not stop, as he also absorbed the entire abode itself, as it could be considered a small world. Over the years, although Wang Wei never used his life and death wheel innate talent, because he did not have to, he still trained it. He ensured that it could absorb any kind of energy or power, not just spiritual power, to heal him. And today, this ability became useful. Thinking of that last attack, Wang Wei was truly scared, as he really came close to dying. He has not entered the one-drop blood regenerating realm, but he was very close. So at the last minute, he thought of this plan to survive. After thinking about the previous situation, a smile appeared on his face. He was excited. His path of cultivation has been too smooth, so he never faced such a powerful foe. No, such an overwhelming one. He was used to bullying his opponent. It's not like he never fought people who were more powerful than him. His father and Wu Hong often placed him in his place when he gets too arrogant. However, these people never truly try to kill him, unlike now. So, this is the first real life and death battle he had ever since the Spirit Road trial. In the few seconds that Wang Wei used Heavenly Tao to buy him some time, he recovered his body and looked at Dtion, who suddenly appeared in front of him. I suspected it before, but on the last attack, I confirmed my suspicions, said Wang Wei. You cultivated the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. He could feel that Dtion's fleshly body was similar to his. Additionally, he could feel the innate ki inside as well. Most likely, Dition used even more innate materials to refine his body than him. And based on what he knew about the latter sleepers, it is possible to infiltrate the sect and acquire the scripture just as he did to the Origin Pildao sect. You're correct, replied Dition. Of all the body refinement techniques that I have seen, it is quite unique because of its versatility. It's a shame that its glory is built on lies. What do you mean? The ancient Desolate Emperor never used this technique to fight Seven Lotus Emperor in the Quasi-Emperor realm. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He always had a feeling that there were some secrets to this scripture. After all, he is close to completely finishing cultivating it. And from what he knew, he did not feel that he would be able to fight a great emperor once he was done. So what exactly happened? He asked. Once Wang Chong created the ancient desolate body refining scripture, he was lucky enough to discover the beating heart of a primordial god from the Null era and absorbed it. Then, he challenged the Seven Lotus Emperor again, and he was still easily defeated even though the latter was nothing but a third-class Great Emperor. The gap between these two realms, Quasi-Emperor and Great Emperor, is simply unsurpassable. Wang Wei suddenly remembered one day when his grandfather was drunk, then sneered while saying the Quasi-Emperor realm was the biggest joke in the universe. At first, Wang Wei asked him once he was sober, but he did not get an answer under the excuse that his cultivation was too weak. That was a long time ago, but Wang Wei did not bring up this subject again. However, recently, after getting access to the secret archive, he slightly understood the meaning behind this. And now, Dition was also basically saying the same thing. If what you said is true, why did the Seven Lotus Emperor cut off the karma from my ancestor? And why did he lie about this? Asked Wang Wei. One of the reasons that this scripture is so famous is because of the rumors that if one cultivates to a sufficient height, a quasi-emperor will have the power of a great emperor. The Seven Lotus Emperor was not reconciled with how weak he was as an emperor, so he made a deal with Wang Chong. He would cut off his karma for him, and even acknowledge the rumors of the scripture. In exchange, he wanted some of the blood from the primordial god to further his strength. As for the reason the rumors were spread, the answer is simple. At that time, the Tao opening sect was nothing but a little sect with two great emperors, even if they were eternal emperors. Wang Chong wanted to use this rumor to deter future emperors, making them think that the sect had secretly cultivated many quasi-emperors with the power to fight great emperors. And this method did succeed. Wang Wei understood the plan of the ancient desolate emperor. However, he did not think that things were that simple. Most likely, this scripture might have something more to it that he does not yet know. You should have healed by now, said Dition, still with his indifferent and cold eyes. Thank you for giving me the time, replied Wang Wei as he began to transform. He was prepared to enter his most powerful state. Chapter 393. Typical Protagonis. The robe on Wang Wei's body disappeared, replaced by only long black pants, displaying his 12-pack muscle line. Then, his skin turned copper in color while also growing claws. Bronze-colored tattoo designed appeared on his torso, for silver bones grew from his back. The white part of his eyes turned golden while the rest remained gray. 5 small things floated from his right shoulder to the left one, forming an arc. They were a small flame, a ball of water, a solid rock, a golden sphere, and a leaf, each representing the 5 elements. As soon as Wang Wei finished his transformation, a powerful and eerie aura suddenly enveloped the entire heavenly abode world. The aura was powerful, desolate, and brought fear to any lesser life forms. Creaking sounds could be heard from the entire world as the laws seemed to be rattled, showing that his mere presence was placing too much pressure on the entire world. This desolate god transformation is not really pleasant to the eyes, muttered Wang Wei as he looked at his body. This transformation was possible after he finished refining his organs. However, he never had any use for it, so he never showed it. As he clenched his hand, he could feel the tremendous increase in his strength. In this form, he can bring out the full potential of his fleshly body. According to his estimate, he could not fight his grandfather and win, or even fight 10 Quasi-Emperor and be the winner. However, as he looked at Di Tian in front of him, he knew that this might not be enough. Nevertheless, he had to try. He rushed toward Di Tian with a speed thousands of times faster than light and punched him. And with that punch, he also used the power of heaven and earth, which gave him an additional 270-fold increase in strength. This level of power of heaven and earth far surpassed the increase in strength of most laws. As Wang Wei made that punch, he heard a screaming sound full of pain and agony, but he ignored it. He saw Di Tian waving his hand to negate the power of his attack, and after that, a force even more powerful rushed towards him and blasted his upper torso. Oddly though, there was no blood or gore after his upper body was destroyed. Instead, an upper torso made of dirt was instantly made up before turning into real flesh and blood. And as soon as Wang Wei's body was reformed, his eyes turned red as a massive pillar of flame that looked like laser vision rushed towards Di Tian. He was using his chaos flame. Meanwhile, Di Tian, who was very knowledgeable regarding the ancient desolate scripture, knew that one of the abilities granted after cultivating the organs was mastery over the 5 elements, thus even allowing the body to turn into other elements to avoid physical damage. He calmly opened his mouth to spew out a blue flame, which instantly overwhelmed Wang Wei's flame and rushed to burn his entire existence. Luckily, he quickly turned himself into fire elements and avoided the attack. Damn it, cursed Wang Wei in annoyance. He was annoyed for 2 reasons. One was the constant crying sound in his ear, and the other was the information he just learned in this short confrontation. 1. His enemy also has a chaos flame and has even cultivated it to an even higher level than his. Second, it was the power of heaven and earth that Di Tian briefly used during the confrontation. According to his calculation, that attack had at least a 900-fold of power, which was almost 5 times his increase. And that was only a basic estimation, which is probably on the lower side. Compared to his 270-fold increase, he was truly outclassed. Immediately, Wang Wei removed the distracting thoughts or emotions from his mind as he quickly pondered. If I want to get out of this situation alive, I need to find a method to grow during combat, he thought. Right now, he could tell that Di Tian was essentially toying with him, trying to get him to use all his power and hidden cards. And this was an opportunity for him. So, his brain worked rapidly. Currently, there are only 3 ways I can improve my strength. 1 is to enter the Grandmaster level of my force controlling skill, enter the 1-drop rebirth realm, and increase my fighting experience. In this battle, for the first time in his life, Wang Wei understood the importance of battle experience. With each clash with Di Tian, he found that the latter can not only use the best method to deal with any situation, he can use the right amount of force or technique. And more importantly, he can target Wang Wei's weakness with each attack. A powerful cultivator's weakness is not static, but is constantly moving around. It depends on the cultivator's origin essence, spiritual power or soul, fleshly body, and many other factors. And when it comes to a master of the flesh like Wang Wei, his weaknesses are very small and constantly changing to prevent others from targeting them. Yet, Di Tian can find that weakness with every attack, thus drastically increasing the effectiveness of his attacks. It's like he was playing a game and could hit a critical hit attack 100 of the time. While Wang Wei was thinking of a solution to his problem, he did not stop clashing with Di Tian. However, he never even made a scratch on a ladder. As for him, the only reason he was barely holding by was because of his ability to turn into an element. Usually, only through time and constant battle can experience be increased. However, I have another way, thought Wang Wei. The Pagoda Trials. In many of the trials, he lived a very long and many lives and experienced countless battles. And since the illusion world in the pagoda is extremely realistic, it is possible to bring back the experience inside to the real. As a matter of fact, many disciples use the pagoda for this purpose in addition to using it to refine their will, mind, and Tao heart. The reason that Wang Wei never did so was because of the memories of his past life. Because of his experience, a part of his mind could not help compare the pagoda trial with virtual reality games. This way of thinking allowed him to be more resistant to illusion, but it also prevented him from fully using the trial to its fullest level. After making a plan, Wang Wei immediately began to execute it. He began to remember his time as a devil when he lost his mind to power. He fought countless battles all over the world and became the final winner. Then, there was his battle with the wrath of heaven. In that trial, he always had to start from scratch and reach the peak of the cultivation world. In the process, he fought all over the world, cultivating and creating many techniques to prepare for his final battle. He reviewed all his 10,000 attempts over and over again while rapidly absorbing the battle experience he learned. And while doing so, he also found another benefit. In many of his attempts against that finger, he also cultivated his fleshly body to an unimaginable level. As such, he also learned to control his power to precision. Amongst the memory he has, he did have a counterpart that could control every atom in his body to utilize force. So, Wang Wei focused on that memory to see how he did so in the pagoda, then modify it to account for the difference between the illusion world and the true world. Then, Wang Wei felt something click inside his mind. He punched forward while controlling all the atoms in his body to generate force. Boom! His original power, which was a few quadrillions of gene of force, jumped to quintillion. And this was not the end. During the entire battle, Wang Wei had to fight a familiar force from Di Tian's attack that greatly hindered his healing capabilities. He always felt that power was familiar, and he finally identified it. The Duyi realm, or true will power that he acquired after reaching the 13th level of the body, refining realm. Before this, he did not know much about how to use this power besides using it to destroy the foundation of people with weaker strengths than himself. However, after observing Di Tian's attacks, who also has the Duyi realm, he knew that this thing was used not only to amplify attacks, but also to destroy defenses and prevent the regenerative abilities of others. After recognizing that power, Wang Wei finally understood why the first time he met Di Tian at the academy. When he left his true will at the front door, he was not affected in the least and could ignore it. After making that punch with his new breakthrough, Di Tian blocked the attack with his palm before slapping Wang Wei away. He then looked at the slightly white mark on his palm, growing in the midst of battle, typical action of people with great luck and destiny. However, this is not even close to being enough, he thought. So far, his strength and talent only make him on par with 5 reincarnations. So, how could he have a chance against me, for the heaven will? Chapter 394. Useless Wang Wei knew that it won't be long before Di Tian got real serious. So he has only a small window of time to improve his strength. He wanted to finish tempering his blood and maybe even refine the dragon blood and bones he had. But he knew that time was not on his side. So he could only focus on tempering his blood. The first 2 sections of the tempering were completed. Only the last part, enlightenment, was needed. Before, Wang Wei did not have a clue about his enlightenment, but now he had the path-seeking stone that Wu Hong gave him. He separated some spirit particles to enter his space ring to activate the power of the stone. Meanwhile, he focused the rest on his battle. In his ancient, desolate god form, Wang Wei's power did drastically increase. Adding to that the new experience he absorbed in the pagoda, especially in the last trial, his strength reached an unprecedented height in his life. Suppress, said Wang Wei, activating his emperor's words, our law ability. And as expected, the suppression power created by this ability had no effect whatsoever on Di Tian. However, Wang Wei only wanted to buy some time, no matter how little it was. Limit boost, he said, once again activating the ability, this time using it to power himself, boating his strength to the limit that his ability allowed. He then used his 2 fingers as a sword and slash. Fate severing. He directly targeted Di Tian's fate line, trying to sever his fate, thus killing him and erasing him from reality. However, a black will suddenly appear behind Di Tian and connected to his fate line, turning it dark. After the slash touched the line, it felt that it was already severed, already dead, so it did not have any effect. Di Tian basically cheated fate by faking his death. He then looked at Wang Wei and said, "Disperse." Immediately after, the boost he received from his emperor's words, "Our law," was nullified. As a previous Buddhist monk, Di Tian was aware of too many of their abilities, so he recognized the ability that Wang Wei used, then used a similar one to disperse it. As felt the power leaving him and was unable to do anything, Wang Wei was calm. He immediately activated the pseudo-domain granted to him by his young emperor title. By now, the power reduction of the domain was no longer random, but could be controlled by Wang Wei. So, he tried to remove half of Di Tian's strength to give him a chance in this fight. In response, a pseudo-domain of the same origin came from Di Tian, also nullifying this attack. To him, being a young emperor was nothing special. He was one in his first life during the emperor beginning era. At that time, geniuses were constantly being born into the human race. And since it was a time of war, the Tao heart of these geniuses were properly trained at a very young age and by great emperors. So, being a young emperor was a very common thing. So, in his first life, Di Tian awakened a pseudo-domain with the ability to reduce his opponent under the great emperor realm to the same realm as him to fight. So, unless someone could defeat him in the same realm, he was basically invincible. And after going through so many reincarnations, the number of people he encountered who could do so can be counted on one hand. As soon as his domain was nullified, Wang Wei acted again. The small leaf that floated on his back turned into a gigantic tree that stood in the empty void. Then, all the branches of the tree turned into metals under Wang Wei's control before rushing towards Di Tian, trying to entangle him. However, the latter just glanced at the tree before it decayed and died. Before the tree could die, it turned into a raging pink flame, trying to refine Di Tian into a pill. The origin pill flame? Thought Di Tian before blowing out loud, instantly extinguishing the flame. Then, a slight impatience flashed across his eyes. One of the reasons that he was more lenient in this battle was because of Wang Wei's soul. Not only because of its unique shape in the form of numerous interconnected particles, but also because of the quality. In his entire life, he has never seen such a high-quality soul. Additionally, in the recent confrontations, he detected the power of reincarnation from it, confirming that Wang Wei was also a person who reincarnated. As such, Di Tian thought that these variables might be the reason for his future failure in the heaven will. However, his opponent was not using these things, and he could not discover any useful information. So, he clenched his fist for a powerful attack to end everything. Previously, he used the second fist in his 9 Samsara fist technique, Decay of Death. Now, he was going to use the third, Interchangeable Life and Death. As Wang Wei watched the punch coming toward him, he found himself incapable of moving as if the space around was blocked, meaning this punch was inescapable. And as it approached him, he could feel that the concept of life that existed inside his very essence was rapidly being changed into death. The process was beautiful as it also embodied the concept of yin and yang. However, he also knew that once the process was finished, that would be it for him, his death, both his body and soul. As death rapidly approached him, as he felt helpless while unable to move, time seemed to be going extremely slow for him as he knew that he had a very minuscule amount of time to save his life. From his mind, he knew that he only had to rely on one thing, the path-seeking stone. A few seconds ago, while still in battle, he began to activate the power of the stone to understand his path forward. After the spirit particle did his job, it began to think. What should I become enlightened on? Eternal? Inextinguishable? Immortal? Undying? All of these are various options, but not my way forward. What I need is something unique to me. So, what can rival these concepts? What can make my body indestructible? Should I ponder the concept of indestructible itself? The purpose of this part of blood refining is to imbue the body with a powerful concept that will make it impossible to be killed, to be destroyed. In essence, ensure that it could survive any situation. In this universe full of cultivators that control different concepts of reality, there are way too many ways for them to destroy something. It's not impossible for someone to find a way to destroy eternity, to erase something inextinguishable, or to annihilate some undying existence. So, what can replace these concepts? Nothingness. If my body was made of nothingness, then how could someone or something destroy it? The very concept of nothingness implies non-existence, a state of absolute incorporeal, of emptiness, of what is not. As the stone guided Wang Wei to his enlightenment, a sublimation took place that started from his blood before rushing throughout his body. And the moment it was finished, Wang Wei knew that he had entered another realm in his path of body refining. Unfortunately, it did not change his deathly situation that much, at least not immediately. In the nanoseconds that it took him to finish his understanding and undergo his transformation, Wang Wei also calculated another plan to save his life. And this plan was similar to the previous one he used. Right before the punch hit him, he controlled the bone spikes on his back to squeeze out a drop of blood and shoot it out with tremendous force from his body. Once that punch hit him, there was no major explosion or anything else for that matter. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei closed his eyes as if he had passed away from a natural cause. His body was perfectly intact, but all the parts stopped functioning like a dead person. Even his soul also dispersed as normal people do after death, just like he was dead. This was the horror of this technique, controlling life and death with a single touch. And with how powerful DTON is, how many people can resist such an attack? With a calm look on his face, DTON looked at the other Wang Wei that was a few thousand kilometers from him. Blood rebirth? He muttered. With that single drop of blood, he was able to instantly recreate his body and soul and revive himself. After saying these words, he focused on Wang Wei's fleshly body as he could feel that the concept that the latter used for his enlightenment might be unique and powerful. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a look of fear on his face as he felt his new body, and it was not because of that punch that almost killed him. It was because of something that happened during the enlightenment process. And this battle will end in 2 to 3 chapters. Chapter 395, Worry Outside of the Heavenly Abode. More than 50 Supreme Realm true monarchs were constantly bombarding the crystal wall of this world. No one hesitated as they used their most powerful attacks. Amongst them, 8 of them had weapons on them that exuded powerful and mysterious Tao rhymes, Emperor artifacts. Unfortunately, even with these weapons, the crystal wall remained intact. Meanwhile, Ian was holding a lamp in her hand while observing it quickly. The flame of the lamp, which was once exuberant, was rapidly dimming, and many times it was instantly extinguished before reigniting, almost scaring her to death. Wang Tian, it's not working. How about you mobilize another Emperor artifact? No. In this situation, one artifact has to remain to guide the sect, replied Wang Wei's father. In that case, how about I use the one from the Yu family? Wang Tian pondered for a moment before shaking her head. With how his mother-in-law doted on Wang Wei, she would not hesitate to mobilize their family-only Emperor artifact. Things could become complicated because the Yu clan only has one artifact. I can't do this, I can't do that. Our son is dying. How can you remain so calm about this? She yelled. However, Wang Tian just calmly said, do you think I'm not worried? But in this situation, acting rash could make the situation worse. Right now, his brain is constantly working trying to come up with a solution to the current situation. When he heard his son was in trouble, he did not hesitate to mobilize 8 of the 9 Emperor artifacts. He also woke up many of the sleeping true monarch to help rescue him, but it was no use. This kind of lineup is enough to destroy most of the supreme lands in the entire myriad Emperor world, or even forcibly occupy a few great thousand worlds. This alone showed that something outside of his understanding occurred. How could 8 quasi-emperor using Emperor artifact could not even slightly affect the crystal wall? Although Wang Tian knew the vast difference between the 2 realms, however, things were still not adding up. Should I wake up the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables? Thought Wang Tian. They should be able to move some of the emperor formations of the sect to this world and use its power. After thinking about this, he prepared to take action. However, something appeared. Countless runes appeared in the void, and someone else appeared. It was Wu Hong, or a clone of her. She looked at the crystal wall, and her eyes easily Barado inside, where she saw Wang Wei's terrible situation. Then, she looked at the sky, where a powerful formation enveloped the entire world. And in the center of that formation, she could feel more than 9 emperor artifacts that were strengthening the crystal wall. Finally, her eyes landed on Li Jun's body, and she squinted slightly before removing them. She sighed out loud. Wang Wei will be fine, said Wu Hong. Although he will suffer, he'll be fine. Honger, do you know what's going on? Hurriedly asked Yu Yen. Then, she briefly explained some of the situations inside. Damn the D clan. I will destroy their entire clan, said Yu Yen with gritted teeth. Wang Wei is now in the primordial spirit realm, and according to the rules, his death at the hands of other heaven chosen is perfectly normal, said Wang Tian. What are you trying to say? Replied Yu Yen, almost hissing at him. You should be aware of how cruel the path of Emperor is, and should have long prepared for this possible outcome, added Wang Tian, who then looked at Wu Hong. Are you sure he's going to be all right? If needed, I can still mobilize the power of the Wang clan. As the patriarch of the Wang clan, he can mobilize all its power, even to the detriment of the entire clan. And if necessary, Wang Tian will not hesitate to ruin most of the foundation of the clan for his son. Although his decision is a selfish one that goes against his education as the leader of the clan, he did not care. And knowing his grandfather, he would also support him in his actions. As I said before, he will suffer. However, with the resources of your sect, you should be able to put him back together, replied Wu Hong. And after hearing this, Wang Tian secretly sighed in relief. A lot of the burden on his shoulder was lifted. He could even see his wife was also relieved. Unfortunately, the worry on her face was not completely dissipated. Her eyes were only focused on the lamp that was constantly flickering, signaling that Wang Wei's life was only hanging by a thread. Wang Tian approached his wife and embraced her. I'm sorry, Annie. No, I should be the one who... Yu Yen had not finished her words when she felt a shock in her primordial spirit, and she passed out. While holding his wife, Wang Tian yelled, "Someone come bring the madam back to the sect to rest." One of the saint elders of the sect hurried to Wang Tian's side to bring Yu Yen back to the sect. You're going to be in a lot of trouble when she wakes up, said Wu Hong. It's better than seeing her constantly suffering like this. I don't think you give mother-in-law enough credit. She would not collapse so easily. You're right, replied Wang Tian. In most situations, she is the calmest and most rational of all of us. And in terms of intelligence and planning, Tenami cannot equal one of her. However, when it comes to Wire, she loses all her rationality. Plus, I just did not want her to suffer through this. Wu Hong nodded her head. However, her body suddenly became a little transparent. Are you all right? It's fine. It's just that the place that my main body is makes it difficult to keep a clone outside. Are you sure you're all right? If you need help, you can just ask, said Wang Tian. I know. All right then. However, do not forget, Wire has now entered the primordial spirit realm, so it's about time for your marriage ceremony. I would never forget, replied Wu Hong with a smile before disappearing. Meanwhile, Wang Tian sighed, thinking about whether it was truly a good idea for his son to marry such a powerful and mysterious person. However, Wang Tian just shook his head. Because of how things turned out for him and his wife, he would never intervene in his son's love life. Back then, if it was not for his father who stood up for him and withstood the pressure from the sect, he might never have had a chance of being with his wife. So, as soon as his son was born, he warned the other factions not to intervene in his son's love life, no matter who he chose as Dao companion. Wang Tian took a moment to remove these distracting thoughts from his mind, then focused his eyes on his son's soul lamp. Now, it was his turn to watch it and worry. Suddenly, both he and Wang Chong felt something, and their faces instantly became more serious. Only one thought appeared in their minds. Has things reached such a dire state? Inside the heavenly abode world, Wang Wei had a look of fear on his face. During the process of enlightenment on the concept of nothingness, Wang Wei underwent a mysterious transformation. However, it was not a good one. As his body began to contain properties of nothingness, he discovered that he was slowly fading away, turning into nothingness itself. After all, his fleshly body is considered something, so how could it exist as nothingness? This itself is a paradox. If Wang Wei wants to have the power of nothingness, he has to find a way to enter a state of both nothingness and existence, like the quantum supposition state. Unfortunately, his current ability does not allow this. So, at the last minute, before forever turning into nothingness, forever becoming non-existent, he divided the state of nothingness into four: intangible, emptiness, void, and true nothingness. It was this split decision that saved him from being completely obligated by his own enlightenment. As he felt the power granted to him by the intangible state of his body, he rapidly pondered on how to make good use of it. So little time. Would it be useful? I guess we have to try to know. Plus, it may not be absolute. Then, a terrifying fighting intent emanated from his body, thus drastically increasing his fighting prowess. Meanwhile, Tian focused his eyes on Wang Wei. What rapid progress! Moreover, he seems to have understood a unique concept for his blood enlightenment. At this rate, he should reach the strength of 6 reincarnations and be on par with Empress Wu. Unfortunately, this is not enough to reverse his fate. Chapter 396. Trump card his new state granted him the power of intangibility, meaning he was untouched by all forces in the natural world, including the power of laws that govern the known universe. So, with this boost in power, he rushed toward Tian, not fearing the latter's attack. He waved his hand to use an attack. Destiny of Death, a gigantic gray, made of strings, descended from heaven towards Tian. The palm contained the power of destiny, with the ability to control the ultimate fate of all things in existence, death. As this attack rushed towards him, Tian frowned, as he could feel that this was a technique recently created based on his interchange life and death. While he used the power of reincarnation to control life and death, this technique used fate to control life and death. Essentially, the same result using different means or methods. What a terrifying comprehension, he thought, finally getting a glimpse at Wang Wei's potential. All the attacks in his 9 Samsara fist are the pinnacle of all his abilities or comprehension. It took him 10 lifetimes to refine each of them to the pinnacle. With each comprehension he has during a reincarnation, each experience he added it to his scripture. However, Wang Wei managed to easily copy more than 70 of one of his attacks after seeing it once. Is this the level of comprehension granted to him by his strange soul? Thought Tian as he punched the gray hand and instantly destroyed it. He is indeed a variable, so he cannot be allowed to live any longer. No one can stop me from proving the Tao in this generation. This is my last chance. He rushed toward Wang Wei and increased his speed. This time, even the river of fate could not keep up. He punched using the first fist in his scripture, the last breath. This is a technique that destroys all matter in the universe, capable of atomizing anything that it touches. This technique contained not only the principle of death but also destruction. Boom! The powerful fist hit Wang Wei's body, sending a powerful shockwave in the dark, empty, and lonely void. However, he was perfectly intact. In his current state, nothing including laws could touch him. Intangibility? Even his soul is in that state. Although I could use overwhelming force to remove him from that state, it would be better to wait since he could not last long anyway, thought Tian. However, after making that plan, he frowned for some reason. Nevertheless, he still executed his plan. With his absolute speed, he began to kite Wang Wei's attacks, preventing them from even touching him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei knew that he was in a very bad predicament. No matter what attack he used, it was useless. Plus, His intangibility state was rapidly running out because he just learned of it and it was unstable. During this battle, Wang Wei learned a hard truth. His fate abilities were limited in power when confronting truly powerful individuals. Not only that, but they also lack versatility. Of course, he also knows one of the reasons for that is the power of law is needed to truly exert the full power of fate. Nevertheless, it was still a shortcoming, one that he actually found a way to deal with in this battle. In this fight, he realized that life, death, reincarnation, and time are all part of fate. People are born, they age, they get sick, and die. This is all part of fate. As such, he can control these Daos through fate without having to study them individually, although doing so would help. He learned that fate is such an encompassing Dao that does not lose with Chaos Dao that contains all Daos. So, Wang Wei knows that as long as he finds a way to survive this encounter, he can review this entire fight to learn from it and absorb Tion's use of life and death Dao. Exactly 1 minute later, his intangibility ended and Wang Wei was painted up. Given how powerful his fleshly body shows how much of an impact this state has on him. I guess it's time I use my trump card. Damn, this damn crying is becoming more and more difficult to block. Plus, what's with this rancid smell? He took out a talisman from his space and ring and used his origin essence to activate it. However, nothing occurred. How come? This was something given to him by his beautiful, sexy, and powerful wife. What did you do? Asked Wang Wei. Since I know she's your biggest supporter and reliance, how would I not take preventive measures? Replied Tian. After his defeat at the hands of Empress Wu, he was obsessed with her for a while, not because of her beauty, but because of her strength. So, Tian spent many of his reincarnations reviewing the battle against her, learning from his defeat, and planning on how he would face her again if he had the chance. Based on his analysis, after she defeated him and absorbed his devil's body talent and power, her strength reached 8 reincarnations. And based on this knowledge, Tian knew that his current self could easily defeat that version of Empress Wu. The 9 reincarnation was truly a world apart from the other 8. It could be said that the increase in strength is even greater than the other 8 combined. Unlike the other reincarnations that were required to reach the quasi-realm to absorb the cultivation level of the previous life, the 9th reincarnation would undergo a change in each cultivation realm. From what Tian remembered, he had the strength of the supreme realm as soon as he entered the divine altar realm, and by the peak, he already had the strength of a quasi-emperor. And now, in the primordial spirit realm, he could not fathom how strong he was. So, with his power along with the help of a formation and a few emperor artifacts, it's very simple to block the method of Wu Hong based on his countless years of studying her. Without saying anything else, Wang Wei put the talisman away. Then, a third eye appeared on his forehead, the heavenly eye of fate. This was an ability he awakened after opening his third eye chakra. This ability was related to his fate puppeteer physique and allowed him to summon a projection of the river of fate. However, in this world, Wang Wei could summon the real thing. Plus, he used the 8 trigram turtle shell from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion to boost the ability of this eye. Then, the river of fate rushed towards Tian, who had a rare solemn look on his face as he knew what would happen if he allowed this river to wash over him. He could disappear entirely as his existence is washed away, forcibly erased from the annals of history. Anyone who ever knew would cease to remember, their memories wiped away. It would be as if he never existed. He could be assimilated by the river, thus turning into someone completely different. His fate forever forcibly altered. It could be transferred to someone else or divided between different people. Either way, if that happened, Tian knew that he would lose everything. His talent, strength, dreams, goals, and ambitions. He would no longer be himself. Another possible effect of the River of Fate is to be stuck inside in the form of exile. And if that were to happen, he knew that he could not survive long inside, even with his power. It would only be a matter of time before being assimilated. As the river approached him, Tian could tell the purpose after a rapid analysis. This attack was meant to seal him inside. It was a combination of the power of fate and the sealing abilities of Empress Wu. With a wave of his hand, an illusory river also appeared around Tian to protect. The river was pure white with glitters scattered all over. Each of these myriad glitters shone more brightly than any stars. As soon as Wang Wei saw that river, his life flashed across his eyes. Basically, he saw everything that happened to him in his early years on Earth. Then he saw his birth in this world and all the things he did in his 1,000 years of cultivation. Once the vision reached the current presence, Wang Wei immediately cut it off as he had a feeling that something terrible would happen if he continued watching. Then he muttered, "The River of Time." As soon as the projection of the River of Time appeared, it easily blocked Wang Wei's River of Fate. After seeing the outcome, Wang Wei did not even have the time to sigh as he knew that time was running out. The River of Fate did not only attack Tian, but also the formation that surrounded this world. Unfortunately, the formation was more powerful than he imagined and easily defended against the attack. Over the course of this battle, Wang Wei wanted to take some time to analyze the formation to see if he could find a weak spot on it and break it. Unfortunately, he had to focus all his soul, mind, and spirit on this battle. Even with all his spirit particles, he could not divide his mind to study this formation. Even when he did so with the path-seeking stone, he was taking a gamble and risking his life. After seeing his attack once again fail, Wang Wei waved his hand, and 2 gray orbs floated in front of him. If this next attack fails, then I might have to rely on luck to survive this situation. And the next chapter should be the end of this battle. Chapter 397. The truth. Wang Wei absorbed the 2 floating orbs inside his body, and as soon as he did so, 2 giant figures appeared behind his back. These 2 figures were his grandfather and father. The 2 gray orbs that he absorbed were an application of the fate-stealing technique. By copying and storing the fate of someone else, Wang Wei can temporarily use their powers. As the 2 most powerful people that he knew, Wang Wei copied their fate. When he developed this technique, he wanted to copy his wife's fate. Unfortunately, she was too powerful for him to do so. Additionally, this technique required a lot of time, consent, and aid from the person whose fate is being copied. Plus, it seems to work better with people that are closely related to the caster. After the 2 images appeared behind Wang Wei, his physique's vision also appeared, then his father and grandfather fused with the vision. That way, Wang Wei, who sat on a throne with the river of fate under his feet, suddenly changed. His robe turned into a golden armor. His temperament became more overbearing, more unruly. It was as if he had become a tyrant that forced anyone who stood in his way to bow down and surrender to him. In his hand was a beautiful sword full of dragon and phoenix designs. On the hilt of the sword was the character for heaven. Then, Wang Wei in the vision stood up from his throne that hovered above myriad worlds and races. A sword cry riveted across heaven and earth before a sword key bigger than a universe gathered in the sky. The vision finally slashed its sword. Absolute fate slash, just like the name implied. This slash was absolute, final. So it cut through anything that stood in its way. It was simply unstoppable, or so it should be. As Tian watched that slash rushing towards him, he thought, this Wang Tian's talent can compare to the Sword Empress. In his long life, only 3 eternal emperors have officially defeated him in battle. And amongst these 3, his defeat against the Sword Empress had the greatest impact on him. This was because of how easily he was defeated. With just a swing of her bamboo sword, Tian's body and most of his soul were annihilated. So, as a person who learned from his mistake, he also studied swordsmanship during his long life. He gathered sword scriptures from all over the world through his sleepers, including the Sword Empress Heaven Slashing Sutra. So, his accomplishment in the field is quite high, even if his talent is not on par with her and Wang Tian. His long years of studying the subject more than make up for that. So, after making a spear-shaped palm, he slashed with one hand, creating a powerful slash to block that heaven-shattering attack. Unfortunately, Di Tian slightly underestimated the power of that slash. As it was a combination of Wang clan's 3 generations, it also represented the concept of the past, present, and future. Wang Chong is the past, Wang Tian the present, and Wang Wei the future. So, this attack also contained time power. The moment the 2 slashes clashed, Di Tian felt a powerful pressure pressing on his body. On top of that, that pressure seemed to drastically slow time, making his actions and thinking process extremely slow. With his understanding of time Dao, Di Tian quickly nullified the attack, but this was not all the power of the slash after all. As it was a combination of 3 people, there was also a third characteristic. A powerful illusion boosted by all of Wang Wei's paragon quality soul. Suddenly, Di Tian's eyes seemed to blur as if he was confused. He raised his hand to caress the empty air. Then he smiled. Although it was obvious at first sight that this was the first time he had a genuine smile on his face in a very long time, it still appeared beautiful. Ning'er, he muttered while smiling and caressing the air. 2 lines of tear dripped down on his face in the process. And even after that slash hit his body, creating a wound more than 30 centimeters long, he did not react. I'm running out of time, thought Wang Wei. He saw that one of his trump card attacks had created so little damage, and he knew how dangerous the situation was. He immediately activated his heavenly eye of fate to connect to the river of fate of this world. Then, he slashed once again, this time directing his attack at the river. And with that single attack, he was able to servers that river of fate from its main branch. While using the power of the river during this fight, Wang Wei learned something new about fate. There's a river of fate that is considered the main branch. It's responsible to weave the fate of all beings in existence and contains all information about all lives. However, to function properly, many smaller rivers are detached from the main ones, creating branches. And each world in the endless void contained a branch of the river of fate. Based on the power of the world, each branch will have a different level of strength. So, with that attack, Wang Wei severed the connection of this branch to the main river. Then, he had his vision absorb the entire river of fate, thus once again boosting his strength. Then, he do hesitate to slash a 3rd time with his newfound strength. Unfortunately for him, by then, Di Tian had already woken up. Although Wang Wei's soul outclassed him in terms of quality, it cannot come close to Di Tian in terms of quantity. After living through 10 lives and 9 reincarnations, the quantity of his soul is astounding. So, he used it to break through the illusion. Then, an intense killing intent emanated from Di Tian's body as his wound instantly healed. The bloodlust in his body could no longer be contained. 9 Samsara fist. Yellow Springs Di Tian punched forward and a yellow river manifested into the void. It rushed straight toward Wang Wei, easily destroying his slash attack before bombarding his vision into pieces and forcing him to vomit blood. Then it enveloped him. Immediately, Wang Wei felt his primordial spirit being washed away. His memories, identities, personality, mind, and spirit were being forcibly erased, turning him into a mindless puppet. Wang Wei could tell that this attack was based on the idea of washing away the previous life memories before reincarnating, but more vicious. He knew that in just a few seconds, he would be nothing but a shell of his former self. So he gathered a large portion of his spirit particle and detonated his entire body. There was no hesitation in his actions. Boom. The explosion of his self-detonation pushed away from the river that imprisoned him. Meanwhile, in one of the many drops of blood that survived the explosion, a new body was instantly regrown. Unfortunately, a lot of his few remaining spirit particles, once angina, became dimmed. As soon as Wang Wei regrew his body, Di Tian appeared next to him and punched him into oblivion. Then, the process of being instantly killed over and over again repeated itself. In less than 1 minute, Wang Wei died more than 100 times and revived himself, only relying on his own regenerative ability. And unlike the immortality granted by the top 30 heaven-chosens, the process of dying was a painful one. Entering that state of deep darkness that seemed eternal was a scary thing. And most cultivators would have their minds broken by now, and their Tao heart shattered. Luckily, Wang Wei was used to constantly dying during the last trial of the pagoda. So, his will had long been tempered beyond anything any mortal could ever fathom. Suddenly, Di Tian stopped attacking as he had a frown on his face. He realized that something was wrong. With his ability, as long as he used the Di realm to the full extent, he should be able to instantly kill his opponent and prevent it from regenerating himself. Yet he did not do so. Instead, he played with his opponent and essentially giving him a chance to live. Thinking about the entire battle, Di Tian realized that he had never gone for the kill move, which is contrary to his original intention. After realizing that something was wrong, he closed his eyes. Then, deep in one of his primordial spirit, he saw a gray chain surrounding it. He removed the chain and broke it. The shackle of fate? Is that his innate talent? He muttered softly. He had seen this ability during Wang Wei's battle with Ji Song, and he had speculated what it does based on the recordings he reviewed of the battle. And after experiencing it himself, he realized what it was. Wang Wei had placed a shackle or restriction on his mind. To be precise, on his way of thinking. It made him have the thought process that my opponent is weak and not a threat, so I can play with him during this fight. Because of this, Di Tian did not use his overwhelming strength to instantly kill Wang Wei. Because of this, Di Tian would talk to his opponent and give him time to recuperate and even provided him with information. Di Tian opened his eyes to look at Wang Wei. "Since when did you place that shackle on me?" "From a moment you appeared, and I looked you straight in the eyes," replied Wang Wei with a sigh. One of his trump cards is that he has been training to use his innate talent more passively and more subtly. He used a very subtle method to place restrictions on his opponent's mind to influence. And the moment Di Tian appeared and his intuition warned him that he might die, he used this technique to give him a chance of survival. Although it was very difficult to do so because of the large gap in strength, it still succeeded because of his soul. Because this technique does not harm the receiver and is very subtle, it is easier to succeed and prevent backlash. However, Wang Wei knew that it would be a matter of time before it was discovered. Unfortunately, the time had arrived. Furthermore, as Wang Wei looked at his hands, which had wrinkles and age spots, he knew that he was running out of time. Chapter 398. The Truth 2. Chapter 398. The Truth 2. With his divine sense, Wang Wei could see how terrible of a shape he was in right now. For one, his ancient desolate god transformation was long canceled, as he was unable to sustain it after dying a few dozen times. His luscious gray hair that was once full of life was now gray-white, as if it had witnessed many things. His handsome and youthful face was long gone, replaced by that of an old man full of wrinkles and a few age spots. The aura surrounding him had a slight hint of decay, showing that his call to the next life was rapidly approaching. The only thing that showed that this was a young man was his eyes that still shone brightly with life and vigor. There was no turbidness of an experienced old man. His eyes contained wisdom, but not one born out of the vicissitude of life, but through knowledge. As Wang Wei looked at his body, he knew that he did not have much time left. The reason he was in such a sorry state was that at some point, he had to use his lifespan to regenerate himself. The previous him, who had more than 500,000 years of lifespan, had now a little over 600 years left, meaning that he was now an old man in his twilight years. On top of all that, he found small cracks inside his primordial spurt, his divine sea, and divine altar. He knew that this was a result of his foundation on the verge of collapsing. "All right, it's time for the last play," he thought. A black thunder suddenly came out of his body to surround and protect him like a sphere. This was the divine punishment thunder sealed inside his body by Wu Hong to continuously temper his body. By now, he could still barely control it for his use. After seeing the black thunder, Di Tian still had a calm look on his face. A small gem appeared in the middle of his forehead, Then, black thunder came from it and surrounded him as well. Then, he rushed toward his adversary, this time, intending to destroy him once and for all. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was not that surprised after seeing this. The reason that he had access to divine punishment thunder was that he entered the Duyi realm and had the plan to store this lightning for his own use. Since Di Tian had also entered the Duyi realm, it meant that he also survived the same punishment as him. As for the idea of using this thunder for himself, Wang Wei did not think that in all the long history of the Myriad Emperor world, he would be the only one who have such an idea. So, he immediately used another technique. After sacrificing another 100 years of his lifespan without hesitation, he summoned the River of Fate once again to surround him like a cocoon, acting as another layer of protection. This technique called Fate Protection was inspired by the one Su Yi used during her fight with Lin Fan. It allowed Wang Wei to solicit the protection of all the people or things that are under the control of fate, which is essentially everything. Before now, he could only connect to the River of Fate to use this spell, but now, he could use the entire river. So, now, from past to present, all the living individuals that ever existed in the heavenly abode world began to protect Wang Wei. All the gods and supreme gods that were ever existed, all the mortals and animals, all the races, the forests, mountains, and rivers, everything was protecting Wang Wei. Yet, with all of this, adding the divine punishment thunder could only buy him a few seconds under a bloodlust Di Tian. Luckily, the few seconds were all he needed. Wang Wei closed his eyes as he began to once again review his experience in the 9 pagoda trials. Until this moment, he did not notice how much of an impact these trials had on his cultivation path. It was responsible for his always calm demeanor in dangerous situations. It instilled in him humility so that he never truly let his victory or advantages over his opponent get to his head. Because of the trial, he knew to never give up no matter how dire the situation. He knew not to let power get over his head, not to take defeat personally, and to do whatever was necessary to survive, because only the last man standing is the true victor. Not to mention how it tempered his will, his Tao heart, and his pain tolerance. Thinking about this, Wang Wei focused on his last confrontation with the wrath of heaven. In that last battle, he was nothing but a mortal, and yet he still managed to injure such an all-powerful being. The reason for that? By simply relying on his will. Wang Wei focused on that attack he used to injure that hand. He tried to feel that very same state to understand it, and eventually replicate it. As he felt deep under that state, he realized something. That powerful will that he manifested in that confrontation did come from his 2 years of constantly fighting the wrath of heaven without stopping. No, it came from his time on Earth, to be precise, after his death when he was swallowed by the space crack. After he was swallowed by that crack, he relied on the blue spot scat in the void-like space. Wang Wei had always thought that he only spent a little time in that space before he found that white light and reincarnated. But he was wrong. He spent countless Yuan epochs traveling in that desolate space, trying to reach one blue spot after another. And 1 Yuan epoch is equal to 1.269 trillion years. So, a mortal with no cultivation, with his soul on the verge of collapse, spending so much time alone in this dark and empty space. 99.999% of people would die of loneliness or take their own life to end the suffering. As for the rest, they would simply give up midway. However, Wang Wei endured that loneliness that seemed to stretch for an eternity. Whether it was his desire to survive, his stubbornness, or simply not knowing the concept of giving up, he held on for eons. This resulted in him cultivating a powerful will, unlike anything that has ever existed in the cultivating world. However, after going through reincarnation, his soul was too powerful, so he had to sacrifice a lot of it in the process. Additionally, with his new soul, plus the new baby body that he was inheriting, he had to seal his will to protect his body as it was too weak to bear. And during the last pagoda trial, he brought some of it out. And right now, he was doing the same. Wang Wei opened his eyes and sighed in disappointment. By now, Dition had already torn apart his defense and was standing in front of him. Without hesitation, he punched forward. A supreme will that could defy the odds, that neglected the very concept of logic itself emanated from that punch. It was supreme, almighty, and unstoppable. For the first time since this fight, Dition's face became very serious as he felt the power of that punch. He mobilized all the power in his body, including his 9 divine seas and 9 primordial spirits, to bless his body with the power of heaven and earth. Boom! Dition was sent a dozen kilometers away, with half of his body completely annihilated. He looked like a mutilated corpse floating in the void. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sighed after seeing this. In the process of tapping into that powerful will, he failed, or at the very least, did not completely succeed, otherwise there would be nothing left of Dition after that attack. The reason for that was simple. His body could not accommodate such power. Wang Wei guessed that even if he was in peak shape, he could still not bring out all the power of his will. In fact, even if he reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm, he might not succeed. Otherwise, the consequence is that he would simply be disintegrated into particles and die. Crack! Wang Wei heard this sound and quickly checked his body. As expected, his divine sea had even more cracks along with his primordial spirit. His body became even thinner than any mummy, making him look like a very terrifying demon. His lifespan only had a little over 200 years left. Meanwhile, Dition used the same tactic as Wang Wei. He opened his mouth to bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a drop of very pure blood. Then a new body was instantly regenerated from that drop. As for his previous damaged body, he placed it inside his space ring. This attack reached the level of 8 reincarnations. Although it seems very circumstantial, this shows the terrifying talent of this Wang Wei. He must be killed. Then, Dition rushed toward Wang Wei at a speed 100,000 times the speed of light and slapped him with all his strength. And I promise that the next chapter is truly the end of this battle. Chapter 399. The Truth, and Dition looked at Wang Wei's body that was sent flying away with a deep frown on his face. Just now, when he decided to attack with all his strength, he made a mistake in the amount of force used. With all his years of experience and control over his body, how could he make a mistake? Luck, he muttered. While thinking about it, he felt a mysterious power that subtly influenced him to make the mistake. And that power was luck. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a sigh of relief after being sent flying. At the last moment, he activated the ability he acquired from the key luck trial to become a son of destiny. This is the reason that Dition made a mistake at the last moment. This is the reason he survived that attack. While flying away, Wang Wei felt like he broke through some kind of space barrier, and when he landed, he found himself inside a small world. Immediately, he saw a blood-red stone on the ground next to his landing spot. Immediately, Wang Wei knew that this stone was his life-saving straw. He held it in his hand while observing it with his divine sense, which was very unstable and on the verge of collapsing. Then, Wang Wei laughed out loud maniacally. However, deep inside was a touch of sadness. Is this the power of the Son of Destiny? Who would have thought that one day I would have to rely on pure luck to survive? The world is truly full of ups and downs. After saying this, a lot of his very hidden arrogance was washed away. He became more mature. With one check, Wang Wei knew that this stone was once bathed in the blood of a great emperor. To be precise, the blood of the God King that all the gods in this world revered. Because of this, a soul was slowly nurtured and even gained some sentience after so many years. After a few years, a new spirit race would be born, and one with unmatched talent as well. Without hesitation, Wang Wei sacrificed a few more dozens years of his lifespan to activate his spiritual power to seal the soul inside the stone, sealed it, and placed it inside his space ring. Then, he looked at Dition, who had torn the space of this small world. Feeling a sense of danger, he rushed straight toward Wang Wei to finish what he started. However, a golden light came out from the stone and enveloped Dition. Once Wang Wei could see anything again, Only an eyeball was floating in front of him with a small cauldron surrounding it. Emperor artifact, he muttered. Then Tion's body instantly regenerated. Emperor-level attack, he said while looking at the blood-red stone. A few seconds later, he sighed. There is nothing I hate more than people who has luck on their side. You talked as if destiny has never been in your favor, replied Wang Wei. I despise destiny, said Tion, his voice full of hatred. I have been fighting it all my life, and it has never been kind to me. He took a deep breath. Well, it doesn't matter since I'm still the winner. Yes, you are the winner, and I'm the survivor, replied Wang Wei calmly. As soon as he said these words, he felt that something had left him and was absorbed by Tion. He knew that it was the eternal emperor's destiny. As the victor of this battle, Tion is entitled to this compensation just like Wang Wei once took some destiny from all his victory against Ji Song and his victory against Lin Fan. With this destiny, Tion's strength will increase. He can use it to survive most dangerous situations and many more. In general, his chance of becoming an eternal emperor has greatly increased. Although he knew this, Wang Wei did not care that much. This is how the Battle of the Throne was. Heaven Chosens fought to kill one another or take away each other's luck or destiny. One defeat did not mean much. As for the reason that Wang Wei did not use the stone to defeat or kill Tion, that's because he knew that it was impossible. The stone only absorbed a few drops of blood from the God King. And after so many years of nurturing that spirit race, not much power is left. So, he could probably activate it only once or twice more, which is not enough to kill Tion, given the fact that he survived the first attack. The best course of action for Wang Wei is to use this stone to break through the formation that blocked this world. As long as he reunited with his sect, he would be safe. Both he and Tion knew this, so they decided to stop this fight as it was pointless at this point. Tion then looked at Wang Wei with a sneer on his face. Do you think that this is the end? Do you think you will come out of this without any consequences? What do you mean? Look around you, said Tion. Immediately, Wang Wei took a deep look at his surroundings for the first time ever since this battle began. Fist marks and sword scars could be seen in everything in the space. He saw that there was nothing but an empty void, with even the sun and the moon destroyed. There were no living things in sight. All the habitants of this world, whether mortals, gods, animals, women, children, and the elderly, were all dead. All casualties of this battle. Then, Wang Wei's face became ugly. After inspecting his body, he could smell a terrible rotten stench along with a red hue that surrounded his body and even soul. His aura changed to that of a fiendish one. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a devil that slaughtered countless people simply for his pleasure. Additionally, he finally knew where that crying sound came from. It was from all the grievances that surrounded his body. Trillions of souls crying and blaming him for their deaths and the destruction of their homes. Their cries were impossible to ignore or block, no matter the method. This fact alone would drive most people crazy after a certain period of time. Wang Wei raised his head to look at Tion and noticed that he was perfectly fine. He raised his head to look at the formation in the sky, his face becoming even more unsightly. Finally noticed, said Tion, as an excellent strategist. He knew that there was a great chance that he would not be able to kill Wang Wei despite the overwhelming difference in strength. The reason is that all Heaven Chosens are people with tremendous luck and cannot be so easily killed. This is the reason that only after defeating Ji Song 3 times that Wang Wei finally killed him. This was a manifestation of his luck, adding to that the fact that Heavenly Tao has been plotting against him for many years. Tion was prepared for his eventual failure. So, one of the purposes of the formation was to place the karmic sin of the death of all the people of this world and its destruction on Wang Wei. And with such terrible karma, many things will go wrong for him. For one, his future cultivation will be dozens of times more difficult. The strength of his soul will decrease because of the grievances. His future heavenly tribulations will be more difficult, and many other negative things. Anyway, my job here is finished. After saying that, Tion disappeared along with the formation and the Emperor artifacts that he brought. At some point, He played with the idea of using the artifacts to finish the job. However, after considering it for a moment, he decided otherwise. The Emperor artifacts were powering the formation. If he moved more of them, the people outside can take this opportunity to break the crystal wall and entered. Additionally, Dtion knew that having more artifacts was not necessarily a good thing for a single individual. The reason is that even with one artifact, most cultivators could barely use all its power. Most Quasi-Emperor can only use 5 to 15 of the power. As for Dtion, he could probably use 20 or more of one artifact. However, doing so could severely affect his foundation, especially in his current state, when he does not have the power of law to power up the Emperor artifact. Using the artifact in his current cultivation stage would require Dtion to use his origin essence, his spiritual power, and blood energy, all things that could affect his foundation. Dtion knew how important his cultivation foundation was to him to complete the 9th reincarnation. So, after mulling it over for a few seconds, he decided not to take the risk. According to the data gathered, Wang Wei's potential is currently at 7th reincarnation, while his strange will-related attack reached 8th reincarnation. So, he was still not a big threat to him. What he has to worry about is the outlier Wu Hong. She's also one of the reasons that he gave up. He did not know what she would do if something happened to Wang Wei. After leaving the heavenly abode world, Dtion teleported back to the myriad Emperor world. He looked to the sky with hatred and snorted coldly before taking out a wild ball from his head. The white ball entered the ground before completely disappearing. Then, Dtion returned to his clan. Chapter 400. True Challenge. Wang Wei looked at all the destruction around, thinking about what just occurred. He checked the karmic sin on his body, but unfortunately, no matter what he did, it could not be removed or even sealed away. He tried using Wu Hong's scripture to at least place a temporary seal on it, but it was no use. And after studying it a while, he realized the crux of the issue: incense. In general, faith or incense is not as karmic binding as key luck, most likely because of its transactional nature. Mortals pray to the gods and offer them incense, and in return, the gods provide them with aid, spiritual substance, and a paradise for their afterlife. Compared to a sovereign who has to constantly keep its people happy and prosperous to retain a dynasty's luck, the power of incense is less karmically binding. This fact should have been in favor of Wang Wei. However, because of Dtion's formation, this has become his downside. Because he was the almighty god of the heavenly abode world, he was deeply connected to all the mortals of this world. So when the blame for their death and the destruction of the world fell on him, it made his situation worse. Not to mention the fact that he cut off the river of fate of the world and absorbed it. This act will greatly benefit him once he began to comprehend the law, adding to that the increase in battle prowess the river will grant him. At the same time, this act of him also further deepened the karmic ties he had with the heavenly abode world, which in turn increased the backlash or sins he has to witness. Additionally, the situation was further aggravated when his bone substitution ability was overused in the battle to save his life and could not be used to transfer the karmic sin to it. Truth be told, Wang Wei did not think that this ability would be useful. Since Dtion also cultivated the ancient desolate body, refining scripture, then he should be aware of this ability. The scripture granted each user different abilities based on the cultivator's talent and level of tempering. However, many talents are common and have been previously recorded by previous cultivators of this scripture. This includes the bone substitution ability and the element control ability from the 5 organs. So, Wang Wei guessed that Dtion would be prepared to deal with that ability. Finally, there is his Proving Tao artifact. Since it was made of fate lines of both positive and negative karma, it has some defense against karmic attacks. However, the artifact was almost annihilated by Dtion, with only a string left. It would take some time and a lot of resources before it can be repaired. While he was in deep thought, he felt someone rapidly approaching him. He raised his head to see his father and grandfather coming in. It seemed that after this world was destroyed, the crystal wall, was slowly fading away. "Wire, are you all right?" said Wang Tian as he looked at his son, who was older than his own father and as skinny as a dry corpse. "I'm fine, but where is Mom? I brought her back to the sect." "Good. It's best if she did not see me in this state." Meanwhile, Wang Chong looked at his grandson and the surrounding. "It seems that you got wrecked." Wang Tian's lips twitched after hearing this, thinking that this old man should know that if there was a time to be subtle, this should be it. As for Wang Wei, he laughed a little before saying, "You're right. I did get wrecked." Wang Chong nodded his head after seeing his grandson not really affected by this battle. One failure never means much to Heaven Chosen. The only time failure was unacceptable to them was during the final battle. "So how do you feel?" he asked. "Excited," replied Wang Wei with his eyes lit up. "Before, I was 90 sure that the throne would be mine, and the only reason I left for the 10 was possible changes that Di Tian and some other people might bring. But now I have less than 5, and that's a good thing?" asked Wang Tian. "Only by winning a true opponent. Only by surpassing the odds will the throne be truly worth it." To Wang Wei, being a great emperor was nothing but one of the many steps on his path of cultivation, albeit a very important one. So, to him, the more challenging the process was, the better the foundation he can establish for future cultivation. And there is no better challenge than a monster like Di Tian. Thinking of conquering such a tall and almost desperate mountain, a powerful fighting intent emanated out of his body. Unfortunately for him, he was not in the best state to have such a large fluctuation of his spirit, so blood started falling from his mouth. Both Wang Chong and Wang Tian immediately started to instill their origin essence inside his body to heal him. They immediately frowned when they see the true state he was in. His divine sea and altar were on the verge of collapsing along with his primordial spirit. Essentially, his Tao foundation was collapsing. "It's good that you're in good spirit, but given your situation, you could have died," said Wang Tian, who immediately began to blame himself. The fact that someone could bypass their protection so easily is a great shame. "Damn the D-clan. I should listen to you, Yin, and make them suffer a little. It's shameful to have my father avenged because I lost a battle. Plus, how could you lower your head to fight the lower generation?" said Wang Wei. There was nothing he despised more than when someone lost, then the older generation came to avenge them. "I don't have to deal with Di Tian. I can still beat his father. Unfortunately, Di Tian can probably beat us even we 3 combined," replied Wang Wei casually. "He's that strong?" Even Wang Chong was a little surprised. Then, Wang Wei sent snippets of the final confrontation to them through divine sense, making them realize that he was right. "Anyway, your situation made me realize that this generation's battle is truly perilous to anyone. If something were to happen to you, I do not know if your mother would ever forgive me. I would have been fine. How can you say this in your current state?" Wang Wei smiled as he looked at Li Jun and Yin Liling, who finally rushed over. "Big brother, are you all right?" Li Jun wanted to hug him, but feared that he might injure him. So, he only raised his hand before putting it down. However, Yin Liling did not have that much reservation and hugged him. She knew if their big brother did not send them outside of the crystal wall, they would have 100% died. "Don't need to worry," replied Wang Wei. "Truth be told, I was never truly in danger." After saying that, he placed his hand on Li Jun's head to take out a small white square. "What's this?" "Well, my spirit particles. When I sent you out of the crystal wall, I detached one of them and give it to you. In case I was truly killed, the sect could use it to revive me." Many things suddenly came clear to these people after hearing this. For example, why did Wu Hong's clone say that he would be fine and so on? Of course, although Wang Wei made his revival appear easy, it would not have been. With his paragon quality soul, it would take a lot of resources to fully revive him. Not to mention take a couple of thousand years, if not more. Additionally, he would have lost many memories in the process. "It's good for you to have thought of a way out," said Wang Tian, genuinely in awe of his son's quick thinking. In such a situation, in the split moment of life and death, Not everyone could keep calm enough to make a rational decision, let alone come up with a feasible one. Once you get back to the sect, we can fix you right up. However, the problem of your karmic sin will be a real headache. As soon as Wang Tian said these words, Yinshin appeared in front of the group to hand Wang Wei a bag. What's this? Pill to temporarily alleviate your injuries. Wang Wei opened it to find many supreme tier pills, blood energy pill and vitality pill to heal his fleshly body, primordial spirit nourishing pills for his souls, and divine C stabilizing pill for his divine C. Based on the heat of these pills, he could tell that many were probably made a few minutes ago. Great timing, replied Wang Wei as he swallowed these pills one by one. Young master, I would like to apologize to you, said Yinshin. As a Tao protector, he let his young master become in such a state. This is a derelict of his duty. There is no need to blame yourself. Plus, now that I am in the primordial spirit realm, death at the hands of my peers is not your responsibility. Although that was true, Yinshin still felt some responsibility. Meanwhile, after consuming the pills, Wang Wei's complexion was no longer as pale. Plus, he did not have to actively use his will to prevent his foundation from completely collapsing. He then raised his head to look at the crystal wall that was slowly dissipating. Go see if there's a way to preserve the wall and take it away. It could be the perfect material to make Emperor Artifact in the future. Wang Tian's eyes lit up before taking a talisman to contact the quasi-emperors with Emperor Artifact for them to try. If not, he's prepared to contact more people to take away that wall. After all, Emperor materials are rare things. Chapter 4:01. Karma and Fate. After stabilizing his injury, Wang Wei took another look at the situation. As he looked at the desolate world that was once full of life, he could not help sigh at the unpredictability of the world. A few hours ago, this was a world thriving with life. All its people had a decent life, even a good one. However, now, because of a battle between cultivators, there is nothing left. I always knew that the world of cultivation was one where weakness was a sin. But only now did I truly understand what that meant. Without strength, a person can die because of the aftermath of a battle. Wang Wei's eyes were deep as he broke down what occurred. Cultivators like to say that they are in control of their fate. But is that really true? All it takes is one unlucky day to encounter someone more powerful than you. Then that's the end of your road. And unfortunately, no one can escape that fact, even me. He raised his head to look at the dark sky. In the endless void, people, worlds, gods, demons, Buddhas, and so many more die every single day. Some are because of natural laws, while majority are the result of man-made disasters. So, how is it that these people control their own fate? Maybe the argument could be made that only by becoming a great emperor could someone truly have control over their destiny. However, I know that the great emperor is not the end of the cultivation path. As such, somewhere out there, they are nothing but bigger ants. He squinted his eyes to focus as many thoughts flashed across his mind. My journey to becoming free and unfettered requires me to control my fate. However, without strength, I cannot do so. No, maybe I should think about things in a different way. Mortals have a very short life. On top of all that, their life is full of unknowns and uncertainty. At any point, they could be killed by someone else or by some unforeseen accident. That is their fate. However, many of them decided to live their lives to the fullest, without leaving any regrets. Since they know that they cannot control anything, they accept this fact and decide to make the best of their situation. By surrendering to fate and accepting their limitations, by enjoying their short existence, they gain freedom. That is also a form of being free and unfettered. Wang Wei frowned as he thought about whether he should also follow this train of thought, as it was also a feasible one. Then, he shook his head. I refuse to bow down to fate. The mere thought that my life and the ones I love could easily be taken away while I'm powerless to do anything is unacceptable. I must control everything. I must have the ability, the choice to be able to control everything if desired. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he once again looked at the destroyed world. And I know exactly how to begin. Karma, the law of causality, is one of the most powerful weapons of fate. With it, fate can connect all things in existence with one another. Whether it is a speck of dust on one side of the world or an entire world billions of light-year away, they could be connected through karma. Wang Wei's eyes became even brighter. Meanwhile, the others could tell that he had entered a state of enlightenment. So, Wang Tian quickly took out the enlightenment tea he had in his space ring and quickly brewed it with spiritual water. Then, with a wave of his hand, the tea entered Wang Wei's body. At the same time, a purple orb flew out from Wang Wei's space ring and entered his body. This was the merit he received for inventing the innate pill method. This world was destroyed because of me. However, things were not so simple. If I did not have a paragon quality soul, I would never need to use this method to enter the primordial spirit realm. And how did I acquire this soul? It was back on Earth after my death. Additionally, the reason I discovered it in the first place was that I used the 8-trigram turtle shell to make a divination. Maybe if I had used a different method, I would have discovered another world and spared this world from its fate. Then, there is D. Tion's involvement in all of this. It is obvious that he has his reason to make such a move. However, no matter what it was, it did not change the fact that all the events in his life and all the decisions he made led to this catastrophic result. In conclusion, events that occurred thousands of years ago, if not more, led to the eventual destruction of this world. This is the power of karma. This is how fate determined many things. Wang Wei knew that things were even deeper than stated. One of the main reasons Di Tian succeeded in isolating himself from being rescued by his sect was because of the crystal wall. Without it, it would be much easier for the Tao opening sect to come to rescue him once they discovered that he was in danger. The crystal wall was created by an injured great emperor. So, he too might fall into the power of causality. It truly is everywhere, muttered Wang Wei. And as soon as he said this, the way he saw the world changed. The fate line that he saw above his head split into countless yellow threads, which seemed to be connected to different people or things. They were karmic thread. One of the main threads was connected to his father and grandfather. This is the karmic relationship between giving birth to him and taking care of him. The other threads were connected to all the other people from the sect. Wang Wei could feel that all these threads were part of the much larger one. After observation, he knew that this was the karma he owed as the sacred son of the Tao opening sect because of all the resources that the sect used to cultivate him. Then, Wang Wei observed all the other threads. He discovered that he could decipher many of them. One of them was connected to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. This was because of the 8-trigram turtle shell that he borrowed from them. However, Wang Wei quickly discovered that this thread seemed to have recently reduced, meaning that the karma he has to pay back has reduced. After reading it, he knew that the reason Di Tian knew his location was because they revealed it. Wang Wei sneered as he knew that as long as he returned the shell or compensate them with something similar, he was done with the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Another thread connecting him was to Di Tian's wife for the innate material she gave him, while another was connected to the Origin Pill Tao sect, and he was slightly surprised by what he saw. He thought that he owed them a great deal of karmic debt, but he was not completely right. A lot of the things he did compensate for stealing the 2 emperor scriptures. For example, all the things he did that benefited Lu Cheng, proving Yalao's aid in reaching the quasi-emperor tier alchemist, and more importantly, giving the sect the method of refining pseudo-innate pill. So, although he owed them, but not as much as he thought. Then, one particular thread caught his attention. After observing it, he found out that it was connected to Earth from his previous life. This was a little surprising as this showed that Earth might be one of the many worlds out there. However, Wang Wei did not care much as he somewhat expected this outcome. One of his plans was to go back to see his parents once more when he was more powerful. Although they were only his adopted parents, and things got a little complicated in the family later because of money, he still wanted to see them one last time and remove some of his regrets. Wang Wei's vision once again changed. This time, The dark threads he saw were either golden or extremely dark. The golden yellow threads were the good karma that he has accomplished in his life. This includes all the modern changes he made in the Myriad Emperor world and the Warring State world where the key luck trial took place. It also included his accomplishment of spreading knowledge to mortal and opening up wisdom to both human and demonic beasts alike. Compared to most cultivators in their entire lives, this was a great accomplishment enough to be called a sage. However, even so, it was nothing compared to dark yellow threads. The biggest one was connected to the heavenly abode world. From this thread, he could see trillions of souls mourning, crying, and cursing him. They repeatedly asked him why their gods destroy them. Was their faith not enough? Did they do something wrong? Even if they did, should they be punished so severely? Wang Wei sighed after hearing this. He could tell that this thread was more active than the others, most likely a curse imposed by Dtion's formation. He then began to chant something in Sanskrit. Then all his 7 chakras lit up golden before spreading throughout the entire destroyed world. Wherever the golden light passed by, the grievances remaining in the void was purified. The moment that the process ended, Wang Wei could feel the constant voice in his soul stop talking. They did not disappear, but provided him with some rest. Wang Wei raised his head to see where the absolute beginning magic would activate, but nothing occurred, so he was relieved. With this enlightenment, he had an idea on how to remove this karmic sin. However, his intuition also told him that things were not as simple as seen on the surface. Chapter 402. Doom. One thing that caught Wang Wei's attention was that he did not have a karmic thread connecting to Wu Hong. No matter how he looked, he could not find one. However, they were still linked by fate. So, he concluded that she was not affected by karma, and that there was a slight difference between karma threads and fate lines. The line that connected them was that of marriage, companion, fated lover, and so on. Suddenly, Wang Wei frowned. He discovered another fate companion line connected to him. However, no matter what he did, he could not tell to whom it was connected or find any information from it. I knew I was a man destined to have a harem. Joking aside, I need to find a way to cut off this line. The moment he discovered it, his first instinct was to cut it, but he failed. Wang Wei shook his head as he knew that the reason for that was either because he was not strong enough, his understanding of fate was not deep enough, or the other person's relationship with him was very deep, making it more difficult to sever. However, no matter what, Wang Wei was determined to sever that line, not only because he was loyal to Wu Hong, but also because he was not happy with fate determining his love life. It was already a big deal for him to make an exception for Wu Hong. He would not do so for a second person. Finally, Wang Wei paid attention to his surrounding since his enlightenment was finished. It's time to leave. Indeed. However, it's a shame that the world source was also destroyed in the battle, commented Wang Chong, and the others agreed with him. As the name implied, world source was the fundamental energy of a world. It's because of it that any world in the endless void can properly function, including heavenly Tao. The more powerful a word, the greater its source is. Cultivators' battles can be devastating to any world. However, all worlds can use their world source to heal the damage made by cultivators if necessary. This is also the reason that space will heal itself after being broken in most worlds. For cultivators, the world source is one of the highest forms of nourishment. Whether it is to increase their realms, their talents, their lifespans, or used to comprehend the law, it is the best resource in the entire endless void. There are rumors that as long as someone has enough world sources, they can exchange a heaven will with heavenly Tao. However, Wang Wei did not think that this was true. The quickest way to acquire world source is to destroy a world and forcibly take it away. With the power of great emperors, if the rumors were true, these people should be able to easily slaughter most, if not all, of the greater 1,000 worlds and below to acquire enough sources. After all, many of them have families, friends, and disciples. If there was a way to make them great emperors, a few would not hesitate to do so. Of course, there is also the possibility that there are other reasons that they do not do so. After briefly reminiscing about the loss of such precious resources, the group headed to the city in the void that had the transmission array. Wang Wei took one last look at this world before stepping inside the formation. A white light surrounded him, trying as he entered a space tunnel. The formation worked by bending space for two coordinates to meet together. The process has been perfected after so many years by countless sages of the past. So, is quick, almost instant. However, the moment Wang Wei stepped into the tunnel, he saw countless black dots in the passage before everything began to shake. Then, a spatio-temporal storm hit the formation, making it malfunction. Black holes. Damn it, this is a void storm, thought Wang Wei as he placed a shield to surround him. Then, he was washed away by the storm and teleported away. The other supreme monarchs using the formation or observing from the outside did not have the time to react before he was gone. They all looked at each other with weird eyes, wondering about what just happened. Then, they heard Wang Tian's roar, return to the sect immediately. He had to find his son wherever he was. Once he was back in the Myriad Emperor world, he immediately began to act. Then, he finally returned home to see his wife, staring at him as if he was her worst enemy. "Wang Tian, where's my son?" asked Yu Yan. With a wry smile on his face, Wang Tian replied, "There's good news and bad news. The good news is that he is alive, albeit injured, but alive." "What's the bad news?" asked Yu Yan as she instantly appeared in front of him and held him by his arms. Then, Wang Tian explained the situation to her. "So, you're saying that my son could be anywhere out there in the endless void. He could be countless world communities away in some random world. You do need to worry. With our son's strength, no matter where he ends up, he'll be fine." Although Wang Tian said this calmly, he was also very worried. His son was already injured, adding to that the possible injuries from storm. His situation might be more severe. Additionally, if he is sent to a world that is very exclusive to outsiders, then the level of danger he will face will further increase. Of course, this is not Wang Tian's greatest worry. What he fears most is that his son is sent to another heavenward world. In the worst-case situation, he might use some dangerous methods to return to his quasi-emperor battle strength. However, in a heavenward world where Tao ancestors and immortal venerables exist, he might be in serious trouble. Ian took a few deep breaths to calm down. "You're going to find him, right?" "Of course. You should not underestimate the foundation of our sect. Although it will take some time and little resources, he will be found eventually." Yu Yin sighed in relief. In this situation, her Yu family, even as an emperor lineage, could not do much. However, the same could not be said for the Tao opening sect. "All right, get to it." Wang Tian was a little surprised that his wife was acting so calm. After reading her husband's facial expressions, Yu Yin said, "I realized that I was too emotional previously and probably would have made the situation more stressful for everybody. So, I will forgive you this time." Wang Tian, as he always enjoyed these moments of clarification from his wife, he gave her a smile before rushing out. He had to mobilize some of the sect's foundations to find his son. Meanwhile, in some world in a faraway world community, a meeting took place with a bunch of men and women dressed in luxurious clothes. All of them had a look of righteousness on their faces, and even their temperament was similar. In the middle of the room, there were one man and one woman sitting cross-legged on cushions that were placed on a slightly elevated place above the others, displaying their status. "Our last attacks on the demonic sects were a great success. However, we should watch out in case the demon monarchs decided to make a move," said the man in the middle. "Alliance Lord, there is no need to worry about them. Unless the demon monarchs suddenly stop fighting with one another, they will never intervene in our battle." Many people agreed out loud with the person who made this statement, turning the room into a joyous atmosphere. "You guys are happy too soon," said the woman in the middle. "There has been precedent throughout history of them, even making an alliance when necessary, let alone stop fighting. If that day ever comes true, our righteous sect will face the possibility of extinction." The room instantly became quiet the moment she began to talk. Then, the people mulled over her words before one person said, The Vice Alliance leader is correct. One small victory is not enough to make us satisfied. Yes, what we need to do is how to completely eradicate the demonic sects. The two alliances' leader nodded their head. Then they decided to take this opportunity to further integrate the strength of all the righteous sections. However, before they could say anything, a crack appeared in the middle of the room. An injured old man as thin as bamboo was spat out. The terrible stench of grievances and sins assaulted all these people. A look of horror appeared on the face of many of them as they started to wonder whether one of the demon monarchs decided to crash this meeting and attack them. Meanwhile, Wang Wei gritted his teeth in anger as he said out loud, "Damn karmic sins." Chapter 403 World Lord Wang Wei knew that the reason such a major accident occurred was that his karmic sin affected his luck, essentially giving him back luck or misfortune. After all, although Void Storm was not a common thing in the void, how could one occur right when he was about to be teleported away? Additionally, the array is designed to take this kind of situation into account, so such an error should not happen. On top of all that, there were dozens of Supreme Realm powerhouses, plus a few quasi-emperors, some even with emperor artifacts. So how could they not even act in time to save him? The reason is that the misfortune imposed on him made sure that everything that should go wrong did so. If Wang Wei did not react in time and controlled his key luck dragon to counter some of the effects of this misfortune curse, his situation could have been worse. After cursing out loud, Wang Wei looked at his surroundings and could instantly tell that the situation was not right. The entire seemed tense because of his arrival. Without hesitation, he appeared in front of the person closest to him and placed his hand on a woman's head. Then, he forcibly searched that person's memory. Although all the 15 people in this room were all true monarchs, the person attacked was no match for Wang Wei even in his injured state. However, he did encounter some resistance while reading that person's soul. Once he was done, she vomited a mouthful of blood while Wang Wei was relieved. His worst fear did not happen. He feared that he would be teleported to some forbidden place or a heavenward world. In his current state, this was the worst-case scenario. Luckily, he was now in a great thousand world called Heavenly Profound Continent. All the people in the room immediately stood up after realizing how powerful this person, who seemed to be a demon monarch, appeared. Both the alliance leader and the vice leader immediately stood up, and the man screamed, "Who is your excellency?" However, Wang Wei did not answer him. Instead, the power of fate flashed across his eyes as he made a divination. He wanted to know what effect his existence would have in this world. For some reason, he felt a sense of crisis. A few seconds later, the divination succeeded, and the result was only 2 words: World Lord. Countless thoughts flashed across his eyes as pondered the meaning of these results. Then, his face became ugly for a moment. Wang Wei glanced at the people in the room before disappearing. "Don't let him escape," yelled Zhou Chun, which was the name of the alliance leader. If rumors of a demonic cultivator infiltrating this meeting and even injuring a member were to get out, the prestige of the Righteous Sect Alliance will be affected. Many people will be more than happy to take advantage of this situation for their benefit, and someone might even challenge his position as a leader. Not to mention that the demonic sects which have just been dealt a blow will have their morale reinvigorated. With a few steps, Wang Wei teleported away. He did not forcefully break the void, as this would leave a trace. He had to use a teleportation spell. Although this method had a limited traveling distance than breaking the space, it was more subtle and not easy to detect. Wang Wei landed on a mountain with a frown on his face. After traveling so far and changing direction countless times, these people could always find him and rushed in his direction. There is no way that these people could have placed something on his body, so they might have a tracking method. However, if it was any ordinary method, he should have detected it, so that can only mean one thing. These people are using my karmic sin to track me. This was not a good thing for him, as he could not hide it. Should I go to the demonic sex prefecture? Thought Wang Wei. This world is as large as the heavenly abode world, if not bigger. However, it is not separated by different realms. It is one massive continent divided into prefectures, similar to the domain of the myriad emperor world. Furthermore, there is no fortune dynasty, as this world is ruled by countless sects divided into righteous and demonic. The two sides have been fighting for countless generations. If go to the demonic sect's prefectures, it should not be a problem to stop these people from pursuing me. However, given the divination I just made, things could become more complicated. Thinking of this, Wang Wei raised his head to look at the shining bright sun in the sky. He disappeared before appearing on it. He used his divine sense to scan it, but did not find anyone. After making some rapid calculations, he took out a bunch of formation flags along with other materials. He placed them in different places surrounding the sun to set up a formation that borrowed its power. Unfortunately, after activating it, circular runes appeared around the sun. However, they only flicker lightly. Wang Wei knew that it was not his rune engraving that was wrong, but because the laws of this world were different, some adjustments were needed for an array in the supreme tier. Wang Wei frowned as he looked down as he sensed the people rushing in his direction. He waved his hand, then the entire world changed. All the profound cultivators of the world saw a protecting shield that covered the entire world. No matter where they were, what prefectures, whether it was righteous or demonic cultivators, they were in shock as they saw the protective shield. The upper echelons of the alliance that was chasing Wang Wei were immediately stopped by the shield, even when the leader asked them to attack the shield to destroy it. Many of them has their reservation, as they knew such power was not something true monarchs could use. Meanwhile, Wang Wei aged a little more after doing this. Then, he finished setting his formation as he modified the runes to better fit this world. If he was at his peak, with all his years studying natural formation during the Dragon Tomb Secret Realm, he could forcibly borrow the law of heaven and earth to instantly set up a formation. Unfortunately, he was nothing but a shell of his former self. A few hours later, Wang Wei finished setting up the formation. However, his eyes dimmed a little as a massive migraine overcame him. He took a few pills before setting up a cottage in the sun. Now that he was safe with this supreme tier true young array, Wang Wei began to take care of his situation and heal his injuries. In his situation, the fastest way to heal and stabilize his injury is to absorb life forces. For example, if he were to absorb all the energy and life force of this sun, his injury should barely be stabilized. And as long as he absorbed enough life force from people or heaven and earth, he would not have to worry for a while. However, Wang Wei was perfectly aware that if he did that, this would lead to his death in this world. The reason for that was the divination he made. World Lord is another name for Tao ancestors. Great Emperor can directly control the Grand Tao source, while Tao ancestors can only borrow its power. And the way to become Tao ancestor is to cultivate a world or universe inside the body, then use it to borrow or levy the power of the Grand Tao source. Of course, just having an inner world does not mean that a person can gain access to the source. Some cultivation systems allow cultivators to cultivate a world inside their body, but it does not mean that they can gain access to the source. To that, a great emperor is required to refine a Tao source seed for them and use it as the core of the inner world. More importantly, a great emperor is not the only way to acquire a Tao source seed. The universe is fair and gives all life a way forward. In Heavenwell World, cultivators have the possibility of becoming quasi-emperors, even though it is not technically a realm in great emperors. However, what about the people from Great Thousand Worlds? Is the Supreme Realm the end of their cultivation path? The answer is no. These people can become the world lord of their world by fusing their minds with heavenly Tao and forcefully making it give them a Tao source seed. However, this path is difficult as it requires cultivators to use their will and strength to defeat heavenly Tao. So, an alternative method could be used. As long as a cultivator create enough merit for their world, they can exchange with heavenly Tao for the source seed. Unfortunately, the number of merits needed is truly high, making it a very difficult task to accomplish. not to mention how difficult it is to acquire merit in the first place. Finally, there's a third situation where people can become world lords. When a world is facing a catastrophe of destruction like invasion or others. As a defense mechanism, Heavenly Tao will choose a person worthy to grant the seed in exchange to save the world. And this is where Wang Wei comes in. In his situation, if he decided to absorb life energy without any regard for anything, no one could stop. Then, as long as Heavenly Tao chooses a world lord, his death was guaranteed as he was powerless in front of a Tao ancestor. Chapter 404 Waiting Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. After reassuring his wife, Wang Tian flew to one of the sect's mountains where his father, along with a few other people, were waiting for him, all of whom were from the Wang clan. Without saying anything, he took out his sect master's token and activated it. In his mind, a list of places that he can be teleported to appeared, and he chose the secret artifact storage. A portal made of runes appeared in front of the group, and they entered it. In an instant, they found themselves in a room full of magical artifacts, with the weakest one being quasi-emperor level. A brief calculation of these artifacts would show that there were more than 100,000 of them. "I need the star roadmap," said Wang Tian out loud, and as soon as he finished these words, a powerful consciousness began to scan his body, bloodline, and even soul, leaving nothing intact. During the whole process, the sect master remained calm as he waited patiently. A few minutes later, the process was finished. Then, a palm-sized map glittering like stars appeared in front of him. Wang Tian's eyes lit up as he knew that with this artifact, he had a greater chance of finding his son. That's because this was an innate artifact, the very one that their founder, Emperor Qian, used to travel to other world communities in his early years. "Have the other things been prepared?" asked Wang Tian to the other people behind him. One person nodded before handing him 5 glowing orbs. After taking them, he nodded as he knew that they should be enough to use as a power source. That's because each of these orbs was an entire world the size of a great thousand world that only has origin source veins planted inside of them. The energy that one of them contained is enough for more than a 1,000 Supreme Realm powerhouse to cultivate, and that's only an underestimate. And without hesitation, Wang Tian was prepared to use 5 of them to find his son. Using the orbs, he activated the star roadmap. Soon afterward, the group found themselves floating amongst the stars. There were countless of them shining throughout the vast universe, with one of them being the brightest. Looking at the shiniest stars amongst them, which seemed to be the center of all the others, one of the people asked, "Is this the Myriad Emperor world?" "Yes," replied Wang Tian. "And all the other stars are worlds that we have the coordinate for. Let's not waste time. World community. This will make the search even more difficult." After staying in this area for a while, the drop of blood once again crossed another barrier. And after then, Wang Tian, Wang Chong, and all the other Wang clan supremes pricked their finger to take out a drop of blood from their bodies. Then, they began to chant a long spell. As they do so, their individual drop of blood fused into one. Then, it began to move around the star map. It rapidly flew from a very far away place to a place where the star was broken and its light scattered. This was the location of the previously destroyed heavenly abode world. The drop of blood stayed there for more than an hour before moving. At some point, it seems to have crossed a barrier to a place where there were little to no shining stars. The others frowned a little as their suspicions were verified. Their young master was in another world community. This will make the search even more difficult. After staying in this area for a while, the drop of blood once again crossed another barrier. And after seeing this, Wang Tian immediately said to one of the people, "Go to the Wang clan's world and have all the clan members give a drop of their blood." The person who received the order immediately went to execute it, as he knew that the patriarch wanted to use this method to further increase the strength of the bloodline tracking spell. Meanwhile, Wang Tian also took out a few bloodline-related artifacts from the storage to help the process. He knew that the longer time passed, the more variables to the general situation. Heaven Profound Continent, the sun. After setting up the formation to protect himself, Wang Wei began to plan for his future. His first step was to refine a few pills to once again stabilize his injury, which was recently further aggravated. Then, he has to plan for the future. He knew that in his current situation, he couldn't return home. Based on the knowledge he received from that woman at the meeting, he knew that he was in another world community. As such, he did not even know how far from home he was. So, even if he knew the coordinate of the Myriad Emperor world, he could not return. With his ability, it's not impossible to create a quasi-emperor tier void boat to navigate the endless void. However, that would be useless, as unique spatial artifacts are required to travel from one world community to another, and he did not know how to create such a thing. As such, the best solution to his problem is to wait for either his sect to find him or his wife. Of course, Wang Wei was also prepared for the worst-case scenario that he is never discovered, or that it takes too long to do so, making him miss the Heaven-Will battle. In that case, he will build his void boat in search of the Heaven-Will world of this community, found a way to acquire an identity token, and become an emperor there. Although he guessed that there might be consequences for people from other world communities to take the Heaven-Will of others, he was willing to take risks. Plus, his guess might be wrong. As for how to find the Heaven-Will world, given how vast each world community is, he already had a basic plan. It was to use karma. From what he learned, the Heavenly Profound Continent's cultivation system is derived from the Heaven-Will's world of this community, meaning that just like back home, the emperors of this community spread their system to all parts of the community as a way to gather luck. All Wang Wei has to do is find a karmic thread that connects this world to the Heaven-Will world. Although this will take some time, and he has to deepen his understanding of karma a little deeper, it was a good start. Thinking about this plan, Wang Wei then focused on the profound cultivation system of this world. And to be honest, he was a little disappointed. This system was a pure energy sublimation, one that Wu Hong mentioned to him. The profound cultivators in this world, as they called themselves, cultivate profound energy. And in each realm from Tier 1 to Tier 9, true monarchs, they sublimate the energy to become more powerful. In the later stages of cultivation, they did not cultivate the laws or anything similar. In their system, it was not until Tier 8, Saint Realm, that they began to cultivate spiritual power, while only in Tier 9 that they have control of their souls. Well, at least they have developed energy control to the pinnacle. I can still learn something from them and apply it to my understanding and use of origin essence. Despite saying these words to reassure him, Wang Wei could not completely remove his disappointment. However, he knew that there might be more to this world than he currently knows. For example, maybe there are some rare resources back in his world that are common here. Plus, there are bound to be many things like herbs, ores, or pills that he had never seen before. Wang Wei then looked at the continent. His eyes could see everything except for the places with powerful formations. Should I mess with this world? Although he could not do it himself, he could still do it from the shadow. However, there has to be something for him to gain. So, his mind began to rapidly function. If anyone could see him, they would be terrified by the dangerous light in his eyes. Dowsour seed? No, that's too dangerous. In my current situation, if something goes wrong, I will be powerless. From what he learned from his grandfather, before World Lord transitioned into Dao ancestors, some of them are so powerful that they can easily annihilate any quasi-emperors with emperor artifacts, and not just ordinary ones. Quasi-emperors at the level of his grandfather, and even more powerful. The ones that can bring out a great deal of power from their artifacts' world source. Muttered Wang Wei. If I play my cards correctly, I should be able to gather some without destroying the world. Even with a small amount, I should be able to repair my Dao foundation and even alleviate the issue of not enough lifespan. His eyes became even brighter. In that case, I need to choose my target wisely. After looking at the continent once again, he blew something out. 2 invisible spirit particles flew from the sun undetected by anyone. One of them flew to the righteous sect prefecture, while the other to the demonic sect prefecture. A disciple of the demonic sects had just died from the previous conflict, and his body was left to be eaten in a forest. An invisible light entered his body, and the disciple suddenly opened his eyes. "Where is this? Didn't I die after being electrocuted?" The disciple suddenly felt a massive headache. Then his eyes became bright. "I've been transmigrated? Haha, God gave me a second chance. In this life, he'll never let anyone trample on me again." Ding. Detecting host. Binding to host. Loading process 3450. Loading finished. Welcome host to the Devour system. Is this my golden finger? Haha, I really am destined for greatness. Meanwhile, in an inn in the righteous sect's prefecture, one of the disciples who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. What happened? Didn't I die in the final battle? After checking his surroundings, the disciple had a look of shock on his face. I have traveled back in time to 10 years ago. Is this real? He rushed next door to call his junior sister. After seeing her, he raised his hand instinctively to touch her face, making her blush. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Realizing that he made a mistake, he apologized by telling her that he just had a bad dream and thought something happened to her. Afterward, the disciple returned to his room, a look of determination on his face. "I will never let all these tragedies from happening again. I will never let anyone take you away from me." Meanwhile, in the sun, Wang Wei had a smile on his face as he watched those two. Now, the stage has been set. Let's see how this game plays out. Chapter 405. Memories 405 Memories System. Show me my status. Name, Chu Mo, Chu Yun Fan. Sect, Blood Azura Sect. Former, Cultivation Realm. Profound King Realm. Status, severely injured, on the verge of death. Is my name Chu Mo in this life? So be it. Then Chu Mo asked the system what it could do. And the answer he received is that the system can devour anything and help him heal his injuries and cultivate faster. Is that all? Asked Chu Mo. The system was injured in the process of transporting the host's soul to this world. As such, a few of its main functions are temporarily unavailable. Replied a cold and monotonous voice. Chu Mo nodded as he did not care that he had to devour other people. In his previous life, he was always bullied because of how weak and soft-spoken he was. Whether it was in preschool, junior high school, and even college, his roommate would force him to his lackey. Even back home, his parents treated him like shit, always favoring his younger brother and sisters. So, after his death, Chu Mo did not have any attachment to Earth. Plus, before dying, he made an oath that if there was a chance, he would leave his life doing whatever pleased him. He would never let anyone walk all over him again. Since I'm already a demonic cultivator, I will follow my oath before dying. I will let this world know my name and make them respect me. I will be the greatest demon to ever lived. After saying this, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. Chu Mo then focused on his status bar. He was very happy with his cultivation level. From the memories he received from this body, he knew that the profound king realm was quite high and only a few realms from the top powerhouses of this world. Not having to start from scratch pleased him greatly. When it comes to his status, he understood why it said former. Most likely, the Azura blood sect was destroyed by the righteous sects, making him lose his status as one of the heaven-chosens of the sect. Chu Mo at first thought that such a high status might be beneficial to his cultivation path. However, thinking about how to explain how he was brought back to life might cause more trouble. Plus, with his system, he did not have to worry about resources and cultivation. Now, the only issue he was facing was his injured state. Chu Mo tried to get up but felt a terrifying pain all over his body, but he did not scream. To him, this injury was terrible, but he had once come close back on Earth. System, can you help? Asked Chu Mo host. With the current state of the system, it is required to touch something before devouring it. With great difficulty, he moved his head to look at his surroundings. The bodies of many of his fellow disciples were scattered in the forest. Before the death of the previous owner, hundreds of righteous sect cultivators besieged him and the other people. After the battle, all the demonic cultivators were dead along with many from the righteous sect. However, it seemed that the bodies of the righteous sect people were taken away for burial. Be that as it may, Chu Mo knew that he couldn't move to the closest body to him for absorption. Thinking of this, he immediately thought of another solution. System, can I absorb energy from the ground? Yes. After placing his hand on the soil, Chu Mo felt a devouring power coming from his hand. Then a powerful energy entered his body and repaired it, whether it was his muscles, bones, organs, and meridians. In the process, the surrounding 10 meters around him turned from the vivid green to a gray and lifeless color. Once the process finished, Chu Mo's injuries had healed to the point he could move now. So he walked to all the bodies of the demonic sect disciples and devoured them. Soon, all of them dried up like mummies before turning into sand particles that scattered with the wind. After the process was finished, Chu Mo returned to his peak state, with no injuries whatsoever. Suddenly, he heard a beep sound in his mind, detecting system to have absorbed enough energy. Commencing minor update. Loading 23. Chu Mo discovered that another update was made to his status bar. Devour points 3840. What is the use of the Devour points? Devour points can be used to strengthen the body, soul, cultivation, heal, and other functions based on the host's desire. Chu Mo nodded in satisfaction at the fact that he had more control over how to distribute the energy that the system absorbed. As a transmigrator who read countless novels, he knew how dangerous some systems with intelligence are. However, so far, his system seemed to be the unemotional one similar to AI. Chu Mo then checked his cultivation and a frown appeared on his face. He discovered that he could only control a small portion of the massive profound energy inside his Dantian, or profound sea. System, what is going on? The host's mind is not adept at controlling profound energy. As such, necessary training is required to perfectly control the cultivation level of the previous body. How long will that take? Calculating 7 years, 3 months, and 18 days. So long? Then, can I use Devour points to accelerate the process? Devour points can be used to boost the host's spiritual energy and make it easier to control the strength of the body. Chu Mo nodded in satisfaction before deciding to find a safe place before beginning his training. Meanwhile, in the sun, Wang Wei's gaze was fixed on Chu Mo the entire time. It seems my experiment is successful. Of course, Chu Mo was not reincarnated. Wang Wei just chose a body whose soul has not yet fully scattered, gathered the missing parts, and reassembled them back together. Then, he created false memories of someone living back on Earth, and made sure that these memories served as the dominant ones. He even gave him a backstory that will make it easier to cross. As for the system and devouring power, that's only his spirit particle, and the use of the gluttony swallowing scripture. The reason that he went to all of this trouble instead of just forcibly taking over someone else's body was to avert the detection of heavenly Tao. He even used his new understanding of karma to cut off the connection of the spirit particle to him so that no one can trace it back to him. If someone were to search Chu Mo's soul and discover the particle, they would think that it was either a product of his soul mutating or some kind of powerful artifact. Unfortunately, doing things like this has its downside. Chu Mo is now a real person with his own thoughts, ideas, and goals. So, as long as he discovered that Wang Wei was the puppet manipulating things from the shadow, he will revolt. To plan for this possibility, Wang Wei will make sure that Chu Mo relied heavily on the system without being suspicious. This is the reason that he made up the excuse of him not being able to control his cultivation level, forcing him to rely on Devour points to solve any problem he has. Wang Wei's gaze then focused on Zhou Shu, the righteous disciple that he chose. The latter was currently in deep mediation inside his inn. 10 years later, the Demon Lord will begin his conquest of the entire continent. The attack was so sudden that no one was prepared. No one had even heard of an existence called the Demon Lord. At that time, I was weak and watched my master, junior sister, and sect be destroyed. I did not even survive the first wave of attack. But now that I was lucky to revert in time, I can change that. Zhou Shu first thought of killing the Demon Lord before he became powerful. Unfortunately, he did not know his identity. Plus, with his current weak self, he did not think he had a chance. So, the best method is to use all the information I have in my head about future fortunate encounters to rapidly raise my cultivation level. As long as I become strong enough, I can easily kill the demon lord. Zhou Shu's eyes became more determined after thinking about this. The closest encounter to me is the vermilion fruit in the lavender sun forest. Previously, it was discovered by a disciple of the Gentleman Poems sect. That disciple bragged about the fruits so much that even I knew how he acquired it. With it, I should be able to break through from the profound Grandmaster realm to the profound King realm. After making a decision, Zhou Shu left the inn after talking to his junior sister and headed in the direction of the fruit. Meanwhile, Wang Wei muttered to himself while watching this, "I will bleed a little to cultivate you. Hopefully, my returns will be worth it." Just like Chu Mo, Zhou Shu's memories were also created. And when it comes to the fortunate encounter that he knows, a lot of them are things that Wang Wei discovered while scanning the world. Some of them were things that he will create for Zhou Shu, so they do not even exist yet. He waved his hand, and a puppet appeared in front of him. Then, he gave a space ring before ordering it to go create these fortunate encounters. Now that he had finished setting up the game board, it was time for him to do his thing. During the battle with Di Tian, he only seriously injured his opponent twice. In each of those times, he took advantage of Di Tian's weakness to read his fate line to gather information about the latter. Although he only gathered scattered information, it was more than enough to learn a great deal about him. So, now, he was prepared to review this information so that he can know who and what he is dealing with. Chapter 406 Secrets of This World. Wang Wei managed to acquire 5 instances in Di Tian's life. The first one was the same that Li Jun stole from his memories. It was the one where he was holding the dead body of his supposed wife. The second one was a snippet of a battle with a handsome man. The moment Wang Wei saw it, he recognized it as his ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan. When he was young, he had to participate in the worship of the ancestors, including the Wang, Yao, and the clans. The third piece of information he gathered was a brief one. He only saw a woman waving a bamboo sword. Then, Di Tian was annihilated on an atomic level. The fourth memory was a great battle between a 3-eyed devil and a beautiful woman. The moment he laid eyes on her, he recognized her as Empress Wu, as she looked exactly like Wu Hong. The only difference was their temperament. She appeared more cold and indifferent. It was as if she was alienating everyone that tried to get close to her. The battle was quite magnificent. Unfortunately, he only watched a little bit of it. However, he knew that he could learn something from watching it. The last memory was of an injured individual who was roaring and cursing at heaven, asking why he woke up his memories only now. The person was full of grief and indignation. Wang Wei opened his eyes as his wisdom flashed across them. 9 samsara fist, 9 reincarnations, fought at least 3 eternal emperors. Based on the clothes of the last memory and the surrounding, it looked like the style of the Middle Emperor era. After pondering deeply about it, he had a theory on why Di Tian was so powerful. The simple answer is his terrifying foundation. Through 9 reincarnations, he cultivated to the peak of the quasi-emperor, then absorbed it in his next life. This method was exactly the same as the 9 Nirvana blood key that he created to break the barrier to the 13th layer of the body refining realm. After realizing this, Wang Wei begins to plan on how to make up for the gap between them. His first thought is to create different clones and have them cultivated from scratch before absorbing them. However, he shook his head. This method was not feasible. Clones were part of oneself. As such, doing this would increase his foundation, but not as much as he imagined. Otherwise, Suya with all her countless clones would be overpowered. Based on his theory, the reason Di Tian is so powerful is that each time he reincarnates, his soul, and maybe even his cultivation, is baptized by the power of samsara, thus drastically increasing his understanding, control, and strength of his Tao. So, although clones could be an alternative, it is not ideal. It would not help as much. Another method would be to separate some of his spirit particles into reincarnation and experience the same thing as Di Tian. Then, When they grow up and reach the quasi-emperor realm, he absorbed them. Unfortunately, this plan will require a deep understanding of the law of reincarnation, something which he does not. However, there may be some reincarnation-related artifacts in the sect. Wait, I do not need to use the Tao of reincarnation to accomplish this task when fate is just as good. Wang Wei's brain started to work like a supercomputer. As long as I have my spirit particles steal the fate of a weak mortal, then have him slowly rise to the top of the cultivation world before finally absorbing it, this should work. As a person who cultivates the Tao of fate, it would be better to use this method as it was more suited for him. So, he spent some time further fine-tuning his plan. For this to work, I need to remove the karmic sins of the spirit particles used. This was not a problem for him, as he had already done this to the spirit particles he used for both Chu Mo and Zhou Shu. However, for his plan to work, he has to use more than one spirit particle. For each of the 9 fate incarnations of himself that he will use, he might need to use more than one spirit particle. So it will take a little time to refine them and remove the sins. As for the reason he will only make 9, Wang Wei had a feeling that 9 was the limit he could use this technique. Although he will still try to test more, he still believed in his intuition. While he was thinking about how things might go wrong with his plan and how to fix it, Wang Wei suddenly opened his eyes. Someone's trying to calculate my secrets? After checking what it was, he discovered that it was a form of divination that did not rely on the power of faith. Instead, it relied on yin and yang, or the constant changes of the universe, to calculate the secrets of heaven. Essentially, it is the same method of divination using a different Tao. After sensing this power, Wang Wei immediately blocked it while at the same time tracking it back to its source. Then, he saw an old man with his head and beard entirely white. He was dressed in coarse linen clothes that only peasant mortals would wear. After seeing the old man, who had a terrifying look on his face, Wang Wei snorted coldly, making him spit a big mouthful of blood before breaking the calculation. The unspoken sect? Interesting, he muttered before concentrating his focus on his 2 pawn chess pieces. Meanwhile, in the Righteous Alliance, a meeting was taking place. The upper echelons of the alliance were still discussing the issue of Wang Wei despite a month having passed since his arrival. The alliance insisted on organizing all their main power to eradicate this devil that has occupied their son. However, the other members disagreed as all their previous attempts failed, resulting in many of them being injured. They also know that if it was not for the fact that this unknown demon monarch refused to attack them for some reason, with that formation alone, they would be instantly killed. While everyone was in the midst of their arguments, the Vice Alliance, Tong Hua, suddenly frowned. Her small action suddenly caught the attention of everyone around. Vice Leader, is there a problem? I just received an emergency call from the sect, so I must return. Do you need any help? No, this is just a private matter. Everyone nodded and no longer asked. No one mentioned the fact that she interrupted such an important meeting for a personal matter. The people in the room knew that in terms of strength and ability, she was the most qualified for the post of Alliance Leader. If it was not because she was a woman and did not fight very hard for the position, she would have been the one in that seat. After leaving the meeting, Tong Hua used a transmission array to quickly return to her sect. With the array and her cultivation as a profound god realm, true monarch, she quickly reached her destination. Without pausing, she rushed to a desolate mountain where a small cottage lay. This was a restricted area that only she, as the sect master, can go to. As soon as she entered the cottage, she saw an old man in coarse linen clothes with blood all over his body. Supreme Elder, what is wrong with you? Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a little backlash from calculating this new demon monarch. Luckily, he just wanted to warn me. He's that powerful. Indeed, that's the reason I wanted to calculate him. I want to know if he would interfere with our plans. While injecting her profound energy inside the old man's body to soothe his injury, Tonghua asked, "So what we do now?" Although I did not get much information, what I know for sure is that his existence will add many variables to things. From the information gathered this past month, he does not seem interested in intervening in the world. Plus, there's a high chance that he was injured or his lifespan is running out. It does not matter. When someone is powerful enough, their presence is enough to affect the destiny of everyone in the vicinity, replied the Supreme Elder. So what's our next step of action? We have to advance the plan to now. Are you sure that's all right? The old man sighed. Our ancestors have been planning this for countless generations. If nothing went wrong, it should have been your generation to benefit. So, pushing things in advance will not affect the general trend. Tong Hua nodded her head in agreement, while hoping that things go according to plan. A week after this meeting, a piece of shocking news spread throughout the heavenly profound continent. All the members of the Righteous Sect Alliance were killed by a powerful demon monarch that infiltrated their sect. The only survivor was the vice leader who had to leave because of an emergency a week prior. Chapter 407 Dangerous Game Inside a Forest. Zhou Shu had an incredible look on his face. A few minutes ago, he received the news from a few loose cultivators that were hunting in the forest that all the upper echelons of the Righteous Sect Alliance have been killed. For more than a half hour, he stared in the distance with a dull look on his face, thinking that he had heard wrong. C'est impossible. Something like that never happened before. Why now? Could my existence lead to the butterfly effect and change the future? This was the only explanation he could come up with, as Zhou Shu did not doubt the memory inside his mind. In the past month, he has been using them to take many fortunate encounters. In just a month, he raised his cultivation from the profound Grandmaster realm, Tier 5, to the peak of the profound King realm, Tier 6. Zhou Shu took a deep breath to calm himself down, as he knew that the situation was not ideal for him. With the changes in the timeline, who knew how long before his memories of the future become useless? So he had to hurry to rapidly increase his strength. He rushed to the nearest fortunate encounter to ensure that something did not go wrong. In the sun, Wang Wei was in deep cultivation as he repaired the crack in his primordial spirit. Unfortunately, even with a few Quasi-Emperor's pills, he could only stabilize his current state. If he wanted to completely heal, he would need a ridiculous amount of time. So, the best solution is to wait for his sect to find him and found a way to not only quickly heal him, but deal with his lifespan issue while preserving his powerful Tao foundation. What annoyed Wang Wei the most in his current situation was that he could not cultivate. He was now at the peak in the Yin Soul step of the primordial spirit realm, and with only a little push, he could enter the Yang Soul, yet he was stuck. The primordial spirit was divided into 5 steps: Yin Soul Yin God, Yin Yang Reversal, Yang Soul Yang God, Chain Shackle Removal, and 3 Immortal Souls. In the Yin Soul step, cultivators have to absorb Yin energy to strengthen their primordial spirit. They can do so through transforming spiritual energy into Yin energy, using formation to gather the Yin Qi between heaven and earth, devour souls, or ghosts. However, this is a method mostly used by devil cultivators. The most common method used in the Myriad Emperor world is to absorb energy from the moon, as it is considered one of the purest Yin energy between heaven and earth, or used heavenly materials with Yin attributes like ice and so on. The Yin-Yang reversal is a transition step to revert the Yin nature of the primordial spirit into Yang nature, so that it can achieve a balance of Yin and Yang. For many cultivators, the process is very slow and takes a long time. However, when it comes to geniuses and heavenly chosens, the process is instant, essentially making them skip this step, or to be precise, not spend a lot of time in this step. In the Yang Soul step, Yang energy has to be absorbed to temper the primordial spirit. In this step, the soul can survive without a body and not suffer any consequences. In this stage, if a cultivator's body is destroyed, they can take over another person's body as long as their primordial spirit is intact. Because of this fact, one of the most profitable businesses in the Myriad Emperor world is selling 120 suitable bodies for primordial spirit realm and above to possess. And the leader of this operation is, because of this fact, one of the most profitable businesses in the Myriad Emperor world is selling suitable bodies for primordial spirit realm and above to possess. And the leader of this operation is led by the corpse-selling Sect A Devil Emperor lineage, with 2 great emperors. However, from what Wang Wei knows, there are rumors that the background of this sect is not as simple as it seems on the surface. In the chain removal step, cultivators have to remove the shackles that connect the body with the soul. Otherwise, the primordial spirit cannot stay for long outside the body and will be dragged back on after a certain amount of time. This is the reason that so many chains appeared on Wang Wei's body during his fight with Dition when the latter forced his soul out of his body. As for the last step, it involved the saying that all living this has 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal souls. After he was done with his cultivation, Wang Wei opened his eyes as he checked the heavenly profound continent. The moment he learned that all the upper echelons of Righteous Alliance were killed, he knew that something was wrong. He waved his hand, and a yellow ball appeared in his hand. These were life force absorbed by Chu Mo after exterminating so many sects and killing so many demon races. The majority of them were sent to him, while the profound energy was left to him. Chu Mo was still young, so he did not need lifespans, but mostly used it to heal, so he did not need that much. It's a shame that with how strong Wang Wei's body is, these life energies have little effect on him. Plus, he also knew that his foundation would be affected if he used this method to heal his injuries. After all, no matter how much he purified these energies, it did not change the fact that they belonged to many people combined. Even if it was 99.999 pure, the small amount that is beyond his ability to purify will leave hidden dangers. Unless necessary, he did not want to use this method to heal, since he would have to deal with the consequences afterward. Nevertheless, these life forces could be used for other things. His eyes suddenly turned completely gray, including the white part of his eye, the power of fate observable from them. As he did his divination, the life force that he held in his hand slowly disappeared, used as the price for the calculation. Normally, with his fate puppeteer physique, he did not have to worry about backlash for divination. However, he was not in the best shape currently. A few seconds later, his eyes returned to normal as a serious look appeared on his face. The founder of the Unspoken Sect is truly a genius, spending countless eras planning for such a thing. It's a shame that he could not leave to see his plan come to fruition, muttered Wang Wei. Despite his praise, he knew that if the plan of the sect succeeded, his situation would become more dangerous. At the same time, he did not want to just give such an opportunity to fish in troubled times. Furthermore, he discovered that in the past month, his understanding of fate and karma has increased rapidly. The reason was that he was playing chess with this world, weaving the destiny of countless lives, and even the world. The more influence Chu Mo and Zhou Shu have in this world, the easier it is for him to comprehend the power of fate. In that case, I need to control the general situation and ensure that their plans are not easily accomplished, at least delay as much possible until I receive my benefit. It would be even better if the sect could find me as soon as possible so that my safety is guaranteed. After thinking about this, he gave one last glance at the continent before returning to his retreat. He focused on the karma thread that connected him to the sect, try to connect with them through it. Suddenly, Wang Wei noticed a slight fluctuation in his blood. If it was not for his keen senses, he might not have senses. As he focused deeply on it, he once again caught it, although it was brief. Could it be? Immediately, he focused even more and discovered that someone was trying to track him through his bloodline. Immediately, he focused on strengthening the connection between the other side. He even used the karmic thread that connected him to his family to further strengthen that connection. Heavenly Profound Continent, Blood Menace Prefecture. Chu Mo stood in front of a destroyed sect. Although there was blood everywhere, there were no bodies to be found in the surroundings. With a cold look on his face, he was prepared to leave. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of his system suddenly manifested inside his mind. Ding! The system has recovered some of its function. Opening mission section. Main mission. Conquer the world and devour at least 70 of the cultivator's population. Reward. The coordinate to the heavenly world. Submission 1. Kill and devour all the demon monarchs. Reward, based on the individual kill. Submission 2. Destroy as many rank 7 to 9 righteous and demonic sects as possible. Reward, based on the degree of accompaniment. After seeing this update, Chu Mo frowned for a moment before asking, "System, what will happen if I do not do these missions?" "The host will not receive the rewards. That's all." "Yes." Chu Mo was relieved after hearing this. As long as there was no punishment, it meant that he could choose to do these missions or not. Of course, he would not do such stupid things, especially when it comes to the reward of the main mission. In the past month, he has digested a lot of the previous owner's memories. Along with the many sects he destroyed, he knew what heaven will world meant. This was the possibility of becoming a great emperor and achieving true longevity. No matter how much his lifespan will increase because of cultivation or absorbing it from others, he knew that there was a limit. Only by becoming a great emperor could he truly become immortal. System, what reward will I get after accomplishing the tasks? Everything from unique cultivation to temper the body, profound energy, and even spiritual power, and even alchemy technique and weapon refining. Pills, heaven and earth treasures, and so on. Chumo's eyes lit up after seeing this, and his ambitions grew. I will use this world as my stepping stone toward the path of emperor. Chapter 408. Protagonist's Wang Wei's eyes were closed as he was in deep meditation to heal his injuries. In the cracks on his divine sea, altar, and primordial spirit, runes along with a pink flame could be seen. He was using the same method Wu Hong used to seal his injuries and remove them. Additionally, he was also using the origin pill flame scripture to refine his injuries into pills. Since the flame could be used to refine anything into medicinal material, this attempt did work, as he was healing faster than anticipated. Wang Wei opened his eyes as he felt his breath more smooth and relaxing. He has to say that the origin pill flame scripture was one of the most unique scripture he had seen, on par with the origin path scripture, Wu Hong's scripture, and the ancient desolate scripture. Most likely, Emperor Danyuan was not a simple person. Once his daily cultivation was finished, Wang Wei took out a few books to read. These books belonged to the heavenly profound continent. He knew that every world and its system has its advantages, so it was beneficial to him to learn from it. And he did find a few spiritual materials whose ability intrigued him, so he took a few. Additionally, he needed to understand this world to create some fortunate encounters for Zhou Shu and Chu Mo. Some of the cultivation techniques that these people will use were created by Wang Wei based on this world's profound path system. While reading all these things, two things really caught Wang Wei's attention. One of them was a secret technique called profound flower condensation. After reading it, Wang Wei immediately realized that this was based on the theory of 3 flowers gather on a crown. The 3 flowers referred to the spirit, ki, and essence, or the soul, vitality, or energy inside the body, and the fleshly body. The profound flower condensation technique is a way to condense the key flower inside the body using profound energy. The person who created this secret technique was a righteous path genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Using it, he dealt a devastating blow to the demonic sects and almost annihilated them. Unfortunately, he suddenly disappeared, never to be seen again. There are legends about him leaving the continent in pursuit of becoming a great emperor. However, Wang Wei believed that he was most likely secretly killed because his actions were not favorable to the unspoken sect's plans. Based on this secret technique, Wang Wei planned to develop a way to condense the spirit and essence flowers, then modified the technique to fit his origin essence. These flowers could be considered very important to reach the pinnacle of the 3 treasures of spirit, ki, and essence. With it, these things would not only be more powerful, but also served as a way to establish a great foundation before comprehending the law. Wang Wei guessed that there may be some cultivation systems out there that utilize them, and these systems should be quite powerful. The other thing that caught his attention was a profession in this world called Divine Master. Although the name sounded quite impressive, It was just another version of Talisman Maker and Array Master combined. It even has some weapon refiners added to it. In this world, the Tao of Talisman is not that developed, most likely because their cultivation system does not deal with the soul until the very later stages. Not just Talisman, but the other professions as well. Then came Divine Masters. They are people who can use runes to borrow the power of heaven and earth. By using their spiritual power to write runes in the air, they can control the fire, wind, thunder, and so on. Additionally, they can also store these powers in jade or spiritual paper. One of the main reasons that Divine Masters are so noble in this world is because they're the only ones who can make space ring and teleportation array. The other professions cannot. Unfortunately, an innate high level of spiritual power is needed to become a Divine Master, on top of talent for understanding and using runes. With this world's system that does not focus on spiritual cultivation, the laws of heaven and earth do not really favor talents based on these criteria. So, finding a person with high enough talent to become a Divine Master is very difficult. If it was not because of how vast this continent was, the number of people who had this talent could probably be counted on one hand. If it was back on Earth, in the entire population of more than 7 billion, even one might not be found. What intrigued Wang Wei about this profession was their use of runes to borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In a myriad emperor world, generally, talisman makers have to reach the divine body realm's heavenly stage to be able to make instant talismans. That's because now they can use the power of heaven and earth. The same applies to array masters. However, the divine masters in this world can do it even without any cultivation. As long as an apprentice has enough talent, they could set up a rune in the air instantly. Of course, their strength is nothing compared to Talisman Maker, since they are using the power of heaven and earth, while the latter is just borrowing the spiritual power between heaven and earth. Nevertheless, their method intrigued Wang Wei, as it would be very beneficial to the training of Talisman Makers in his sect, and eventually the entire myriad emperor world once he proved the Tao. The other thing that inspired him was the way that divine masters trained their disciples, through carving rune sculpture. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a plank of what appeared in his hand along with a sculpting knife. He began to carve. He first started with himself, his parents, then Wu Hong. As he looked at the small wooden figures in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction. With his control over his body, this sculpture could be considered a masterpiece, the pinnacle of what any mortals could achieve. However, they did not have any souls, any intent, and this was on purpose. Once that was done, Wang Wei began to sculpt all the people he has ever met in his life. This included Li Jun, Yan Liling, all the disciples and elders of the sect, and all the heaven-chosens he interacted with. And this was not just them, but all the people he has ever met in his life. With his memories where he could remember someone, even he glanced at them through the side of his eyes, there were many people. Wang Wei did not even let go of all the people in the heavenly abode world, because of how vast the world was. He did not meet all of them, but he did meet a great deal of them. Plus, he did not even forget all the animals or demon races as well. With Wang Wei's strength, it took him 3 days to sculpt all of these trillion people and more. However, these carvings still did not have any intent. Nevertheless, he pushed his sculpting beyond the scope of mortal through sheer repetitiveness and practice. Once he was done, he began to sculpt the sceneries he had seen. This includes mountains, forests, glaciers, volcanoes, and so on, this time focusing on non-living things. This process also took a while as he wanted to be very detailed, to the point of recreating every single grass he ever saw. Just like before, these things only had shape but not the intent. The next step was re-sculpting all the people he met again, this time focusing on recreating their essence, their soul. This process requires him to focus deeply to remember these people while also using his spiritual power while sculpting. The process was not as fast as possible because it took a greater toll on him when sculpting these people. Plus, he still had to be careful when not to overuse his spiritual power in his injured state. However, as Wang Wei sculpted more people, his eyes become brighter, especially when he began to sculpt the people from the heavenly abode world and used the grieving souls inside his sea of consciousness as reference. His understanding of karma began to rapidly grow with each sculpture. Additionally, it became easier to block out the crying of these grievances that had begun to act out once again. One day, while he was too focused on a sculpture, he suddenly felt something and raised his head. He was immediately startled when he saw someone standing next to him. "Geez, we have to have some rules that you cannot just appear out of nowhere like this." "There were many signs of my appearance. You were just too focused to notice," replied Wu Hong with a smile. She took a good look at him before saying, "You're in terrible shape." Meanwhile, in the heavenly profound continent, Zhou Shu was in a cave with misty lights surrounding him, a vast quantity of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. At some point, a cracking sound came out of his body, and he opened his eyes. Finally, breakthrough from the profound king realm to the profound sovereign realm. Without hesitation, he took out a book from his space ring and read the title, How to Become a Protagonist, The Guide to Becoming a Son of Destiny. Despite the long and strange title, Zhou Shu knew that this was the most important fortunate encounter in his memories. It was his only chance at protecting himself and the people he loved in the current turbulent time and unknown future. Chapter 409, Sealed Myriad Emperor World, Western White Tiger Continent. Wu Hong appeared in one place, looked in a direction, and waited. A few seconds later, a handsome young man with black and white hair appeared. He looked at her with a frown before sneering. "So, Wang Wei can't accept his loss, so he has to send his woman to avenge him. How weak-minded of him," said Di Tian in a cold voice. "He did not send me. I don't like what you did to him, so I came. Simple as that," replied Wu Hong calmly. "Because your little boy toy suffers, you're going to kill me? Boy toy, what a great name. I think I'll use this from now," she muttered softly. "And no, I will not kill you, but I will seal you." She understood that Wang Wei needed a real challenge on his path of emperor, and Di Tian was perfect for that. However, the latter was also too powerful and cunning for the current Wang Wei. So, he needed time to grow and learn, and that's exactly what Wu Hong was going to do buy him time. Di Tian squinted his eyes for a moment after hearing this. With his intelligence, he could guess that he was being treated as a stepping stone for Wang Wei. So, he sneered before returning to calm. He had to say that if there was another woman who ever left an impression on him, it was the Sword Empress and Empress Wu. Of all the battles he had experienced in his long life, they were the two most memorable. I truly wonder what such an existence like yourself is doing with Wang Wei, playing game, treating him like a pawn. With his personality, he will be truly devastated when he found the truth. With the same calmness, she responded, "Or he's another chess player." Di Tian once again briefly squinted his eyes as he understood the implication of her words. If Wang Wei was a chess player, then he was nothing but a pawn that had no right to intervene in the game. He might not even be aware of its existence. Di Tian quickly reined in his mind not to think about these kinds of things as they were not useful for him. All he cares about is reviving his wife. As for other things, he will deal with them later on. For our second battle, I can tell you that things will not go like the first time. A powerful aura emanated from his body. This time, he was prepared to use all his strength, without any restriction or resistance. "Second time?" muttered Wu Hong as she focused on him. "Oh, it's the little devil prince." In some reincarnations, Di Tian looked exactly like his current self, while in Othursa, mostly when he was a Buddhist monk, a devil race, and devil cultivatora, he looked different. After saying this, Wu Hong began to reminisce about her past. The Three Eyes Prince was the bane of her existence at some point, the reason that her life was so miserable. When the human nobles first wanted to dedicate it to him, she was nothing but a 14-year-old girl, always on the constant run. She had no cultivation and no one to rely on. It was pure luck that she managed to survive the early hunts. Wu Hong could not remember how many nights she spent crying in cold and isolating caves, her small body shivering, starving, and wondering what she did wrong to deserve such treatment. The only thing that drove her forward, that motivated her to keep on living, was because her adopted mother in her home village told her to survive and grow no matter what. In her cultivation career, she took these words to heart, and her misery did not end after she had a fortunate encounter and began to cultivate. Her talent was mediocre in the early stages. Additionally, more and more cultivators were searching for her. Everywhere she went, she had to hear people discussing how she should just accept the prince's invitation, that it was her honor to be favored by him, that she was unworthy and lucky to be chosen. On top of all that, she had to deal with the guilt that her action might lead to increasing the suffering of her fellow human race. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and continued to run, continued to survive, even when the entire world was her enemy. When she entered the void-shattering realm and began to display her true talent, she retaliated out of anger, not only on the devil race, but even on the human race. Unfortunately, she had to stop because the devil race threatened to take action against the human mortals. And despite everything, Wu Hong understood that these people were innocent. Most of their actions were the result of their lack of power. After this incident, she decided to hide until the heaven will battle. She left the myriad emperor world to travel to other worlds and even communities. This was possible because of a broken immortal artifacts that she acquired during one of her fortunate encounters. It was because of that weapon that she managed to survive many desperate situations, as it allowed her to enter the space inside and hide even from most quasi-emperors for a short time. Wu Hong knew that the only way to truly change her miserable destiny was by proving the Tao in this generation. That way, she can prove to herself and the world that she was worthy of anything. No one could dictate what she can and cannot have in this world. No one could determine her status in this world. And no one could tell her what her place was. Her journey in the endless void was not just one of gaining power, but also of healing, of knowing herself. In her voyage, she discovered many worlds that were already occupied by the devil race. She witnessed their suffering, their helplessness, their struggle, and their resistance, and many of these worlds were habited by the human race. After this experience, she finally let go of her hatred for what her kind did to her. She understood that it was out of helplessness, and in the final battle with the Devil Prince, she learned a lot about his character and gained a new perspective on the events of the past. She understood that his actions were taken out of context and even interpreted wrongly. Unfortunately, it did not matter. The damage had already been done, and even if it was true, it did not change the fact that they were fated enemies since the prince was an invader. After Wu Hong finished reminiscing about the past, she saw a gigantic black fist headed straight towards Full with the power of samsara. A slight surprise flashed across her eyes. He's only in the primordial spirit realm, yet his attacks are already approaching immortal venerable level. It seems that Wang Wei has his work cut out for him. She waved her hand, and a humongous mountain descended from heaven. It instantly crushed Di Tian's attack and headed for him. Di Tian did not back down as 8 glowing emperor artifacts appeared in front of him. Then, the shadow of a world full of floating white clouds appeared behind him. This was a new technique that Di Tian developed after taking away the Yin soul scripture from Fanli. He created a world full of souls to sacrifice so that he can use more power of the Emperor artifacts. Wu Hong frowned after seeing this. It seems that I have to use strength of that level. So be it. Many runes appeared on the mountain, and their aura of them suddenly increased. Then, they descended without obstruction. With little effort, Di Tian was sealed. However, soon afterward, many invisible chains appeared around Wu Hong. She looked at them and sighed deeply before dissipating her projection. Meanwhile, in a world surrounded by countless formations with one Emperor Tier 1 at the core, there was a coffin. The moment Di Tian was sealed, a hand suddenly opened the coffin and sat up. Has the main body been sealed? He muttered as he reviewed the memories inside his mind. Well, at least the situation is better than the worst-case scenario of being killed by her. Di Tian has long anticipated the possible revenge of Wu Hong. However, this clone was not created just because of her. No, it has existed for a long time. Before his first reincarnation, he had great emperors make divination and calculation to prepare. And some of them foreseen that things would not go smoothly for him. So they prepared this world for Hema, just in case. After his third failure in the Heaven Will battle, Tion already suspected that something was wrong. So, he sent a clone to that world to use its resources to travel to another Heaven Will world and use some means to reincarnate there. Unfortunately, his plan was foiled by Heavenly Tao, and he only reincarnated in the myriad Emperor worlds. However, each time, he would ask his clones in that world to gather resources and knowledge from other world communities. After the clone left the coffin, he looked in the distance while in deep thought. I did not know why Empress Wu is back in the world. However, if she finds a way to compete for the Heaven Will a second time, the chances of winning are slim. So, now it's time to begin our plans to push our foundation beyond the limit of 9 reincarnation. After thinking about this, the clone began to move by activating the sleepers in other world communities. And for anyone wondering who family is in the Soul scripture, they appeared in chapter 242. Chapter 410, Love Western White Tiger Domain, Demon Putrid Domain. A large mountain suddenly appeared out of nowhere, a fact that baffled not only devil cultivators, but also the world. Unfortunately, the D clan took possession of the mountain and set up a formation to surround it and prevent anyone from approaching. For the past few days, the D family has been doing everything possible to unseal their future patriarch to no avail, even going as far as mobilizing all 5 of their emperor artifacts. In the end, they even secretly woke up a few of their Tao ancestors to try to remove the seal. And the answer they got was that it would open on its own when the conditions were met. Although Tion was sealed underneath the mountain, he could still communicate using his divine sense, and he could also cultivate. Resources could even be sent to him with no problem. Wu Hong's main objective was not to stifle his growth or something, but to prevent him from interfering with Wang Wei's growth. In some way, leveling the playing field. After all, with Tion's intelligence on par with Wang Wei, his overwhelming strength, unmatched experience, and unrivaled information gathering system in the form of the sleeper, competing with him was no longer held difficulty. After taking over the area surrounding the mountain, the D family ensured that news of Tion's seal did not go out. Meanwhile, Tion had just ordered his shadow, Jia, to keep watch on the changes going on in the world and inform him of anything significant before dismissing her. Jia looked at him longingly before leaving. Not long after she left, someone came to see Tion again. Oddly though, this person managed to bypass the formation and entered the small space underneath the mountain where he was sealed. Tion suddenly opened his eyes that were closed and a look of shock appeared on his face. His pupil dilated, his mouth shranobes that netplex emotions flashed across his face in just a few seconds. This was the first time in countless millennia that he displayed so many emotions at once. In an Eininger, is that really you? As he looked at the woman in front of him, he did not dare to believe it was true. He guessed that maybe Wang Wei's illusion still affected him. And deep in his mind, he did not mind. He wanted to indulge in it for a little longer. It's me. But it is not me at the same time, replied Ning. What do you mean? Asked Tion as he rushed to hold her in his hand. That touch, it was so similar. How long has it been since he last felt it? Although it was countless years before, he still remembers it as if it was yesterday, as if it was the first time. After I die, my desire to see you is strong enough to create this ghost spirit-like existence. So you're still gone? Replied Tion as he raised his head to look up, tears in the corner of his eyes. With a single thought, they were extinguished the moment they began to fall. He looked at her again, caressing her hair one more. She looked so real. Why didn't you come to see me? I did, replied Ning. Throughout all your reincarnations, I talked to you in your dreams, trying to convince you to give up on me, to forget, to move on. But you never listened. And why would I? You were everything to me. The reason I took a breath every day, the reason I existed. Ning paused for a moment, because I do not want to see you in pain. It hurts to watch you constantly suffering from era to era, from generation to generation. It hurts, and I do not want that. Everything will be worth it once you get to see the world once more, replied Tion with great conviction. So you have to understand that some things are inevitable. Only people who have accepted their destiny would say something like this, and I despise fate. Ning looked at her husband deep in the eyes, as if to see his soul. She raised her hand to caress his handsome face. Although he had a few different faces, one thing that never changed ever since that day was his eyes. Full of hatred for the world, full of sadness and loneliness, yet always determined to keep moving forward. You were always stubborn. After sighing one last time, she disappeared from the room, leaving Tion with an unquenched longing. After a few seconds, the conviction in his eyes resurfaced, and he returned to his cultivation. In the distance, Ning looked deeply at the mountain before muttering softly, "Do you want to see me again because of our love, or because I have become your obsession?" She did not have an answer, nor did she want to find the truth. So, she left silently, just like she came. Heavenly, profound continent on the sun. Wang Wei was happy to see Wu Hong again. At the same time, he was a little embarrassed. "I did not want you to see me in this state." "You know that I don't mind," she replied as she caressed the old wrinkles on his face. His brilliant, luscious gray hair had now lost its vitality, and he was skinnier than a bamboo. "I know, but I do." After saying that, he cast an illusion on himself to look like his usual handsome and suave self. "I know that you men are used to hiding your weaknesses, but you do not have to do this with me." "You're right." He dispelled the illusion. Then the two sat down. To be precise, Wang Wei laid his head on Wu Hong's thigh as she caressed his hair as usual. The heat of the sun did not affect the two of them. "So what happened?" she asked. Then Wang Wei told her about the process of breaking through the primordial spirit realm, his battle with Tion, and how he ended up in this situation. "You've had quite the eventful few years." "Yes, it was." "What about you? How is your investigation?" The last time they met in the Dragon Tomb secret realm, she told him that she was going to investigate something. "So far, there has been no result, and I'm about to give up. If this thing is truly a problem, you deal with it." Wang Wei was speechless after hearing this. Of course, Wu Hong was joking, as she would leave a clone there to monitor it. After that, I sent a projection back home to seal Tion. Wu Hong then explained what she did and the reason behind this. And after hearing what happened, Wang Wei did not mind as long as he had a chance to fight Tion again. He had long understood that some people were born with privileges, with advantages over others. And Wu Hong was one of his many advantages in life. So, he was more than happy to take advantage of such privilege. This is one of the main reasons that people have Tao companions, and also the reason he wanted a powerful one, to support one another in this long and turbulent cultivation path. Many could argue that this was not fair, but as a cultivator of the Tao of fate, Wang Wei always knew how unfair the world was, and how unfair fate was. After hearing Wu Hong's explanation, Wang Wei was momentarily in a daze. "What's on your mind?" asked Wu Hong. "I'm thinking that Tion and I are quite similar in some ways." "Oh, how so?" "If something were to happen to you, I would not hesitate to do the same thing to revive you. And maybe even worse, if something were to happen to Wu Hong, Wang Wei knew that he would go crazy. Knowing him, he would not hesitate to tear apart the cycle of samsara, to revive her or subvert both the river of time and the river of fate. Truth be told, not just her, but all his friends and family. He would do the same. This is the reason that he made his main objective of cultivating to become free and unfettered. In case something tragic occurred in his life, he will have the ability to either prevent it or revert it without any consequences. "I'm sure you would," replied Wu Hong with a beautiful smile. "However, I can take it myself. Worry about yourself." "True," said Wang Wei while laughing. He always felt carefree and relaxed around her. "In our situation, the most likely scenario is that something happened to me and you have to revive me. Don't worry, as my boy toy, I will not let anything happen to you. Boy toy? Ha ha, I never thought in my life I would be eating white rice. Wang Wei was truly happy, as he was always in a tense state recently. So, he was happy to relax and chat about all sorts of things with Wu Hong. A few hours later, he suddenly remembered a question he wanted to ask. Can you tell me about the Duyi realm? I've always wanted to know what it was for. Chapter 411. Eternal Emperor's Duyi realm? That is the prototype of the Eternal Emperor's Tao will. Cultivators who enter this state are referred to as eternal talent, meaning that they have a higher chance of becoming an eternal emperor, replied Wu Hong. However, she could see some confusion on Wang Wei's face, so she further explained. Do you know the different classifications of great emperors? Yes, third class, second class, first class, and eternal. She nodded her head. After absorbing the heaven will, a cultivator will be granted direct access to the source of the Grand Tao. However, there are different levels of comprehension. No matter the person, as long as they absorb the heaven will, they are guaranteed to have 5 understanding of the source of whatever Grand Tao that they cultivate. That's the minimum requirement to become a great emperor. However, based on talent, perception, foundation, and even luck, some cultivators can understand more. Of the ones that understand 5 to 10 are classified as third-class emperor, 11 to 15 are second class, and 16 to 20 are first class. Does that mean that a higher percentage is an eternal emperor? Asked Wang Wei. No, 20 is the limit that the heaven will can provide. Furthermore, requires cultivators to rely on themselves, to cultivate without aids. So, to become an eternal emperor, you have to understand 20 of the Grand Tao source, and 2 other things. The first one is to understand the concept of existence. You can think of the concept of omnipresent. This understanding is the reason that eternal emperors are so difficult to kill. As long as their name is written on a single piece of paper, they still exist and can be revived even if their bodies, souls, and Daos are annihilated. Wang Wei nodded as he had some idea of how unkillable eternal emperors can be. As for the second thing that they need, it is to cast their Tao will. After saying that, Wu Hong paused to better gather her mind. Do you know that great emperors are virtually unkillable? She asked. What do you mean? As higher dimensional beings, how could their death be similar to other people? After connecting to the Grand Tao source, they will leave an imprint inside, making them not only immortal but also unkillable. As such, even if their bodies and soul were annihilated without leaving anything, they can still come back to life as long as the imprint still exists, albeit the process will take countless yuan epochs. 1 yuan epoch 1.269 trillion years. Because of this fact, one way to kill a great emperor is to find their imprint and slowly remove it. And this process will also take countless epochs. So, although great emperors are not as unkillable as eternal emperors, they're not normal cultivators. Wang Weisai lit up as he realized why so many people want to become emperor. It was not just for longevity, but also for survival. I'm guessing this fact also applies to eternal emperors as well. Of course. I did not know you were so OP. That's why I always tell you to respect this empress. Always at your service, my queen, replied Wang Wei with a smile. To kill an eternal emperor, you have to destroy their body, soul, Tao imprint, and even erase them people's memories, erase their accomplishments in history, and even remove all records of their existence completely. They are truly overpowered. A look of longing appeared in Wang Wei's eyes as he asked, So, what does everything has to do with Tao will? One of the main abilities of Tao will is to instantly remove the imprints of great emperors from the source, essentially making them their predator. Are there other ways to kill them? A few. However, the number can be counted in one hand, replied Wu Hong before pausing for a moment to give him some time to digest the information. So, the Duyi Ream, making easier to cast the Tao will and increasing the chances of becoming an eternal emperors. Basically, yes. Wang Wei nodded as he began to ponder something. Are you thinking of asking your father to use your 9 Nirvana blood key to enter the Duyi realm, as you did? Yes, with his talent. It should not be a problem to become an eternal emperor given the right opportunity. Unfortunately, That won't work, replied Wu Hong. There are two ways to enter the Duyi realm. The first, an orthodox method, is to create a cultivation system. That seems easy. Not really, replied Wu Hong. High-level cultivators can indeed create techniques and so on, but that is only tailored to them. A cultivation system needs to be universal and applicable to a large group of people. Furthermore, the system has to meet a certain standard before being approved and entering the Duyi realm. Indeed, she was correct about that. So what's the unorthodox method? That's the method you used. Take an already existing cultivation system and push its boundary, go beyond its rules and limitation, and make it unique. Just like you broke through the 13th layer of the Blood Key realm, to be precise. You created that layer. I'm guessing that this is not the only way to enter? Every time he did something unique to a cultivation realm, the strength of the Duyi realm would also increase in turn. It's just like you guess. For example, Dition entered the Duyi realm because he has 9 divine seas, 9 divine altars, 9 ancient lamps and good fortune flames, and 9 primordial spirit. As for me, it's because I seal the divine sea of others' heaven-chosens into my body. At my peak, I had 3,000 divine seas and divine altars, which was the limit. Wang Wei nodded his head. Having more divine sea did not necessarily mean more strength, as one of them could be vast enough to be equal to the 3,000. However, it would have provided her a vast amount of origin essence, probably unlike anyone before. Additionally, the divine altar will play another role in the void-shattering realm, giving her another advantage. Wang Wei finally understood how she was able to match Dition after 6 reincarnations. So, what do you mean that my 9 Nirvana blood key could not allow my father to enter the Duyi realm? The method of entering the Duyi realm has to be unique. If father-in-law wanted to enter, he could recultivate and enter the 13th layer of body refining realm. However, he had to create a method of his own, not use yours, otherwise it would not succeed. Wang Wei understood her meaning. For example, both she and Dition used a plethora of divine seas to enter this realm, but they did it with different methods. Dition did it with the Tao of reincarnation, most likely, while Wu Hong did it with the Tao of sealing. So what's the difference between the orthodox and unorthodox method? There are only 2 main differences. The first one is that the orthodox method takes longer. After creating a cultivation system, it has to spread to a certain number of people before entering the Duyi realm. The second difference is that people who use the unorthodox method have to survive divine punishment thunder. So, only people with status or high luck can enter this realm. Wang Wei nodded as he understood what she meant. To survive divine punishment thunder, emperor-level formations or artifacts are required. So, only people from emperor lineages have access to such things. So, when it comes to cultivators with lower backgrounds, they have to be lucky enough to have acquired emperor artifacts through fortunate encounters. Otherwise, they will be annihilated by heaven. This difference is a manifestation of a person's destiny. Because of luck, fate, or destiny, some people have a natural higher chance of entering the Duyi realm, and thus a higher chance of becoming eternal emperors than others. Fate is truly unfair, said Wang Wei. Yes, some things are destined, replied Wu Hong softly as she remembered the other timeline. There, Wang Wei entered the Duyi realm during the Golden Core realm when he refined his core 81 times instead of the limit of 9. In the end, he had to enter a forbidden place in the pursuing longevity world and used it to survive the punishment. However, after that, he was still in great danger and had to struggle to survive and leave out of there relatively intact. And in this timeline, he did it right at the beginning of his cultivation. Throughout history, so many cultivators do not even know the existence of this realm and have no thought or the ability to enter it. As for the few who do, the majority die under the punishment, while some people, no matter the circumstances, will eventually enter that realm. Wang Wei was deep in thought. He still wanted his father to enter the Duyi realm, so he was prepared to give him some ideas on how he could do that. However, the method of execution would be left for him to figure out. He truly believed that, given the opportunity, Wang Tian would be able to become an eternal emperor. As for his mother, he had to accept that her talent was only on par with a first-class emperor and maybe on the lower end. As such, he had to plan a different path for her. Chapter 412. Son of Destiny and Destined Villain. The main reason that Wang Wei never asked Wu Hong this question was because he wanted to discover the mystery of the Duyi realm on his own. After all, always relying on her was not a good thing. However, after his battle with Di Tian, he wanted to know more about this topic to better utilize during their next confrontations. While thinking about all the information he just received and planning for the future, he suddenly thought of another important question. What about paragons? They should be able to kill great emperors as well. Yes, they can indeed remove the Tao imprints of great emperors. However, the process is not as easy as eternal emperors. However, they have easier methods to kill them. What method? Asked Wang Wei, quite intrigued. Paragons can bend space-time to their will, so they can just travel to the past and kill a great emperor before they absorb the heaven will and gain access to the Grand Tao source. Wang Wei's lips twitched for a moment as he finally understood some of the power of paragons. No wonder they are called the darlings of chaos. What about eternal emperors? Can they be killed that way as well? Well, when it comes to them, things become a little complicated. Tamia? Both Wu Hong and Wang Wei suddenly raised their heads and looked in a direction. Wang Wei smiled wryly while Wu Hong said calmly, "Well, it appears that with your current strength, this is all the information you can know." Just now, they both felt a warning, just like the first time they talked about paragons back in the academy. Obviously, Wu Hong had talked to match, and Wang Wei was not yet worthy to know that much information. Thinking about that grand, mighty, and noble will that was similar but different to heavenly Tao, Wang Wei wanted to know what it was, so he looked at Wu Hong with his eyes. She understood his meaning and used her divine sense to say, "All I can tell you is that that's the true heavenly Tao." Wang Wei pondered for a moment as he had some ideas. However, he no longer asked. He immediately began to think about how this thing was able to detect their conversation. It appears to be some form of use of karma. Some words, names, or secrets are enlaced with karma, making it possible for that will to detect anyone who speaks of them, thought Wang Wei as his mind worked rapidly. Karma, causality, cause and effect. The cause is people learning some deep secrets of the universe. And the effect is that the true heavenly Tao will judge whether these people are worthy to know these secrets, and will most likely warn them, erase their memories, or even kill them. By that logic, I should be able to place a karmic connection to my name so that every time someone says it or even think about it, I can detect it. As soon as Wang Wei understood this, the character for his name suddenly appeared in front of him. Then a few yellow strings were connected to it. Then he heard a sound. "My son, please be all right. Mommy is coming to get you." "Mom?" "Wire, no matter what, hold on. I'm on my way." "Dad, this brat is more troublesome than his father. I knew I should have spanked him more when he was little." "Wang Chong, if you dare touch my grandson, they'll fight with you." "Why are you so excited? Isn't he also my grandson?" Wang Wei smiled after hearing these two words as he recognized them as his grandfather and grandmother, Yin Zhaojun. After hearing these few sentences, he only heard a few more murmurs, and he recognized them as Li Jun and the others. It seems that only people deeply connected to me can be heard for now. Realizing that his new technique was slowly coming to an end, Wang Wei immediately used this connection to his name to share his location with his family. Meanwhile, in the endless void, a group of people was inside the Star Road map, traveling to different world communities. Suddenly, the main Wang family members suddenly felt something. Was Theta? "Wire, you must have found another way to strengthen the tracking," said Yu Yan with a smile on her face. "Let's hurry," ordered Wang Tian. With this new connection, the bloodline tracking spell should finally be able to find his location. Heavenly profound continent. Wang Wei woke up from his enlightenment as his understanding and application of karma further deepened. He was now closer to getting rid of his karmic sins. However, he frowned a little. "Is there a problem?" asked Wu Hong. Ever since I entered the primordial spirit realm, I've had more than 3 epiphanies in just a few months. Epiphany, or sudden inronobes, not a thing that cultivators could achieve easily. It requires talent, luck, and sometimes timing. Yet, Wang Wei felt that he could enter this state as long as he concentrated a little. This was odd. Do you think that your paragon quality soul was for nothing? You mean? Yes, it will grant you terrifying comprehension. In the early stages of cultivation, it might not appear as much. However, once you begin to comprehend the law and eventually Tao's source, that's when it will become to shine. From what Wu Hong knows, in terms of comprehension, only the innate grand Tao physique and a few other things are on par with a paragon quality soul. Additionally, as Wang Wei becomes stronger and makes up for the quantity of his soul, his comprehension will also be elevated as well. Wang Wei understood why his soul began to manifest its ability now, most likely because it was sublimated into a primordial spirit, changing its essence. I have to leave. My projection won't last long, said Wu Hong. Are you coming back in time for our wedding? Don't worry, I will immediately head back, replied Wu Hong with a smile. Then, she suddenly remembered something. I will find a fate stone for you to fix your proving Tao artifact. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. He had read about the fate stone from the sect's secret archive. However, he knew that this was a very rare material, truly difficult to find, maybe even more difficult than any innate material or chaos material. Currently, his artifact was slowly being repaired in the river of fate that was absorbed in his physique's vision. However, with how badly destroyed it was by Tian, it would take him a great deal of time before returning to its former self. However, with the Fate Stone, he can recast it and make it even more powerful. And as long as it is repaired, some of the backlashes he received when it was destroyed can be healed and alleviate the injury in his Tao foundation. Afterward, the two chatted for a few hours before Wu Hong disappeared. The ends of the endless void, the extremity sea. Wu Hong opened her eyes and looked at the endless gray fog with confusion. During her stay here, she did many experiments on this fog to discover its secret, and so far, she only learned a few things. The main thing is that no matter what thing entered inside will be instantly disintegrated, whether it was any attacks, energy, matter, and even the power of law. To test it out, she found a destroyed world and threw it inside, and it was still disintegrated. Wu Hong even went as far as tracking down a Tier 10 void beast and let it inside. It suffered the same fate. The most powerful of their kind void beasts are on par with first-class emperors. There are very few rare members of their kind born from chaotic time, energy, and grow to be on par with eternal emperors. What surprised Wu Hong was the fact that everything that entered this place was disintegrated except for herself. And she knew it was not because of her power. After coming in contact with the gray fog, she felt nothing. It was like it had become dormant or docile. In the end, no matter what method she used, she could not find its origin or purpose. Even summoning the river of time and browsing through it was useless. In the end, she decided to give up as this seemed to be a futile endeavor. Even the seal she tried to place on it was disintegrated. So, without hesitation, she hopped in her boat and began her journey back home to see her boy toy. It's a shame that she had to make a few more stops to find him the Fate Stone. Otherwise, she could see him sooner. Not long after Wu Hong left, a figure made of the gray fog appeared. It appeared to be a man. He looked in the direction she left and smiled before disappearing. It was as if he was never here. Heavenly profound continent. Chu Mo was flying in the direction of another sect when he heard a sound inside his head. Dinga? Detecting anomaly in the world, generating new mission as counter. Main mission 2. Kill the son of destiny of this world. Reward. The key luck of said son of destiny. Chapter 413. Savior and Destroyer. Chu Mo frowned after seeing this mission. System, what does this mean? Although he had a guess, he was not completely sure. The son of destiny is essentially the protagonist of this world. Wherever he goes, he will encounter treasures, supreme cultivation methods, and beauties that randomly fall in love with him. replied the system in the cold mechanical voice. Additionally, when in danger, their luck will activate and found a way for them to survive and even become more powerful because of this. Chumo's eyes lit up after hearing this. If he could become a son of destiny, his cultivation would be very smooth. By then, becoming a great emperor would be guaranteed. If what you say is true, how could I kill a son of destiny? As a transmigrator, Chumo knew how cockroach-like the survival of protagonists can be. Even if someone 10 realms higher than them comes to kill them, some random old man that the protagonist once thought was a beggar and offered him food will turn out to be a terrifying powerhouse and come rescue him. This is how unreasonable some protagonists can be. The only way is to defeat the protagonist over and over, replied the system. How is that going to work? With each defeat, the system can devour some luck from the Son of Destiny and add to the host. After a certain amount is drained, they will lose their status of Son of Destiny and can be killed. Chumo nodded his head, as this method was very common in the novels he used to read. So, where is this Son of Destiny? Exact location is unknown, but the system detected that it was somewhere in the Black Mirror Prefecture. In a righteous sex domain? Mutachu Montak. With my current strength, can I defeat him? It would be best for the host to enter the profound God realm as soon as possible, and even the peak. Additionally, the host should cultivate the Overlord profound body to a certain level. Chumo pondered for a moment. He had just broken through from the profound sovereign realm to the profound saint realm and opened up his sea of consciousness, gaining access and complete control of his spiritual sense. As such, he was still quite some time away from the last cultivation realm, the profound God realm. As for the Overlord profound body, he only got the first 3 levels after extinguishing a few rank 8 demonic sections. If he want to acquire the higher levels, he had to extinguish rank 9 sects, but they have profound God realm cultivators. And the most powerful of them have demon monarchs, who have the power to easily kill most profound God realms. So, his best choice of action now is to kill a few more rank 8 sects and devour them, to cultivate to the peak of the profound saint realm, and even acquire the resources to cultivate his Overlord profound body. After making a decision, Chumo rushed to another destination. On the sun, Wang Wei's gaze was fixed on Chumo for a moment as he muttered, "The destroyer has been set. Now what about the savior?" His gaze then focused on Zhou Shu. A few days ago, Zhou Shu opened the book that taught on how to become a protagonist. Fate is all-encompassing, and one of the ways that it controls all living things in existence is through luck. Many cultivators do not believe in luck or think it's just a matter of probability. However, that is not true. Luck is one of the many fundamental concepts that govern reality, that dictates the functions or roles of heaven and earth. As such, it is not only real, but also has rules and regulations. There are 3 types of luck: human, earth, and heaven. Human luck is determined by birth and has different classifications. Earth luck refers to luck gathered by a large group of people, often in the shape of sex or fortunate dynastias. Heavenly luck is a special gift granted personally by heavenly Tao, and those with abundant of them are called Son of Destiny. Although each type of luck is different, there is still a connection between, and using that connect Iona, Zhou Shu was fascinated by this book, as there were many things he never knew people. The concept of luck of even the Fortune dynasty was foreign to him. In this world dominated by sex, no dynasty has ever been so powerful as described in this book. All of them were usually only mortal dynasties. What interested him more was the method of becoming a Son of Destiny. This technique taught how to absorb other people's key luck or the key luck of a sect. And once these 2 different lucks reached a certain standard, a deal can be made with Heavenly Tao to exchange for the status of Son of Destiny. Immediately, Zhou Shu began to cultivate this technique. The first part was cultivating true vision so that he could see luck. Then was the part about absorbing other people's luck without backlash. Once he was done, he quickly went to rest it out by absorbing the luck of a few ordinary mortals. According to the book, it is best not to absorb all the luck of one person or kill them. Zhou Shu would not make such a mistake because he remembered that in his memories. The person who once received this technique was caught because he could not resist the temptation and killed the people whom he stole luck from. This event brought great turmoil to the heavenly profound continent as countless profound gods fought for the ownership of this method. There were even rumors that a person from the demonic sects took in the end. And based on a catastrophe that occurred years later, Zhou Shu believed that it might have been true. After testing out this technique, he returned to a secret base that he built. Inside were many geniuses of the demonic sects. To prepare for cultivating this technique, he sneaked inside their prefecture and caught a few of them. The process was much easier than anticipated, as there seems to be some trouble on the demonic side. Countless sects have been killed and destroyed in just a few months. After using his true vision to check, Zhou Shu was satisfied when he saw the key luck dragon on top of these people. Then, he devoured most of their luck before leaving. Immediately afterward, Zhou Shu returned to the Free Heart sect to meet his master. Previously, his sect was only a rank 7-1 with a few profound sovereign. As the most talented disciple of the sect, a lot of hope was placed on him to lead the sect to become rank 8 and even rank 9. After a deep talk with his master, the next day, it was announced that Zhou Shu would become the new sect master while the current one would resign. With his profound sovereign realm cultivation, and such a young one as that, the transferring process was very smooth. Although some people were curious about the hurry, it did not affect the general situation. After taking the position, Zhou Shu used some of his fortunate encounters to cast a luck-condensing artifact to gather the key luck of the entire sect and bless him and his fellow disciples. 3 months later, with the luck of the entire sect supporting him, Zhou Shu broke through the profound saint realm. Immediately afterward, he began to expand the sect by absorbing smaller ones. He did not even go to the Alliance Center to change the rank of his sect. On the sun, Wang Wei continued his carvings to better help understand karma. Once in a while, he would place his attention on his 2 chess pawns. Suddenly, he felt something and waved his hand. Then, an image was displayed in front of him. Tong Hua was having a meeting with the Supreme Elder. To keep an eye on these people, Wang Wei sent the ant-sized recoding artifacts that the sect developed. Supreme Elder, something has gone wrong. A new demonic cultivator has been killing countless people and weakening their sides. The old man frowned after hearing this. In that case, let's also weaken the righteous sect side. Tong Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding and leaving. While watching all of these, Wang Wei had a sigh that the founder of the unspoken sect was truly an extraordinary person. For countless generations, he has planned, treating the entire world as a chessboard for one reason: to artificially create a world lord or Tao ancestor. And how does he plan to do this? To create a catastrophe that threatens to destroy the world. That way, Heavenly Tao will have no chance but to create a savior or world lord to save the world. For countless generations, the upright sect has ensured that the demonic sects become stronger and stronger, while the righteous sect weakened. This is the reason that they killed all the upper echelons of the righteous sect alliance. Because of this fact, Wang Wei tasked Shu Mo with killing as many demonic sects as possible to weaken, or at least delay as much as possible so that he can buy enough time for his sect to come find him before the World Lord is created. However, now, he could feel that they were not far away from this world. So, he decided to speed up things a little to achieve his goal of stealing some world source from this world. Chapter 414. Fruition. Wang Wei looked at the wood carving in front of him. It was one of the many mortals that worshipped him in the heavenly abode world. He injected his origin essence into the carving. Then it suddenly came alive. A powerful aura on par with the void-shattering realm or the profound sovereign realm emanated from it. With a glance, he could tell that his carving could generate an attack on par with the aura it released. However, it could only sustain 3 such attacks because the material used for the carving was mostly ordinary. The power of the carving came slowly from Wang Wei's ability and the fact that he captured the essence of the people he carved. Did I just come up with a new system of puppeteer? He muttered, and Wang Wei was partially correct. This kind of carving that relied on spiritual power to function used to be popular in the Myriad Emperor world. However, after a few era-changing catastrophe, puppeteers in general as a Dao were drastically weakened and many of their techniques were lost. Shaking his head to remove these distracting thoughts from his mind, Wang Wei took out an enormous rock the size of a mountain from one of the prefectures, and with it, he slowly began carving out something. Previously, he was only carving the people he knew and the things he saw individually and with their essence. But now, he was combining everything to form a whole, to form a complete picture. And as he carved the individual people, in different sceneries, locations, or situations, his eyes began to clearly distinguish the karmic bond between all of them. The more he carved, the deeper his understanding of karma became. As such, he entered a state of forgetfulness. Everything else in the world did not matter to him, only his carving. With such deep concentration, his carving skills drastically improved, his understanding of these people and things deepened, and in return, so was his comprehension of karma. Wang Wei did not know how long he was in this state, or how many more stones he took to continue his carving. When he woke up from his trance, his carving that he called World of Karma was only a quarter of the way done. Immediately afterward, his aura changed. The visible red hue and horrible stench were all gone. It's not that he removed them, but with his current understanding, he can properly hide them and ensure that they do not affect his life. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he was closer to removing this burden on his shoulder. Then, he focused his attention on the people below. The main reason that he woke from his enlightenment was that his spirit particle warned him that something important that required his attention was happening. Zhou Shu sat in the middle of a large empty room with a circular rune written on the floor of the house. The breath of the profound God realm emanated from his body. In just a short 5 years, he already reached the highest cultivation possible in this world while also gathering enough luck to become the son of destiny. Thinking about what happened in the past few years, Zhou Shu had a sigh. The world was in chaos as the demonic sect began its conquest. A new genius suddenly appeared out of nowhere, killed a few demon monarchs, and conquered the others. Then, he began his conquest. Prefectures after prefectures have fallen. With his current strength, Zhou Shu has now become one of the leading figures in the righteous sect's resistance. Unfortunately, he was no match for the demon lord. Even when the latter was besieged by countless people of the righteous sect, a lot of people were killed while the rest fled with heavy injuries, including him. Hopefully, once I become a son of destiny, things will change. After activating the formation, a key luck dragon with 7 colors appeared in the room. However, only one of the 7 colors was vibrant while the others seemed dull or gray. Zhou Shu's luck had reached the 1 color of the 7 rainbow color key luck. A few minutes later, another key luck dragon appeared. This one had 2 colors. This was the earth luck that Zhou Shu gathered the past few years. Once all the preparations were finished, Zhou Shu prepared for the final test. Soon, he found himself standing in a dark space with scattered lights that looked like stars. The space seemed infinite, yet Zhou Shu did not care about that because of what was in front of him. A gigantic eye, an eye that seemed to fit this infinite space. It was as if the very existence of this eye turned this infinite realm into a finite one. Zhou Shu could feel that this eye was scanning him, learning everything, all of his secrets. Whether it was his body, soul, or his history, he felt that this eye could see through it. For a moment, he was worried. Although this eye looked cold and callous without showing any emotions, Zhou Shu felt that it paused for a moment before checking him a few dozen times. After what felt like an eternity, the 2 key luck dragon appeared in this suffocating space, fused into 3 colors. Then, the character for heaven suddenly appeared, full of majesty and nobility. Finally, the gigantic eye disappeared, and Zhou Shu returned to his previous room. What the 2 things failed to notice was that something slipped off from Zhou Shu's body and disappeared into the infinite space. Finally succeeded, muttered Zhou Shu. And on the sun, Wang Wei was saying the same thing. It seems that the heavenly Tao of this world suspected something but did not find it. Of course, Wang Wei knew that it was only because this was a great thousand world. Back in his world, he would not be able to act so recklessly. A few seconds later, a frown appeared on Wang Wei's face as he remembered something that he overlooked before, his black key luck. At first, he thought that it was the result of entering the Duyi realm since he acquired it right after. However, from what he summarized in his previous talk with Wu Hong, people who enter the Duyi realm have regular key luck. So where did this anomaly come from? Thinking about this now, a few things that happen in his life are not quite normal. For example, many times in his life, he was attacked by Heart Devil, which only happens to cultivators in the primordial spirit realm. The first time it happened to him, he was just a mortal that had no cultivation whatsoever. Then, there was his last fight with the Wrath of Heaven. Some anomaly also occurred during this fight, as he felt that this battle was more than a simple trial to temper him. It was like it had a deeper meaning, deeper significance. So let's not think about these things that are out of my understanding and strength. He muttered to himself before focusing on the heavenly profound continent. The first major step of his plan has come to fruition with Zhou Shu. Now, all he had to wait for the right moment. Then, he focused on Chuimo and once again frowned. Chumo's strength is too high compared to Zhou Shu. For my plan to work, they have to be relative to one another. Should I increase his strength? After thinking about it for a moment, he decided otherwise. As a new son of destiny, he could foresee that Zhou Shu will have countless fortunate encounters from now on to rapidly increase his strength, so Wang Wei decided to wait and see. And maybe he could get a few good things from Zhou Shu. After that, he focused on the people of the unspoken sect. Their plans seemed to be on track. However, Chumo's rise as the new demon lord has added too many variables and made them uncertain. As a son of destiny, Zhou Shu should be the person with the greatest chance to become a world lord. So, should I use this opportunity to take that Tao Source seed? If I use my cards correctly, it may not be impossible. Wang Wei then began to plan out possible ways to achieve his goal. The fact that Heavenly Tao might have noticed something with Zhou Shu made him more careful. After making some preliminary decisions, he observed Zhou Shu's every move. He wanted to gather more information on the Son of Destiny and increase his understanding of key luck. Not only because of his ability to become a Son of Destiny, but because he had an inspiration. If things went smoothly, it would greatly help him when he creates his fate incarnations. Chapter 415. Reward and True Seeker. Chu Mo looked at the young and suave young man opposite him who was filled with righteous temperament. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a hero destined to save the world. He gritted his teeth as he cursed out loud. Damn you, Zhou Shu. How many times do I have to defeat you? Chu Mo was truly frustrated as he finally understood the meaning behind the words Son of Destiny. In the past few months, he has killed a few demon monarchs and conquered the others using his overwhelming strength. Then, he finally began his conquest of the world with so many people under his command. At first, he did not notice Zhou Shu's existence. His main enemy was Tong Hua, the sect master of the unspoken sect and the current leader of the newly established Righteous Alliance. Only with her working together with the other upper echelons, which also included Zhou Shua, did they barely manage to slow down the advancement of the demonic sections. However, not long after their constant confrontation, Chu Mo received notification from his system that Zhou Shu was identified as this world's Son of Destiny. Then, he finally understood how aggrieved villains are when facing protagonists. Despite his overwhelming strength, despite targeting Zhou Shu personally, the latter always finds a way to escape. Whether it was through the others always doing their best to protect him, some old profound god realm that suddenly popped up out of nowhere to save him, to Chu Mo accidentally not using enough force when he wanted to. In conclusion, it was very difficult to kill Zhou Shu. Additionally, every time he escapes from his hand, he became even more powerful. A bloodlight surfaced on Chu Mo's body as an intense bloodlust overcame him. With absolute speed, he bypassed all the leaders of the Righteous Alliance, heading straight to Zhou Shu and punched him with all his strength. There was only one thing inside his mind: to eliminate the only true hindrance in his path. Bang! Crack! A shield suddenly appeared to protect Zhou Shu. However, the protection was as thin as a piece of paper in front of this attack. So, his ribs caved in after being punched, and he was sent flying away. Immediately afterward, Chumo's face became very ugly to look at, and that was because after flying over a range of mountains, Zhou Shu suddenly disappeared out of nowhere. He knew what that meant. This guy probably accidentally entered another secret realm, which will not only heal him, but also give him other benefits. System: can you find a secret realm and how to enter it? Host: with the current level of the system, this is not possible. Chuo was not surprised by this outcome, since this is not the first time he asked and received the same answer. What about his luck? Have I absorbed enough of it to kill him? Dinga? Calculatinga? Zhou Shu still holds the title of Son of Destiny. Chuo sighed out loud as he knew that he still could not kill the so-called protagonist. If this was a novel, readers would have rioted by now because of this cockroach antagonist. He then proceeded to continue his conquest. On the sun, Wang Wei sat cross-legged with a sphere in front of him made of different runes. Inside the sphere was a bright red flame that seemed to be absorbing energy from the sun. With this formation, it should not be long for me to bred a true yang flame with that flame seed. After that, a holographic image appeared in front of him, showing Zhou Shu's situation. He was crawling on the floor, leaving a blood trail behind him. His face was contorted as he gritted his teeth to drag his body towards the green pool that was not far from him. His intuition was telling him that this was the only way to save him. "This Issa?" muttered Wang Wei as he looked somewhere else in this secret realm. He could already tell that this green pool had little effect on his injury, so he ignored it, focusing on other things inside. His eyes then focused on a golden carriage exuding Tao rhymes and innate ki. An innate treasure, thought Wang Wei with a little excitement. In the past few months, he watched Zhou Shu acquire many fortunate encounters, but only a few caught his attention. One of his objectives for creating this Son of Destiny was to either found something that could heal his injuries or something to remove his karmic sin. Unfortunately, he only got a few interesting things, none related to his objective. And the one with the greatest value was a heavenly flame called Nether Ghost Flame. He planned to absorb it once his injury healed. And with this flame being Yin in nature, it should help further strengthen his foundation and cultivation in the Yin God stage. And after acquiring that flame, Wang Wei had the idea of cultivating a true Yang flame to help him in the Yin-Yang reverse stage of the primordial cultivation realm, and even accelerate his cultivation in the Yang God step. Using the spirit particle inside Zhou Shu, Wang Wei immediately checked the innate treasure and briefly analyzed it. Something is wrong, he thought after he was done. This was an innate treasure that could travel to other world communities. This kind of treasure is very rare, and Wang Wei only knew the existence of two of them. One from his sect, and the other one was in his wife's hand. This level of innate treasure would require a great deal of world source to breed in a post-innate key environment. There is no way that a great thousand world can easily give birth to this kind of treasure. Since he knew that something was wrong, Wang Wei took action. He sacrificed thousands of years of life, force gathered from Chu Mo, to calculate the cause and effect of this treasure. Blood spilled out of his eyes as the power of karma flashed across them. His calculation was beyond the scope of his injured state. Nonetheless, he did not stop as he sacrificed more life force. So that's how it is. He was a little surprised by what he calculated. This world is a chess game of the heaven-will world of this community called the Beginning Profound Continent. Not just it, but many other worlds that have been discovered. The powerful emperor lineages of the Beginning Profound Continent would set up catastrophe in these great thousand worlds. Then, when the time arrived, someone from their lineage would appear as savior, receive the aid of heavenly Tao to become world lords or Tao ancestors. Essentially, artificially manufacturing Tao ancestors. And this process did not only occur once. This world has undergone a few eras, and according to Wang Wei's calculation, the end of each era is the result of these lineages setting a worldwide catastrophe and making a Tao ancestor. The process will usually end in the lives of countless trillions of people dying, the civilization of the world almost destroyed, and the end result might not even succeed. Nevertheless, afterward, whether they succeed or not, they would restart civilization by spreading lost knowledge of cultivations to the people and so on. For countless generations, after the source of the world recuperate from the previous loss because of either creating the Tao source seed or because the world was almost destroyed, they repeated the process again. Wang Wei sighed after discovering this. As he cleaned the blood from his face, his gaze focused on the unspoken sect. The so-called founder or ancestor of their sect is someone from the upper realm sent after the last catastrophe to set everything up for the next harvest. Even Tong Hua is also from the upper realm upright sect who was sent to receive this generation's Tao source seed. However, some of her memories were sealed to evade heavenly Tao. As for how this innate treasure comes into all of this explanation, well, after being milked dry time after time, heavenly Tao has begun to notice some anomalies, and this chariot is the counterattack that it prepared. Wang Wei guessed that it wanted someone to use this chariot to take all, if not the majority of the population, leaving an empty and deserted world to the people of the unspoken sect. This world's heavenly Tao seems very petty in the way it functioned, thought Wang Wei. He was not surprised by this fact, as he knew that the laws of heaven and earth of each world operated differently, let alone worlds in different communities. A perfect example of that is the fact that back in the Myriad Emperor world, as long as a normal cultivator killed a large number of devil cultivators, they would receive some merita, albeit small, but still merit. And the more devils they kill, the more merit. However, in this world, the same fact did not apply. It did not matter how many demonic cultivators were killed, no merit would be granted by heaven. After removing these distracting thoughts from his mind, Wang Wei focused on the chariot. He did not immediately take it away as he knew that heavenly Tao might be paying attention to it. He would wait for a later day to do so, since he already placed a backhand in the space ring that Zhou Shu was using. As long as he placed it inside, Wang Wei can sneakily take it away. And even if he refined the treasure, he can still use the spirit particle to gain control of it. As for the ramification of his actions regarding the lives of the people of this world, well, Chapter 416. Healthy Wang Wei did not care about the fate of the people in this world, although that sounded very cruel. However, recent events have taught him that the world is unfair, and few people or things can control their fate. In the current situation, there is little he could do. His strength was not enough to fight an entire emperor lineage. As for involving his sect in this conflict to intervene in the current chess game, he would not place them in such a dangerous situation. The Tao opening sect was far away, so fighting with the unspoken secta, which has a home advantage, will be extremely difficult, especially when the benefit was not worth it in the long run. Although the beginning profound continent is a pure energy cultivation system, meaning that the great emperors and Tao ancestors of their sect are generally weaker, there is still the possibility that some heaven-defying genius will appear and become an eternal emperor. Additionally, if they have been doing this kind of world calamity across multiple great thousand worlds for countless eras, the number of Tao ancestors that they have in their sect might be even higher than the Tao opening sect. Plus, Wang Wei did not know the exact number of great emperors in the unspoken sect, adding more variables to the situation. So, involving his sect is not a solution. In conclusion, the Golden Chariot can bring him a lot of benefits to his future path of cultivation, so he will take it without remorse. As for the karma of taking that char iota, which is considered the hope of all the trillion of people in this world, Wang Wei did not care. He already discovered that the laws of karma of this world are not as rigid as back in the Myriad Emperor world, hence the reason that the upper realm can so easily get off doing such nasty nothing. Because of this situation, Wang Wei guessed that the laws of heaven and earth of each community might be slightly different. Furthermore, even if the laws of karma wanted him to pay for his actions, with his current understanding, it is still possible to shift the blame to Zhou Shu, making it seem that he was responsible for losing the chariot and not being able to save all living beings. After making a decision, Wang Wei focused his gaze on Zhou Shu, who was healing inside the pool he discovered in the secret realm. He used his finger to draw a rune in the air. The process was fast, and he drew it in one breath. Once he was done, the rune condensed into a square talisman that looked like well-carved jade. However, right after finishing, his face became a little pale, so he quickly absorbed some more life energy. With this talisman that has at least 20 of my strength, Zhou Shu should be able to borrow my power to fight Chu Mo. For his plan to work, these two have to have a certain level of strength. Unfortunately, Zhou Shu has been quite disappointed in the past few months, so Wang Wei has to take action to help him. With a wave of his hand, the talisman disappeared before appearing in a noticeable corner of the secret realm. Then, Wang Wei returned to his daily activity. In the past few months, he has been doing 3 things: cultivating the true yang fire, and continuing his carving to deepen his understanding of karma. He could tell that once he was done, he might be able to eliminate all the sins in his body and develop many techniques related to karma. And the last thing in his daily schedule has been to review his battle with Dition. Each time he reviewed them, he could learn something new, whether about himself or his opponent. In the last review, Wang Wei discovered something odd. In one of his attacks, he used all the power of his fleshly body. When throwing a punch worked several quintillion gene of force. For a brief moment, he saw something. Because he was too focused on the battle, he did not pay attention. But while reviewing his memory, he realized that he saw an illusory gate. Albeit brief and fading, it existed. After sitting cross-legged, Wang Wei begins to review his memories once again. After focusing on that punch, he saw the gate once again. It looked like a very ordinary but old purple door. However, an ancient aura that seems to exist across space and time emanated from the door. After taking a deep look at the door, a message suddenly appeared inside Wang Wei's mind. The Gate of Power. Is that this gate's name? Power. Could it be related to cultivating the fleshly body in general, or something related to the ancient desolate body, refining scripture? From Dition's words, he guessed that this scripture might have some other secrets, and most likely it has something to do with this gate. He then tried to find more information regarding the gate, but ended up in failure. Besides the name, he knew nothing more. Even after reviewing some knowledge, he read from the sect's secret archive. He did not find anything. Nevertheless, he was not disappointed, as he knew that he only read a small portion of the archive. Plus, not all secrets or knowledge are stored there. Some things simply cannot be written down and have to be passed down from generation to generation through words of mouth. So his father, grandfather, or some old monster in the sect might know something about it. Additionally, Wang Wei guessed that if he could recreate that punch, he should be able to see that gate once more. Unfortunately, this was not possible in his current state. Time quickly passed. A week later, Zhou Shu had healed his injuries and placed his imprint on the golden chariot, signifying that he has achieved a preliminary refinement of this innate treasure. However, he did not care about all of this. His focus was on the talisman that he discovered, as felt the power flowing through his veins. Zhou Shu became excited and immediately went to challenge Chu Mo again. The past few months have been a nightmare for him. As a son of destiny, he was constantly defeated by one person, always having to rely on luck to barely survive. He had to avenge this humiliation. Then, a legendary battle took place between these two. The space was broken, the earth trembled for days, mountains were flattened, rivers and oceans burned, and so on. Although these two cultivated a pure energy system, the intensity of their clash and power even affected the laws of heaven and earth. As long as the energy is intense and high quality enough, it is possible to overwhelm the fundamental laws that make a world. Meanwhile, in the sun, Wang Wei watched all of this calmly. During the entire battle, he was deeply focused and blended with heaven and earth. He felt a powerful consciousness using a wonderful power or source of energy to stabilize the entire world during these two battles. If it was not for that power, the destruction level of these two would have destabilized the entire world, leading to catastrophic results. As Wang Wei felt heavenly Tao repairing the damage of these two fightings, the spirit particle that he left at the core of the world secretly stole the power that it was used to heal the world, albeit a very small part of it. Wang Wei held a blue sphere in his hand. Despite the spherical shape, the thing appeared to be liquid instead of solid. Is this the world source? This was his plan all along. When Zhou Shu became a son of destiny, he left one of his particles at the core of the world. Then, ensure that the power of these two reached beyond the normal scope of the profound gods of this world. That way, when they fight, Heavenly Tao will have no choice but to use the source of the world to repair the damage of their battle. And he can take this opportunity to steal some of the sources with his spirit particle. Without hesitation, he absorbed the blue liquid. In an instant, Wang Wei's body, which was as skinny as bamboo, returned to his normal self. His well-defined muscles full of power were back, along with his elastic skin. However, he still looked like an old man that was about to die of old age. But an ordinary old man instead of an old demon that seemed that he would drink people's blood at any time. Nevertheless, Wang Wei knew that he was not fully healed. He could still see cracks on all the cells of his body, signifying that his fleshly body foundation was still injured. He immediately began to repair it. However, as soon as he had the idea, his intuition warned him that it would be best for him to leave it that way. How could repairing my injury be harmful to me? Unless breaking before standing? He realized that this might be an opportunity for him. Suddenly, he felt something and looked in the sky. He could feel that his connection to his father was very clear, most likely in the world community closest to this one. As such, it should not be long before they arrived in this community and turned this world. It won't be long before he returned home. With a smile on his face, he returned to doing his things while continuing to steal more world sources. Chapter 417. Game in Wang Wei began to focus on his creation of the three crowns technique. Based on the profound flower condensation technique, he already knew how to create the key crown. Now, he had to create the way to make the spirit and essence crown. From what he understood, these crowns are a way to sublimate the foundation and make it more perfect, and this should apply to almost all cultivation systems. The reason for that is all systems can be divided into the three categories of essence, spirit, and ki or body, soul, and energy. At some point, all cultivation will involve these three. For example, the origin system involved all three of them. Cultivators usually begin with essence by strengthening their bodies in the body, refining realm, and later in the divine body realm. In the second and third realms of that system, origin ki is created. As such, the system begins to involve ki. And even in the fourth realm, origin ki is sublimated into a higher form of energy, origin essence. However, in that same realm, cultivators began to develop their soul and sea of consciousness, meaning that the system now involved the spirit aspect. And this continued all the way to the primordial spirit. After all, in the divine body realm, cultivators still have to temper their mind and spirit. Even the profound system of this world followed a similar premise. For most of the cultivation systems, they focused on ki and its sublimation. However, in the profound saint realm, they also begin to follow the spirit aspect. While creating this technique, Wang Wei realized that the concept of the three crowns was a perfect addition to the origin system, and it did not have to be an entirely new realm. The key crown could be created during the supernatural realm, the essence crown in the divine body realm, and the spirit crown during the primordial spirit realm. That way, a perfect foundation for the law could be created. After thinking about it for a moment, he guessed that his ancestor did not encounter a cultivation system that had these crowns during his travel and while he was created this system. However, he should have known about it after becoming an eternal emperor and doing something about it. Wang Wei shook his head since he could not get an answer to this question. So, he focused on the task at hand. To create any of the flowers only requires a cultivator to comprehend the essence, the core, or the nature of the three crowns. What is key? What is its origin? What is spirit, or essence? How does it affect the individual and the world? Once that comprehension reached a certain level, a cultivator can resonate with heaven and earth. And this is not the end. From what Wang Wei remembered, the theory of the three crowns went something like this. 3 flowers gather on a crown, and 5 key towards the origin. Everything in the universe is created from the 5 elements and the revolution of yin and yang, which includes the body. By absorbing pure 5 elements energy from heaven and earth, it is possible to increase a person's origin or their natural talent and foundation of cultivation. Hence the theory of 5 key towards the origin. When refining his organs, Wang Wei has already absorbed 5 elements of energy into his body. However, he does not yet understand the concept of origin and how to improve it. However, after a little research back in the sect, he should be able to discover something and accomplish the task of 5 key towards the origin. After nodding his head in satisfaction, he returned to his daily carving and study of karma. Meanwhile, Zhou Shu and Chu Mo never stopped their constant fighting, and each time, Wang Wei would benefit by stealing a little world source. He did not get greedy, but stole a small enough amount not to be discovered. However, with the repeated battles, the small amount begins to aggravate. Unspoken sect. In a secret realm that had so many formations inside at the level of quasi-emperors that even if Wang Wei was at his peak state, he would not be able to detect anything. The Supreme Elder and Tong Hua stood in front of a formation that was square in shape. Usually, the Supreme Elder would stand in front of Tong Hua. But this time, it was the opposite. He stood behind her with his head slightly lowered. Her entire demeanor and aura had changed completely. She was cold and indifferent, and a dignified air surrounded her. Obviously, she had regained her memories. The formation in front of them lit up before 2 people suddenly appeared, an old man and a young man. The old man had long white hair, but no beard, and was dressed in plain black robes. The young man had a blue robe with a free and easy smile on his face, making people easily get close to him. Great Elder Young. Young Master, bowed Tong Hua. Aunt, there is no need to be polite between us, said the young man named Tong He. Status has to be respected, replied Tong Hua. So, for what reason do you ask for help? Asked Great Elder Yang. Something went wrong with this generation's plan, said Tong Hua. Someone else became the son of destiny, and we believe that it is most likely because of an extraterrestrial demon. What makes you say that? Tong Hua then waved her hand to display a recording of Wang Wei's attack once he arrived in this world. Based on the aura he displayed, his aura is entirely different from the profound system. So, he is most likely from a world in our community with an entirely different system, or from another world community. And ever since he arrived in this world, things have gotten out of control. I even suspect that the new demon lord is related to him. Great Elder Yang nodded as he reviewed all the information that Tong Hua provided for him. When he arrived at the part of the true Yang formation that was placed on the moon, his eyes squinted as he muttered, Law? This person is in the profound law realm? I do not know for sure. However, it is a fact that he borrowed the power of law to set up such a formation. The Great Elder nodded his head before saying, When is the next battle between the Demon Lord and Zhou Shu? Based on their previous pattern, it should be in a couple of days. I need to verify something, then we could take our next course of action. A few days later, Zhou Shu and Chu Mo fought once more. However, this time, a secret pair of eyes were observing them in the shadow. Elder, did you find something? Yes, young master. Someone is using their clash to secretly steal some world source. The method used seemed quite clever. Although he did not find the exact method, he still could guess. Since their sects have played with countless worlds, they have a great understanding of sources and so on. So, he was able to catch Wang Wei's actions. So what do we do now? Asked Tong He. Let's go pay our foreign guest a visit. Great Elder Yang broke the space and teleported the two to the sun, releasing all his aura to instigate his arrival. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the uninvited guests in front of him, and he was slightly surprised by what he saw. He felt the power of law from this old man, along with very deep, profound energy. Immediately, he realized what was going on. The profound God realm of this world was equivalent to the supreme realm back home. However, the realm this old man was in is equivalent to the quasi-emperor realm, and this realm requires understanding and controlling the law. And since Great Thousand World could not give birth to the so-called quasi-emperor existence, the heavenly profound continent did not have the method of reaching that realm, nor the ability to do so. Most likely, the person who created the profound system did it on purpose to weaken all the worlds in the community and ensure the supremacy of the beginning profound world. Another example to back this theory is the young man accompanying this old man. Wang Wei can see that he is only in the profound Grandmaster realm, but his profound energy is extremely pure, even granting him battle prowess to some weak profound gods. And this is not because this guy is some extraordinary heaven chosen that can skip countless realms to do battle. No, the only reason he is so powerful is that the cultivation technique he used is miles better than the ones the other people used. Obviously, this was a form of hoarding knowledge to benefit some people. Wang Wei looked at these people before looking down at the continent. He already guessed the reason these people came to see him, and after mulling it over a while, he sighed and made a decision. It seems that the game is about to end. It's time for me to leave. He waved his hand to remove the formation and invited them in. Chapter 418. The fate of the chess pieces. Great Elder Yang had a serious look on his face after seeing Wang Wei. With his ability, he could tell this old man's root bone was only 1,000 years old, and the reason he appeared as such was because of lifespan overdraft. A 1,000 years was not long. Even in the beginning profound continent, since profound law realm powerhouses could live for more than 100,000 years. This meant that this person belonged to the younger generation and might be some heaven chosen of some family. Of course, what shocked him the most was the latter's strength. "Young master, we are in deep trouble," said the great elder through divine sense communication. Without any change in his face, he replied, "What do you mean?" Unlike the people of this world, the heaven chosen of the beginning profound continent can open their sea of consciousness in the profound master realm, tier 4. This person's strength is enough to instantly kill the two of us. What? Then what do we do? Be prepared to use the teleportation runes that the sect gave you to save your life, and I will buy you enough time. Before that, we will try not to conflict with him. What about the mission we came here for? Let's see how the situation plays out. Then, something appeared on Great Elder Yang's forehead. It was a dragon coiled in a circle. In the middle of the circle were 6 vertical stripes. Yang, unspoken Tao sect, beginning profound continent, I have seen fellow Taoist. After seeing the mark on the person's forehead, Wang Wei quickly recognized what it was. It was something he learned from the sect's secret archive. This mark was referred to as Tao lineage mark, and it was invented as a way for people from different heaven will to identify the fact that they were from emperor lineages. This way, it was easier to know each other's identities and avoid creating enemies for their relative sect, and also a way to show a person's background and brag at the same time. "Tong He, young profound master of the unspoken Tao sect," said the young man, while also showing his mark. Wang Wei nodded his head as he remembered the way to create the mark. The most common method is to connect to the sect's key, luck, to manifest the mark. Then, a dragon also appeared on his forehead. However, he had 9 vertical stripes in the middle, unlike the other 6. Wang Wei, sacred son of the Tao opening sect, myriad emperor world. And as soon as Great Elder Yang saw the 9 stripes, his eyes squinted slightly as he knew that the background of the opponent might be better than theirs. Unlike the myriad emperor world, the sects in the beginning profound continent are very active in the endless void. So, Great Elder Yang knew that although not all of them, many heaven will have a 9 emperor curse to balance the overall development of the world. As such, 9 emperors is the limit that some sects can reach. And there are only 2 ways for this curse to be lifted. One is to have a terrifying heaven chosen that forcefully breaks the curse and becomes their sect's 10th emperor. Or wait until 9 other sects cultivate 9 great emperors, then Heavenly Tao will remove the curse and allows for fair competition. Wait, young master, you said that you're from the Myriad Emperor world? That's correct. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. The Myriad Emperor world is one of the most powerful heaven will worlds in the endless void with the 3rd most number of eternal emperors. To be precise, they are tied for 2nd place with 8. And there are rumors that they have given birth to even more. But many of them died or erased their existence from the world for some reason. On top of all that, Great Elder Yang knew that 3 of their eternal emperorsa, the Sword Empress, the absolute beginning emperor, and Empress Hua, have accomplished things that affected all worlds in the endless void. The name of these people is forever remembered by many heaven will worlds across many world communities. Although in recent years, the Myriad Emperor has adopted a closed-door policy and rarely interacted with other world communities, they are still famous. I have heard the name of Sword Empress, the absolute beginning emperor, and Empress Wu. Huh. I never knew that our founding ancestor was so famous. Wang Wei was not lying. He could guess the previous 2 were famous because of what they did to Buddhism and the devil race. However, he did not know why the Sword Empress was so famous. He decided to check it out when he returned. Founding ancestor? The Sword Empress. Great Elder's lisp almost twitched when he heard that as he realized he might have kicked an iron bucket. Young Master Wang Wei, it's not that I don't believe you, Buta. Wang Wei nodded his head, then the Dao lineage mark appeared on his forehead again. This time, however, 2 of the stripes had stars on them. Both Great Elder Yang and Tong, he almost fainted when they saw this. 1 sect, 2 eternal emperor. They knew that the Dao lineage mark could not be fake, so this person was truly from such a sect. To them, this was truly a shock to their worldviews. In the entire history of the beginning profound continent, excluding the events that occurred before the era of strife, also called the Null Era, only 1 eternal emperor has ever been born in their world. And they knew that in some heaven will, no eternal emperors have never appeared. This means, in the trillion upon trillion years of history of these worlds, not a single individual managed to become an eternal emperor. But now, they met a sect that has 2 of them. Great Elder took a deep breath internally to calm down. Could it be that the sect behind him is intervening in this community? He thought to himself, no, based on his current situation, he obviously is the heaven-chosen cultivated to become this generation's emperor. Such a powerful sect would never allow their geniuses to be in such a terrible shape of lifespan deficiency. So, that only means that it might be an accident for him to come here. This could explain why he was stealing World Source, most likely to heal his injuries. After thinking about all of this, he managed to calm himself down somewhat. So he continued his train of thought. The Myriad Emperor world, in general, has been in great decline for a long time, to the point of completely removing their presence on the world stage of the Endless Void. Even if they wanted to make a comeback, it would be in their best interest to start with a world community closer to them. So, this kid is very likely waiting for his sect to come and pick him up. In conclusion, the mission of the sect should be able to be completed, even if the Tao opening sect intervened in this world. Our sect still has the home advantage and can deal with them. Plus, if everything else failed, the sect can still ally with other sects to fight them. After all, no heavenly world would allow others to easily intervene in their community. And if all that fails, we can just give them this world as a last resort. After all, there are thousands of worlds in that level in this community. All these thoughts flashed across Elder Yang's mind in less than a second. He then cupped his hand before saying, "Forgive me, young master, if I have insulted you. I have to be careful." Wang Wei nodded to him to indicate that he did not mind. He already guessed the reason these 2 people came to see him. Nothing but to stop him while the other people of the unspoken sect dealt with Zhou Shu. For their plans to work, the status of the Son of Destiny can only be in their hands, no one else. And that's because the Son of Destiny is the person with the highest chance of receiving the Tao Source Seed from Heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, after these people met him, they realized that they were not his opponent, so they began to use their status to put pressure on Wang Wei. After all, he was on their turf and a long way from home. After figuring things out, he decided to give up on Zhou Shu. Although he could kill these two or imprison them, however, what about the sect behind them? What if they already prepared in case something happened to him? Wang Wei was not foolish enough to fight any emperor lineage on his own, especially in his current state. So, he made the rational decision to give up on Zhou Shu and stopped his plan. However, he did not give up on Chu Mo as he had more use. With a calm demeanor, he led the two of them into his small hut in the sun. Although it looked small from the outside, Wang Wei placed space distortion array inside, so it is bigger on the inside. As soon as the two entered the hut, Tong he screamed. Ouch! Everyone looked at him and find out that he had impaled his foot on one of the countless objects on the floor. Sorry, I was refining something, so the room is a mess, said Wang Wei as he waved his hand to make all the things on the floor disappeared. Great Elder Yang guessed that this person was warning them not to do anything stupid, so he quickly said, We understand, before giving a pill to Tong to heal his injuries. Although the latter was angry and frustrated, he dare not say anything. After that, the three of them had a long and cordial conversation. At some point, he felt that Zhou Shu had died, and even his key luck was forcefully absorbed from him. He did not say anything or show any change in his facial expression. He only ensured that all the things inside Zhou Shu's space ring were transported to his, along with his spirit particles and other things. Once everything was finished, the other two people left the sun and returned to the unspoken sect. And as soon as these people left, Wang Wei waved his hand, and a screw with blood appeared in front of him. With this Tong, he's blood. I should be able to find the karma thread that connects him to the beginning profound continent and find its coordinate. It's time to plant a chess piece there. Blood Sea Prefecture. Chu Mo was in deep meditation as a blood light was crawling inside his veins, making him look like a demon. Suddenly, he heard a sound deep in his mind. Dinga? Detecting a great danger is approaching the Hasta? Calculatinga? It is determined that the host can't survive, no matter what course of action is Takina. Processinga? Activating backup protocol to ensure the survival of the host. Host, do you want to implement one of the 36 stratagems? Running away. Yes, no. System, what is going on? Host, there is no time to explain. Do you want to run away? Yes, no. Yes. Although he did not know the detail, Chu Mo would not take his life lightly. As soon as he chose yes, a white light enveloped him, and he disappeared from his cultivating room. And from now on, the infamous demon Lord forever disappeared from the heavenly profound continent. Rumors have it that he grew bored of conquest, and he left the world. Others said that he suffered a backlash from cultivation deviation and died in meditation. And there are also rumors that he was besieged and killed by all the other demon lords. Nevertheless, he was never heard of again. Of course, his story did not end here. Chapter 419. Reunion. Chu Mo found himself in a large space. He looked around and found himself in a forest with different trees scattered everywhere. He looked in the distance to see mountain ranges that rose to the heavens. He quickly used his divine sense to see if there were powerful animals in the forest, then sighed in relief when he realized that he was alone. System, where is this? And what is going on? This is a safe zone that the system created in case the host is in danger and requires to run away. Be warned that with the damaged state of the system, this place is not always available. Oh, replied Chu Mo before taking a deep breath. He knew that his system was really damaged after bringing him into this world, and although it has fixed some abilities, it was still a long way to go. So what is the situation? Why was I forced to run away? It was detected that the Son of Destiny was killed. What? Zhou Shu is dead? How is that possible? Who killed him? According to the system's calculations, some people from the upper realm arrived in this world and killed him. Wait, system. I thought that you said that only after lowering Zhou Shu's luck could I be able to kill him. How did these people do it? This system has no exact answer, but can guess the method used. Most likely, they possessed a weapon or way to negate the luck of the Son of Destiny. Chu Mo frowned after hearing this. During his reign as Demon Lord, he gathered a lot of information about the upper realm. He knew that the people there were more advanced in many ways than in this world. He also understood the reason that the system wanted him to conquer this world and have enough luck before going there. But he did not expect that the people came here in advance. And since the system asked him to run away, these people are most likely very powerful and probably wanted to eliminate him for reason. System, what's the next plan? Without a mission to accomplish, Chu Mo felt lost and without a sense of purpose. He did not like this feeling. The system will use some of its last power to create a void boat for the host and provide the coordinate of the upper realm. After arriving there, the host has to find a way to acquire an identity token, grow stronger, and eventually fight in the heavenly battle. Then, what's going to happen to you? Hurriedly asked Chu Mo. The system will temporarily enter sleeping mode, and only the most basic functions will be available. Chu Mo sighed in relief. As long as the system was not completely gone, everything was fine. In this scary world, he relied on the system to be as powerful as he was now. Suddenly losing that support made him feel very uncomfortable. Thankfully, it was only temporarily sleeping. On the sun, Wang Wei looked at Chu Mo that was in a secluded place inside his large space ring and nodded his head. He took out the supreme tier void boat that he had and sent it to him. Then, while he was trying to find the coordinate of the beginning profound continent through Karma Thread, he was also refining the innate treasure that he simple named Void Golden Chariot. A week later, he discovered the coordinates and sent Chu Mo on his way. He was happy to plant a chess piece in that world. His main purpose is to gather information and rare resources that might be beneficial to him. As for Chu Mo becoming a great emperor, Wang Wei was not confident in his chances. Plus, if he did become one, his spirit particle along with his false memories would be discovered, unless Wang Wei could become one before him and reinforce these measures. That way, he would have a great emperor as a puppet. However, all of these are for the future. A few weeks later, he finally refined the Golden Chariot and became its master. He discovered a massive world inside the chariot, even larger than most great thousand worlds. Most likely, this was supposed to be the place that Zhou Shu placed the people of the heavenly profound continent when he ran away. Then, he prepared to leave. While standing in the sun, he took one last look at this world. He could see an invisible red hue that covered the entire world. He recognized these things as key of calamity, signifying that a major catastrophe was about to hit this world. He sighed before entering the chariot and left. There was no hesitation in his actions. Before Zhou Shu died, he ensured that the karmic blame for losing the chariot was placed on him, so he did not have any more worries. Recent events have made him understand that the world is cruel and few people can control their fate. At any moment, catastrophe can come knocking, and most people will be powerless. That fact applied to a wealthy and powerful person like him, let alone the powerless mortals of this world. After leaving this world by entering the endless void, he controlled the chariot to head in the direction of his family through the bloodline connection he felt. Wang Wei did not know how long he spent navigating in the dark emptiness of space, but at some point, he saw an enormous map that looked like it contained the stars inside. He stopped in front of it, as he felt that the connection led to that thing. Out of caution, he projected a holographic image of himself to display his identity, and he thought that someone from his family would do the same if this map belonged to them. But he saw a woman coming out of the map and flying toward his chariot with unmatched speed, countless times faster than the speed of light. Instantly, he realized that it was his mother, so he appeared in front of her. Yu Yin hugged him tightly. Luckily, his injury was alleviated otherwise. She would have squeezed him to death. "My poor son, look how bad a shape you are in." She looked at his old face, white hair, wrinkles, and age spots. Tears started to fall down her eyes. "Mommy is here now, and everything will be fine," said Yu Yin while crying uncontrollably. "Mom, there's no need to cry. I'm fine," replied Wang Wei as he hugged his mother. Yes, you'll be fine. Once you return home, your father will fix you back to even better shape, she replied, but her tears did not stop. At this point, Wang Tian had also rushed up to hug his son. It's good that you're all right. Wang Wei smiled as he internally sighed. With his eyesight, he could see some strings of white hair on his father's head. They were not there before, and should not appear because of a lack of lifespan. So, the only explanation is excessive stress. It is obvious that his disappearance had a greater toll on his father than he might have let on. While the three of them were having their reunion, 2 more people also arrived. Grandma, said Wang Wei as he hugged Yin Zhaojun. You look like you're the same age as me, she said with a smile and relief. There is nothing more unbearable for any parents than to see their children leaving before them. Given the choice, they would always want to take their place. Brat, what about me? How could you ignore the old man like this? Said Wang Chong, his voice so loud that it echoed in the void. Wang Wei's mouth twitched after hearing this. Well, my eyes are not working as well now in my current state, so I did not see you. Boy, don't think I can't whoop you now that you're stronger than me. Wang Wei decided not to say anything more as he knew that this old ruffian can definitely use his seniority to give him a beating. Although he would not feel any pain with his fleshly body, it was still humiliating. That's what I thought, said Wang Chong. Well, it's good that you're in better shape than the last time we saw you. And it even seems that you got some other chances. His eyes were fixed on the chariot when he said the last part. Wait, he was in even worse shape than this. Suddenly said Yu Yin, while staring at her husband, making the latter have a wry smile. He was just thinking how great it was that his son did not look like an old devil as skinny as bamboo. That way his wife would not blame him. But now, Yinner, this is not the time to be putting blame, added Yin Zhaojun. What matters now is to return home and heal Wire to ensure that his Tao foundation is not affected. The other nodded and quickly began the journey home. During the entire journey home, Yu Yin never left Wang Wei's side, always hanging to him. Although helpless, he did not say anything. More than a month later, the group finally returned to the myriad Emperor world. As Wang Wei floated in the sky and breathed in the air and spiritual key between heaven and earth, he felt a great deal of comfort. He did not understand how much he loved this world until he was stranded in a place far away, without any friends, family, or even anyone he knew. The feeling of home was truly comforting. No matter how much trouble or things wrong with this world, it was still his home, and he loved it. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled slightly before frowning. Why do I feel like a lot of time passed by? Endless void. In a secret place in the slaughter trial, Chen Tong was still recuperating from his last calculation of the secrets of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he felt something and opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and the formations in his cultivation cave were removed, showing a shadowy figure waiting for him. What do you want? He said with undisguised disgust in his voice. Chapter 420. Dark truth, is it your way to speak to your ruler? Said the shadowy figure. Ruler? Replied Chen Tong with a sneer. How delusional have you? Parasites become? At my peak, I could crush all 7 of you with one hand. And now you're talking about being my ruler. If you guys did not take advantage of the situation, none of you would even be qualified to speak to me or anyone else normally. Qing Tong truly despised these people. The Eternal Ascension world was one of the most powerful chaos worlds in this universe. They have cultivated the largest number of paragons and the most powerful ones amongst all the source worlds. Their influences spread throughout chaos. However, ever since these 7 parasites took power, they have weakened the world to an unbearable point. As soon as Chun Tong said these words, as that shadow's figure, the leak was less than a few nanoseconds, and yet a catastrophic result occurred. Cracks started to appear all over the endless void. In just a moment, it appeared as if the entire lower dimension was about to be destroyed. And it would have if that shadow did not restrain his breath. If he did not stop in time, all the heaven worlds along with their world community full of millions of worlds would have instantly been annihilated. Luckily, the shadowy figure controlled his breath before looking in a certain direction. And with that single look, He fixed all the damage to the lower dimension and even strengthened its source slightly. He then looked at Chun Tong as if nothing happened and said, "I did not come here to argue with you." "So why did you come here?" asked Chun Tong, who was not surprised by this person's strength. "The dark truth has appeared in the lower dimension." "What?" said Chun Tong as he stood up from his cultivating futon. "Where?" "In the extremity sea." Chun Tong looked in the northwest direction, and his eyes seemed to ignore the concept of space and time as he looked at the end of the endless void. He saw a gray fog calmly staying there. However, Chun Tong only glanced at it for a moment and did not dare continue. Fear flashed across his eyes along with intrigue. "This is all you guys' fault," he yelled. "If you did not weaken our world to this point, how could the dark truth reach its claws here?" "You know very well that this is not true," said the shadowy figure. "The dark truth has existed since the beginning of time and has spread to countless chaos worlds, no matter how powerful they were." Chun Tong knew that this person was speaking the truth. The dark truth is considered one of the taboos of the universe, and maybe the oldest one. Its existence has been traced to the beginning of the chaos universe, during the time that fiend gods reigned supreme and existed until the present. It always manifested in the form of gray fog, and people have referred to it by many names, with the most popular one being the dark truth. That's because it is believed that the fog hides the ultimate truth of the universe, and that truth is not something that people can or will accept. Existing across the entire chaos is not the reason the dark truth is feared. The main reason is its unpredictability. In some world, the gray fog acts as a disaster, wiping out countless almighty figures and even the entire world. And it did not matter whether countless fiend gods, paragons, down monarchs, and immortal kings try to stop it, they will all be extinguished by the fog. No exception. At the same time, some people can enter the fog and nothing would happen to them. They would just enter and leave. And some people would receive gifts from the fog. It could be powerful weapons, an increase in talent, rare resources, and so on. Many almighty figures of chaos were born after receiving gifts from the dark truth. However, the unfortunate thing is that no one knows the criteria for receiving a negative, neutral, and positive reception. So, entering the fog is a gamble. What made this fog even scarier is the fact that the Eye of Grandao seems to not have the ability to remove it. Many people have tried borrowing its power, and their best result has always been to delay its spread or make it inactive for a while. Because of this, there have been rumors that once the fog spread to every corner of chaos, this would be the end of the universe. All lives would end, and even the Tao itself will not be spared. After thinking about all these things, Chun Tong snorted coldly. "Even if what you said is true, do you think that it is a coincidence that the fog appeared at this moment?" The shadowy figure paused for a moment. "We have come to make you an offer. Investigate the fog, and the 8th seat in our council will be given to you." Chun Tong sneered after hearing this. These people were asking him to risk his life for this so-called opportunity. After all, he did not know if he could survive the fog. He had learned the hard way when to be curious and when to mind his business. Plus, their so-called 8th seat was something he could have acquired on his own if these parasites were not blocking his way. "Go ask someone else," he replied. "Why don't you think about it long before answering?" Chun Tong looked at the shadow figure up and down. "You already asked other people, and they refused? Well, only a fool would believe your words. Why don't you try asking Old Man Nether? With his personality, he should be more than happy to take the risk, as long as the price is right." The shadow remained silent and did not answer. Chun Tong once again sneered after seeing this. "I forgot that you parasites do not even dare to send a projection into the myriad emperor world." The shadowy figure wanted to get mad once again, but controlled himself. He knew that Chun Tong was correct. The myriad emperor world can be considered the most important of the heaven will world in the lower dimension. They have cultivated countless first-class great emperors that eventually became paragons. Not to mention, they have also cultivated the highest number of eternal emperors that eventually turned into boundless paragons. The golden age of the eternal ascension world was created and led by these people. And at its peak, The Eternal Ascension world was the most powerful source world, which are worlds in chaos that can give birth to great emperor and paragons. However, something happened that made most of these individuals disappear, creating a power vacuum that led to the current political landscape. Nevertheless, even though these people disappeared or died, the current 7 rulers knew that this was just how things were on the surface. Eternal emperors were already so hard to kill, not to mention boundless paragons. Those were the true monsters amongst monsters. Not to mention that one of them survived that catastrophe. Empress Wu, although she was in a very weakened state and could not act arbitrarily on her own, her existence alone brought fear and restraint to the 7 of them. Not to mention that there are rumors that some other people also survived, but were hiding deeply for some reasons, recuperating their injuries and waiting for the right time to show up again. So, they would never step foot in the Myriad Emperor world, as there are too many secrets and untouchable people connected to it. If you change your mind, contact us, said the shadowy figure before leaving. It was truly frustrating to speak to these remnants of the old era. They have no awe or respect for those in power. As soon as that person left, the sneering look on Chen Tong's face was replaced by worry. He knew that the appearance of the dark truth was not good news for anyone. Adding to what happened after the ultimate taboo showed up, all of these are a sign that something that will affect the entire chaos universe was about to take place. What is it that you old guys are planning? All of you must know something that I don't. So, why don't you all fill me in? For the first time, Chen Tong regretted that he did not die in the events that surrounded the ultimate taboo. That way, he would know more and can better prepare for the future. The only good news is that the time of these 7 parasites is rapidly coming to an end, and they know it, so they're trying to recruit other people on their side, muttered Chen Tong with a sneer. However, the other 2 will be a problem. How did they break the limit and take the step on that boundary? Is this the benefit of the ultimate taboo? In that case, why didn't Empress Wu also benefit and broke that limit? Unless Chapter 4:21. True Tao of Power. You're right about that, replied Wang Tian. More than 2,500 years have passed since you left, and most of your peers are already in the shackle removing steps of the primordial spirit realm. Wang Wei nodded his head as something that was on his mind regarding the exact timing of the heaven will battle of different world communities was finally answered. For example, the average lifespan of the true monarchs of the beginning profound continent is 100,000 years. Although the heaven-chosens of their world will have a much higher number, there is still a limit. The limit of lifespan and the cultivation system determine the rates at which the geniuses of any heaven will world grow. In some systems, they can become true monarchs in just a few hundred years, while in others, it might take them a few million years. However, if that is true, that meant that worlds with faster cultivation systems would have an advantage as great emperors would be born first in their world. Now, imagine if these emperors decided to interfere in the heaven will battle of other worlds. Whether it was for their benefit or the people close to them, this would become an issue. As the saying goes, the early birds get the worms. Wang Wei finally understood how this problem is solved. Time flow. The time flow of each world communities is different to accommodate the cultivation system and the growth of rate of its participants. That way, all the heaven will battles will occur at a relatively similar time and prevent the occurrence of the previous scenario. There is no way that this is a coincidence. The way that the universe functions has established rules and methods. Everything is concise, everything has order. So, is order another part of fate? The way that plants grow, the change of the seasons, the movement of the sun and the stars, and even the evolution of life in the form of cultivation can be a form of order. This is also the way that fate determined its control over all things in the universe. Now the question is, what is the antithesis of order, chaos? Play in the overall picture of fate? An ethereal aura emanated from Wang Wei as he entered a state of deep epiphany. Meanwhile, the people around him were on guard to ensure that no one disturbed him. Wang Tian had a strange look on his face as he watched his son. At first, He thought that he was distracted because he was left behind by his peers in terms of cultivation level. He was even prepared to encourage him and soothe his worries. But now, it is obvious that this was not required. This kid is strange. Not long ago after his fight, he had an epiphany, and now he was having one again. Plus, Yin Shun told me that he previously had one not long ago when he visited the Eternal Dream sect. He guessed that it was his son's soul that was finally showing its ability. He would never forget the dread he felt the first time he checked his son's soul after he was born. It was then that he knew that his son was destined for greatness. That even in this generation where countless heavenly physiques were appearing, he would have no problem rising. More than 30 minutes later, the strange aura surrounding Wang Wei disappeared and the power of fate flashed across his eyes. An air of mystery suddenly exuded from his body. It was as if he had peeped at the essence of the world and learned its deepest secrets. Wang Wei immediately controlled his sudden change of aura to return to normal before thanking everyone for protecting him. Wang Tian placed his hand on his shoulder. It's good to become enlightened and increase your strength. As for the time you lost, you don't have to worry about that. The sect has a secret realm with a time formation. You can use it to catch up. Wang Wei was not worried. With the world source he has at hand, he could speed up his cultivation to catch up to the others without affecting his foundation. Plus, having higher cultivation did not mean much since most of them will still have to wait a while before the final battle after becoming quasi-emperors. The group then returned home. As Wang Wei watched the floating chain of mountains, a genuine smile appeared on his face. He was finally home. However, there was no time for him to admire the view as his father took him directly to his secret place. "Remember to be extra respectful," said Wang Tian, and Wang Wei nodded. Soon, after going through a few formations that checked every part of his existence, he found himself in front of a small cottage. And not long after arriving at his destination, he saw an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a white robe. An immortal-like aura came from his old man's body as if he was a higher being living in a mortal world. "Greetings, Elder Dan," said Wang Tian as he bowed, and Wang Wei followed. "You are the sect master. There is no need to bow to me." Wang Tian smiled and did not comment. "I brought my son. Check to see if he meets the criteria." Elder Dan then looked at Wang Wei, who had a slightly surprised look on his face. "So, you've noticed, quite capable. Are you Relia?" "Yes, I'm an Emperor tier pill." The moment he walked into the room, he felt that this person was different, unique in some way. So, he activated his true vision and realized that he was a pill and one of the highest levels. With all the novels he had read in his past life, he was not surprised that a pill could become conscious or even become a sentient being. He was only surprised because he would meet one at this caliber now. "I will scan your body to check your injuries, so be prepared and do not resist." Wang Wei nodded as if he did not mind. He knew a powerful existence like could see most of his secrets without him even noticing. The fact that Elder Dan was asking was out of etiquette. Wang Wei did not feel anything, so he did not even know if the process was taking place. The only information he had going on for him was the concentrated look on the other person's face. Even his paragon quality soul did not detect anything, once again reminding him that it only provided him with some advantage and that it was not omnipotent. Wang Wei had a sigh at the great distance between himself and these immortal existences. The gap between mortals and immortals was truly vast beyond compare. A few seconds later, Elder Dan said, "Your son is truly talented. He even reached the minimum threshold to cultivate the true Tao of power." "True Tao of power?" asked Wang Wei in confusion. "All right, you have not even begun to open your star acupoints yet, so you might not know. I have to say, to be able to see the gate of power so early on, you're truly talented in the body refining department." Elder Dan paused for a moment to gather his thought. "Once you're done opening your star acupoints, there are two paths to follow in cultivating the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. For the people who have not seen the gate of power, they can follow the path of law. By comprehending the law of power and baptizing the fleshly body to increase strength. Well, it does not have to be the law of power, but it is the ideal one. However, according to our ancestors, these people will never have the opportunity to open that gate. Of course, there's another path also referred to as the true Tao of power. To thread on that path, body refiners have to continue tempering their bodies to increase the amount of pure physical force that they can exert. The entire concept revolves around the idea that if my body can exert a force comparable to trillions of stars exploding with one punch, I can break all laws, concepts, realities, or Taos in existence. However, you can imagine the difficulty of that path. Wang Wei did understand. The law path mostly requires comprehension to temper the body, while the true path required an untold amount of effort and resources. For example, Wang Wei could tell that once he opened all his star acupoint, most Quasi-Emperor's heavenly materials or treasures will have little effect on tempering his body. And after a while, all of them will not have any effect, and he has to use things on the immortal level. Or he has to find other body refining cultivation techniques that are still useful to him. Otherwise, his true Tao of power cultivation will be stopped. Luckily for him, he did not lack resources or unique cultivation techniques for now. So, what will happen once I open the gate of power? That is something for you to discover, replied Elder Dan with a smile. But I can tell you that even the ancient desolate emperor did not succeed in opening the gate, at least not before he left. Many of the ancestors have followed in his footsteps, trying to achieve that goal, and none have succeeded so far. So, this will not be an easy task. I will try my best. That's all that matters. Now, let's patch you up. Elder Dan raised his hand, and a golden light appeared. He slowly pushed the light into Wang Wei's body. In an instant, Wang Wei's face began to change and returned to his handsome and young face. All the lifespan he previously lost in the battle with Di Tian was recovered, including both the ones from his cultivation level and his fleshly body. And Wang Wei felt that he had even more. According to his calculation, he could live for at least 3 million years without any problem. However, he frowned as he checked inside his body. Before he could ask, Elder Dan said, "Someone else will help you fix your foundation." Chapter 422. Deep inheritance. Once he returned to his youth, Wang Tian did not waste time before bringing his son to another secret realm. The moment Wang Wei appeared inside, he was secretly shocked as he looked into the sky. Dark thunder flashed in the heavens, and he felt a great deal of dread just by looking at it. Divine punishment thunder? He recognized that thunder. What's more, this one seemed to be on an even higher level than the ones he survived. Then, he saw a man more than 2.5 meters tall fly from deep inside the dark lightning. The man was very muscular. He could be described as a bear's waister and tiger's back. He was wearing martial clothes that were tight-fitting instead of the typical robe. Although this man did not reveal any aura, the danger he felt from him was even scarier than Elder Dan. Additionally, the moment he saw him, one thought suddenly appeared inside Wang Wei's mind. This man can fight a great emperor, and maybe even a second-class one. I have seen the ancestor, said Wang Tian. However, before he could bow, an invisible force appeared to prevent him from bowing. However, the same courtesy did not apply to Wang Wei, but he did not mind. He understood that as the sect master, even with lower cultivation, his father has a certain status that excused him from bowing to these old monsters. However, he as the sacred son did not have these privileges until he succeeded in that position. Wang Wuqing nodded his head as his gaze scrutinized Wang Wei. Not bad. Our Wang family can have a great successor this generation, even better than the last. Thank you, ancestor. Kid, if you have something to say, do so. There is no need to be reserved. Well, ancestor, are you an insurgent heaven chosen? Oh, where did you learn this word? I have a very powerful and knowledgeable wife. Indeed you do, replied Wang Wuqing, with a deep gaze. Have you ever thought about the consequences of having such a Tao companion? What consequences? Asked Wang Wei with a frown. Great emperors are almighty beings, and their very existence carries a karmic weight, and not everybody can bear that weight. Wang Wei frowned, not truly grasping what his ancestor meant. For example, a mortal could never bear the bow from a great emperor. And that is because the karmic weight of that bow is enough to instantly kill them. And the same applied to any mortal cultivators, including the quasi-emperor realm. If they ever received a bow from a great emperor without any protection, their luck would instantly ruin, and they would eventually die because of misfortune. So, do you think you can bear the karmic weight of your wife? Wang Wei understood the meaning behind ancestor Wang Wuqing's words. He remembered reading tales about some people who were reincarnated. In all of the stories he read, if the parents of the reincarnated person are mortals, their fate is always either dead or living miserably. And the reason is that these mortals cannot bear the karmic weight of the sons or daughters who were previously powerful cultivators. And these young reincarnators are often called misfortune stars. The same logic can be applied to the relationship between Wang Wei and Wu Hong. As someone related to an eternal emperor and maybe even a more powerful entity, he has to bear the karmic weight of becoming her Tao partner. After thinking about it for a moment, Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder and said, "It'll be fine, as long as it is your decision and you are willing to bear the consequences." "I am." "But ancestor, you did not answer my question." "I am indeed an insurgent heaven chosen," replied Wang Wuqing with a great deal of pride on his face. "And he has every right to." Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he finally figured out something that has puzzled him for some time. The real purpose of the ancient desolate body refining scripture was not to allow quasi-emperors to fight great emperors, but for Tao ancestors and immortal venerables to do so. This was a technique designed to cultivate insurgent heaven-chosens and leave a firm foundation for the sect. Most likely, it is because of it that the Tao opening sect survived so many era-changing catastrophes. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the divine punishment thunder. He guessed that this ancestor was using the thunder to temper his body. "Kid, although I know you already qualify, I still need to go through the necessary tests, as it is the rules." After saying that, Wang Wuqing handed 2 stones to Wang Wei, and as soon as he held them, they changed. The one in his right hand changed different colors: red, green, yellow, purple, and gold. Each of the colors had different shades: light, moderate, and extreme. After the stone changed to gold, it began to shake before exploding. Tao heart, and will also surpass the 8 requirements. Well, as a young emperor, this should be expected. Now, there is only the last requirement. I will check your body. Wang Wei then felt a gentle power checking his divine sea, divine altar, primordial spirit, and the cracks on his cells. Tao foundation is indeed broken. The last requirement is for the foundation to be broken. That's the rule established by the founding ancestors. After saying this, Wang Wei received a book from the muscular man. As soon as he read the title, his mouth could not help twitch. And after flipping through the entire thing, a sense of being speechless could not help appearing on his face. "Is there a problem?" Wang Wei did not answer him, but just handed him over another book from his space ring. After Wang Wuqing read it, he laughed out, his powerful voice echoing throughout the entire secret realm. If all the people present did not have a powerful cultivation level, their souls would have been shocked to death. Interesting, kid. It seems that our Tao opening sect has the chance to get out of the recent decline in this generation. The book that Wang Wei received was a way to create the 3 flowers on the crown and the 5 key towards the origin. Obviously, his ancestor, the Qiyuan Emperor, did come up with a way to create these things for the origin system, but did not publicize but kept them for his sect. After all, even the most generous emperor is a person with 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is normal for the Qiyuan Emperor to leave some advantages for his sect. As for the reason he did not allow all disciples of the Tao opening sect to cultivate this secret method, the best answer Wang Wei can come up with was that it had to do with luck. If all the disciples cultivated this technique, it would only be a matter of time before the other sects discovered this fact. Then, they could use this opportunity to ruin the reputation of the Qiyuan Emperor, saying that he was selfish, and in turn, affect the overall key luck of the Tao opening sect. However, if only a few talented people cultivate it, then everything could be explained by talent instead of a secret technique. Truth be told, Wang Wei guessed that most of the emperor lineages with many great emperors had similar methods, especially the ones with eternal emperors. The only thing puzzling him was that he did not understand why the requirement was for a person's foundation to be broken. Maybe this has something to do with tempering the Tao heart, and so on. You can cultivate this method here, and when you're condensing your flowers, I will mobilize a small power of the Grand Tao Source to strengthen your foundation and remove the hidden dangers inside your body. Wang Wei nodded his head as he began to read the method deeply. Compared to the method he created, this one was truly refined. For example, he now knew that there were different levels of flowers condensed. The flowers were divided into ranks 1 to 12, with 1 being the best and 12 being the worst. And according to this book, if a person managed to condense 3 flowers rank 3, their foundation will be strong enough to become second-class emperor. And that is guaranteed, meaning that even if their comprehension was terrible, they would become a second-class great emperor after absorbing heaven's will. This is the benefit of having a truly perfect foundation. From this book, Wang Wei knew that only after condensing the 3 flowers would the origin past scripture be truly perfect. He also understood the reason that all the emperors of the sect were all first class, with 3 of them having comprehended 20 of their Grand Tao Source. This secret technique played a great role. While Wang Wei was cultivating, Wang Wuqing looked at Wang Tian. So, have you decided to temper your body? Wang Tian shook his head in denial. What he pursued is the purest form of swordsmanship, and to him, that is the ultimate form of attack. To a swordsman, his greatest defense is his offense, so tempering his body goes against his path. To Wang Tian, any swordsman that goes out of his way to temper his body beyond the norms has no faith in their offense. Because of this, he only condensed a rank 5 essence flower, but he did not regret this. Anyway, the other 2 were all ranked 1. Chapter 423. Tao Foundation. Wang Wei was deeply focused on understanding the cultivation method, overviewing every detail to ensure that he can succeed. As he previously theorized, condensing the 3 flowers involved finding the essence of the body, soul, and energy, and after condensing them, the foundation would be sublimated and truly reach perfection. And with such a foundation, not only will the strength increase, but it becomes easier to comprehend the law and enter the void-shattering realm. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes. Ready? Asked Wang Wuqing. Yes. Which one are you condensing first? Essence flower. In that case, let's begin now. Wang Wei took a deep breath to adjust his state. Then, he entered a deep state of meditation. Wang Wuqing walked next to him and placed his hand on his back. A strange and mysterious power then entered Wang Wei's body. It first traveled to most of his body, skin, muscles, bones, visceral organs, and so on. And everywhere it went, it removed many impurities. Wang Wei had thought that his body was flawless, and it was now he understood the so-called flawless, the so-called perfection, that was only to the individual. In his eyes, his body was perfect and had impurities, but to someone on Wang Wuqing, that was far more from the case. Black substances were expelled out of Wang Wei's body, making him smell terrible. Then the formation on his robe activated and cleaned his body. Wang Wuqing did not care about the stench as he continued his action. Once he was done removing the impurities, he began to repair the hidden dangers inside Wang Wei's body. As a powerful body refiner, he has maltreated his body beyond repair. Constantly destroying any part of his body and rebuilding them is a common thing for Wang Wei. Although this method ensured rapid success and powerful strength, it still had some side effects, which are mainly a decrease in lifespan, especially when he swallowed a bunch of high-tier pills and used the energy conflict to temper his body. Although Wu Hong once removed some of these hidden dangers, it has been a while and they have returned now. In the last battle with Di Tian, he forced himself too much, even sacrificing his lifespan for power, thus creating more of these hidden dangers. After Wang Wuqing healed them, Wang Wei could feel that his lifespan increased by another 2 million. Additionally, he felt a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulder. His body became easier to breathe, easier to control. He even felt that he took a small step in his force controlling skill. Although he was still in the Grandmaster control stage, the amount of force he could now control was at least 1.2 times greater. "Remove the seal of the divine thunder punishment and give me access to it," suddenly said Wang Wuqing. And Wang Wei acquiesced. The Tao ancestor then waved his hand and a dark aura was forcibly drawn from him from Wang Wei's body. This aura was another hidden danger inside Wang Wei's body left because he was tempering his body with the divine punishment thunder. After all, this kind of lightning was created to punish individuals, so it contained a very powerful destructive power. It was not meant to temper the body, especially for a mortal like Wang Wei. Wang Wuqing knew that if this aura continued to secretly gather, at some point, it will affect the mind and spirit of the user. Truth be told, it should have already had some effect on Wang Wei if not for his secretly powerful will. And that's not even the full ability of this dark aura. Long exposure can corrode a person's luck and give them misfortune. Luckily, the seal used on him was quite powerful, so he did not have to worry about this for now. For mortals like you, it is very dangerous to use divine punishment thunder to temper the body, so it'll help you fix that. Wang Wei did not like the term mortal, even though he also used it to describe non-cultivators. However, he also understood that the vast gap between great emperors, Tao ancestors, and immortal venerable created a divide between them and lower cultivators. It divided them into mortals and immortals. So, no matter how powerful quasi-emperors are, no matter how long they can live, they are still considered mortals. Wang Wei then shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. Since he did not like the term, he had to work hard to one day become an immortal. Meanwhile, Wang Wuqing waved his hand, and a multicolor sphere appeared in his palm, and he inserted it into Wang Wei's body. The sphere directly fused with the divine punishment lightning. "I have fused a great deal of good fortune power into your thunder. That way, it can prevent the destruction aura from remaining in your body and also help you better temper your body. However, I would recommend that you temper your body with this thing only after you open up all your star acupoints." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this. The divine punishment lightning can easily destroy any parts of his powerful fleshly body. Then he will use spiritual ki vitality or pills to regrow these destroyed parts into a stronger version. However, now, with the power of good fortune which is capable of changing something rotten into something magical, the regrown parts will be faster, better, and stronger. Once the fusion ended, Wang Wei felt a sense of familiarity with his divine punishment thunder. He immediately realized that it now gave a similar aura to the one Tian used during their fight. Most likely, his divine punishment thunder has a power similar to good fortune if it is not the same. Alright, now it is the final step. Take this opportunity to condense the flower. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt the unfamiliar power targeting every single cell inside his body and repairing the crack in every single one of them. Wang Wuqing's control was very precise and did not miss anything. At the same time, inside Wang Wei's divine altar, in the place where the ancient lamp and the flame of good fortune used to be, a crown suddenly appeared at the top of the temple of heaven. The circular crown had 3 holes on it in the shape of flowers, along with 5 jewels of different colors. However, the jewels appeared to lack any luster. They looked dim and unimpressive. Then, a yellow lotus with 12 petals appeared on top of the crown. A few seconds later, one of the petals turned golden, followed by a second, third, and so on. In just a few seconds, all 12 petals turned golden. Then the lotus flower entered the crown and filled in one of the flower holes. The moment that the essence flower was created, an unknown power flew all over Wang Wei's body and drastically increased his strength. His eyes opened, stood up, and threw a punch. His punch, which was powerful enough to destroy all Middle Thousand Worlds and fundamentally shake any Great Thousand World, did not have any effect on this place. The space was not destroyed, or anything for that matter. Only a gust of wind was generated by the force of this attack. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care about this, as he was busy elsewhere. The moment he threw that punch, he found himself floating in an empty void, and the gate of power was in sight. That gate seemed so close, yet far away. Then, he was dragged away by some mysterious force towards the gate. After briefly traveling, Wang Wei felt that he bypassed something and entered a new boundary. He seemed to be closer to the gate now. Then, some information was sent directly inside his mind. He was currently in the power realm, which was a place that exists between reality and illusion, truth and falsehood, existence and non-existence. And the purpose of this realm is to measure the strength of true Tao of power cultivators. The minimum requirement to reach this realm is to be able to exert 1 dragon force of strength, which is the equivalent of 1 quintillion kg of force. Wang Wei's punch was equal to 10 dragon force. However, this only allowed him to enter the first floor of the power realm. From the information in his mind, he knew that the second floor was referred to as the Dragon Elephant floor and used Dragon Elephant force. However, he did not know the exact requirement to reach that floor, only the name. And one thing for sure, there are more than 2 floors. The higher a person reaches, the closer they are to opening the gate. Interesting, muttered Wang Wei as he marveled at the fact that the secrets of the universe are slowly being uncovered by him. This could be considered one of the positive benefits of cultivation. With a thought, Wang Wei felt his consciousness return to his body. He could instantly tell that no time passed, even though he spent a few minutes in the power realm. He muttered as he realized that he gained a new divine ability after condensing a rank 1 essence flower. Chapter 424. Source Key Space. The divine ability he just acquired was called Gourmet Cell. As the name implied, it is related to food and his fleshly body. This ability allowed him to increase his pure physical strength as long as he eat delicious food. The more delicious the food, the better the ingredients. And the more powerful the ingredient, then the more strength he will increase. This is the perfect ability for a true Tao of power individual. Does this thing want me to become a foodie? While thinking about this, Wang Wei could not help remembering Wu Hong's cooking. In his previous life, there was a saying, "The way to a man's heart is through his stomach." And his wife understood that better than most people. Wang Wei has been arrogant, thinking about how good his cooking was because he had access to the culinary ideas of another civilization. And especially since the cultivators of this world relied more on materials that were full of spiritual energy and were naturally delicious. So, when he went to show up at Wu Hong, he was hit by a rude awakening when he tasted her food. Any meal she made could be described in 2 ways: unexpected and maximum flavor. And that's because she used her sealing powers in the cooking. She could seal the flavor one of a dish into another. For example, she could seal the flavor or taste of beef into a piece of chicken. That way, once Wang Wei took a bite, the chicken would taste like beef. The unpredictability of any meal added a level of entertainment to the food she cooked. However, this was not the end. Wu Hong could fuse the taste of chicken and beef if she wanted, creating an entirely new flavor through her sealing ability. Or, she could take the flavor of 1,000 chickens or more and seal them in one piece of chicken, intensifying the taste of that chicken by 1,000 times. Not to mention the other effects her cooking has, like healing, increasing blood energy, soothing the soul, and so on. Wang Wei remembered the first time he tasted her cooking. It was one of these moments that he realized that he would be a very happy man in the future. Nevertheless, he also wanted to learn her technique, so he asked her to teach him. Oddly, though, she forced him to beg to teach her, and the whole time, she had a smirk on her face. Little did Wang Wei know that this was revenge for the previous timeline. There, Empress Wu once cooked for him. Although the food was fine, Wang Wei made a great deal of fun of her, saying that she was so terrible at cooking that she could not even boil water. Of course, the food was not that bad. After all, the Empress was still a higher being, so how could she fail at something as simple as cooking something with the right temperature? Unfortunately, she also relied on the high-level material to make her food, There were no seasonings, no wise methods, or anything a real chef would use. So, Wang Wei made fun of her. Because of this, she wanted him to regret what he said. So, she studied cooking and developed the sealing cooking method to show him. And he did regret his words the first time he tasted her method. So, in this timeline, she reveled at the fact that he was begging him for her cooking method. "What divine ability did you get?" asked Wang Wuqing. Gourmet Cells explained Wang Wei how his ability worked, and the latter nodded his head. "A great ability, perfectly suited for you." Wang Wuqing knew that condensing a rank 3 and above was guaranteed to develop a divine ability perfectly suited for the user. When he condensed his rank 1 essence flower, he also received an ability perfectly suited to walk the path of the true Tao of power. Now let's condense the key flower. Wang Wuqing once again injected his powers inside Wang Wei's body. This time, his target was the cracks on his divine sea, divine altar, and primordial spirit. He ensured that they returned to their perfect shape before their destruction, and even enforced them. However, he was slightly surprised when he saw Wang Wei's true primordial spirit. A combination of primordial spirit and true spirit. This kid is truly a clever genius. Moreover, his soul is so special. Wang Wuqing had to use a lot more power than usual to heal the problems in the primordial spirit. He even helped Wang Wei lit up a bunch of his spirit particles. During the fight, he only had a few hundred millions of them that were lit up, but now he had 10 billion of them. Of the 1.263 trillion particles, 10 billion of them were now lit up. Once he was finished, Wang Wuqing wanted to place a seal on Wang Wei's soul to prevent outsiders from peeping into it. His intuition told him that this kid's soul might cause him a great deal of trouble. However, he stopped when he discovered another seal even more powerful than the one used on the divine punishment lightning, making him sigh with relief. So he continued with his next step, which was to purify the origin essence inside Wang Wei's divine sea. Just like before, although Wang Wei thought that it was already purified to the limit, it was not. The moment the purification process ended, another lotus with 12 petals appeared on top of the crown. This lotus was all white for a moment before one of his petals turned black. Just like the previous one, all 12 of them turned black in just a few seconds before filling the second hole in the crown. And immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt something different in his divine sea, spiritual ki. Not the one absorbed from heaven and earth, but produced directly inside the divine sea. Wang Wei's infinite divine sea would continuously expand as long as he lived. However, to fill it up, he was still required to absorb spiritual ki from the environment and convert it directly to origin essence. In the divine altar realm, his body can do this automatically. However, this did not change the fact that he still has to rely on heaven and earth's spiritual ki. This was one of the reasons that he wanted to cultivate as a body refiner in the first place. Just in case he was placed in a situation where his divine sea was dried and he could not replenish it. However, now he no longer had this problem as his body could naturally produce spiritual ki, essentially granting him infinite energy. Wang Wei focused on this new divine ability, and his eyes become bright. This was not the end of this ability. He could sacrifice a large amount of spiritual ki to convert them into innate ki, and even do the same to innate ki to convert them into chaos ki. However, he was not aware of the specific ratio for now. I wonder, where did the spiritual ki come from? Did it appear out of nowhere? Curiosity suddenly came over Wang Wei, so he wanted to find the answer. His soul was not intact, and even better than before. So, he focused all his attention on the key flower, while using the power of karma to find the origin of the spiritual ki. Using his very keen senses, Wang Wei then discovered a very thin thread connected to the key flower and the spiritual ki that appeared inside his divine sea. He latched onto it and followed it to its source. Wang Wei could feel that his soul was rapidly traveling to some unknown place, and after what both appeared to be a long time in an instant, he found himself floating in a large space. Below him was a white sea that stretched beyond the horizon. The sea seemed endless, with no limits or boundaries. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, something suddenly yanked him out of this space. "Kid, are you crazy? Do you want to be obliterated?" said Wang Wuqing with a serious look on his face. What was this place? The Source Key space. Wang Wei's mind rushed as he remembered reading about this in the secret archive. The Source Key space is rumored to be the birthplace of all energy in the universe. It is where the spiritual key of all worlds across all communities originated from. At the same time, it is also the place that great emperors have to travel to acquire immortal key or immortal source to refine for people to become immortal venerables. As such, he understood that if Wang Wuqing did not pull him out, something terrible might have happened to him. After all, he was not a great emperor. Hell, he was still immortal. It would be best for you not to go to that place. Plus, wait until you reach the peak of the primordial realm to condense the spirit flower, said Wang Wuqing with a little complicated look on his face. Since this kind was able to access the Source Key space now, this meant that once he became an emperor, the amount of immortal venerables he could create could probably be even more than any eternal emperors. Wang Wuqing sighed internally. He knew that what just happened was truly a miracle, and if it was not for this kid's strange soul, he would have been instantly annihilated before even coming close to that space, let alone surviving for a few seconds. After all, even an insurgent heaven chosen like himself cannot survive long in the Source Key space. Wang Wei nodded his head. He was about to thank this ancestor before leaving with his quiet father. However, he suddenly remembered something and asked something else. Chapter 425. The Sex Foundation Kid. If you want to ask me to remove the karmic sin on you, don't bother, said Wang Wuqing directly. The training method of the Wang clan has always been somewhat ruthless. They do not raise waste. Although the sect can give you many resources and aid, however, when it comes to competition with the younger generation, they would not interfere. And not just the Wang clan, but the others as well. This is one of the reasons that the sect has lasted so long and remained so strong. These ancestors ensure that the successor of the sect or their respective faction has true capabilities and does not rely on nepotism. Don't look at Wang Wei's family as been the patriarch for 3 generations, but each of them has proven worthy of that title. Wang Chang's father was not the sect master nor the patriarch of the Wang clan in his generation. He lost his position to someone else from one of the clan members that lived in the Wang clan's secret world. And the sect master of that time was a heaven chosen from the Yin family. She was quite talented too, but it was a shame she lost in the Heavenwell battle. No, that's not it, replied Wang Wei. I want to modify the battle tower. Wang Wuqing paused for a moment. You want to add that brat from the D family who beat you as your opponent, fighting with him to gauge your strength and the gap between you two? That's correct. Wang Wuqing paused for a moment. Give me your memories and I'll have someone else do it. Wang Wei did not say anything and used his soul to condense his memories of that fight. He even added the battle Tian had with Wu Hong once he was a devil prince. I will have someone place a deduction method in the tower. That way, it can somewhat predict his strength in higher cultivation realms. However, be warned that it may not be accurate. Wang Wei nodded before leaving with his father. On his return trip, he asked, So, when did you break your foundation and had the opportunity to condense the 3 flowers? Well, it was right after I entered the supernatural realm, right before the heaven-chosen trial. She tricked me into a dead zone with no spiritual key, and a powerful swallowing power that was draining my strength. By the time your grandfather found me, my foundation was also on the verge of collapsing. You must have really loved her to marry her in the end, said Wang Wei. From what he knew about his parents' affair, it was full of up and down, with mostly his mother making trouble. And Wang Wei could tell that his father probably had a soft spot for his mother for a very long time and always held back when dealing with her. I did, said Wang Tian, as he took a brief visit down memory lane. The moment he first laid eyes on her, he was instantly hooked. Although many other women chased after him during his generation, he only had eyes for her. Unfortunately, they were competitors, and she might not have felt the same way. I bet grandfather was not pleased with you, was he? Wang Tian's mouth twitched after hearing this. His father noticed how he was treating Yu Yin differently, and after suffering a few losses at her hands because of his affection, he was not happy and forbid the union of the two. And, with his temperament, he hooped his son many times because of this. It was not until what happened to them after they entered one of the forbidden areas and they made that oath that he accepted their union. Let's not talk about this. How do you feel? Great. Even better than before. That's good. Then, how do you feel about meeting the ancestor? Wang Wei pondered for a moment. In terms of strength, I have nothing I can comment on since I still cannot fathom how powerful he is. However, I do feel that the sex foundation is deeper than I originally thought. Oh, you have no idea, son, replied Wang Tian with a sigh. What do you mean? There's a reason we're the strongest sect in the world. I'll give you an example. Do you remember the material you needed to temper your organs? Yes, you told me that the sect did not have any more innate materials. Was that a lie? Yes. The sect has a few secret realms full of innate ki where innate materials are bred. There are even 3 of them full of chaos ki. However, the founding ancestor has left rigid rules on how to distribute these resources, especially for mortal-level individuals. Wang Wei pondered the issue and understood the reason behind this. Even quasi-emperors cannot fully digest or make full use of more than 1 innate herbs, so using them is kind of a waste. However, great emperors, Tao ancestors, and immortal venerables can use these high resources to rapidly increase their strength. As the true foundation of the sect, they are the real reason that it can last for long, and it would be best to leave it to them. A perfect example of a waste of this level of resources is the ancient clans. In terms of immortal-level resources, no sect should be able to compare with them, as they are from the beginning emperor era. At that time, although innate ki was in decline, being replaced with acquired spiritual ki, these clans should have had many ways to preserve many secret realms full of innate ki. After all, Wang Wei's ancestors managed to acquire so many of them in the ancient emperor era that they should be able to do the same. Unfortunately, in the current era, most of these clans are now poor as they refuse to adopt the current system. They overused the innate ki and materials from their ancestors and essentially wasted them. If these clans did not cultivate a few great emperors that could acquire more resources for them, maybe they would have not lasted this long. These ancient clans are the result of being too stubborn and conservative, and that applied to the great emperors that they cultivated as well. Otherwise, they should have been able to see the problem in their current approach. And even to this day, they did not want to change their ways of life. According to Hui Feng Wang, they now wanted to change the environment and return it to the period where they flourished. Are you mad? Disappointed? Asked Wang Tian after seeing his son silent. No, I understand the reason behind this decision. Most likely, the ancestor did not want us to turn into the current ancient clan. That's good. Truth be told, the other materials would have been provided for you. However, you'd have to go through a bunch of tests to show that you're worthy of using so many resources. Can I still take the tests? Why? I thought you already finished tempering your organs? I was thinking about replacing the other materials with innate one. He used supreme tier materials for his skin, muscles, and bones. Replacing them should help increase his strength. When you want, just tell me and I'll set everything up. Wang Wei nodded his head before suddenly remembering something. Does the sect have any ominous beasts? Ominous beasts? I think one of the secret realm left by the ancient desolate emperor has many of them. I remember that it was used as a trial in my generation. After I become sect master, I noticed that too many disciples died in this trial in each generation, so I stopped it. Ominous beasts are a race born from the corpse or blood of primordial gods or innate demons. Because of this, they are very powerful, especially in the fleshly body department. However, they are also savage and cruel. The majority of them have little to no intelligence, and the ones that do are extremely cruel as they take pleasure in killing and destruction. The reason for that is because the deep resentment and hatred of the innate demon god that they are born from will affect their mind when they are created, hence the ominous in their name. Wang Wei was satisfied with this answer, as he now had the resources needed to cultivate the fiend god 12 revolutions. So he was in a good mood. After exiting the secret realm, he took a deep breath, taking in the fresh air. Then, an idea to make his mood even better came to him. How about we go for a couple of rounds? Wang Tian's mouth twitched after hearing this. I refused. He knew that his son's current strength outclassed, especially after that punch. And if he transformed into the ancient desolate body, he would lose even more miserably. How can you refuse? I finally have the opportunity and strength to legally beat you. That's exactly why I refuse. If you don't fight me, he'll tell grandfather that you have been holding back in all of his fights. Wang Tian glared at his son. One of his biggest secrets was that ever since he entered the void-shattering realm, his father was not a match for him. However, he took the old man's face into account and let him believe that he was stronger than him. As for how his son discovered the truth, he guessed it was probably when he used his fate technique to fuse their strength. You can tell him if you want. He probably already guessed the truth. Wang Tian would rather be beaten by his old man than his son. He has to retain his last dignity as a father. You, said Wang Wei. If I can deal with you, they'll let mom do it. Fine. He'll rather sleep by myself for 1,000 years than suffer defeat at your hands. Wang Wei gritted his teeth as he stared at his old man. He snorted before flying away. He would be petty to the end and let his mother deal with him. And from now, he will use all kinds of taunts until he forced his father to fight him. And I will try to speed up the pace from now, as this volume had a lot of things to cover. Chapter 426. Memory Lane. After being healed, Wang Wei along with the entire family was glad, so they celebrated with a large party. All the upper echelons of the sect were invited, even though some of them were not aware of the reason for the celebration. Wang Wei's defeat and recent disappearance are only known to a few people in the sect. This was done to prevent division amongst the factions, especially the sectarian side. During this time, Wang Wei had to appease two people, his mother and Li Jun. The former became somewhat paranoid in fear that something similar would happen again, and Wang Wei had to reassure her. Luckily, his grandmother was there. As the natural nemesis of his mother, she was able to put some sense into her. As for Li Jun, he was blaming himself for what happened. As the person in charge of the Heavenly Abode World operation, he felt that maybe if he was more careful, he would have detected it when Di Tian arrived, or when he took the time to set up the worldwide formation. Wang Wei explained to him that even he did not notice. Even the quasi-emperors outside of the world did not notice Di Tian's infiltration, so there was no need to blame him. Although Li Jun understood this, he simply could not process this. So, at the party, he drank a little too much and got drunk. Wang Wei could tell that if something was not done, this would become his heart demon. So, he decided to talk to him in Yin Liling to ensure that he was fine. Once the party finished, everything was not over, as Wang Wei had some politics to do. He visited Li Jun's father, since he was the patriarch of the Li family, and had dinner with their whole family. Then, he did the same with great elder Yin Mei, who was Yin Liling's aunt and a Yin family patriarch. Finally, he also visited the current leader of the sectarian side, Fan Lei, who was in charge of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion or the library. After Long Ba's death, he was elected to this position for the ways he did things that considered both the benefit of their factions and the overall benefit of the sect. Once he was done appeasing and gaining the support of everyone important, he began to spend more time with his family. For the next few months, he did not cultivate but enjoyed life with his friends and family. He also took time to read more information, knowledge, or secrets from the secret archive. Then, it was time for everyone to leave. "Are you sure you do not want to come with us?" asked Yin Zhaojun. "No, I have a feeling that an opportunity is waiting out there for me. He'll check it out first before going to the Yin family domain." "Well, it is your wedding, so make sure to not be late. Not just you, but also the bride." Wang Wei nodded as he watched everyone leave, including his father, who passed on some of the responsibilities of the sect to others. Everyone headed for the Yin clan's domain to prepare for Wang Wei and Wu Hong's wedding. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had one last thing to do before leaving. He checked the information or events that occurred during his more than 2,000 years of absence. Since everything was neatly summarized by Wang Zhu, the process was rapid. The first thing of importance was that it was revealed that this generation entered the void-shattering realm. The path of Supreme would be opened for the previous generation. As such, his father, mother, and many of the great elders can finally enter the Supreme Realm. And with their deep foundation, many of them might reach the peak of the realm in one fell swoop. Wang Wei was happy for his father and mother, but this news did not affect him much, so he focused on others. A few of the top 30 Heaven Chosens are now being hunted down because of the things some of them did when they had their immortality. Of course, only the ones with relatively low background. Additionally, now that everyone was in the primordial spirit realm, according to the previous rule, all the Heaven Chosens no longer have a Tao protector and can kill each other freely. At this stage, the battle for the throne has officially begun. Wang Wei once thought of using his overwhelming strength to kill most of the participants beforehand. However, his father warned him not to do this. There has been a precedent of people who do this, and the result has always been all the other sects bond together to besiege such person and the faction behind them. Although the Tao opening sect was strong, it was not to the point that they could face all the emperor lineages together and not suffer serious damage. Additionally, Wang Wei learned that there is something called Death Substitute Talisman. As the name implied, it can provide an extra life for the owner of this talisman. Although this talisman is a quasi-emperor tier 1, and a rare one amongst its tier, many emperor lineages still have the capability of crafting one for their Heaven Chosen. However, since this talisman requires sacrificing a great deal of their faction's key luck as a price, not all of them are willing to give it to their Heaven Chosens. Plus, many of them understood that the path of Emperor is cruel, and if their Heaven Chosen die at the hands of one of their peers, then they did not have the strength nor destiny to become a great emperor. This philosophy is shared by the Tao opening sect, so Wang Wei does not have a death substitution talisman, a fact that almost drove his mother crazy. Even though his father wanted to listen to his wife and get one for him, his grandfather interceded and stopped him. Unfortunately, the Yu family cannot afford to cast one for Wang Wei with the luck of one great emperor. The final noteworthy information that Wang Wei learned was that Suya did not stop her endless fighting with Jian Wuxuan. Now, the latter has lost his immortality while she remained a pseudo-version of it. With her endless clones, she can fight without any regard for her life. As such, even though he is more powerful than her, she can still pose a threat to him. Additionally, with each defeat, with death, she further understands the concept of desire to survive, which in turn further clarifies her Tao. As Wang Wei looked at this information, he muttered under his breath, "They say that beauty is the nemesis of all heroes. Is that true?" He then shook his head and moved on. Most of the information is about the fact that most of the Heaven Chosens are now cultivating back in their sect, and the majority of them will not leave until they reach the void-shattering realm. This is a terrifying time, and most of them will only feel more safe and secure after comprehending the law, which would drastically increase their strength. In that cultivation realm, the gap between many people will be made up or further deepened. Nevertheless, this was the opportunity that most, if not all of them, are waiting for. The last thing he paid notice was the fact that Feng Heng was spotted near the Forbidden Zone, the Western Pure Land, before returning to his sect. So, Wang Wei kept all of this in mind before leaving the sect. He did not lie to his grandmother, as he felt that an opportunity was waiting for him somewhere. So, he locked on the feeling and flew in that direction. A few hours later, Wang Wei landed in a small village with an enormous towering tree. With a glance, anyone could tell that this was not a normal village. The people there had normal clothes instead of patched ones. Their faces were rosy, signaling that they were full of blood energy. In a world where most mortals could not eat properly, it was a rare thing to see commoners this healthy. Everyone in the village had a bright smile on their faces, full of life and hope for the world. Wang Wei looked at the village and the people. He then looked at the tall tree that he planted more than 1,000 years ago. He knew this village and the reason it was so prosperous. After leaving the Spirit Road trial, he asked the elders to stop at a random village because he wanted to see what the outside world was like. The village treated him greatly and offered him their food despite not having much of their own. To repay their kindness, he asked one of the great elders to set up a formation to bless the entire village with great luck and fortune, and to also ensure protect it from other cultivators or greedy mortals. Now, more than 3,000 years later, 1,000 for him, Wang Wei came back, and so many things have changed. Yet nothing changed at the same time. While Wang Wei was distracted, one of the villagers looked at his face deeply before screaming. "Benefactor?" His voice was so loud that it attracted the curiosity of all the people around. Chapter 4:27. Time and Karma, you know me? Asked Wang Wei. "There's a picture of you in the ancestral hall, and every year, all the people of Heavenly Tree Village, even the ones who left, will come back to worship you. That would explain the incense I noticed in this village," thought Wang Wei as he looked in the direction where it was most concentrated. Most likely the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, the young man who recognized him seemed very excited as his words were very loud and uncontrollable. And it was not just him, but also the people around. Although Wang Wei's physical appearance had drastically changed, his temperament did not change much. So people were able to recognize him. All the villagers looked at him with great joy. Over the years, Heavenly Tree Village has become famous throughout the area. And that was not only because their annual harvest is always abundant no matter what, but also because anyone who left this village is guaranteed to become successful. Whether they become scholars and pursue a life that serves the country, a merchant that desires wealth, or a general with military power, all of them succeeded. And this has never stopped for more than 3,000 years. As a result of this, many people knew of the magic of this village and lusted after it. But in the end, all of them died because of strange accidents. This fact applied to cultivators as well. And the villagers knew that the reason for the change of their village was because of a young master that once visited. So they enshrined them in the ancestral hall and offered him incense every year. They considered them the guardian of the village. And the status of this village is the towering tree that the guardian once planted, and even the village was renamed after it. "Lead me to see your ancestral hall," said Wang Wei, an act which made the young man elated. He hurriedly led the way while all the other villages followed them. Meanwhile, in Wang Wei's eyes, the power of fate and time flashed. Watch the fate of this village and everything that occurred since he left. He saw the lives of the original members with which he interacted. He saw how they prosper after he left, got sick, grew old, and died. He watched as they told their descendants stories about their interaction with him. One person, in particular, got his attention. It was the Ani who was bold enough to ask him if he wanted a concubine while showing up his daughter. That auntie died of old age at 116 years old. However, his daughter left the village and married a noble in a secular kingdom. Her lineage eventually overthrew the leader of the kingdom after a few generations and established a dynasty of their own. However, after 634 years, that dynasty was also conquered by someone else. Luckily, her lineage never cut off contact with the village and was still blessed with tremendous luck. Their family escaped once the capital was breached, hid for a while, and even became a cultivator family. After a few more generations, their clan even gave birth to a divine altar realm cultivator, becoming the pride and joy of this village. And she was not the only one. Wang Wei watched the rise and fall of all the people that were born in this village. He watched their birth and death in just a few seconds. An action that I made on a whim affected the lives of so many people for thousands of years. My action has single-handedly changed the fate of all the people of this village. As he thought of this, Wang Wei's eyes changed once again. This time, he saw the life of this village had he not interfered. He saw how about 5 decades later, an earthquake would hit this village, killing most of the people, with only a few survivors. Then, these survivors would move to another village. However, 3 generations later, This village would be captured and forced to work in mines until all of them died instead. Parallel timelines, thought Wang Wei as he tried to see other possibilities. For example, what if he never even met the people of this village? Would that change anything? Unfortunately, he could not do so. Maybe I need to understand the Tao of time before I can see them. While in deep thought, Wang Wei walked into the ancestral hall, where he saw a picture of his younger self hanging in the middle of the room. He was a little surprised as he expected the painting to only have a slight resemblance to him. After all, how could the people back then remember him so deeply to the point of being able to paint with such vivid detail? Even if they did, the memories of mortals were always fading with time, so that would be an issue. He looked at the painting and calculated the cause and effect. I see. It turned out that the tree that he planted acquired some form of sentience and remembered him. Then, it sent the image to the people of the village in the form of a dream when they decided to place him in their ancestral hall. Wang Wei looked at the deep and pure incense in this room. In terms of quantity, it had not come close to the one he absorbed in the heavenly abode world, but it outclassed it in terms of purity. This shows that the villagers admired him deeply in their hearts and offered them incense not because he was some almighty god that could determine their fate. Karma, cause and effect. Every action has an equal or opposite reaction. One single action can have everlasting and far-reaching consequences, just like a stone dropped in the middle of a lake, creating countless ripples or waves. And since there is negative karmic or karmic sin, there is also karmic virtue. Benefiting the world or changing the lives of mortals for good is a way for cultivators to garner karmic virtue. And this whole system of rewarding karmic sins or virtue can be interpreted as another way that fate keeps the order of many worlds, a way to keep the overwhelming power of cultivators in check. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he waved his hand to gather the incense power in this room. Then, he headed for the tree that he planted. It was at least a few hundred meters tall. He placed his hand on it, feeling a slight trembling. Feeling the slight consciousness, Wang Wei sighed. After so many years, the tree had the opportunity to gain sentience, turned into human shapes, and became a spirit race. However, it refused in order to keep guarding this village. A small gesture led to your creation and existence. So, the fate and karma between us is deep, so let me help you. Wang Wei waved his hand, and two things manifested. One of them was a small part of the world source he acquired, while the other was a massive void stone that can create more than 100 space rings or one large enough that can hold people inside. He then proceeded to fuse these two things into the tree. I hope that one day you will become a towering tree able to support heaven and earth. After saying that, he felt his mind and spirit clearer than before. So he sat down cross-legged in front of the floor, entering a deep state of enlightenment. And while he was doing so, Tao rhymes emanated from his body, spreading to all corners of this village. Then, a massive spiritual energy storm washed toward the village but did not harm anyone. Instead, it baptized their bodies, making them stronger and faster and increasing their lifespan. Previously, all the villagers could live up to 100 years old and more now. They could live for 150 and more after this experience. Everyone cheered in excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was in that state for a week before opening his eyes. Wisdom flashed across his eyes, as well as the karmic laws that govern the very fabric of the universe. Then he muttered, "Karmic freedom? How can cultivators be free from karma when the very air we breathe, the spiritual energy we use, the grass we walk on, the people we meet in our journey, and the connection we make or are born with are a form of karmic bondage? There is no escape. To become free of the shackles of karma, one has to blend with it, become one with all the cause and effect of the universe. And only then can one achieve the feat of severing all karmic ties. Such a process would require a mind broad enough to accept all living things' sins, depravity, joy, and sorrow, all the good and evil of the world, the positive and negative, the yin and yang." After saying these words, a very steady yellow thread appeared above Wang Wei's head. This was the representation of his karmic sins. With a wave of his hand, a blade appeared in the sky and cut off that thread. Immediately afterward, a red spherical aura came out of his body. Countless souls screaming and yelling could be seen inside. Unfortunately, their roars of hatred no longer had any effect whatsoever on Wang Wei. As he watched this massive karmic sin slowly disappear, he waved his hand to condense it into his heart direct into the chaos flame. Using the method he learned from the Flame Emperor, he converted the karmic sin into a karmic flame. So, a brand new bright red flame was beating inside his heart before being absorbed by the chaos flame. Then, Wang Wei continued. The karmic blade in the sky turned into armor before fusing into his fleshly body and disappearing. A pseudo-karma, unbound body? He muttered. This invisible armor can protect him against karmic attacks or curses like the one Dition used. Additionally, it would protect him from not being affected by karma. Unfortunately, with his current ability, he cannot be completely free from some karma. However, he can reduce the effects that they have on him. Additionally, he still has to pay many of the karmas he already owed, as he could not sever this one for now. Nevertheless, Wang Wei planned that after becoming a great emperor and repaying all the karmic debts he has, he will sever all karmic connections he has, even the ones with his parents. He could already tell that his future will be filled with trouble and danger. And removing all karma connecting to him might be a way to protect the people he loves from his enemy. Additionally, in front of the right expert, any form of karma is a hidden danger. If it was not for the fact that Wu Hong was not connected to him by karma, he would have severed the connection between the two of them as well. Wang Wei exhaled out loud. The next step is to understand the relationship between karma and time. Why conceal a person over a long time wash away the karma in their bodies? And how can going through samsara also wash away karma? Chapter 428. The future Wang Wei did not focus on these issues for now, and he was not that worried that he would not be able to figure these things out, not only because of his heaven-defying talent, but because of the innate material of the karmic washing water that he absorbed in his organs. He realized that sensing the innate laws inside is of great use for him to understand the Tao of karma. It is one of the reasons that he made such rapid progress in just a few months to be able to get rid of the karmic sins inside his body. As for the Tao of time, he can use his battle with Dition to comprehend something and even the time formation of a sect. After thinking of this, Wang Wei once again checked his body to ensure that nothing was wrong. However, he frowned as his intuition told him that things were not that simple. Dition should have been able to calculate that he would be able to remove that karmic sins. Or, at the very least, his sect should have some means to deal with it. As intelligent as the latter was, there is no way he would oversee something like this. That means that these karmic sins served a different purpose. So the question is what it? Thinking about this, Wang Wei immediately tried to deduce the cause and effect behind Dition's actions, but he ended up empty. Then, he used the power of fate to deduce something, and the result was still the same. With a deep frown on his face, he muttered, "The feeling of being plotted against is truly disgusting. Anyway, he is sealed now, so let's wait to see. As long as I get the smallest of information, I can take a more proactive move." Wang Wei was never someone to be on the passive side. So, as long as the opportunity presented itself, he would go on the offensive. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei saw 3 old men waiting not far from him. They seemed to be acting as his protector and prevented the other villagers from disturbing his epiphany. Immediately after seeing that he was awakening, they clenched their hands together and bowed to them. "We have seen the benefactor." "Get up," replied Wang Wei as he knew the identity of the 3. They are the ancestor-like character of 3 people from the village that became cultivators and formed families. As the only divine altar realm cultivators in their family, they're the foundation that keeps their family floating. Additionally, these 3 never changed or became arrogant because they started their path of cultivation. They always keep in contact with the village, protect it from lower-level loose cultivators that want to plot against it, and always attend the annual ceremony to worship the benefactor. Now, these people might just be doing it because of the benefit, but that did not matter. After all, they were not the only cultivators from the village, and yet, they're the only ones who still remembered their origin. Maybe it is because of this practice that their family is among the most successful of all the cultivators in this village. Since you are here, it means that you have fate with me. In that case, I will give you some good fortune. Give me a copy of the cultivation method your family is using. The three immediately became excited as they did not hesitate to hand over their cultivation method. With a glance, Wang Wei could tell that it was a very terrible method. The foundation of anyone cultivating this thing is not only weak, but they can only cultivate into the divine altar realm. While secretly shaking his head, he modified them. He did not give these guys any method that would allow them to set up the same foundation or more. This kind of cultivation method is very valuable, and if word were to spread out, these two clans would be annihilated. Although the village is protected, this was not the same for them. So, Wang Wei only removed most of the errors and imperfections of the methods, then deduced the way for them to reach the primordial spirit realm. Then, he waved his hand to manifest 3 more books that contained basic knowledge on pill refining, weapon making, and array. He handed one to each of the old men. Since I'm feeling generous, I will help you even more. Then, the 3 of them felt a powerful energy injected into their bodies. The energy then removed the impurities inside their bodies, thus increasing their natural talent to absorb and control spiritual ki. Then, that energy seemed to enter a place located on their forehead. These old men immediately guessed that it went to their souls. They did not mind, as they knew the person in front of them did not need any plots or schemes to get rid of them. A few seconds later, they felt that their mind was working smoother. Many things that they previously did not understand became clearer. Additionally, their memories were also improved drastically. These 3 knew that the benefactor had increased their comprehension talent. Although they did not know how he did it, all that mattered to them was that they benefited. Although they looked old, the 3 of them were only a little over 250 years old. As divine altar realm cultivators, they should have at least a 1,000 years of lifespan. Unfortunately, they suffered major injuries in the rise of their family while fighting for others, affecting both their already weak foundation and lifespan. But now, they had a chance at reaching higher realms and do not have to wait for the next generation of their family to grow up. With excitement, the 3 left, and Wang Wei even offered to protect their clan from a catastrophe one time. All they have to do is say his name when needed, and he can use the power of karma to sense and protect them no matter the distance. Once he was done, Wang Wei prepared to leave. He modified the Feng Shui luck formation that was under the village to reach the supreme tier. He then said a few parting words to the village and took a final look at the tree before leaving. He was looking forward to what both this village and the tree will become. Would they survive the ravage of time, or would they one day suffer misfortune and be annihilated from the annals of history? Honestly, Wang Wei would be fine with any outcome. In this cruel world, even he could not fathom his future or control his fate, let alone this small village. Just because it was protected did not mean that they could survive. After leaving the small village, he began to wander around the surroundings. Soon, a frown appeared on his face. He opened a space tier to teleport to different domains of the central continent. Although I expected this, and Wang's information also mentioned this, I did not think it was that bad. What he was checking was the state of the modern invention he made along with the schools for mortals that he created. In the past few thousand years, things have basically gone awry. Because these things could no longer bring the sect any merit, many of the sects have abandoned them. No more trains, airplanes, or even car constructs were created, and the remaining ones have left along, and in some territories, they were even removed. As for the schools, a lot of them were also closed, while in many places, there are no teachers to teach, or the sects did not care enough to find ways for ordinary people to attend. No wonder civilization has existed for trillions of years in this world, and the culture is still similar to ancient times. Cultivators are now used to treating mortals as lesser beings than themselves. Once it benefits them, they will be nice and proactive. However, once there is no longer anything to gain, Wang Wei shook his head. Although he expected this, he was quite disappointed. He thought that the situation would happen only in the domains controlled by more conservative sects. However, now, it appeared that the majority of sects are now like this. He even guessed that if it was not for him, the Tao opening sect would also act this way. Well, it does not matter. The foundation has been laid for the future. The reason he wanted to modernize this world and make it better was not just because of the good nature of his heart, nor also because he wanted this world to slightly resemble his past life. The main reason was for his future cultivation. As a transmigrator, and with all the information he has gathered over the years, he could guess that all the great emperors disappeared to go to a more powerful world to cultivate. And in these worlds, great emperors are probably as many dogs. And if he went there, his safety might not be guaranteed. After all, if some random Empyrean or Paragon suddenly decided he was not pleasant to look at, how could he save his life? So, Wang Wei's plan has always been to cultivate a higher realm before going there. If it was up to him, he would not leave until he became a Paragon, although he guessed that this might not be possible. Although this idea is a great one, there is still a major problem: cultivation resources and opportunities. After all, there's a reason that all the great emperors did not stay here. Most likely, the environment was detrimental to their cultivation, plus the lack of resources. And Wang Wei's solution to this problem was merit, incense, and luck. He will gather an enormous amount of these things to bless his cultivation. In his plan, he will not leave the lower dimension until he has the strength of an Empyrean. And to do this, he would have to fundamentally change the world and the life of mortal to acquire more merit, luck, and incense. And with the schools and modern constructs, he had laid a foundation for when he changes the world in the future. Huh, suddenly muttered Wang Wei as he felt something while he was distracted. Chapter 429. Tao Burial Ground. Wang Wei looked at the hooded chapter floating in front of him, holding his broken right hand that had a bent dagger in his other hand. While he was distracting, this person suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stabbed him in his head. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei's fleshly body was simply beyond reason. So, instead of killing him as expected, his supreme tear dagger was broken, and the force of the attack broke his wrist. Who are you? More importantly, how did you bypass my senses? He knew that his intuition did not work because this person posed no danger to him. However, even if distracted, it is unreasonable for this person to bypass his senses. The hooded figure did not say anything. Since the assassination failed, he would retreat. A space tear appeared behind him, and he turned invisible. Unfortunately for him, before he could leave, Wang Wei clutched his hand. This slight movement generated a massive tornado in the sky that rendered the space in the surrounding turbulent and prevented the assassin from escaping. Oddly, though, he could not see this assailant, even with his true vision. So, he added something else to his true vision: the power of karma. The assassin tried to kill him, so there is cause and effect between them. Using that link, he was able to see someone flying with an unparalleled speed in the northeast direction. With one step, he appeared in front of the assassin and waved his hand, making the latter unable to move. The hooded figure could not see the numerous invisible threads that bound him. How could he see me? Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked up and down at this person. You're not from the Death Order Palace. They would not break the rules and send a true monarch to assassinate me. In that case, you must be from Shadow Slayer Temple. Has someone placed a hit list on my head? No, more importantly, have you guys resurfaced in this generation? Wang Wei knew of the Shadow Slayer Temple, as they were an assassination group like the Death Order Palace. However, unlike the latter, they had no rules or restrictions. As long as someone paid enough money, they will assassinate the target. Because of this, many emperor lineages were not happy with them, so they banded together to find the headquarters of the temple and destroyed them. Unfortunately, the Shadow Slayer Temple will always resurface after being dormant for a while. No matter how many times they are extinguished, they would resurface again. The odd thing about this organization is the fact they are not an emperor lineage, a Tao lineage, or even an immortal lineage. No, they're just a supreme land, and yet they are so mysterious and powerful. Every time that they are destroyed, they will resurface again after a while. And all the emperor lineages have sent ancestor-level characters to investigate who is behind them, but nothing has ever been found. According to what Wang Wei knew, even a few great emperors have tried to find the mystery behind this faction. And the closest answer that they come up with is that they are related to the Tao burial ground, one of the 6 forbidden zones of the myriad emperor world. Amongst the forbidden zones, the Tao burial ground might not be the most powerful. That title belonged to the nether hell, but it might be the hardest to deal with and the one that poses the most danger to the entire world. And that's because they are very sneaky in doing things. Once in a while, countless figures whose face has been covered by a black fog will come out from that area and begin to massacre everyone in their paths. Whether it was mortals, cultivators, or demon races, they would kill everything and absorb their essence. However, these individuals will never attack the domains of some powerful emperor lineages or their allies. They would also not directly attack the main bases of these lineages. When it comes to the domains of the weaker emperor lineages, they will not be spared. And even if these sects woke up their Tao ancestors and immortal venerables, there are usually people from the Forbidden Zone on par with these cultivators. What's worse is the fact that the time for their exit is never fixed. Sometimes they come one generation after the other, and other times they wait for a few dozens or more generations before appearing. Many great emperors have tried to deal with this problem once and for all. Unfortunately, there's a reason that this place is considered a forbidden zone. Many second-class great emperors have died inside, and even first-class ones have been greatly injured before running away. A few even died inside as well. As for eternal emperors, well, this is where the sneakiness of this forbidden zone comes into place. The moment an eternal emperor is born, the entire area will disappear without a trace. And it seemed that even eternal emperors could not find them. Because of this, this forbidden zone has existed since the ancient emperor era. How could he know my identity? Thought the hooded figure. Of course, Wang Wei has been reading this guy's fate line. Although this assassin has a magical artifact that locked his fate line, with Wang Wei's current ability, and by mixing the power of fate with karma, he can still acquire a great deal of information. So, in his eyes, he experienced the cruel training that this assassin experienced back in the Shadow Slayer Temple, and all the people he secretly killed during his existence as an assassin. Unfortunately, he could not find the person who placed a price on his head. However, he did not learn how this person managed to bypass his senses. The temple handed this man an innate treasure to ensure the success of this mission, one with a powerful invisibility ability. Well, it seems that my luck is on the rise. I just got 2 innate treasures one after the other, muttered Wang Wei, who then proceeded to check his key luck to ensure that someone was not using it to trap him. Being lucky is a good thing, but being too lucky is usually a sign that something is wrong. So he had to make sure. I just invented a new technique, so let's try it on you, said Wang Wei with a smile that terrified the assassin. Karma, severing the assassin, saw countless yellow threads connected to him appear. Then, a sword also appeared before cutting these threads one by one. Immediately afterward, a terrified look appeared on his face. He could feel it. His existence was being erased. All the people who knew of his existence had their memories of him forcibly erased, whether it was his fellow competitors back in the temple, his instructor, his leader, and even the love of his life. He met her during a mission after he was injured. She healed him back to health even though he was a stranger. She was the kindest soul he had ever met, so he hid his identity from her. After becoming a companion with her, he would spend all his time when he was not on a mission with her. His leader told him that this mission had a high chance of failure. However, if he succeeded, he would be granted his freedom and can finally settle down. Although the assassin knew that his leader might be lying to him, he did not hesitate to take the risk just because of the chance of being with her. And now, he did not exist to her. From now on, she would not remember all the joyous time they spent together, all their laughter, sorry, and moments together with each thread cut. the assassin could feel a part of him disappearing. All trace of his existence was forcibly erased. He knew that once all the threads were cut off, he would die. However, he was wrong. After all the threads were cut off, a barrier surrounded him to prevent him from completely disappearing from this world. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. He created this technique as a prototype to deal with eternal emperors in the future. By erasing all their cause and effect, he should be able to erase all their existence, all their achievements in history, all documents that have their name, all the people who remembered them. As long as they were erased, they could be killed. This was not the reason he frowned. He was quite satisfied with his prototype spell. The reason he frowned is that he felt an existence that was not affected by his spell. This existence did not have any karmic threads connected to the assassin, or at least Wang Wei could not see it. And yet, Wang Wei could feel that this person was not affected by the spell. The existence could remember the assassin, and if wanted, could prevent him from disappearing, although it appeared as if it was not prepared to do so. Could this guy be really related to the Dao burial ground? After thinking about it, he waved his hand, and the assassin turned into a bead and was sealed inside. He thought that he may have some other use. Then, without hesitation, he broke the space and headed straight to the Yu family's domain. Chapter 430. Little fatty Li Jun sat on a small wooden boat with a fish rod in his hand. He's been on this spot for the past 2 days. The lake was clear and peaceful, unlike his mind. A small ripple appeared on the calm lake, signaling that his rod had caught something. However, Li Jun was looking in the distance, dazed and unfocused. So, for the 20th time in the past few days, the fish he caught ran away. "You're wasting bait," suddenly said a voice. The fishes in the lake were spirit fishes with many properties. As such, the bait used to catch them was also very valuable. Li Jun looked at the beautiful girl that smelled like flowers that appeared next to him and smiled stiffly before nodding his head. "Are you ready to talk yet?" asked Yin Liling. Li Jun looked at the river for a few seconds. "Have you ever felt useless?" "What do you mean?" "I mean a big brother. Have you ever felt useless?" Yin Liling became quiet as she listened. "I mean, if you think about it, we bring nothing of value to him. On the contrary, we can even say that we are holding him back." This thought has been in Li Jun's mind lately. In the Key Luck trial, they served no real purpose. The role that they played could be replaced by any disciples in the sect. The same idea applied to what they did in the heavenly abode world. Other disciples could also easily conquer it. Then, in the heavenly chosen trial, he failed to get a place for his big brother by losing to Fong Lijuan, a person that he once previously defeated. Then, there's the fact that when it comes to DTon, not only could he not detect anything, he would have been more of a burden than any help. As such, Li Jun has begun to question his worth in the team, questioning what he brought to the table. Yin Liling looked at the dull light in her husband's eyes. She knew that he was talking and thinking nonsense. And the result of his current depression is the result of a heart demon. All his achievements cannot be replicated by ordinary people or disciples. No one amongst them, including the contemporary sacred sons, could ever defeat Fong Lijuan in a battle, not even in 1,000 years. As for the heavenly abode, some of the supreme gods had reached a saint strength level. So it would be virtually impossible for the sect to conquer this world, given the circumstances surrounding it. As for DTon, even the true monarchs of the sect were powerless. Even Big Brother Wang Wei did not detect anything, so there was nothing that they could have done. Of course, the argument could be made that all of Li Jun's achievements could be accomplished by Wang Wei alone. He could have conquered both the warring state world and the heavenly abode world. However, there is still a problem with this approach. In the Key Luck trial, he would still have needed help to govern the country. If he had to play the role of ruler, general, and prime minister, he would have tired himself both physically and mentally. And at that time, the other heaven chosen would have taken advantage of a situation. As for the heavenly abode world, the amount of time he would have to take to infiltrate the Origin Pill Dao sect, then go conquer that world and ensure that the population is large enough for his plan, all this time would have affected his cultivation time. As a result, there is no way that he could have been as powerful as he was now. So, Li Jun's words are nothing but the manifestation of a heart demon. Yin Liling understood that their existence served two purposes. One is to ensure that Wang Wei is not bogged down by trivial many. That way, his strength can grow rapidly without worrying about anything else. The second and most important purpose is to be his shield during the Heaven Will battle. One of the common tactics used in that battle is besieging other Heaven Chosens, especially the ones who have the obvious advantages. Other Heaven Chosens will band together to encircle the people with the highest chance of sitting on the throne. They will use assassination, poison, curses, forbidden spells, and even hold the participants' families and loved ones hostage if possible. Because of this, many sects or factions will raise dead man with the sole purpose of exploding themselves to do damage to the enemy. Many emperor lineages and factions of that level will ask the Supreme Land and Holy Land in their territories to send a large number of people to serve as cannon fodder in the battle, and in return, they will receive generous rewards. Well, sometimes they would also be forced. The purpose of Li Jun and the others' existence is to block these people. Otherwise, even if Wang Wei could easily defeat them, he might be slightly injured in the process, his stamina decrease, or his state of mind not in its peak. Any of these slight disadvantages are enough reasons for him to lose the Heaven Will battle, especially with an enemy like Dition. So, the purpose of the team is to fight against these people and tactics, and, if necessary, to use the same one against Wang Wei's enemy. And this is not a job designed especially for them. Know the idea of Emperor's General is prevalent throughout the myriad Emperor world. All Heaven Chosens will have a general trained by their sects to help them. It's just that not all these generals are as close as Wang Wei and Li Jun, and they do not receive as many resources and training as them. Most generals are treated as pawns to be sacrificed when necessary during the Heaven Will battle. Of course, there are exceptions besides Li Jun and Wang Wei. For example, Jisong's big brother was designed to be his main general. Yin Liling sighed out loud before taking out a piece of paper from her space ring and handed to him. Li Jun squinted his eyes after reading the whole thing. Yes, it's based on Big Brother's concept of industrialization and mass production. For the past 1,000 years, I have been studying artifact refining to create this prototype design. What are you trying to say? What I'm saying is that your feeling of inadequacy is because of your lack of strength. Although you know that Big Brother does not care whether you are of use to him or not, you still cannot accept your weakness. So, as long as you're strong enough, everything will be fine. Li Jun paused for a moment as he realized that she was correct. His feelings and thought indeed came from his lack of confidence and strength. Maybe a small part of him still thinks that he is still the little fatty that no one liked, that no one paid attention to unless he was being bullied, and that everyone despised him because of his low talent. And without his big brother standing up for him to protect him, he would never have the strength and confidence that he developed over the past 1,000 years. And Li Jun swore that he will do everything in his power to ensure that his big brother became a great emperor, even if he has to give up his life. Even when he was entering the divine body realm, the goal and dream he instilled inside his flame of good fortune were that he will be the spear that remove all obstacles in Wang Wei's path and at all cost. Unfortunately, recent events have proven that he is incapable of following through with his goals. So he questioned everything he believed in and everything he has done. But, just like Liling said, his confusion and doubts boiled down to one thing: his lack of strength. It is a shame that most things in the cultivating can be boiled down to this simple fact, but it is the truth, an undesired truth, but a truth nonetheless. You may be right, but this is not something that can easily be solved. At my current strength, it is very difficult for a sudden increase. He has pushed his foundation to the peak of what was possible. So, it is not possible for a rapid increase in abilities at this stage. Sure there is, replied Yin Liling. Didn't Big Brother say that the sect had trials for rare resources? As long as you can pass these trials and get access to them, your strength should be able to rapidly increase. Li Jun's eyes suddenly lit up after thinking about this. As the next heir of the Li family, he has the right to participate in these trials. As long as he talked to his dad, There should be no problem getting access. So, without hesitation, Li Jun flew in one direction. However, a few seconds later, he flew back and kissed Yin Liling on the cheek before saying, "I love you." Then, he flew away once again, leaving a beautiful girl smiling ear to ear. If only he could be dedicated to one girl like Big Brother, he would be perfect, muttered Yin Liling. Anyway, as long as I'm the madam of the household, everything else is acceptable. Meanwhile, in front of Hopeful City, a space crack appeared, and a handsome young man with gray-silver hair and eyes came from it. Chapter 431. Assimilation. Wang Wei looked at the humongous wall that protected this entire city. With a single look, he could tell that it was made of a combination of many quasi-emperor materials, including blue stone, dragon tail wood, and barbarian bronze. Additionally, he could feel that the arrangement of the city was most likely an array. Wang Wei walked to the entrance where two people dressed in black armor stood guard. Both of them were in the primordial spirit realm. This is the residence of the Yu clan, so only its members and invented individuals are allowed to enter. So, please identify yourself. Wang Wei took out a token from his space ring to hand it to one of the guards. The latter inspected for a brief moment and snorted coldly before allowing him inside. Meanwhile, the other guard was also giving him a side eye. Wang Wei was wondering what was going on. He followed the rules of the city and did not fly without permission. Hopeful City was divided into two sections, the outer and inner area. The outer area is where the branch members of the Yu clan were located, while the inner area is for both the main branch members and the branch members that displayed excellent talent. As Wang Wei headed to the inner area, he could feel the concentration of spiritual ki increase in scale. The inner area was also separated by another wall, so Wang Wei had to show his identity once again to enter. However, this time, the guards were even ruder and asked him to wait even after identifying him. Intrigued by these people's animosity, he did not make any scenes, nor directly called his mother and grandma. A few minutes later, he saw a young man dressed in all white flying toward him. The young man had a white halo on his head similar to an angel, and he left a golden light trail behind him. After the young man landed, he looked at Wang Wei directly with scorching eyes, not hiding his animosity in the slightest. "Are you my cousin, Yu Patian?" This young man in front of him was his cousin, the son of his mother's sister. However, from what Wang Wei remembered, his mother did not have the best relationship with his sister. Additionally, his aunt has been in retreat for quite some time now, and only exited when Wang Wei was lost in the endless void. "It is an honor for the mighty sacred son to remember my name," replied Yu Patian with a sneer. "Interesting. Because of my status, I have never been treated as a protagonist ever since I came to this world. Could it be finally my turn? How exciting. How should I play this out?" thought Wang Wei. "Not even hiding your disgust of me, are you?" "Why should I?" said Yu Patian. Ever since he was young, his life has been miserable. The reason? Because of his cousin. No matter what he did, no matter what he achieved, even if he is better than all his peers, he will always be measured by his cousin and told that he was not enough. Whether it was his grandfather, grandma, or even his mother who was in retreat, she would send clones to check on him, then shake her head in disappointment when compared to his cousin. By now, Ipatian knew that if not because the Tao opening sect was a more powerful lineage, the status of the Yu clan patriarch would have been his cousin. In that case, let's settle things the cultivating way, with strength. Fine by me. Immediately afterward, 6 rings appeared behind Yu Patian, forming the shape of a wing. He raised his aura to the pinnacle, preparing for battle. However, it did not take long for him to freeze in place, his legs shaking. It took him a great deal of will not to fall on the floor, wiping and begging for mercy. And that was because of one look from Wang Wei. Yu Patian felt a tremendous pressure on his primordial spirit, making him unable to move, breathe, or think. "Oh, my bad. Maybe I should give you some time to use the power of the Yu clan's light manifestation art." After saying that, he removed the aura he was releasing on Yu Patian. However, the latter was frozen in place, not daring to move or speak. So, after a few seconds of non-action, Wang Wei walked next to him and patted his shoulder. Cousin, I can imagine how hard your life can be living in someone else's shadow. But you have to understand that some people are simply not in the same league as others. Although this may sound cruel, it is the truth. So, the sooner you accept this fact, the sooner you can move on with your life and find your own purpose, your own happiness. Yu Patian looked at his hand, then laughed out loud maniacally. Yes, not all people are the same. Fate is unfair. Fate is unfair. After saying that, he flew away in the direction of the outer area. As for Wang Wei, he did care. In this period, most geniuses and heaven-chosens are in the primordial spirit realm, so it is easier for them to breed heart demon, and his cousin was one of the many amongst them. However, this encounter made him realize something. This world has begun to assimilate me, thought Wang Wei. The reason he said that was because of the Yu clan's emperor scripture. After seeing his cousin, he realized that he never took a look at their clan's scripture, nor even his mother's scripture, the Darkness Domination book. The Yu clan is famous for their light power scripture, which was inspired by the light race. Back in the devil era, the Yu clan patriarch studied the light race that feeds on positive karma and is the antithesis of the devil race. He wanted to use their power to end the reign of the devil race on this world. And after becoming a first-class great emperor in that era, he managed to bring some level of peace and stability to the human race. And before leaving, he fought with the 9 devil gods and even severely injured one of them. In the end, he also had to leave full of injuries. As for Yu Yan's scripture, she created one that was the opposite of her family by cultivating the Tao of darkness. Her goal was that after proving the Tao and creating this scripture, one day in the future, a talented member of the clan can cultivate both these techniques and fuse them to walk on the path of yin and yang, thus furthering the foundation of the family. And despite how wonderful both of these scriptures were, I never once thought about looking at them, cultivating them, or taking inspiration from them. This is a problem. Wang Wei knew the reason for this being, at least the surface reason. Even though cultivation mostly eliminates the differences between men and women, this is a male-dominant society, culturally wise. As such, his mother essentially married into the Tao opening sect and was no longer part of the Yu clan. As the next sect master, it is normal for Wang Wei to only cultivate the technique of his sect even though his mother or her family would not mind letting him use theirs. This is the normal thinking of all the people of this world, including his father, grandfather, and even his mother. However, as a modern person, and a person that strives to be free and unfettered, Wang Wei should never follow or be restricted by these rules or ideas. So, the only explanation is that he is slowly being assimilated by this world. While his existence has changed the world also changing him. And as he grows older, this problem will become more severe. I need to watch out for this. After thinking of this, Wang Wei looked in one direction in the sky before entering the inner area. He could feel that his empress was here waiting for him. He could not wait to become a married man and enjoy a life of bliss. Meanwhile, in the sky, 2 invisible people were talking using their divine senses suddenly appeared. They knew that Wang Wei discovered them. Should we go after the young master? No. As long as he does not leave Hopeful City, he will be fine. One of them sighed out loud. I knew that the difference between them was vast, but not to this extent. Using just his aura, we all knew that the young master was not that excellent. Unfortunately, in this generation, this is the most talented individual we have. We do not need him to be exceptional, but stable. As long as he does not do anything outrageous and ensures a good relationship with the second young master, everything will be fine. Many of the Yu clan knew that their second young master had a high chance of becoming a great emperor in this generation, so they have to rely on him for the clan to benefit in the future. As such, they have to ensure that nothing goes wrong in the process. Even a matriarch of the clan knew this and made sure to somewhat alleviate her relationship with her sister, or, at the very least, not let it get in the way of the clan's bright future. Chapter 432. Wedding Wang Wei rushed to one of the biggest mansions in the inner area. And as soon as he arrived, he saw a beautiful woman lying down on a reclining chair, her long legs hanging down as if dancing with the wind. With a smile on his face, he immediately squeezed onto the chair so that the two were hugging each other. "Looks like you're all patched up now." "Yes, I am a new and improved man." "That's good. Are you all right? You don't sound like your usual self." "No, it's just that something frustrating happened when I was trying to find the Fate Stone." "Do you want to talk about it?" "It's nothing serious. My memory is failing me," replied Wu Hong as she handed him a silver stone. Wang Wei took the stone with his left while caressing her face and hair. "Are you sure you're right?" "I'm fine. It is frustrating to know that you should know something but cannot remember no matter what. However, now is not the time for a negative mood since our wedding is coming soon." Wu Hong could not help but think of their wedding in the previous timeline. At that time, countless paragons, empyreans, and great emperors came to attend, bringing lavish gifts, not to mention Tao monarchs and immortal kings. And these powerful people did not only come from the Eternal Ascension world, but also different worlds in chaos. Auspicious clouds surrounded the entire upper dimension for 10,000 years to celebrate the union of these two boundless paragons. Many people were blessed and had their cultivation drastically increased, and even increase in lifespans for the mortals. In general, it was an extravagant wedding. However, this time around, the two decided on a small wedding with friends and families. And a small ceremony will be more than enough. While thinking about this, Wu Hong could not help but smile. Personally, she did not care about the size of the wedding. Her younger self would have wanted a grand wedding with her personality or mental state that she was worthy of the best things in the world. However, as she grew older and wiser, she became calmer and more confident in herself, so such things had little impact on her. However, Wang Wei insisted on throwing such a wedding to show his affection for her, so she agreed. However, in this timeline, both of them wanted their wedding to be more intimate. Hence the small size. "I had a great idea," suddenly said Wang Wei. "What is it? Why don't you change your hair color to match mine? That way we can be matched as a couple." Wu Hong turned to look straight at him in the eyes. "Why don't you change your hair color to match mine?" "But I love my hair color. It's so much cooler. And I love mine," replied Wu Hong. "All right, no need to be annoyed. It was just a suggestion." Wang Wei knew best not to anger the person that will control his love life in the future. He has learned a great deal from his father, Bruce. He was still counting on her to let him be on top once in a while, so he would never ruin his little opportunity by saying or doing something stupid. So, he immediately changed the subject by handing the sealing orb of the previous assassin to her. "Know anything about this? The rats from the Tao burial ground?" "So, the shadow-slaying temple is related to them." "Indeed," replied Wu Hong as she looked at the orb. "So what's the deal with that forbidden zone? There are a few emperors who seal themselves inside, and even an eternal emperor might be the real leader." "Oh, why are they doing this?" asked Wang Wei in puzzlement. "Fear," replied Wu Hong with a sneer. "The majority of them were losers who could not make it in the upper realm, and after dying there, they banded together to resurrect in that place, slowly swallowing the source of the world to cultivate. Was the reason for slaughtering so many people once in a while? I do not know exactly, but it should be nothing good." Wu Hong paused for a moment before saying, "I will find a way to find the hiding place of these cockroaches. When you prove the Tao, even if they run away, you can find them and eliminate these scourges for good." After she proved the Tao, the people in the Tao burial ground ran away, and even with her method, she could not find them. Will that eternal emperor be a problem? The moment he decided to run away from the competition of the upper realm for his survival, he had already lost the heart of a powerhouse. "So, don't worry about it." Wang Wei nodded. Then, the two chatted about many things before going to prepare for the wedding. Although the ceremony was only for friends and family, notifications were sent to all the emperor lineages of this union. After all, the next sect master of the Tao opening sect was getting married. People have to know. Because of this, countless gifts were sent to the Yu clan city from these lineages. and even smaller sects sent presents once they learned of the news. Although these guys wished an actual wedding took place so that they could have a chance to meet some powerful people and make some connections. A month later, the auspicious day for the wedding finally arrived. Wu Hong and Wang Wei were both dressed in all red with all the upper echelons of the Dao opening sect, and the Yu clan attended. An altar was placed in the middle of the room. The couple held hands while standing at the front. Wang Wei's grandfather said out loud, "Bow to the parents." The two of them moved their bodies to bow Wang Chong, Wang Tian, Yu Yin, Yun Zhaojun, and another old man who had a very long white beard, dressed in a yellow robe. This man was Yu Yong, and he was Wang Wei's grandfather on his mother's side. Once they bowed to these people, the two of them moved to bow to Wu Feng, the guardian of a 9-devil god. Wu Hong's mortal parents are long gone, so he took their places and represented her. Of course, Wu Feng was crying inside as he knew the identity and status of Wu Hong. If she did not ask him to come and persuaded him with strong words, he would never dare come here, let alone receive a bow from her. "Bow to the Tao," yelled Wang Chong. Usually, in such a ceremony, the couples would bow to heaven. Unfortunately, none of the wedding couples wanted so. Wu Hong did not think that heaven could withstand a bow from her, and Wang Wei had a rocky relationship with heavenly Tao. So, as a compromise, they bowed to the Grand Tao. After the couple bowed to the altar in the room, Wang Chong continued, "Bow to each other." The two faced each other and smiled before bowing to one another. Finally, Yin took a red string and tied the pinky finger of each of them. This part of the ceremony was the Tao companion's vow. "May Grand Tao is our witness," said the two in unison. "On this day, we take the oath to become companions, to support one another no matter the circumstance, in health, sickness, danger, wealth, and opportunity. And this oath is binding to the ends of time." To the end of the Tao, the red string tied to their fingers then lit up and floated in the air. One end entered Wang Wei's forehead, while the other Wu Hong's, then disappeared. The two then held each other before kissing. This was supposed to be a little kiss, but these two were a little too passionate. In the end, Wang Chong had to cough out loud to remind them where they were. It was at this time that Wang Wei noticed that the sky had changed. A purple cloud enveloped the entire Yu clan's domain. These auspicious clouds did not have any benefit, but it was quite pleasing to the eyes. This was an acknowledgement of heaven and earth of the union of these two people, even if they disrespected it. After all, who is Wu Hong? Can the wedding of such a person be ordinary? Plus, heavenly Tao did not have emotions and did not care that much whether cultivators respected it or not. At least when they are not detrimental to the order of the world. After the ceremony was the wedding party, where everybody tried to get both the groom and the bride drunk. Wang Tian set the rule that no one can use their origin essence to remove the alcohol from their bodies, and even asked Wu Hong to seal the fleshly bodies of the body refiners to remove their natural resistance to alcohol. Unfortunately, even with these disadvantages, Wang Wei still drank more than everybody else, while still remaining conscious even though everybody was trying to compete with him at the same time. All he could say was that these people did not know the pain in trying to move up the ladder in the Republic. Every time he met with a client or government official, he had to take them drinking. And refusing to drink was a sign of rudeness, especially when he first graduated and was a new junior in the company. So, he had quite the high threshold for alcohol. He had to, otherwise he might not have made it. After everyone passed out, mostly the mean, he headed to the wedding chambers. He had been dreaming and waiting about this moment for far too long. Chapter 433, Wedding Night. After entering the chamber, Wang Wei saw Wu Hong floating in the air with her legs crossed. She looked both ethereal and divine in the red clothes. He wanted to find some words to describe her beauty. Unfortunately, he realized that he was no poet. And even if he was, no words were enough to describe how beautiful she was, nor how happy he was when she chose him. He then proceeded to remove the seal in his body along with the alcohol, thus making his mind clearer. Finally, his gaze locked on the long legs, almost salivating. "You know, at this point, I have to consider that you have a fetish," said Wu Hong as she stood on the bed, fully displaying her curvatures and assets. I think it's a little too late for you to realize that now. Wang Wei appeared on the bed and held her in his hand. The two looked at each other deep in the eyes and smiled as if they were the only two people in this world. They carefully undressed one another while admiring each other's physique. Then they finally connected at the level of their primordial spirit. And at that exact moment, Wang Wei felt an enormous amount of pure primordial yin entering his body and perfectly blending with his primordial yang. Then, under his control, the primordial yin-yang entered his true primordial spirit. A white chart appeared on top of his primordial spirit for a few minutes before rapidly turning black. This was the yin-yang reversal stage of the primordial spirit. In just a few seconds, Wang Wei completed this step and entered the yang god stage of this reel, and this was not the end. As he absorbed more primordial yin-yang energy, he also reached the peak of the yang god state. A black and white yin-yang chart appeared on top of his primordial spirit, with a dot of white in the black part and a dot of black in the white part. However, the primordial yin-yang energy was far from over, and Wang Wei knew exactly what to do with it. He began to open his star acupoints from the last official level of the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. According to the scripture, there are a total of 1962 acupoints in the human body, and Wang Wei needs to use the power of the stars to not only open them up but also store them inside. However, he was now using yin-yang energy to open some of them. In just a few seconds, he opened 320 of them. However, this was his limit since he did not nurture them yet, and so on. However, with only this open, he could feel that the strength of his fleshly body drastically increased by about 30 dragon force. On top of that, there is still more energy left. So, he divided it into two parts. One portion was used to create a yin-yang flame. Wang Wei combined the nether ghost flame that he got from Zhou Shu and the true yang flame that he cultivated on the sun. As for the rest, he stored it in his body for later use. A few hours later, Wang Wei lay on the bed, painting out loud with sweat on his body. Wu Hong was cuddled inside his arm like a kitten. Is this what it feels like when the Taoists talk about achieving the Tao? Or maybe the Buddhist state of nirvana and reaching the Pure Land? You know you just committed blasphemy, right? No one will know, so it's fine. Since you can talk so much, you should be fine for another round. Wang Wei almost cursed it out loud after hearing this. With his fleshly body, it should be a normal thing for him to last a few months in bed, even with a quasi-emperor. And if it was a mortal, the poor woman would probably not be able to withstand his body, and he could last a few hundred years, and yet, this time, he only lasted 5 hours. This was a great honor for his wife, but a great shame for him. And since she asked him, how could he refuse? So, he activated all his healing abilities and focused them on his kidneys. According to Chinese medicine theory, this was the source of man's primordial yang and the factor that determined their fighting prowess in bed. So, Wang Wei did not hesitate to return to his peak state and even activated the innate material he absorbed inside when he was refining his internal organs. Of course, I'm ready. In that case, let's do something different this time, said Wu Hong. What do you have in mind? Let's see what it feels like while we are flying at a speed faster than light. Interesting idea and a little freaky. However, the room is too small for this, and I have not reached the level of shamelessness when I can participate in public nudity. You should work on that lack of state of mind, replied Wu Hong nonchalantly. However, you don't have to worry. I will create a small world so we can have enough space. I will work on that. As for your idea, don't make it a small continent, but a world full of stars and planets. I always wonder what it would be like to experience zero gravity together. I like your sense of adventure. I have even bigger plans. On the next outing, I want a whole crew of you. It's about time I see what a full team feels like. Next outing? A little ambitious, I see. But can you keep up until then? We'll manage somehow. Fine by me, but our first time was the only time you'll be on top. Come on, throw me a bone once in a while, said Wang Wei. Don't be so heartless. At least give me another opportunity. In a good mood, so you'll decide based on your next performance. Immediately after that, A seal was placed on this room before it was turned into a world bigger than most Middle Thousand Worlds. Then, two people flying throughout the stars could be seen, their joyful voices echoing throughout the entire universe. Luckily, there was no one in this place to hear anything otherwise. Myriad races and civilizations would have nightmares for eternity with how loud and seductive these moans were. 3 days later, Wang Wei and Wu Hong walked out of the room. However, what greeted them was a group of people waiting for him. They were all his elders. Wu Hong was still her calm face. As for Wang Wei, he was as pale as paper. Nevertheless, he still had thick skin. "Youngster, it's better to know restraint," said Yu Yong. Wang Wei nodded his head as he popped some pills inside his mouth to barely regain some color. How disappointing. He only lasted 3 days. "He has shamed me as his father," muttered Wang Tian. "Softly, we both know that this is not true," replied Yu Yan. "Could you not give me face this one time in front of my son?" complained Wang Tian. "With these people's cultivation, how could they not hear me?" And he became even more aggrieved when he saw the smirking look his son was giving him. According to ritual, the day after the wedding night, the bride and groom will have tea with the family where they have to serve tea to the elders as a sign of respect. However, these two stayed in their bedroom for an extra 2 days, making everyone wait for them. Truth be told, the two stayed longer inside, as Wu Hong even bent time a little, so the flow of time was faster inside. During the tea ceremony, Yin Zhaojun had to offer her grandson some healing tea after seeing how bad of shape he was on. "Your grandfather is right. You should learn some moderation." "I know. I just got a little excited and things got out of control." "I understand how excited newlyweds can be. Your grandfather was like this, so was your father." Coughed Yu Yong out loud. There is no need to tell the youngsters about such a thing. After that, the family continued the ceremony where Wang Wei and Wu Hong offered tea to everyone present, including his aunt named Yu Daiyu. This time, Wu Feng was not present as he ran away while scared the next day after the wedding. Wang Wei held Wu Hong's hands and asked through divine sense, "Are you all right? Are you worried about me because my family is not here?" "Yes. I don't want you to be sad because of this. There is no need to worry. I have long since seen through life and death and accepted the partings that come with it. Plus, now your family is my family. Yes, we are your family now." The family had a pleasant meal together, and in the end, Wang Wei followed his grandfather. This was the first time he had seen the old man's real body, and he had a few things to talk to him about. Chapter 434. Yu Yong to return. Yu Yong and Wang Wei sat cross-legged in a small, yet comfortable room. Hot fresh tea was once again brewed while the two chatted. The old man looked at his grandson up and down before sighing deeply out loud. "Look at you, you're all grown up now. In just a blink of an eye, the little brat I remember with eyes full of wisdom and curiosity about the world is now a young man. A young man with a wife of his own, and maybe soon, a family." Yu Yong could not help but think about a few thousand years ago when his grandson was born. Back then, he was still in retreat to treat his injuries, so he could not be present. As such, he sent a clone instead. He remembered the first time he held Wang Wei. Despite being just born, his eyes gleamed with intelligence, and he seemed to be observing the world around him. His smile was so pure and infectious that for the first time since the heavenly battle, Yu Yong had a genuine, joyous smile on his face. "Thank you, grandfather," replied Wang Wei with a smile. "I'm truly sorry that I could not be more involved in your life. I truly wished we had more time together. I understand your circumstance, so I do not mind. Speaking of, how is your injury?" From what Wang Wei could see, his grandfather was perfectly fine physically. As for his soul, he did not want to intrude, so he did not check. However, with the large merit that the Yu clan received during the creation of Shoal Project, it should be no problem to either heal or alleviate the problem. Yu Yong sighed after hearing this. "My physical injury was never the problem. It was my heart." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. "What exactly happened during your heavenly battle? Why is it that both you and my paternal grandfather have their Tao hearts affected?" Yu Yong was in a momentary gaze after hearing this. It was as if his mind had traveled elsewhere, traveled to the past. "Tell me, when you hear the title Emperor Nine Sons, What kind of law do you think such a person cultivate? I would say the Tao of pure yang, or some version of the Tao of fire. Ha, that's right. That's what most people thought, replied Yu Yong, his voice containing some madness in it. In our generation, Yang Chun, or Emperor Nine Suns, was a heavenly chosen from supreme land known for his fierce mastery of the laws of fire. During his entire career when he faced his peers, he always used his fire mastery. But during the Heaven Will battle, near the end, there were only 5 people left. Me, your grandfather, Yang Chun, and 2 other people. The Heaven Will had already appeared, but we were keeping a balance and preventing the others from acquiring it. Yu Yong paused as he gritted his teeth. Hatred flashed across his eyes. Do you know the swordsman's method of sword brewing? You mean when they sheath their swords and nourish it with their sword intense or will for many years so that when they draw it again, they can exert power beyond their normal self? Exactly. Many swordsmen will use this method when facing an enemy more powerful than them, or as a form of training to elevate their sword wills to higher levels. Yang Chun did the same thing, except with illusion. No one knew that this man had understood the Tao of illusion to a height on par with his law of fire. Additionally, he brewed a powerful illusion for over 100,000 years. And at the final moment of that battle, when we were all tired mentally and physically, he released that illusion. The teacup in Yu Yong's hand broke, but he did not seem to realize this. His eyes were still dazed. The other 2 people's primordial spirit was instantly annihilated by the power of that illusion. As for Wang Chong and I, although we managed to survive that attack, our Tao heart was full of flaws, almost shattered. Yang Chun went along to prove the Tao, and that shameless man even took the name Nine Suns. Wang Wei had a deep frown on his face after hearing this. Injuries to a cultivator's Tao heart are the most severe ones, as there is no official way to cure such a thing. There are no pills or other methods to deal with such a problem. Maybe merit could alleviate the problem, but not cure it unless there was a massive amount of it. However, doing so would probably leave even more dire consequences. A cultivator's Tao heart having flaws meant that their views of the world have been drastically changed or affected, or the things that they used to hold dear or loved no longer mattered. It could also mean that their goals and dreams no longer mattered to them, and so many other things. In conclusion, their heart or desire to pursue the Tao is no longer firm. They constantly question everything decisions, goals, or ideas that they have. In essence, it can be considered a higher form of mental illness specifically targeted at cultivators. The only difference is that the way for them to treat this problem is to fix it themselves. Other people can talk to them to help. However, unless they deal with the issue themselves, then the problem won't change. Wang Wei had to take into account how to deal with this problem for his grandfathers in the future. As for the issue of Emperor Nine Suns, he did not think that the latter did anything wrong. The battle for the throne is never a fair one, and any method used is viable. Wang Wei decided to learn from his elders' experiences so that he does not fail under the same circumstance. Of course, based on his grandfather's response, he would not tell the old man his real thoughts to not set him off. "I'm sorry to make you relive such terrible memories," said Wang Wei. "It's fine. Hopefully, you can learn from my experience and not make the same mistake," replied Yu Yong. Then, the two began to chat about many different topics, from the events of the world to Wang Wei's experience, to Yu Yong's experience, and finally to cultivation. Their chat lasted for a few hours. Suddenly, the two of them noticed something and appeared in the sky, looking in one direction. And it was not just them. Many people felt the sudden change. Such tremendous amount of destiny. "How is that possible?" asked Yu. "That's true. Even if that person were to defeat all the current heaven chosen, it should not be possible for him to gather so much destiny." "Who is it?" "In that direction. It should be him," said Wang Wei with a twinkle in his eyes. "This person had karma with him, so he used the thread to spy on him." Endless void, slaughter trial. A golden skeleton stood in front of a man that had a finger-sized hole on his forehead, along with a look of horror. Then, in just a few seconds, all the other body parts of the skeleton regenerated, displaying Lin Fan's handsome face, with the scar on his eye. I am the final victor. After saying that, he placed his hand on the person's body. A black vortex appeared, and the person's body and soul were swallowed. This is the 7th absolute chaos physique that I have absorbed. I can feel it. 2 more and my primordial chaos physique can be achieved. While he was distracted, a bunch of words appeared in the sky. Congratulations, Lin Fan from the Myriad Emperor World, for being the 567th winner of the slaughter trial. Many people were watching this through formation. Most people who were in the trial used their points to not participate in the final battle. And amongst these people, a few of them had one similar thought. It seems that the Myriad Emperor World is on the rise in this generation. I must warn the elders to be prepared. Meanwhile, Lin Fan took the space ring that contained the final reward for being the champion before teleporting back to his mansion. Inside the ring, there were only 3 things, but each of them was beyond valuable. The first one was a chaos treasure specifically. With his knowledge, Lin Fan knew that this kind of treasure was more valuable than any innate or emperor weapons because of how rare they are. Although he can only use a fraction of his power, it can greatly increase his power or strength. Plus, the chaos energy inside is perfectly suited for the primordial chaos physique that he is creating. The second reward is 3 Dao Source Seed. Once again, Lin Fan was shocked by the generosity of the final reward. I can use this seed to make my family more powerful and increase my voice in the academy. He immediately decided to use 2 of the seeds for his family and hand 1 over to the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. Finally, Lin Fan read the final book, which was labeled Eternal Talent. Once he was done, he squinted his eyes. Do Yi Realm? Is it the power Wang Wei used when he attended Su Shi's party? I can use this information to modify my plan. Lin Fan had long discovered that creating a world inside his body was the perfect way for him to control all 3,000 Grand Daos. So he learned the cultivation systems of world communities who followed the path of world creation. However, now, after learning about the Yi Realm, he had a better plan. After entering the Saint Realm and cultivating a large enough domain, he would turn his domain into a real world. And by doing so, he can push the boundaries of the origin system and enter this Yi Realm. Wang Wei, Tian, wait for me. I have crawled out from the depth of hell, and the new me is not something any of you can ignore. After muttering these words, Lin Fan no longer hesitated and returned home. He has been gone for far too long. Meanwhile, in some hidden place, Chen Tong watched Lin Fan leave. Is this kid this time's final winner? Quite talented. Unfortunately, he is a supreme outlaw. Well, anyway, he still has a chance to survive. He shook his head in disappointment. It was more beneficial to him when the champion of the trial managed to become great emperors or even eternal emperors. Using the karmic connection he established with them during the trial, he can get even more resources for his eventual resurrection. Unfortunately, not all of them succeed in the end despite the advantage that the trial give them. Chapter 435, Beach Filler Episode. Lin Fan was teleported back to the Myriad Emperor World, and the moment he arrived, he was not subtle about his return. Although the trial tempered his Dao heart greatly, some parts of his personality did not change. So, he immediately displayed the enormous amount of destiny that he had acquired. One of the reasons that the trial is responsible for the creation of a few eternal emperors throughout the endless void is because of the power of destiny. All heaven chosens will have certain destiny after being born, and throughout competing with one another, they can take each other's destiny away to increase theirs, just like Wang Wei did to Tian. Normally, destiny is not important as it can only increase luck and ensure that the person's cultivation path is smoother. However, in this glorious era where the destiny of an eternal emperor appeared, the more destiny someone has, the higher their chances of becoming an eternal emperor after the final battle. And Lin Fan's case is special. Throughout the slaughter trial, he was able to gather destiny from all the heaven chosens from other heaven worlds. This means that statistic-wise, he is currently the person with the greatest chance of becoming an eternal emperor. So, The moment he appeared in the myriad emperor world without hiding, everyone with a certain level of power of luck can feel his presence. Lin Fan looked around to see that he was still in the secret room from which he first left to attend a trial, and a slightly surprised look appeared on his face. With the Academy's formation, any form of teleportation or space transmission should be blocked, especially since he was coming inside. And yet, these measures were proven to be ineffective. Lin Fan sighed, slightly, as by now he was more aware of the power of the trial. During his stay, some of the resources that were available for the participants were things that he did not think that the Academy would have access to. Huh, suddenly muttered Lin Fan, slightly, as he looked in a direction. He could feel that someone was spying on him from very far away. Karmic thread? He waved his hand to find the thread the person was using to spy on him. Chains made of runes appeared in Lin Fan's eyes as he instantly tracked down the person. "So, it's you, Sacred Son Wang Wei," said Lin Fan as he looked at the young man with silver gray hair and eyes. "Law, a manifestation?" replied Wang Wei as he looked at the chains in the latter's eyes. "You're already in the peak of the void-shattering realm. It seems that the slaughter trial was more valuable than I gave it credit for." Lin Fan only gave him a glance before cutting the connection between the two of them. How did he know about the slaughter trial? This should have been a secret only known to him, his wife, Su Shi, and a few people from the Academy. He did not any of these people would leak this information. Immediately, countless thoughts flashed across his mind, and Lin Fan took a deep breath to calm down his excitement. He remembered one thing that one of his defeated opponents said to him before dying. "Do you think that becoming the final winner of this trial means anything? In many of our worlds, the true monsters have not shown up yet, and most of us here are nothing but prey to them once we return home." Of course, Lin Fan also knows that his opponent was only saying that to affect his heart, a last-ditch effort to hurt his opponent before dying. However, there might be some truth to that person's words, so there's no problem with being cautious. After thinking about this, he regains his calm and composed nature before walking out of his mansion. "Yu Clan's domain in the sky. Interesting," muttered Wang Wei. He was not surprised that Lin Fan was a realm higher than himself. What slightly surprised him was the fact that the latter also had some understanding of the laws of karma. Then, an interesting idea came to his mind, so he went back to his mansion to plan things, and, of course, he dragged his wife to help. A month later, Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Heavenly Lunar Domain, Moon Palace. Moon Sanus looked at the person in front of him and calmly asked, "So to what I owe this visit from the Tao opening sect? My young sect master has sent me to hand an invitation to both the Palace Saintess and the young Saintess. Is that so?" Then, she contacted her disciple to come to the main hall. Then, the envoy handed both of them a card. With a puzzled look on her face, Suya opened and read it. "Dear Lady Suya, you are formally invited to a beach party that I'm hosting 3 days from now. If you are willing to participate, please notify my envoy in advance along with whether you are attending with another person or by yourself." Beach party? What on earth is this? Is this some kind of trap? She then continued to read the invitation, which vividly described what was a beach party, along with a heavenly Tao oath that for the duration of this party, no one is allowed to attack each other. So that's his real plan? Gather all of us together so that we can scope the opponent's strength and progress. Most likely, this is directed at Lin Fan that has just made such a bold return. After thinking about this, Suya injected her origin essence into the invitation, and a bunch of weird outfits appeared in front of her in the form of a projection. Is this what he called a bikini? How scandalous. Said out loud before proceeding to look at every one of them to choose which one would be best suited for her. Meanwhile, the Moon Saintess was also doing the same. How could these outfits be so revealing? Only a shameless woman would wear such a thing. However, she did not stop browsing through the catalog that Wang Wei sent her. Who else is going to be attending this beach party? The young sect master and his family, along with a few elders of the sect. The envoy remembered how he was instructed to reply exactly as such if the Moon Sanus asked that question. Is Wang Tian going to be there? Yes, the sect master will be in attendance. In that case, we will be there too. The envoy bowed before leaving. Suyu was not the only one who received this invitation. Lin Fan, Zhen Biu from the Five Elements Palace, Feng Heng from the Tai Profound Gate, Feng Li Juan, Jian Wushuang, Imo Xingyun, and Sun Jiaolong, Zhang Xian, who has the number 7 Boundless Void physique and is from the Worshipping Tao Academy. Even a newly rising heaven chosens like Huang Yuan and Huafeng Wang was invited to this party. Wang Wei even sent an invitation to the 2 emperor offsprings currently living in the sun. While everyone was thinking about whether to accept his invitation or not, Wang Wei was preparing for this party. And the first thing in his schedule was to actually create sand. Turns out that this world does not have sands near the ocean, most likely because the laws of heaven and earth are different from his hometown. So he had to recreate the sand. The process was quite simple since sands are nothing but rocks or lands that have been broken down over time through constant weathering of the changes of seasons. Additionally, he had to place some formation at the location, which was in a domain at the coast of the central Kailine continent. Their purpose was to prevent any sea demonic beasts from coming from the ocean and disrupting the event. Finally, he built a bar and food court, made some pools and jacuzzis for relaxation, a sauna that was applicable to cultivators, and a massage venue. For this part, he had to train some people from the sect to be able to give the proper massages. With his understanding of the human body, it was easier than he anticipated. Wang Wei wanted to turn the entire venue into a water park with many rides for the guests to enjoy. However, after realizing that cultivators can easily fly, it would not be the same experience. So he forfeited the idea. And just like that, the day of this beach party arrived. Wang Wei had black shorts on along with a casual shirt with flowers on it. Essentially, he was wearing a Hawaiian shirt. He stood at the entrance of the party to await the arrival of his guests. However, he seemed very distracted as he kept looking in one direction. And the reason for that was he could not stop looking at Wu Hong in her bikini. Chapter 436, Beach Filler Party. The first person to arrive was Lin Fan and his wife, Su Shi. Just like Wang Wei, he was wearing a shirt and shorts. "What's with that strange look?" asked Lin Fan after seeing the puzzled look on Wang Wei's face. "No, I just thought you were one of those jealous guys that did not want others to see his wife." Wang Wei was not lying. He thought that Lin Fan would bring one of his less favorite concubines and leave Su Shi at home. "I have the most beautiful woman in the world as my wife. Why would I not brag? It is my honor to have all these men lusting after, and yet they can only gaze from far away." Su Shi blushed slightly after hearing this before smiling, and Wang Wei took this opportunity to take a real look at her. She was wearing a pure, white, 2-piece bathing suit. The top further accentuated her womanly assets, while the bottom had a small and thin white fabric that only covered the right side of her torso. The wrap did not reach her knees, thus showing her curves. Her entire demeanor for that bikini is pure and sexy, perfectly combined. "The most beautiful woman?" said Wang Wei with a sneer. "Why don't you repeat these words?" His gaze was in the direction of his wife, Wu Hong. The Empress was wearing a black 2-piece bikini as well, however, with completely different designs. Her top made an X shape around her neck. The bottom was essentially a cloth that covered her private area with strings leading to both sides of her hips that are tied in a knot. The design perfectly showed her blossoming bosom, which was bigger than Su Shi, and displayed her hourglass figure. However, this was not enough. She had a gray gown on her that floated with the wind along with sunglasses that looked like they were too well made. A clear glass of wine was in her hand as she slowly swirled while looking in the distance. Her entire vibe was as if she was a widow that secretly killed her rich husband because he found out that he had an affair with a maid. That was unacceptable. She gave off the aura that she was so disgustingly rich that she has more than 30 nannies raising her kids for her. And she only sees them once a month for a brief visit. And that is only so that the ladies of upper society do not criticize her for being a bad mother. After all, only poor people raise their children. Lin Fan just snorted coldly. He had to admit that his wife was more beautiful, but only by the traditional standard of beauty. When it comes to confidence, aura, style, and demeanor, these two were not even in the same league. With a smirk on his face, Wang Wei pointed the two to the bar and told them to wait for the others to arrive. The person to arrive was Suya. Her bikini was a beige two-piece as well. However, on the bottom, she also wore a fabric like she's sure that looked like a towel. Unlike her, though, Suya's was longer, reaching to the floor. However, the fabric only covered her right leg, and every time she moved, her long and well-shaped left leg would flaunt itself, drawing eyes to it like it was some sort of irresistible magnet. To finish her bikini, she was also wearing a large sun hat, adding a more refined temperament to her overwhelming femme fatale vibe. Suya's companion was a young lady that had her head down. She seemed quite embarrassing and most likely could not get used to how revealing it was. I wonder what would make a man take so much time to design clothes like this. Asked Suya. What are you insinuating? Asked Wang Wei with his lips twitched. All I'm saying is that you have to control your desire. And if your wife is not doing her part at home, you know where to find me if you need any help. After saying that, Suya patted his shoulder before heading to the bar as she saw Lin Fan heading there while flying over here. On her way, she saw Wu Hong and her eyes lit up. How pretty. Then, with a wave of her hand, she condensed her origin essence in the shape of sunglasses that looked exactly like Wu Hong's design. Then, Suya shook his head before modifying it to make it look slightly bigger. She changed the design until she found something that suited her and put it on. Not long afterward, Jian Wushuang showed up, and he was also accompanied by an unknown young lady. He was not wearing a shirt like the other guys, but only shorts. His 8-pack muscle line was on full display, adding onto his sword eyebrow and eyes as sharp as any a divine sword. He was quite handsome to look at. His long hair was not in the usual bound style, but tied up so that it laid down on the back. This fact was similar for both Wang Wei and Lin Fan. Who is this? Asked Wang Wei while looking at another shy individual. With one look, the girl gave him a kind of nurturing and very caring vibe. He could smell a slight smell of herbs, meaning she is either an alchemist or a doctor. The reason he was not sure is that she was in the Divine Sea realm and appeared to have just begun to cultivate. This is Daji, my benefactor, introduced Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face. Well, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Daji. The pleasure is all mine, she replied with a very soft and low voice. After Wang Wei showed Jian Wushuang to his destination, he looked at him walking away while secretly shaking his head. They say that beauty is the nemesis of all heroes. Maybe it's true. Sun Jialong and Zhang Xian were the two people to arrive next, and at virtually the same time. Zhang Xian was alone and wearing only black shorts. Sun Jialong, on the other hand, was wearing golden shorts and shirts with dragon designs on them. He brought two people from his harem that had normal bikinis on them. Fang Li Juan then showed up, and she looked dazzling. Her two-piece bikini was composed of a blue flounce top, while the bottom was very short shorts. Wang Wei was surprised as he thought that her design would be more extravagant, bold, and showier to match her entire mindset that she was a noble divine being. However, she went with something simple that seemed the very opposite of her personality, and yet it still perfectly matched her. Wang Wei took a peek as she walked away, admiring her jade-like skin that perfectly went with her bikinis. Suddenly, he heard a voice inside his mind. You've been having a little too much fun lately. Don't forget you're a married man. Yes, ma'am, he quickly replied while sweating profusely and looking away. Jinbiyu then showed up. She was the first person to wear a one-piece bikini to this party. Her design resembled the school swimsuits in the Japanese anime that Wang Wei used to watch. However, it perfectly fitted her body, showing her curves and small bosoms. Unfortunately, her pure and innocent face made anyone slightly ashamed to think about her sexually. I thought you would not come, said Wang Wei. He was prepared for her to be one of the people who rejected her. Oh, why? It seems very fun. Wang Wei smiled before showing her the way. This kind of person with a very pure mind is very difficult to predict despite how simple you would think that they are. Hua Feng Wang showed up next. She was wearing a red one-piece swimsuit where the top is connected to the bottom with crisscross straps that ran on her belly. She gave the vibe that she was ready to party all night and get so drunk that she would wake up in a back alley with a homeless man staring at her. And she fears greatly that something might have happened between them because of how wasted she was. She brought a companion with her. It was a young man with all white pupils and a cold face, as if everybody in the world owed him something. Lady Feng Huang, it is a pleasure to meet you again. The pleasure is all mine. This is the young master of the Yi clan, Ibu. The handsome young man looked at Wang Wei for a moment and slightly nodded his head before ignoring him. And Wang Wei only looked at him without any other action. He could tell that this was a rude person, so there was no point in having any interaction with such a person. So, he briefly chatted with Huafeng Wang before showing her the way to the bar. The last person to arrive was Huang Yuan. He belonged to the no-shirt group, while his companion was a beautiful woman with a simple black two-piece bikini. He briefly chatted with him before also leading him to the bar. However, he could not remove the thought that the woman next to him was weird. Little did he know that she was Fan Qianhen, Hang Yuan's former wife who betrayed him. After entering the primordial spirit, he used the resources of the Loose Cultivation Alliance to return to his homeworld and deal with the people who besieged him. He killed all of them, killed all of Fan Qianhen's family and loved ones, and even destroyed her sect. Then, he enslaved her soul and forced her into a life of cruel servitude, doing countless unspeakable things to her to soothe his hatred and wrath. To him, killing her was just an easy way out. He wanted her to suffer for the rest of her miserable life. The final person to show up was Mo Xingyun, and Wang Wei did not know how to describe her swimsuits, if this can be called one. The bottom part was fine as it was just simple black underwear. However, for her top, she only had a star-shaped fabric concealing her nipple area. If this was not a cultivation world, Wang Wei would have told her that she had too much confidence in that piece of fabric not falling off. "Is there a problem?" asked Mo Xingyun. "No, but I'm sure some people will complain about your outfit." "Let them talk then," she replied before leaving. That little goblin totally did it on purpose, thought Wang Wei while pinching his nose. After Mo Xingyun, Wang Wei knew that no one else was coming as Feng Hong declined the invitation. So he also headed to the bar. And after writing this chapter, I realized that I was writing fan service and I became ashamed of myself. Not to mention that it was through the male gaze only. Never doing this again. Chapter 437. Beach Filler Episode. Competition. While walking toward the bar, Wang Wei saw Wu Hong approaching her. He once again stares at her and enjoyed the view. "What's wrong? I feel like my outfit is missing something, but I don't know what it is." Muttered Wang Wei as he looked at her up and down. He understood the vibe she was going for. "You're missing some accessories, maybe some bracelets in your hands." "Bingo," she exclaimed, and with one wave of her hand, a bracelet full of crystal clear, small diamonds appeared on her right wrist. "Perfect," she commented with a smile as she felt that her unnaturally rich vibe was complete. Then, she took a great deal of effort to admire herself before saying, "So far, it appears as though this party will be a huge success." "You're right," replied Wang Wei. "Honestly, I thought a lot of people would decline on the account of how revealing the bikinis were. You underestimate cultivators' ability to accept new things, especially members of the younger generation that has not yet become rigid and conservative by time." "That's true. I still think you need to be bolder. Next time, you should organize a nude beach party." Wang Wei almost choked after hearing this. No, he hurriedly said. "Even I'm not that progressive. I'm just joking with you. However, for a person who wants to be free and unfettered, you sure have so many moral and societal restraints." "Well, one of the best parts about being absolutely free is that I can easily recognize and accept my hypocrisy. Whatever helps you sleep at night." While conversing happily with one another, the couple soon reached inside the bar, where everyone had a glass in their hands and was drinking. What surprised Wang Wei was the fact that almost everyone had some sort of sunglasses design on their faces. Many people seemed to have copied Su Ya's actions. Wang Wei looked in a corner of the bar where he saw his father and a group of other people chatting while wearing their sunglasses. While he was in charge of receiving the younger generation, his parents were in charge of receiving the people from their generation. Wang Wei's lips twitched when he noticed that even his grandfather's group was also wearing them. Have I started a new trend? Is this a form of cultural invasion? He then secretly shook his head before heading to the stage that he established inside. As the host of the party, he had some things to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, how are things going? Enjoying yourselves so far? Quite so. This is a rare and new experience in my long life. This happy water is extremely delicious, right? I've never tasted something so wonderful. I wonder what heavenly material was used to make. Although it does not have any effect, just the taste is enough to make it very valuable. Forget all that. What I wonder is whether I will get to drink it again after this event. You know what? This is a real concern. Wang Wei has to say that seeing a bunch of cultivators praising the taste of soda and arguing about it is a truly unique experience, one that he cannot find the right words to describe. Nevertheless, it still made him giggle like a little girl inside. To create that happy water, as he called it, he placed quite the effort. At first, he tried to recreate the recipe for the soda in his mind. However, he had no idea how sodas were made. Plus, he did not even think he could find the materials or replacement in this world. In the end, he used a clever method. He sealed the memories of the taste of soda into the batch of drinks he was making. Then, he added a bunch of spiritual material to further elevate the taste to be more suitable for cultivators. Wu Hong even helped him by further concentrating the taste and making it more delicious. Wang Wei used the same trick for all the drinks at this party. I'm glad that there is no problem and everyone is enjoying themselves, said Wang Wei. However, not long after saying these words, someone said out loud, I have a problem. What is it, young Master Lin Fan? Asked Wang Wei with a smile that anyone can see is fake. Why is the happy water the only drink that is free at this party? When saying this, he was looking at the menu that was displayed on top of the bar. It was divided into alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks. However, a clear price in origin sources was displayed. Although the names of these drinks were weird, a few people have already tried some of them, and they gave glowing reviews. A few members of the older generations that are known as wine lovers, alcohol addicts, have been ordering all the drinks on the menu ever since they arrived and have not stopped. Young master, if you do not want to pay, then don't. No one is forcing you, said Wang Wei with his fake smile, an act that made Lin Fan's mouth twitch his mouth. It is obvious to everyone present that he was being called cheap. I think everyone present would not mind using a few origin sources in exchange for a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Well said, young Master Wang Wei, suddenly said Suya with a smile. Of course, she was still secretly cursing him for being a profiteer because of how expensive these drinks were. If the people present were not part of emperor lineages and were wealthy, how could they afford such prices? You are correct. However, I do wonder where these recipes came from. Did you come up with them yourselves, or were they discovered in a secret realm? I've been traveling in the endless void to temper my mind. This is where I discovered some of these recipes, while a few of them were my creation, replied Wang Wei calmly and smoothly. The endless void? Different time flow. This could explain the reason for his long disappearance, and the reason that his cultivation is only in the peak of the yang stage instead of the shackle-removing stage, thought Suya while still smiling. This could also explain where Lin Fan was, and how did he reach the peak of the void-shattering realm. However, my intuition tells me that things are probably not that simple. Nevertheless, I could learn from those too. Spreading my clones to different worlds would not only increase my survivability, but also help me better cultivate. All the other heaven chosens came to a similar conclusion as Suya. After all, the reason they came here was to check out the competition, and so far, their greatest discovery is Lin Fan's high cultivation and Wang Wei's low cultivation level. To them, these anomalies have a purpose, and discovering the reason being them is of great benefit for them. Meanwhile, Lin Fan began to order everything on the menu to remove the previous embarrassment. He could feel all the sneaky gazes toward him, and he knew that they were because of his large amount of destiny and his high cultivation. In the eyes of many people, he was a fat sheep to gain destiny. However, It has not been determined who is the prey and who is the hunter. As for his cultivation level, Lin Fan did not take it seriously. Although he looked like he was a league ahead of his peer, he knew that this would soon change. Cultivating absolute chaos laws required understanding all 3,000 grand Daos and the 800 side doors Daos, for a total of 3,800. This is not something that can be done in a short time, no matter how talented an individual is. So, he was prepared to spend a lot longer in the void-shattering realm than all his peers. And he will even use the Academy's time formation to help him in his understanding. As such, it was only a matter of time before his peers caught up to him cultivation-wise and even surpass him. While thinking about all of this, Lin Fan looked at Wang Wei, who was socializing with everyone at the party from the corner of his eyes. He did not think that the latter's low cultivation was simply because he was traveling to another world community with a different time flow. Although he did not have any proof, as a cultivator, he knew to trust his instinct. Then, the party proceeded smoothly. After everybody had their drinks, people dispersed to enjoy the beach. The feel of the sand underneath their feet, along with the sound of the ocean, was quite the unique experience. Some people went to this jacuzzi to experience it. It was similar to natural hot springs. However, those are only discovered in specific areas with strict conditions. As such, although many of the people present have heard or read about the experience at some point in their lives, a few of them have actually experienced it. The massage parlor was the favorite place of everybody, especially the women and elderly. Based on the technique that Wang Wei invented, a small amount of origin essence will be released inside the body to specific muscle spots or groups. Of course, he also told the people of this fact before the massage to prevent any contradiction or conflict. The sauna was designed by Wang Wei to detoxify both the body, the mind, and the origin essence. He went above and beyond to design supreme tier formations to be used, and since it had many benefits for the people attending, a hefty price was asked for the people to use them. And after hearing the benefits, these people were more than happy to pay. And after using it, all of them sweated out a large of toxins from their bodies, making their bodies, origin essence, and soul to be pure. Many members of the younger generation could feel that they would be able to remove more shackles once they return home. Finally, everyone became excited once Wang Wei proposed a competition. Although they were at first puzzled by the words sandcastle competition, once everything was explained, they were still excited. No matter what they did, all of them wanted to prove that they were the best. And I promise that there will be the end of this filler and everything will be revealed. Chapter 438, Beach Episode. And each of the Heaven Chosens created a sand sculpture with different artistic concepts or designs. Once everyone finished, the elders would look at their final creations. Lin Fan's piece was the first, a sand model of himself standing straight while laughing smugly. And underneath his feet was a destroyed river and a broken wheel. Chaos reigned supreme. Even above fate and reincarnation, commented one of the true monarchs before looking at the Tao opening sex elders. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this work was alluding to Wang Wei and the D-clan heir. The other people just smiled after watching, while Wang Chong snorted coldly before sneering. The next work to be looked at was Suya. Her sand sculpture was that of a young woman bleeding on the floor. However, she raised her hand, trying to ask for help. Fear and determination in her eyes, along with a deep longing for life. The desire to survive, an instinct embedded deep in the soul of all living things. Excellent piece of work. Jian Wushuang's work was only a sword, albeit one that was truly well-crafted. The details of the sword made anyone who looked at it wonder whether it was truly made out of sands. The odd part about this sword was that it was one, but if you look closer, you could see thousands of them. No, it was more than that. It was as if there were an endless number of them, with passing seconds. With each look, an infinite amount of swords were being created, then fused into one. Infinity condensed into a singularity, commented Yu Yong. This kid's sword Dao might have reached your level. Wang Tian only smiled after hearing this, but did not say anything. However, he strongly disagreed. He could tell that Jian Wushuang's sword Dao was not as pure as it looked. Instead of using the sword to control the Dao of infinity, he is using infinity to control the sword. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang's master felt that something was off with his disciple's sword will. However, he could not pinpoint the exact problem. So, he decided to let the ancestor check it when he returned to the sect. Sun Jiaolong sculpted two men fighting or dying. One was standing up while piercing the heart of another person who was kneeling. However, the man had an incredible look on his face. Upon closer examination, the standing man had a hole in his throat. As for the man kneeling on the ground, the sword had pierced his chest, and yet it was only a few millimeters from piercing his heart and killing him. Sun Jiaolong took extra care to carve out the heart and the proximity of the sword. Oh, he seems to be changing his main Dao. Yes, the last time at the academy, he was on the path of the martial emperor, and now he seemed to be walking on the path of luck. Well, it makes sense since he has the human destiny sword. Thinking about that sword, many of the elders became excited. This sword was too important, especially since it might be the key to the Great Qin Dynasty treasury. As the only dynasty that managed to rule the entire Myriad Emperor world, many people could not fathom what was inside. Plus, there's a high chance that the human emperor left his inheritance inside. As such, many people have been salivating about that sword for many years now. And there are only two reasons that Sun Jiaolong and the Great Wu Dynasty still kept it. The first one was Sun Jiaolong's previous immortality and the established rule that the older generation should not intervene with younger ones. Of course, not everyone followed that rule, especially the devil cultivators. Because of this, ever since there have been rumors that Sun Jiaolong had the sword, he faced countless assassination attempts. Amongst all the Heaven Chosen, he held the title for the most assassination attempts in his life. Now, that Sun Jiaolong was in the primordial spirit realm and no longer immortal, he was also now a fat sheep. As long as the younger generation can take the sword from him, the agreement will not be broken. The sword was too important. Even without the existence of the treasury, it was still of great value. Any sect that has possession of it will forever be protected by the luck or destiny of the human race. So, as long as the human race is the protagonist of heaven and earth in the Myriad Emperor world, said sect will never be destroyed. By this time, only two people were left, Wang Wei and Jin Biu. The others were not interested in this competition. Fang Lijuan was acting all snobbish, Zhang Xian seemed distracted about something, and Huang Yuan did not have any interest. His whole demeanor screamed that this competition was childish and served no purpose. Hugo Feng Wang seemed very annoyed. Based on her facial expressions, she appeared as though she wanted to slap her companion Yibu to death. As for Mo Xingyan, she flirted with Zhang Xian, not afraid to display her charm, and used her outfit to her benefit. However, there was an undisguised thirst in her eyes. As for whether this was done on purpose or she could not control herself, only she knew the answer to that. Zhen Baiyu's sand sculpture was representative of the 5 elements. It was a small village with a river in the north, a forest in the east, and a mountain in the west. Some of the villagers were mining ores near the mountains, some were farming, and some were creating swords or other weapons through blacksmiths. The temperature appeared to be very hot, as even the standing or inactive villagers had beads of sweat on their foreheads. Although it appeared simple, that was only on the surface. The 5 elements are considered the foundation of all matter in the universe, commented one of the elders. And controlling them is to be able to create and control all matters in existence. There is a reason that the Tao of 5 elements is one of the main grand Taos. The final art piece to be judged was Wang Wei. However, many people found his sculpture to be weird. It was essentially sand sculptures of all the Heaven Chosens attending this party. They all sat at a table, talking and laughing as if they were the best of friends. He managed to catch not only the physical appearance, but also their essence quite deeply. Interesting concept. Quite naive, I think. Not naive, but hopeful. The whole concept of this sculpture was that all of them had complete control of their fate. not letting heavenly Tao and the heaven will battle dictate their lives and relationships, to be free of all restraints. Something is odd about this sculpture, thought Lin Fan. However, after checking it thoroughly, he did not find anything, maybe being too cautious. After that, the elders gathered together to judge the winner. In the end, because most people were biased towards their heaven-chosens, they decided that a winner was not necessary to ruin the good atmosphere of this unique gathering. People were not happy about this, but did complain, not wanting to come up as rude to their elders. After the sand sculpting competition was the beach volley matches. The rules were set that no powers were to be used during this fun game. However, it was discovered that Suyu was secretly affecting her opponent's mind to give her an advantage. The others became furious, and a real battle almost broke out. Luckily, the elders once again interfered and prevented things from going out of control. The party lasted for 3 days straight, and each day, the ladies appeared to wear a different bikini design, while the guys changed the color of their shirts or pants. There were many other events planned, and the most well-received among them was surfing. Wang Wei made sure that the formations he placed in the ocean would create these encouraging waves to challenge these powerful cultivators. He also placed many sea race creatures to intercept them, and they had to rely solely on their surfing skill to evade, thus enhancing the overall experience. In these 3 days, due to consuming a large amount of alcohol, these heaven-chosens almost came close to fighting each other for real. In the end, they were usually separated and laughed out loud, as if nothing happened. Then, everybody left. Wang Wei watched the last void boat flying into the distance. "Your plan was a great success," said Wu Hong next to him. Indeed, the entire reason he planned all this was not to experience a modern experience from his past life, nor was it the obvious explanation to observe and gather knowledge about his opponent. His real purpose was to secretly place invisible karma threads on his peers to be used later in the heavenly battle. Normal karma threads are easy to set, but also easy to be detected. For example, he could have made the drinks and sauna service of his party free, then used this causality to make these people owe him karma. However, such a thread is too easily noticeable even by people who do not have any understanding of the laws of karma. As such, to cast his invisible thread, he took a page out of Tion's playback. He distracted the people from his real objective, then used a combination of the formation on the beach and a form of a ceremonial spell. The weird sand sculpture he made was the final part of this ceremony. The sculpture was not about being free from fate, but the karmic connection between all of them. It was the final part for that spell to work. To cast this spell, Wang Wei even used his innate talent to place restrictions on these people's natural intuition. Even so, some problems almost occurred. Huafeng Wang seemed to have some powerful eye technique to see the truth of the world, so he had to be careful. Plus, her intuition was even more heightened than the others. The reason she was annoyed was not because of her companion. It was because she instinctively felt that something was wrong, but could not detect why. So, Wang Wei has to concentrate on her. The final obstacle was Lin Fan. As a person who understands the laws of karma, the current Wang Wei couldn't place an invisible thread on him, even if he was more powerful than him. It did not change the fact that he is not able to use the law yet. At first, he was prepared to remove Lin Fan from the list of people to place the thread on. Then he just shamelessly asked Wu Hong to help him. So, she placed a seal on his ability to see or detect that thread. As he looked at these invisible threads, a smile appeared on Wang Wei's face. With these threads, he'll be able to do a lot of things. Chapter 439, Helplessness with Clan's Void Boat. I finally calmed down. Why was I so annoyed? Is my state of mind so weak? Thought Huafeng Wang. She used her heavenly eye technique, but did not find anything wrong. While deep in thought, someone walked into her cabin. Is everything prepared? Yes, young lady. But are you prepared to deal with the consequences? I will convince the Elder Council. Previously, she was worried about how to explain things. However, now, she found a great excuse, Wang Wei. Based on what her eyes saw today, she knew how much of a threat this person was. Compared to his growth since their last meeting, it was simply terrifying. And that was only the surface things that she could detect. Now, all she has to do is show the elders how much of a threat he was to get them on her side. After taking a deep breath, she walked into a room where a handsome young man was in chains. Huafeng Wang, what is the meaning of this? Asket Yibu. However, she remained silent, then plunged her hand right into his heart. Yubi screamed in agony. What are you doing? No, no, no. You're absorbing my bloodline. You know that this is taboo. The Elder Council will never let you go. However, Huafeng Wang remained indifferent. A few minutes later, she held a blood-colored orb in her hand. The white tiger bloodline is finally in my hands. Now, I have 3 of the 5 sacred beast bloodlines, muttered Huafeng Wang with excitement. If the Elder Council decides to help me, it should be no problem acquiring the other 2. In this generation, I will be an eternal emperor and change the decay of the ancient aristocratic clans. She then returned to her room to absorb this bloodline. Yu clan, the next day. So, what happened? Asked Wang Wei. As you expected, young master, someone attacked Sun Jiaolong on the return trip. Who is it? Jian Wushuang. Well, the human destiny sword, although a sovereign sword, it is still a sword. What was the result? Sun Jiaolong's fleshly body was annihilated, but his primordial spirit escaped. Wang Wei nodded as he was not surprised by this outcome. Sun Jiaolong is considered a son of destiny, so it is not that simple to take that sword from him. Bruce, he can guess that he will take this opportunity to condense a brand new and more powerful body, and most likely one with a special physique. However, Wang Wei did not care, as Sun Jiaolong had not reached the level of causing him too much concern. Nevertheless, he still said, keep watching until he shows up. It's best to be able to track down his current whereabouts. Wang Wei would love to use him like he did Zhou Shu to get some fortunate encounters. However, he knew that Sun Jiaolong was smarter than that. Using Son of Destinies or people with great luck for their fortunate encounters is not an uncommon thing in this world. So, these Heaven Chosens are taught how to properly control their luck and watch out for this kind of thing. How are Li Jun and Yin Liling? Still no news yet. Not long after the wedding, Li Jun returned to the sect for those trials for precious resources. Meanwhile, Yin Liling also entered seclusion to try to become a Tier 6 quasi-emperor alchemist. If she succeeded, she would be the youngest person officially, since Wang Wei is not registered, to reach that level. Plus, Wang Wei can only refine that level of pills because of his powerful soul. She has to rely on her natural talent to succeed. After dismissing Wang Ju, Wang Wei continued his honeymoon phase with Wu Hong. They traveled all over the myriad emperor world, saw different scenarios, and enjoyed life as a married couple. He also took time to get acquainted with the Yu clan. After all, as powerful cultivators, they can go anywhere and instantly return home. So, in the past few months, he took time to bond with his somewhat estranged grandfather and even gave his cousin some pointers. This was quite easy for him after reading the Yu clan's emperor scripture. He even gave his cousin access to his sect 3,000 Dao orbs to help him create a better scripture. One day, Wang Wei was having tea with his grandmother, but she appeared distracted. Grandma, is something wrong? Yin Zhaojun looked at her lovely grandson, then reached her hand to caress his face and pinched for a few seconds. Vea, am leaving? Leaving? Where are you going? Your grandfather's Dao heart can no longer support him. So, he decided to reincarnate. Wait, you mean? Said Wang Wei as he jolted to his feet, sending the tea table flying away. Yes, I have decided to follow him. No, no, no. Grandma, just give me some time. I promise I can find a way to fix him. Yin Zhaojun sighed out loud. I'm sure you could. However, it is too late. This decision was made a couple of thousand years ago. The only reason he held on so long was that he wanted to see you get married before leaving. Wang Wei took a step backward, his legs trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. He kept repeating the word no non-stop before stopping. Then he roared, if he wants to take the cowardly way out, then let him. But why do you have to go with him? Be respectful. Your mother and I raised you better than this. Wang Wei took a deep breath to try to calm down. However, It appeared that it was useless. He felt the world around him spinning, and he could not stop it. Luckily, Yin Zhaojun supported him before he could fall. Sully, but why do you have to go with him? Just like your Tao companion oath, I promised to be with him, thought the goods and the bad, and even in death. What about me? What about Mother? Grandma, please don't do this. If you don't want to change your mind for my sake, do it for Mom and Auntie. They already knew about this and accepted this fact. At this point, tears were already falling down from Wang Wei's eyes. He knelt on the ground while holding tightly to her robe. Please, Grandma, it'll be good. I promise to find a way to fix my grandfather's Tao heart. I promise to become an eternal emperor and make sure that our family can live for eternity. I promise to always protect the family. Please don't leave me. While sobbing, Wang Wei could not help remembering his childhood. As the chosen next heir of the sect, he was under a great deal of pressure. So many people had placed their hopes on him, passed on their failed dreams to him, and shoved their grandiose ambitions into him. As an adult in a child's body, he should be able to handle such stress. However, it was because he had an adult's mind that he knew how high of a standard was placed on him. He was essentially the heir of an enormous conglomerate that has existed for billions of years and was in a great decline, and everybody was counting on him to revive it and make it prosper. A child may not have understood the weight of such a mission, but he did. On top of all of that, in his childhood, the different factions of the sect were not as united as they currently are. Wang Wei has heard many rumors in his childhood, mostly focused on the fact that he did not have a unique physique. Some people were using this fact to reduce or ruin his reputation, which would then reduce the number of resources he would get access to. And during all of these hard times, there was only one person that Wang Wei could rely on, his grandmother. Although his parents loved him dearly, they still had many expectations of him and raised him accordingly. But his grandmother was different. She did not care whether he was the heir of the most powerful sect of the world. She did not care about the heaven will battle or him becoming a great emperor. She only cared that he was her grandson and treated him as such. The only time in his childhood that Wang Wei felt at peace, felt that he could truly be himself, was when he was with his grandmother. During those times he was with her, he forgot that he was an adult and indulged in the mindset of a child. A mindset free of troubles, hardship, stress, and so many negative emotions. He enjoyed when she doted on him. He enjoyed when she told him stories not about powerful cultivators, but the ones with life lessons and experience on how to survive in the cultivator world. And during the pagoda trials, when he was exhausted and wanted to relax, she was the one who he talked to. She was his safe haven in this dark and turbulent world. A man's knee is worth more than gold, so don't easily kneel. Get up. She tried to lift him, but he did not budge. Yin Zhaojun looked at her grandson, and tears were about to fall from her eyes. But she endured. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural laws of the universe that even us cultivators cannot escape from. You should understand this by now. By now, Wang Wei had figured out that this decision was final, and nothing he can do will change that. So, with tears in his eyes, he flew straight to the sky, rushing outside of the Yuclan city. Then he opened a tear in space and left. I told you we should have told him sooner, said Wang Chong, almost roaring. Now, there's a great chance that he will succumb to Heart Demon. Yu Yong sighed, but did not say anything. Now is not the time to argue. Let's go after him, said Yu Yan. No, give him some space to process, said Wu Hong. But this is a problem bigger than any Heart Demon. If he can see through it, then... After that, she disappeared. Western White Tiger Continent. A catastrophe suddenly descended on the devil cultivators. A handsome young man with silver-gray hair and eyes started to massacre a large number of them. His methods were ruthless, as he seemed to like to tear people apart with his bare hand. He would rip their spines from their bodies, explode their heads with one punch, and many more. He seemed to prefer using the bloodiest method possible to kill. Just like that, the Silver Azura would teleport all over the continent, massacring devil sections. Whether it was holy lands or supreme lands, he would destroy every single individual in just a few minutes. although he never targeted any emperor lineages and so on. Brat from the Tao opening sect. I am a supreme elder from the Mo family. Your actions have broken our agreement. Wang Wei blasted a little devil in the supernatural realm to smithereens. Blood drenched all over his body. Unfortunately, by now, his clothes, hair, and face could no longer be stained by the red blood. After hearing someone talk to him, he looked at that person. And with that one look, that supreme elder took a step back. He saw that those eyes appeared cleared on the surface, but also contained deep loss and sorrow, along with a great madness. His intuition immediately warned him to flee and did so. Unfortunately for him, his fleshly body exploded into tiny pieces and a part of his primordial spirit was cut off. Luckily, he still managed to run away with a little of his primordial spirit. Sovereign Devil Domain, Mo Clan's Mansion. Patriarch, this kid has destroyed more than hundreds of devil sects in the past 3 days. If we do not do something, this will drastically reduce our strength. Yes, Patriarch, as the leader of the devil cultivators, we should band together with the others to enforce the established rules. Even if this person is from the Tao opening sect, he still has to pay the price for breaking the agreement. The Mo Patriarch was a middle-aged man with a horn on his head and teeth like sharks. Let's do this then. However, not long after making this decision, while the elders were waiting for contact from the other devil sect, they suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent outside of their main city. The Mo Patriarch Mo Zhu appeared in the sky while looking in the distance. Wang Tian, what is the meaning of this? Any of you who touch my son, prepare to be destroyed. He killed too many devil cultivators and broke the agreement. So what? Wang Tian seemed to be looking at all the devil emperor lineages, and his words reached all of them. I will repeat myself. Any of you who touch my son, prepare to be destroyed. Do you think that your sect is enough to fight so many emperor lineages? Said a voice coming from the void. It seems that it is about time to remind you, insects, who is the true ruler of this world, said Wang Tian with terrifying killing intent. As soon as he said these words, these people remembered the barbarian war that they once read in their sect's archives. This war took place after the Devil Era and before the Middle Emperor Era. By then, the Tao opening sect has just been crowned the most powerful sect with 9 emperors in the previous era. However, some people were not happy with this. To be precise, one race was not happy with this, the barbarian race. So, they openly challenged the Tao opening sect through an Emperor-Tao war. The most powerful emperor lineage of the barbarian race had 4 great emperors. However, many different factions banded together. If you count them, they had a total of 14 great emperors. The result? Well, the barbarian race no longer exists in the myriad emperor world. After thinking about this, all the devil sects just snorted and no longer said anything. Anyway, it was only a bunch of supreme lands that were destroyed. It did not matter that much to them. After another 4 days, Wang Wei finally stopped. He lay on the ground while looking at the sky. By this time, only his eye sockets were not smeared with blood. Have you figured it out? Asked a gentle voice. Figured out? Ha ha ha, he laughed maniacally. Of course I have. Everything in the universe is balanced. And since there is a yang, there must be a yin. Since fate exists, of course, its antithesis free will must also exist. Free will, ha. Free will. So what if one day I have the power to reverse fate, play with time, and control life and death? It is her choice. She has the free will to choose her fate. Could it be that I have to forcefully enslave her to make a choice that pleases me? If I listen to these small voices in my head telling me to do this, what kind of person will I turn into in the end? Free will, oh, free will. Are you happy now? Are you done laughing at me now? Ha ha. Wu Hong looked at her husband, who was laughing like a deranged individual, and sighed internally. There is nothing more dangerous than when a cultivator has their Tao challenged. If not dealt with properly, could lead to severe consequences. Luckily, he figured it out, so he should be fine. She knelt on the floor and lifted his head to place it on her lap. With a wave of her hand, he was instantly cleaned. By the time she was done, he stopped laughing like a madman, but tears kept falling from his eyes. I don't want her to leave, said Wang Wei as he held her tightly. I know. Is there nothing I can do? Unfortunately, no. This may be the first real parting in your cultivation journey, but it will probably not be the last. Will they all hurt like this? No. Really? Yes, because with each new one, you'll get used to it. Then, the two became quiet with only Wang Wei's loud, sobbing echoing in the void. Chapter 440. Farewell and hope. News of Wang Wei's outburst quickly spread throughout the entire world, and many people were not surprised. During this specific period when all the heaven chosens are in the primordial spirit realm, this kind of behavior is very common for people who are affected by heart demon. So, people only lamented that he was not taken over by the heart demon and his soul was forever scattered, thus eliminating a powerful competitor. A few days passed, and Wang Wei had already calmed down and accepted the result. However, he refused to talk to his grandfather, Yu Yong. No matter who tried to advocate for him, he would just nod to them, but nothing more. "I'm sorry, Wire," said Yin Zhaojun. "There is no need to apologize," replied Wang Wei. "Like I always said, fate is the biggest mockery to us all. Things are not as bleak as you make them be." Yu Zhaojun sighed a little. "It's unfortunate that things could not be patched between you and your grandfather. We can't always have what we want in life," replied Wang Wei with a somewhat forced smile. "Don't mention him. Let's enjoy the little time we have left." Yin Zhaojun sighed to herself, but did not say anything more. Then, they spent as much time as possible in the remaining time. They talked about everything, from the most mundane thing to the topic of how beautiful Wang Wei's future children will be, and how he will use the most severe way to train his son and dote heavily on his daughter. During this time, Yu Yin and her sister joined them, thus taking this opportunity to mend the broken relationship between these two siblings. Then, the day of farewell finally arrived. Yu Yong and Yun Zhaojun stood in a large space with many people surrounding them. The sound of tears falling and hushed crying could be heard everywhere. And even for the people who were not crying, sadness could be felt radiating from their bodies. Yu Yen, Wang Wei, Yu Daiyu, and many other members of the clan stood at the very front where they could more easily see the two. Wang Wei had teary eyes, but they did not fall. He held his mother, who was now crying uncontrollably, supporting her. His aunt appeared to be completely fine, with no tears whatsoever on her face. However, he could feel her using the origin essence in her body to keep her eyes dry. No matter who it was, partings were never all right. Then, the time finally came. Yu Yong looked at his family and loved ones and could not help but sigh. He understood the pain that his actions would cause the people left behind, but he felt that there was no other solution to his problem. An illusory door appeared in front of the two. Without pause, Yu Yong stepped into it. Immediately, his body seemed to have evaporated, but his primordial spirit managed to enter that door. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaojun took one last look at her family and smiled before stepping inside. She has already said her final words to everyone and has no regrets. The sound of crying became even louder once these two entered the door. People could no longer control themselves. However, the ceremony was not finished. The main branch of the Yu clan, including Yu Yin, Yu Daiyu, and Wang Wei, knelt on the floor and kowtowed 9 times, with each bow touching the ground. Knowledgeable people knew that this was a sign of heaven and earth of a mighty figure passing away. So, they also bowed down for a brief moment in respect. A few minutes later, Wang Wei stood up from the ground. Then he used his finger to write something in the air, which translated to, "Heavenly Tao is my witness. I will take an oath of silence to honor her life and the influence that she had on me and countless others. For the next 10,000 years, no word shall escape my mouth." Once he was done writing, the words lit up in the sky before disappearing, meaning the oath had been accepted. If he broke it, he would suffer a great backlash. Yu Yin sighed after seeing this, but she did not say anything else. She was too mentally tired by now. So tired that both Wang Wei and Wang Tian had to carry her to bed. As Wang Wei looked at his mother, soundless sleeping, he realized that the entire situation was also horrible for her. After all, she lost both her father and mother. Even if she knew in advance, this does not change the emotional impact it had on her. However, she had to be strong for him. So, after sighing internally, he nodded to his father before returning to his mansion. He entered one of the rooms and told Wu Hong through hand signs to not let anyone disturb him. He only exited the room 6 months later, carrying a few books. As he looked at his works in front of him, only he knew the weight that they carried. Over the past few months, he did not only write these books, but reflected greatly on his life. And he realized something very important. One of the main questions that most cultivators will ask in their lives is, what am I cultivating for? Before, Wang Wei had many answers to that question. As a transmigrator, he wanted to reach the pinnacle of this world, or for his goal of one day being free and unfettered. A better one was to not disappoint all the expectations of the sect. And the most important reason is to protect his family and loved ones. Despite the last one being the most important, it never truly dawned on him the severity of that answer not until now. His family and friends were all mortals, meaning that at some point in the future, they will age and die. And the only way to escape that fate is for him to become a great emperor and change that. After figuring out that fact, the weight of the heaven will battle suddenly increased dramatically. To Wang Wei, this battle was no longer just one of the many wonderful sceneries in his cultivating journey. The lives of countless people were counting on him in that fight, and he may have only one chance. If he fails, he could seal himself and try again. But the same cannot be said for all of them. Entering the seal state is a very uncomfortable thing from what he hears. Plus, what if some of them decided to accept their fate and leave until their lifespans run out? There is nothing he can do. So, no matter what, he must win this generation's heaven will battle and ensure that all his family, friends, and sect elders who have always supported him are immortals, so that they can live a very long and fulfilling life. No one can stop me from proving the Tao in this generation. No one. He once again looked at the books in his hand before using his divine sense to check who was around. Li Jun and Yin Liling are here. Great timing. He then sent a talisman to contact his mother, father, grandfather, Li Jun, Yin Liling, and Wu Hong. Although he could use his divine sense to talk to them, his oath involved not speaking, and that includes not using his divine sense for communication, as that is using the soul to utter words. After entering the meeting room, Wang Wei asked Li Jun with his hand, "How are the trials treating you?" "Terrible. I've only barely passed one, but I've survived and won't stop. Forget about me. How are you doing?" "Better than before." He then looked at Yin Liling. "What about you?" "I'm missing a little something before I can succeed. However, the Origin Pill Flame Sutra has been very useful. I'll give you a book with my understanding. It should be helpful." After a brief chat, Wang Wei handed a booklet to each of them and then drank tea to wait for them to finish. The reaction of all of them was the same, shock, especially for Li Yun, Yin Liling, and Yu Yan. Li Jun looked at the book in his hand, and his hand could not help shaking a little. In his life, he has never once dreamt of becoming a great emperor. To him, that was an honor reserved only for his big brother. His plan was always to help his brother reach the top. And only after learning about Insurgent Heaven Chosen that he made his goal to become one. Not because of ambition, no, only so that he could be more useful to his big brother after he proved the Tao. However, this book told him that there was an opportunity for him to become an emperor, being that has escaped the shackles of death. Although it emphasized that this plan might not work and a great price will be required, it is still an opportunity. Li Jun was not the only shocked one. Everyone in the room except for Wu Hong had a feasible plan on how to prove the Tao and become a great emperor. "Wire, it's not that I don't believe you, but is this feasible?" asked Yu Yin with slightly trembling hands. Wang Wei did not answer her, and instead looked at Wu Hong, who calmly said, "Li Jun and Yin Liling's plan would require you to refine the world core of the 9 Devil God world to be feasible. As for mother-in-laws, your influence has to reach throughout the entire lower dimension before succeeding. However, it is not possible to make her an eternal emperor with this method. Didn't Emperor Kong use something similar?" Wu Hong shook her head. "People don't give him enough credit. Another way to look at a situation is that he was only zero point 0.1 millimeters from becoming an eternal emperor. Then heavenly Tao gave him that final push to reward him for bringing the world back to prosperity. Wang Wei nodded his head. Although slightly disappointed, it was still acceptable. Imperfectly fine with becoming a first-class emperor, said Yu Yin with a smile. You could probably push the boundary and become a pseudo-eternal emperor. Added Wu Hong, what's that? Everyone was also slightly confused as they had never heard of that term. It is not an official term, but describes great emperors who have comprehended 20 of the grand Tao source and cast their Tao will. However, they failed to comprehend their existence. A list of these people include the Battle Maniac Emperor, the Ancient Desolate Emperor, the Flame Emperor, the Dusk Emperor, the Samsara Emperor, along with many more. Everyone nodded in understanding. These people are classified as first-class emperors. However, based on their history, it is normal to see that they are more powerful than the people in their same class. If this plan is feasible, I might be an emperor before you, said Yu Yin with a smug look while looking at her husband. Meanwhile, Wang Tian could only smile wryly as he screamed internally as he imagined how terrible his life would be then. While everyone had a general joyous atmosphere, this was not the case for everyone. Wire, I appreciate that you make so much effort for me, but my situation is only slightly better than Yu Yong, said Wang Chong. Even if I had a heaven will on my own, with my Tao heart, I would probably only be a pseudo-emperor. There is no need to waste your time and effort. I'm more than satisfied with being a Tao ancestor. The room instantly became quiet while people were secretly watching Wang Wei. However, he was calm. He raised his hand to make hand signs. In that case, let's use Plan B. I will turn you into an insurgent heaven chosen, so that you can fight and defeat Emperor Nine's sons. Since he is the main cause of your Tao heart falling apart, defeating him might solve it. Then, I will send you to reincarnation with all your memories intact. I will link your fate to the sect so that you can be reborn as one of its members. However, that will require you to give up all your powers and start all over again, with no guarantee of success. Wang Chang's eyes lit up after hearing this. This was indeed a good method. If he could pummel Emperor Nine's sons with his fist. Haha, laughed Wang Chang out loud with very bright eyes. Good. I like your plan. For the first time in a very long time, he felt motivated. Wang Chang has always felt that battle was robbed from him using cheap tricks. Although he knew that for the throne, only the final victor truly matters, not the method used. But that did not change how he felt. Fortunately, now, he had a chance at redeeming himself. Thinking about avenging himself for all the terrible things he experienced in that final illusion. Excitement and a terrifying fighting intent emanated from his body. It took him a few minutes to restrain his oral. He even apologized. That's how good a mood he was in. Then, the group discussed it in detail before leaving. Only Wang Wei and Wang Tian were left, as they had a final detail to figure out. And this volume officially starts to kick off. Chapter 441, Nexus of Fate. Death, so have you thought about it? Gestured Wang Wei. His father's plan was straightforward at least in the early stage. It only required him to enter the Duyi realm. Then Wang Wei would cut off his karma for him. With his talent, as long as he was unlucky, he should be able to prove the Tao to the next generation. Of course, Wang Wei will ensure that heavenly Tao does not scheme against him like Di Tian or use similar tactics as the Nine Emperor Curse. Ever since you told me about the Duyi realm since you returned, I've been thinking about it, and I may have found a way. He waved his hand, and countless dots filled the top of the mansion. They shone even more brightly than any stars. A deep look at these dots revealed that they were in the shape of stars. Sword key? Gestured Wang Wei. Not just regular sword key. Each of them was condensed from a sword technique or moves. After I comprehend their essence, I condense them into a singular sword key. Wang Wei was surprised after hearing this, as there were exactly 1.269 trillion sword key in the sky, the exact number of his primordial spirit particles. That meant that his father had studied and understood this number of sword moves and techniques. It is obvious he has been doing this for a very long time, and This could explain why his scripture is so powerful and unique. He has studied the essence trillion of different swordsmanship and integrated it into his Absolute Cut Sutra. In terms of swordsmanship foundation, probably no one is his match in this world. Wang Wei raised his hand to ask, "Do you want to use the sword key to reform your primordial spirit and enter the Duyi realm?" "Yes, so what do you think?" "It should work, but prepare beforehand for the heavenly thunder punishment." Based on Di Tian's strength qualification that Wang Wei learned from his memories, his father's strength was equal to 5 reincarnations. After he enters the Duyi realm, he should jump to 6 reincarnations, and once he reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, he will probably reach the strength of 7 reincarnations, and maybe even have the ability to confront 8 reincarnations for a brief moment. After making a preliminary plan, Wang Wei told his father some of his experience creating his primordial spirit so that he can learn from it. Finally, 3 days later, everyone began the journey to return to the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei took one last look at the Yu Clan city and sighed to himself. Honestly speaking, he does not think that he will willingly come back to this place. All his good memories have been overshadowed by that one bad experience. So after taking one last look, he hopped on the sect's void boat to head home. "How is the investigation?" He gestured his hand to ask Wang Ju. "Our men have infiltrated the Shadow Slaying Temple, but they could only take the identity of low-level assassins, so we have valuable information on who ordered the assassination on you. All we know is that someone or some people place an order on both you and Di Tian. And recently, Lin Fan was added to the list. So, they want to take out the most threatening candidate first? Keep investigating, plus use the sect's resources to add a similar level bounty to Heaven Chosen that participated in the party." Wang Wei did not think these people would be successful in their assassination. However, according to their rules, they only require half a down payment first, and once they succeed, the rest can be paid. If they fail, they will return the previous payment. Of course, not after only one attempt. And he wanted to take advantage of this rule. These people would cause great trouble to his competitors. But once they fail, they have to return his money to him. And on the lucky chance that they succeed, well, it was worth paying someone to do the dirty work for him. Maybe he can even use this opportunity to gather all the other emperor lineages to once again eradicate the temple. After arriving back at the sect, everyone separated. Wang Tian and Yu Yin went to deal with affairs of the sect. Li Jun returned to his trials, and Yin Liling once again entered deep seclusion. And even Wang Wei also entered a seclusion state. The only idle person was the Empress, who has taken a new interest in drinking and brewing her own modern wine. After entering his seclusion room inside his Sacred Sun Mountain, he began to use the new ability he unlocked. During his mental breakdown, after understanding the relationship between fate and free will, he developed the ability to see the nexus of fate. To be precise, his nexus of fate. The future was changeable, especially for powerful cultivators. However, certain events in their lives are destined to happen no matter the choices they make in their lives. That's their nexus of fate. After taking a deep breath, he began to read his fate line, focusing on the future. He saw himself standing in an empty void. Then a giant scythe appeared and cut him. The scythe did not leave any wound on his body, but severed his fate line. Then his soul, body, and Tao were extinguished. After watching this for a brief moment, he could not control himself and release his aura, shaking the entire mountain. Luckily, he rapidly controlled himself. "Am dead future? What's going on? And what's with the scythe? Does it represent someone, or just a manifestation of my death?" Divination can sometimes be as clear as day, and sometimes it requires interpretation. So, the scythe could represent someone, or just an image that shows his death. Wang Wei calmed himself down before using the technique again. However, no matter how many times he checked, the result is the same. So, quickly accepted the fact that his technique was functioning properly and began to plan. There is no way that he would accept his death so easily. He has to change his fate. He immediately began to cast a divination to determine whether that scythe was referring to a specific person who would kill him, but he ended empty-handed no matter how much he tried, even if he used the 8 trigram turtle shell. Then, he tried to divine the cause of his death, but also failed. Without hesitation, he summoned his physique's vision that absorbed the river of fate of the heavenly abode world. Using that river, he resonated with the river of fate branch connected to the myriad emperor world and summoned it. He jumped into that gray river made of strings to accomplish his divination. This time, he got an answer. To be precise, 2 words, Heavenly Tao. It's that thing again, thought Wang Wei with a frown. Why is it targeting me? Could it be sentient? I need to find out. He flew out of his mansion to rush to talk to someone, but once he got outside, he saw many people floating and waiting for him. Because of his sudden release of aura, many people feared that he was taken by Heart Demon again and rushed to see if he was all right. What's wrong? Asked Yu Yen. Wang Wei looked at the people around and motioned to them that he was all right. Then, he took his family into his mansion and explained the situation. You foresaw your death? Asked Yu Yen with a very ugly look on her face. She understood that her son's physique was very good at divination, and he would never make a mistake, especially with his meticulous personality. So, this is very likely to be true. She had just recently lost both her father and mother. She did not think she could bear it if she lost her only son. However, she was not willing to accept this news, so she looked at Wu Hong, who seemed to be a little distracted. After being nudged to reality, she took a mirror that scanned Wang Wei's body before frowning. Your fate has indeed been severe. That meant that he was a walking dead man. How could the butterfly effect be this large? This should not have happened. Plus, I feel like I'm missing something important, thought Wu Hong before looking at Wang Wei and saying, Give me a moment, I will go check something out. Then, she disappeared from the room. Taking this opportunity, Wang Wei asked his father about his theory that Heavenly Tao has consciousness and was targeting him. However, his father quickly dismissed his theory. That's impossible. Why? Because our founding father, the Sword Empress, made sure of that. More information, please. A little secret known to only the heads of each clan is that the Sword Empress was not born in the Myriad Emperor world, but from another heaven world. When the Qiyuan Emperor was on his journey to forge the origin system, he was saved by her after being injured. Her world was one where Heavenly Tao was conscious, and it had placed a seal on her talent. A seal? Why? Her talent for the sword was so great that Heavenly Tao feared it. So, it was sealed at the moment of her birth. So after being healed, the founder took her with him on his voyage, and they became sworn sisters and brothers. He helped her remove the seal and also guided her on the path of cultivation. After proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor, the Sword Empress of course returned home to deal with Heavenly Tao. Wang Tian briefly paused before continuing. According to records in the Secret Archive, whatever occurred in the Null Era made it so that many worlds in the Endless Void had their Heavenly Tao corrupted and gained sentience. And the Sword Empress traveled to all these worlds and vanquished these consciousnesses. She even used her supreme power to ensure that no worlds in the Endless Void, no matter the grade, will ever gain sentience again. Did she use a technique similar to Absolute Beginning Emperor's magic and Wu Hong's seal? No wonder those people from the beginning profound continent knew of her existence. Thought Wang Wei. Is that why her scripture is called the heaven-slashing scripture? She has slashed heaven, no heavens. Most likely, yes. Wang Wei paused for a moment before indicating with his hand. Even if Heavenly Tao is not targeting me, they are still connected to my death. As such, we need to find more information. Do you have a plan? Yes, we'll head to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Chapter 442, Outlaws, Wang Wei headed to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion along with Yan Shun, since he was one of the few people aware of his divination. The other people had to pretend that things were normal, so they could not accompany him. And after arriving, he discovered that the sect was still surrounded by their protecting formation. According to information gathered, this has been the case for the past 2,500 years or more. People would have thought that they had closed off their sects if the people inside did come out and release the news that the path of Supreme would open up after this generation's heaven-chosens reached the void-shattering realm. I know you can see and hear us. Open up or suffer the consequences, yelled Yin Shun toward the array. A few minutes later, the pavilion master came out with a smile on his face to receive the guests. Damn it, we have just survived one calamity star, and now another one shows up. Could it be that he discovered that we sold his information? The pavilion master knew that their immortal formation could not prevent the people from the Tao opening sect if they wanted to use force to rush in. So, in the end, they had no choice but to invite the guest in and hopefully deal with the entire situation in a more civil way. Guest, welcome to our humble sect. Don't waste time. Lead us to see Old Man Chu, said Yin Shin directly. However, the pavilion master still had a smile on his face as he nodded his head before leading the way. The group was led to a room where a table and tea were prepared. Old Man Chu, who seemed to have aged even more since the last time the pavilion had visitors, stood and waited for the group to arrive. Immediately after entering the room, Wang Wei did not waste time and dismissed all the other people with one look. Then, he handed two things to Old Chu, a piece of paper and a jade talisman. The jade talisman simply contained how to communicate in sign languages. Although Old Man Chu was curious, he did not ask anything. He could feel the strange atmosphere of the guest. Their demeanor screamed that they were here for business. The piece of paper was a basic soul contract that stated that after doing divination for them, the memories of this conversation will be wiped out from his mind. And even if he fails, the same thing will happen. After checking to see if there were any traps, Old Man Chu signed it without hesitation. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei asked him with hands, "Tell me how you managed to divine my location for DT-on." Old Man Chu secretly sighed as he feared that this day would come. He did not hide anything and told everything that occurred, including their sects acquiring an emperor scripture called 8 Trigram Myriad Worlds Secret Guide, along with an emperor artifact. Wang Wei pondered for a moment as he realized the reason that DT-on suddenly targeted him. However, now is not the time to focus on such small detail. Do a divination for me. After you succeed, the debt between us will be repaid. Young Master Wang Wei, you have to understand that there is a high chance of failure. However, the response he got was a cold and indifferent stare. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Chu has no choice but to prepare for the divination. And after hearing what the latter wanted to know, his hands could not help trembling. He was not very glad that this person in front of him was reasonable and had him sign a contract instead of eliminating him to keep a secret. Using the Emperor artifact, Old Man Chu's soul seemed to have traveled to a land where all the answers to the mystery of the world existed. Then he began to search for something. Unfortunately, he returned empty-handed, making Wang Wei frown. With his physique, it would be better for him to use the pavilion's technique and artifact to do the divination. However, it will take too long for him to comprehend a new emperor scripture, and he did not want to waste time. I will bless your body with the power of my physique, so try again. I just need the tiniest of information, and I can go from there. Old Man Chu nodded before starting again. With the Emperor artifact and his proficiency in the scripture, he did not suffer from any backlash. So, he could make a second attempt. While he was in the middle of the divination, a gray orb appeared in Wang Wei's body, and he injected it into Old Man Chu's body, temporarily granting him the powers and abilities of his fate puppeteer physique towards divination. A few minutes later, Old Man Chu opened his eyes that were completely white and muttered in a strange and hoarse voice, "Outlaws." Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. Does my death involve the term outlaws? Although it is little, it is still something to go on. Wang Wei then activated the contract to erase the old man's memories. He even checked his soul to ensure that he did not use any other means to retain his memories before leaving. He rushed straight to the sect's secret archive after asking his parents and not receiving any information. He hoped to find any information from there. He tried to contact Wu Hong, but she did not answer, so he can only be proactive. Meanwhile, his father also went to see the ancestor, Wang Wuqing. After listening to the entire situation, Wang Wuqing nodded. I've never heard of this term. I will go ask some of the really ancient old men to see if they know anything." He then disappeared. However, what Wang Tian did not know was that Wang Wuqing did not go ask anyone as he said, but just returned to his cultivation chamber. A few hours later, he returned while shaking his head. No one knew anything. Wang Tian sighed in disappointment and thanked him before leaving. As Wang Wuqing watched his departure back, he could only sigh to himself. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but if any of us intervene, the chances of that brat surviving will be even lower, and we might even suffer casualties, and this time, even his wife will not be able to save him." Wang Wuqing shook his head. However, he still had faith in the kid to survive. He could tell that he was not simple. "Outlaws, the ones who have to prove their worthiness," he muttered to himself before returning to his cultivation. "Did you find anything?" asked Wang Tian once he returned to the secret archive. "No." In the past hours, Wang Wei learned quite a few interesting things. For example, his founder, the Sword Empress, loved bamboos very much, so she used one as a sword. What was interesting about this fact was that she used a regular bamboo as her sword. She tempered it constant with her sword will. As such, in the early stages of her cultivation, she was always at a disadvantage when fighting with people since her weapon was a normal mortal bamboo. Through baptizing the sword with her sword will, she was able to break its limitation and evolved it to a higher level of artifact, until she proved the Tao and it became a supremely powerful and unique weapon. Another interesting fact was that the Immortal Avenue Pact, which prevented immortal venerables and Tao ancestors from showing up and intervening in the world, was created by the human emperor after seeing how devastating immortal-level battles were. Although there were many other interesting things like these too, they were not the information he was searching for. Did the ancestor know something? "Unfortunately, no," replied Wang Tian. "It appears that you have to wait for Honger. Something tells me she may not even know," gestured Wang Wei with a sigh. He knew that Wu Hong's memories were incomplete, and if there was something that could threaten his life, she would either take care of it or warn him to prepare in advance. Wang Tian hesitated for a moment after hearing this before saying, "If that is the case, we have to use the last measure." "Which is?" "Ask the ancient aristocratic clans. Them? With how long their inheritance is, they might know something. However, from what I learned, these people are not very pleasant to interact with. Do you think they will give us such information so easily?" The ancient clans were not the Heaven Mystery Pavilion that can easily be bullied. Interaction with them would involve a lot of diplomacies, which will in turn waste a lot of time. And in the end, they might not even be successful. Wang Wei was in a somewhat hurry. "No, they will let us," replied Wang Tian. "I guess this is a good time to tell you about this. Our Wang clan is technically an ancient aristocratic family. There is even a branch of us amongst them. Well, they consider themselves the main branch and us the side branch. What is going on?" Wang Wei was genuinely surprised and confused by this news. "Well, our Wang clan is actually the direct lineage of the Heaven Opening Emperor." "The first emperor? The one who started the beginning emperor era?" Wang Tian nodded his head. "That's right, him. Why do I only know about this now? Things are more complicated. Our founder, Emperor Qiuan, for an unknown reason, cut off our bloodline connection with the Heaven Opening Emperor, thus making us a brand new family. So, you could say that we are one family. You can say that we are not. Plus, this kind of secret will only be revealed to you when you officially become the patriarch of the clan." Wang Wei was about to ask something when someone came in. "Did you find anything?" "No," replied Gu Hon. "I searched both the River of Time and the River of Fate, but could not find a reason for your sudden death. As expected, you do not know the reason as well." Wu Hong but her teeth. She wanted to complain and curse that damn woman. However, she knew that it was pointless. She could only remain frustrated. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took this opportunity to ask her the question he wanted to ask his father, which was why the Qiuan Emperor cut off their bloodline connection. Wu Hong looked deep in the eyes before answering. She was glad that he did not let this news affect his mind and could remain calm and composed. As the first emperor of the world, the Heaven Opening Emperor held a very high status amongst all the emperors from the Myriad Emperor world. He even shared a very small portion of our luck for being a pathfinder. However, as an individual, he is very sly and cunning, so I would not be surprised if he used that technique. Technique? Great emperors are immortal beings. However, their resurrection requires a way for them to resurrect. And one of the best ways to do so is to leave an imprint in their descendants' bloodline. And once they find a very talented one that suits their Daos, they can use that imprint to take over that person's body to quickly resurrect themselves and return to their peak. Most likely, the Kiowan Emperor discovered that imprint and severed your bloodline connection to him to prevent this from happening. How cruel, gestured Wang Wei. Indeed, this technique is frowned upon by many other emperors, but many people still used it, especially the ones that formed clans. What about the founder? Did he use this technique? You, said Wang Tian. You can't be too sure about these things, he retorted back. Don't worry, I've already checked. No one in your 3 clans has this imprint. Wang Wei was satisfied that at least the emperors in his sect did have some level of morale. Since you are so calm, you must have found a way to find answers? Asked Wang Tian. He knew his son too well. Wang Wei nodded his head before taking out a talisman from his space ring. I can believe that I have to rely on this old beggar. Hopefully, he won't let me down. Chapter 443. Outlaw 2. After activating that talisman, Wang Wei discovered a coordinate that pointed to the northern black tortoise continent. So, he did not waste time and headed that. By forcefully breaking the space, he was able to get there in just a few minutes. By following the coordinate, he soon discovered that he was in the domain of one of the Forbidden Zone, the Blood Earth. Underneath his feet was endless earth that spread for millions of kilometers. However, the entire earth was completely blood red. From what Wang Wei knew, this place was the entrance to that forbidden land, and once in a while, a space crack will appear to allow cultivators to go inside. As long as they do not go deep into the core, many people can survive and receive some fortunate encounters. While being wary, Wang Wei flew in the direction of the coordinate. Soon, he saw a wood cabin in the middle of this desolate place, and the talisman was pointed at it. He landed not far from the cabin as he looked around, focusing on the ground. He could feel and see countless formations surrounding that cabin, all of them at the level of Quasi-Emperor. What baffled him was that the number was truly outstanding, making him wonder what was wrong with the Creator. Not long after landing, a safe path amongst these arrays was opened up, and he followed. After entering the cabin, it was quite larger on the inside, and he appeared to be teleported to one of the rooms. He saw the old beggar he once met at the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Nothing much has changed since then except for his eyes. They were more cold and indifferent. To be precise, they switched between normal and cold and indifference, making him appear very erratic. "You're here," said the old beggar. "Yes. By the looks of it, you expected my arrival." Oddly, without Wang Wei telling him about hand signs, the old beggar could easily understand him. "You could say that. So, you succeeded in cultivating the Tao of Heaven." Wang Wei could tell that this man was now very close to becoming a true monarch. And if it was not for the restriction of the world, he would have already entered. There is no need to waste time. You came here to ask me about outlaws, didn't you? Wang Wei squinted his eyes at this old beggar to give him a deep look. Yes. So what are outlaws exactly? And why will I be killed because of it? Outlaws are people who cultivated certain Daos that are deemed too powerful and unique. As such, they have to pass a trial to prove that they are worthy of cultivating that Tao. For example, the people who cultivate the Tao of time, karma, samsara, destruction, and so many others. A trial? Like heavenly tribulation? Hee, laughed the old beggar with a sneer. When I say a trial, do you think that you will get teleported somewhere where you have to face countless challenges set up by heavenly Tao to prove your worth? Is it not? Of course not. Otherwise, so few people would survive being an outlaw. This trial is considered a human tribulation, making it very unpredictable and hard to see coming. Be more specific. What exactly is this human tribulation you're talking about, you? The old beggar paused for a moment to gather his thought. The way the trial is set up is that heavenly Tao will scheme against you using the people close to you or your actions against you. For example, the trial could be in the form that one of your best friends became jealous of your power and success and planned to assassinate you. Or, through many circumstances, your sect turned against you and they begin to hunt you down, forcing you on the run. The scary part of this trial is that it is personal, tailored to each specific individual's life, strength, and relationship. I can tell you that strength is the least valuable aspect needed to pass this test. How so? This is the best way I can explain it. This trial is essentially having a great emperor calculating and scheming against you to lead you to your demise. Because of this, few people have ever survived this trial, especially people like you. People like me? Asked Wang Wei. Supreme outlaws. People who want to cultivate the 5 supreme hidden Taos, which are chaos, creation, fate, destruction, and heaven, isn't it? Replied Wang Wei when he saw the old beggar not saying anything. The Tao of heaven is that path of becoming all-knowing or omniscient. How could such a Tao be normal? And based on how this old beggar was hiding here, it is obvious that he has been hiding from something because of his status as a supreme outlaw. Yes, you're correct. Wang Wei paused for a moment before asking, how are outlaws different from supreme outlaws? And has any of us survived the trial? The best way I can explain is that ordinary outlaws have a great emperor use one of its ability to scheme against them, and supreme outlaws is more along the line of 50. As for any supreme outlaws that survive the test, there's only one, but only in a technicality, and that is the Dusk Emperor. Dusk, the darkness before twilight, the darkness before everything comes to an end. The Dusk Emperor once cultivated the Tao of destruction to a very high level. However, after going through the outlaw trial, he had no choice but to change his Tao to a lesser form of destruction dust to survive. So, what you're saying is that another way to pass the trial is to either change Tao or cultivate a lesser version of it. Gestured Wang Wei. Exactly. For example, your little peer named Lin Fan, as the owner of the absolute chaos physique, is allowed to cultivate many Taos that could make him an outlaw without consequences. That is one of the functions of the number 1 heavenly physique. However, the moment he decided to walk the path of cultivating all 3,000 grand Tao, he instantly became a supreme outlaw. The same goes for you. If you only focused on a certain aspect of fate, you would never become an outlaw. Unfortunately, you want to control the entire Tao. Wang Wei nodded, but he did not care. If he knew of this trial beforehand, he would still make the same choice. After pondering for a moment, he asked, what about my father? Is he an outlaw? Wang Wei knew that his father's Tao was quite powerful, so he wanted to know. No, your father only cultivates the Tao of cutting. The reason it is so powerful is that he raised it to such a level relying purely on his swordsmanship talent. People like him who take an ordinary Tao and elevate it to such height are usually very favored by heavenly Tao and blessed with some luck. Another example of this is Empress Wu's sealing Tao. What about Di Tian? Since he cultivates the Tao of samsara, he should be an outlaw, right? His situation is different, replied the old beggar slowly. As expected, he just had a whim to ask, so he did. Based on the information that I gather by fusing my mind with heavenly Tao, I discovered that Di Tian was once a supreme outlaw that once cultivated the Tao of creation. Do you know anything about what occurred in the beginning emperor in the Null Era? Yes, I know about the war. Well, that will save me some time. During that war, Di Tian used his Tao of creation to create many human beings with high cultivation talent. Of course, back then, he needed accompanying resources to create life. Nevertheless, his ability granted him a very high status in the world. Because of the situation of the war, Heavenly Tao gave him a pass and ignored his status as a supreme outlaw. However, he grew too ambitious. He wanted to create the perfect human, a person born with the utmost beauty, temperament, and talent. His act crossed a forbidden zone, so his status as an outlaw was activated. In the end, his proud creation was killed in front of him, and he was severely injured. In the end, he had to enter reincarnation and change his Tao, not only to save himself, but apparently to revive her. Because of this, he does not have to pass the trial. Of course, One of the main reasons that he does not have to pass the trial is because of the great karma tied to him. What do you mean? Many of the people he created would one day become great emperors. So Tion held the title of Creator of Emperors, which is a great form of karma protecting him throughout his reincarnations. Otherwise, his life would have been even more miserable. Wang Wei pondered for a moment as he remembered the ghost or spirit that he met and gave him an innate material. He did not expect her to have such a story. I only have a few more questions. What about the Tao of nothingness? Will that make someone an outlaw? Nothingness? That is considered a taboo. Most people who walked that path ended up turning into nothingness and disappearing from the world. Wang Wei smiled wryly as this almost happened to him during his fight with Tion. He decided to be more careful from now on. Second question. Do great emperors and Tao ancestors also have to pass a trial if they one day decided to change their Tao to one of these? No, the rules are different from these immortal beings. For example, Empyreans, who is more powerful than great emperors, all have the natural ability to create life even without cultivating the Tao. However, I imagine that it is very difficult for them to change their main Tao to one of these Taos. Wang Wei nodded his head before gesturing again. Okay, why don't we get down to business? You told me all this information because you want me to help you with your trial. Most likely, you want to see how I pass or fail the trial and learn from it. Isn't that right? That's correct. So what do I get out of this deal? Didn't you say it? The information that I provided? No, this information is the payment for me helping you find your Tao a couple of thousand years ago. Now, we did not owe each other anything after saying that. The old beggar saw a karma thread connecting the two of them, which displayed the fact that he was telling the truth. What do you want? 1. I want the information on other people past their trial and the formation you have placed in this house. I do not have that kind of information. I only know who was an outlaw and who survived the trial in the end. As for the exact method of the trial and how they passed, Heavenly Tao has made these the highest form of secrets. As for the array, there is no problem in giving it to you. Wang Wei has been secretly observing that array, and he realized that it was set to borrow the power of the Forbidden Land and hide from the eyes of Heavenly Tao. If the trial is as the old beggar stated, Wang Wei knew that he would need to hide from the latter's calculation if he wanted a slight chance of survival. After agreeing to some terms, the two signed the necessary contract before Wang Wei left. Chapter 444. Forbidden Land. On his return trip, Wang Wei did not rush home. Instead, he took a void boat to slowly return. He wanted to take this quiet moment to think to himself. This so-called trial was more difficult than he could imagine. If it was as the old beggar stated, logically speaking, everyone that he ever met could be turned against him. Just thinking about this fact would probably make most people paranoid, but not him. His state of mind allowed him to remain calm and think about things logically. He did not think that whether it was his friends or family would turn on him. However, he will still be on the lookout just in case. After all, there are things like soul controlling in this world. Who knows what could happen? Then, Wang Wei's mind began to function rapidly, using all the 10 billion different spirit particles to think, gather information, and come up with different ideas. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be one of the reasons that Tion placed those karmic sins on me was because of the trial? He should have known that I was an outlaw, so it is not too far-fetched. The question is, what was his end goal? I don't believe that he could not anticipate me removing that karma. So there must be something that I'm missing. Could the karma increase the difficulty of the trial? Or is it something else? Wang Wei could not come up with an answer, but he decided to label this information as important and keep watch for it. Since this trial involved a great emperor-level being calculating him, he theorized that he might need wisdom or intelligence to pass it. However, his strength should also not fall decrease. It took Wang Wei more than 5 hours to return home, and by that time, he had a preliminary plan on what to do next. Once he got home, he told his family about what he learned. Some sort of tribulation? Thought Wu Hong. In that case, I might be able to help. She remembered the disaster emperor. He was born with a strange physique that attracted disasters or tribulations toward him all his life. Because of this, no matter where he went, something terrible would happen to him. One time, he was walking out a forest, and a meteor just dropped on top of him. To deal with this issue, he created an artifact that would block all kinds of tribulation from heaven and earth. If I remember correctly, he left an inheritance before leaving. Maybe that artifact is inside. After hearing her explanation, Wang Wei was relieved as she left to get it. As for his family, there was little they could do in the situation except for offering him emotional support and giving him all the resources he wanted. Wang Wei appreciated that and gave the formation that the old beggar gave him to do something for him. Then, he wanted to do other things to prepare for this trial. He first wanted to check on Tion's sleepers. After he first discovered them, he did a thorough check and even sent someone to do the same in the Yu clan. And after their battle, he once again checked because of what he said. And Wang Wei did find a few ones that previously escaped his ability. And now that he was more powerful and had a greater understanding of karma, he once again checked. After his guess that Tion might be scheming against him with karmic virtues, he did not want to take any chances. This time, his search was proven to be futile, making him both relieved and disappointed. Once that was done, Wang Wei focused on his next step of action. Although he knew about the trial, he did not know in what shape it would take, nor how he would pass. And that was a problem. So, he went to the secret archive to read about the life of the great emperors that were outlaws. Unfortunately, these things were not detailed enough for him to gather any information. However, he did notice that all of them suffered some tragedy sometime during their cultivation journey. This could be the result of the trial, or just simply the way the life of powerful people were. While walking out of the secret archive, Wang Wei had a pondering look on his face. In the end, I still have to rely on divination. He then looked up in the sky to notice that it was night, and a few days had passed. Why is she not back yet? He muttered before shaking his head to continue with his plan. After returning to his mountain, he took out a golden orb. This was the merit he received after going on a rampage in the Western continent. He killed so many devils that the amount received was quite noticeable. Something tells me that this will not be enough. Wang Wei proceeded to divine a way for him to survive, or at least a hint. Unfortunately, nothing was discovered. He then tried using the merit he has to boost the effect of the divination, and, as he expected, this was not nearly enough. Without pause, he wanted to get a few herbs before entering his alchemy room. He took out a few formation eyes to place inside the room, before placing the spiritual he needed in the middle. Then, he began to refine them into pills. The odd thing is that during the entire process, Wang Wei did not use a cauldron, not even once. The formation he placed inside generated the flame needed to remove the impurities inside the herbs along with the other process. He even used the formations to engrave the divine runes for this pill. What Wang Wei was doing was a theory he came up with when he infiltrated the Origin Pill Dao sect. Through formation, borrow the purest form of the power of heaven and earth to refine pseudo-innate pills. Once he was done, the pill flew to the sky to undergo baptism by the law and survive pill tribulation. And immediately afterward, as Wang Wei expected, this new method was acknowledged by heaven and earth and lowered merit to him. And it was a purple one of the highest caliber. In the past 1,000 years, the Origin Pill Dao sect has been spreading the method of pseudo-innate pill. Through that method, some alchemists can refine pills that are way better than perfect quality. Thus, a new consensus was made to create a quality of pill above perfection, the ultimate quality. This act has brought a lot of merit and luck to that sect. Unfortunately for them, their pseudo-monopoly was broken when the Dao opening sect released the news that they also created a new and better method to refine ultimate pills. Fortunately, this method required some understanding of arrays, making it more difficult to use than the previous one. Nevertheless, the people of the Origin Pill Dao sect knew that the endless benefit of that invention was or, at the very least, drastically reduced. Inside his cultivation room, Wang Wei put away the Accupant opening pill before doing his divination. With the sacrifice of merit, he did receive some information this time. However, he was not happy. The result of his divination was once again very simple: forbidden land. With how much merit was used, this was the only answer he got. Not to mention how dangerous the result was. Could anyone just walk into these places? After sighing to himself, he began to prepare. No matter what, this was his only chance or clue for survival. There were 6 forbidden lands: the Western Pure Bliss Land, the Blood Earth, the Nether Hell, the Tao Burial Ground, the Swallowing Zone, and the Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei immediately removed 3 of them from places that could help him: the Nether Hell, the Swallowing Zone, and the Chrono Chaos Realm. Wu Hong told him to never step foot close to the Nether Hell until he becomes an eternal emperor, and even then, he should be very careful. As for the other 2, they were notorious even amongst the forbidden lands for being dead ground. When it comes to the others, cultivators can enter and even acquire some fortunate encounters. That goes even for the Tao Burial Ground. However, those 2 were different. The Swallowing Zone, as the name implied, was a place with a terrifying swallowing power. Anyone or anything that entered that place will have their flesh and blood, soul, and energy swallowed. According to records, there was nothing inside. No matter, no energy, and no laws. They were all swallowed. As for the Chrono Chaos Realm, it was a place full of chaotic time energy. Anyone who stepped foot inside would either be instantly aged before dying or de-aged until they return to being a fetus and disappear from the world. I truly want to know the secrets of these places, muttered Wang Wei before leaving. He first went back to the Blood Earth in the northern continent. In front of the entrance, he calculated whether he was going to have good fortune or not. The result was neutral, so he left. He then went to the western continent to the entrance of the Western Pure Bliss Land to do the same. And to his surprise, his calculation indicated that great fortune awaited him after entering this place. With this result, he guessed that his divination was referring to this forbidden land. He did not immediately go in. Instead, he returned home to check more information about it. However, right before going into the secret archive, he received a message that shook him to his core. It was from Wu Hong, and she told him that she was trapped. Chapter 445, Plot or Karma. Wang Wei was very serious when he saw the message. According to her, someone might have calculated that she would find that inheritance and trapped her inside. Although she is perfectly fine, she told him that it would take her some time to leave. As he read the message, Wang Wei muttered, "Is this the power of the trial?" Wu Hong is one of his greatest reliance or supporter. So, even if Wang Wei foresaw his death, he knew that with her by his side, he still had a chance of surviving. Unfortunately, Heavenly Tao seemed to have predicted this possibility. There is no way that Heavenly Tao alone could trap her, so who else intervened? After thinking about it for a moment, he rushed to the secret archive. He knew that he had to rely on himself to have even the slightest chance at survival. Additionally, he could lament how weak he was since he could not even help her if he wanted. So, he asked his father to send someone to check on her and see if they could help. Wang Wei was not the only person who received a message. A talisman appeared in Li Jun's cultivation room on his private mountain. However, he was not here to see yet since he was still in the trials. Inside the archive, Wang Wei read all the information about the Western Pure Bliss Land he could find. After that, he prepared to enter. He first took out a few pills from the alchemy hall and refined a few of them himself. He then returned to the Western continent. While Wang Wei was rushing, Yi Yin watched him fly away with tears in her eyes, making Wang Tian hold her. The past few years have been terrible. One bad after another keeps happening. What's worse, we are often powerless to do anything, let alone help. I know, this is how all cultivation journeys are. They are ups as there are downs. Now, all we have to do is believe in our son's ability. Yu Yin nodded as she placed her head on his shoulder. However, she did not see the gleam and determination in her husband's eyes. Although Wang Tian said these words, he was prepared to do anything to save his son's life. When the occasion arrived, he will mobilize all the powers he has as a sect master to use all the strength possible of the sect. No one can take his child from him, not even the heavens. Meanwhile, After leaving the sect, Wang Wei tore the void to teleport him back to the Western continent and the entrance of the Western Pure Bliss land. So he found himself in front of a dilapidated temple, broken status mostly made of bronze or gold. Dirt could be seen in every corner of the temple, along with an eerie chanting sound. Without hesitation, Wang Wei stepped inside the temple, and immediately afterward, he found himself in a large space. To be precise, another small world. He stood in front of a long path that appeared to be the only one present. To the side of this path were numerous stone statues. Upon closer observation, Wang Wei noticed that all of these statues were monks, as they had no hair and had a Buddhist cassocks on them. The odd thing about these statues was how vivid their facial expressions were. Some of them were angry, some peaceful, some sad, and so on. Myriad of emotions could be seen in their facial expressions. Taking a deep breath, Wang Wei took the first step on this path, and the moment he did, things changed. All the statues began to chant scriptures. Their voices were both loud and quiet at the same time, giving a peaceful, ethereal, and transcendent vibe. Unfortunately, that was only on the surface. The moment these statues began to chant, Wang Wei could feel that their voices were affecting his mind and soul. Their voices contained a deep, enchanting power, showing him the wonders of Buddhism and converting him. Wang Wei was not surprised about this, since he knew how this place operated. This is one of the first secrets that he learned about this world when he was a child. He even designed one of the pagoda trials to be exactly like this. So, without being affected much, he continued walking forward. As he walked deeper into this place, the statues changed into bronze ones. At the same time, the chanting became more powerful when affecting the mind. However, a frown appeared on Wang Wei's face. Based on what he learned before reaching the bronze phase of this path, an illusory monk should have appeared to ask him a question about Buddhism. Based on his answer, he would either be allowed to continue, be rewarded, or be attacked. But nothing occurred. With skepticism on his mind, he walked forward until he reached the intersection between the bronze and silver path. After seeing no one appearing again, Wang Wei stopped before turning around. There was no hesitation. However, when he turned around, he found a book suspended in front of him. After reading the title, he squinted his eyes. He looked at the book deeply as he realized that this book was what his divination referred to. However, the way that book just showed up to him is suspicious. It's either someone scheming against me, or someone is trying to plan a deep karma on me. Or both. He immediately checked before realizing that he was right. If he accepted this book, the karma he will accept is bigger than receiving an emperor's scripture. This was not normal. In the end, he sighed and took the book. He knew that he had no other choice. The moment he touched the book, he felt the karma connection binding him. However, he quickly acted and ensured that this karma was only bound to him and not the luck of the sect, as it appeared it wanted to. Wang Wei could guess that this book wanted the Tao opening sect to pay that karma on the likelihood that he dies prematurely. But now, once he dies, this karma dies with him. Without saying anything else, he bowed in the direction of the inner core before flying away. No matter who is scheming against him, they still have him an opportunity to survive. Even if he did not like it, he has to acknowledge this fact. If Wu Hong was still here, he may have rejected it and thought of another way. But now he cannot be picky since he did not even know how much time he had left. After leaving the Western Pure Bliss land, Wang Wei decided to return home in the Void Boat to take this time to look at the book he just received. He looked at the title, Future Buddha Book. If you're going to sow karma, why not give me all 3 books? He muttered. As one of the most powerful emperor scriptures that focused on the Tao of time, he would not mind getting his hands on them. With some anticipation, he opened the book to read. However, to his surprise, it was completely blank. Pages after pages were the same. Thinking of something, he activated the chakras on his body, turning into a golden man. As a result, he did see the words in the book. However, he could not understand them. It's not that they were in an unknown language. No matter how he read this scripture, he would either not understand them or not remember what he read. I did not feel the presence of the absolute beginning magic, meaning that the weirdness is coming from the book itself, muttered Wang Wei. This fact alone showed that this book was not simple, since it could ignore the magic of the absolute beginning emperor. So, it should be one of these scriptures that require a specific mindset, Tao heart, or understanding before cultivating, just like most Taoist scriptures. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei had a headache. There was little to no knowledge regarding Buddhism left in this world, and he doubted the little ones he still remembered from his previous life would be enough. If Wu Hong was still here, maybe he could have asked her, but now he was alone. So, what is he going to do? Is this thing useless? Thought Wang Wei. Maybe not. Otherwise, my divination would not have to lead me here. After returning home, he rushed straight back to the secret archive. And as expected, there was not enough information or scripture left regarding Buddhism. As a last resort, Wang Wei once again tried to divine the answer to his problem, and he failed. As he sat cross-legged in his cultivation chamber, a frown appeared on his face. Something is wrong. With my physique, I should be able to divine even the slightest of information. Wang Wei then went to see his father, which led to a special secret realm that was just established for him. This secret realm was full of the arrays that he took from the old beggar. However, it was slightly modified. These arrays were linked to all the sex emperor formation and a very powerful innate treasure with the power to hide the secrets of heaven and earth was used as the core of the arrays. As soon as he entered that secret realm, Wang Wei felt safe and secure. He did not know whether that was a real feeling or just a placebo effect. Most likely the former. Without wasting time, he once again tried divination. Things went smoothly for him as he swam in the river of fate. Unfortunately for him, right when he was about to succeed, he felt some force intervening and he ended with nothing. If it was not for how sensitive he was and was actively on the lookout, he might not have felt it. I was right, he muttered before trying once again. However, this time he did not even feel this force no matter how much he tried. And he still did not find anything. In the end, he sent someone to fetch Old Man Chu from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and invite him to the secret realm. And once he was here, Wang Wei ignored the complaints that were written all over this old man's face and combined their powers to try the divination. Unfortunately for him, he still failed even though this time around, he felt that he was very close to getting the answer he wanted. At this point, Wang Wei was a little frustrated. The only other method he could think of was using merit. However, the sect had a small number left, probably not enough to succeed. His new pseudo-innate pill method was still in the early stages of spreading, and it will take some time to gather more merit. He could try to make some new inventions beneficial to the world and get some more merit. However, his method might not give some merits, and more importantly, this would require time. Tommy did not know if he had. Countless thoughts rushed to his mind as he pondered his next move. All his spirit particles were working overtime. Then, his eyes flashed with wisdom as he thought of something. Is this a coincidence, luck, or something else? He muttered before rushing to the eastern continent. Chapter 446. Hint a crack appeared outside a dynasty in the eastern continent, and from it came out a handsome young man with blue hair and robes. His pupils, which were vertical, snake-like, looked in one direction before flying there with unbelievable speed. While in the air, the formation surrounding the city activated. However, a token on his body also activated to identify him and allow him to freely fly in the air. He rushed straight to a secluded hall in the palace. Right outside, he could hear people talking and laughing. "You are very funny. I did not know that Sierra had such a funny friend," said a mature but elegant voice. "That's right. My brother did not seem like a person who would have such a handsome friend. I mean friends at all," added a sweet, young but shy voice. Xiao Songshi took a deep breath to calm down before walking in. He saw a young man with gray eyes and hair having a very friendly conversation with his mother and little sister. And with just one look, he recognized who it was. Nevertheless, given the situation, he decided to act wisely. He placed a smile on his face despite secretly clenching his hand underneath his robe and pretended that his old friend had come to visit him. The four of them had a great dinner before an excuse was used for the two of them to leave and chat. What a great family you have. Quite wonderful people. Wang Wei gestured with his hands. Honestly, I thought your relationship with your sister would be very bad given that you two have different fathers. What do you want? Asked Xiao Songshi with gritted teeth. The smile on Wang Wei's face was gone as he looked at his opponent with calmness and indifference. Does the Bash race has a star sage born in this generation? Yes, replied Xiao Songshi with a frown on his face. What grade? 3 stars. This may not be enough. However, it is better to try, thought Wang Wei. I need you to find something for me. By now, Xiao Songshi could already guess this person's motive. The Bash clan is a giant sea serpent demonic beast made of a variety of different bloodlines. For example, fire serpent, water, serpents, and a myriad of varieties. Amongst the clan, there are 2 unique bloodlines of the Bash clan. The devouring bloodline, which is considered the main branch of the clan. Of the 4 great emperors of the Bash clan, 3 of them came from the main branch. There are rumors that the Heaven Devourer Emperor had some connections with that clan. However, most things related to devouring is rumored to be related to him, including the Swallowing Zone. Wang Wei would more likely believe that rumor since there are records of him entering the Forbidden Lands, and soon after that, he started his mad plan to swallow the world. Back to topic, the second most important lineage of the Bash clan is the Star Stage branch. This branch is single-handedly responsible for the current success of the Bash clan. And the reason for that is because of their innate bloodline ability, Stars Cognition. This ability is a form of divination or calculation of heaven's secrets using the power of stars. And this ability is even better since whatever question you ask, the ability will give you a definite answer. Any questions asked, this ability will answer. Of course, there are restrictions. The talent is divided into 5 stars with 1 being the smallest. And based on the grade, some questions can be answered and some cannot be answered. For example, the reason that the Bash clan has so many great emperors is that each time that 5-star bloodline appeared, they would ask it how could they cultivate a great emperor. Then, the divine ability will tell them the exact generations where they can become a great emperor, how to train their heaven chosens at that time, who is a threat to them that need to be eliminated before the battle, and who to always keep a watch on, etc. Using this method, the Bash clan has cultivated 4 great emperors and has not failed a single time. Luckily, the Star Sage bloodline is very rare and does not always appear in each generation, and so far, only 4 5-stars bloodline has appeared. Wang Wei handed Xiao Songshi a book, and his eyes squinted after seeing the title. I need you to find out what can help me cultivate this technique. As he held it in his hand, Xiao Songshi asked, Aren't you afraid of me not returning it? In response, Wang Wei just smiled. Politics is an annoying but sometimes required thing. This book can be considered another bait for him. If Xiao Songshi does not return it, he could use this excuse to intervene in the affairs of the Bash clan. And with the proper excuses, a war is justifiable and prevents other people from saying anything or intervening. Plus, it can preserve the reputation of the sect and motivate its disciples since they have a moral high ground. Although I would like to help you, the Star Sage is the most valuable asset of the Bash clan, even a 3-star one. I cannot get access to it. This is your problem, not mine, gestured Wang Wei. Xiao Songshi gritted his teeth before looking in the direction of his family. He felt the presence of that person he secretly brought disappearing. The rescue operation failed, and that person died silently and miserably. I need some time. You have 1 month, nothing more, added Wang Wei. Then, he watched Xiao Songshi fly away in frustration. Hopefully, this works, otherwise I'll be forced to try Plan B, he muttered. Plan B involved him sacrificing a lot of people as a price for that divination. And if that does not work, he will have his sect start an Emperor Dao war with one of the weak emperor lineages and sacrifice their entire sect, including their key luck, emperor formation, and artifact as a prize for the divination. However, he did not want to do this because of much time consuming it would be and the number of resources that would be wasted in the process. After sighing to himself, he walked back to the hall. Mrs. Xiao had already arranged a room for him, so he had to thank her and informed her that her son had left since he had some very important things to manage. For the next few weeks, Wang Wei had a peaceful time. Mrs. Xiao's cooking was very good. Plus, she was a very warm person as a whole, making it very enjoyable to be around her. Then, a week before the deadline, Xiao Songxi returned with the future Buddha book and a note. A painful look appeared on his face when he handed them over. Only he knew the pain and pressure he endured in the past few weeks to get that answer. Star Sage's bloodline is very important to the clan and is kept a secret. In the past, many people wanted to destroy the Bash clan because of it, especially for the 5-star bloodline, since it guarantees the cultivation of a great emperor. It was only through luck that he knew this great secret. On top of that, he had to ensure that the news of him having such a scripture was hidden very well. Otherwise, if the upper echelons of the sects knew that it was in his possession, things would become even more complicated. With anticipation, Wang Wei opened the note and read it. Tai Profound Gate, Feng Heng. Although it would have been best to have more detailed information. However, having such a hint is better than nothing, thought Wang Wei, who proceeded to say goodbye to Mrs. Xiao before leaving. And not long after that, Xiao Songxi took his family and brought them back to the sea. Wang Wei was aware of all of this, but he only sneered inside. As a chess piece, Xiao Songxi has proven to be very valuable. And if he thinks that taking his family away is enough to get away from him, he was mistaken. While Wang Wei was heading in the direction of the Tai Profound Gate, he received a communication talisman from his father. What is it? He gestured to the image that projected in front of him. We cannot find Honger. Even the secret realm that she went to disappear. Even the ancestors could not find her. Even them. In that case, forget it. Since she could send me a message, she should be fine for now. Wang Wei had to caress his temple for a few minutes to calm down. Then, he changed his hair and face before infiltrating the main city underneath the mountain range where the Tai Profound Gate was located. As he walked in the city, he could see many temples where the 7 emperors of the Tai Gate were worshipped, along with many of their sages. However, these temples did not gather any incense. Instead, they disappeared after being gathered. All the people in the city had a peaceful and content atmosphere about them, and even the most ordinary mortal could probably recite a few Taoist scriptures. After visiting the city, Wang Wei knew that Feng Heng was essentially an ascetic priest and rarely left the sect. So, he needed to lure him out. As such, he left to a place not far from here. He used the karmic thread that he has had with Feng Heng since their battle in the Key Luck trial, and through it, he transmitted a Stranobes, net his chakras to him. Then he waited. Chapter 447, Fate versus Absolute Beginning. 1. Beyond Wang Wei's expectations, Feng Heng did not show up immediately. No, the latter waited a month before sneaking to the place he was. Plus, he made it appear as if he just passing by and nothing else. Then, Wang Wei emerged in front of him. With a calm look on his face, Feng Heng asked, Sacred Son Wang Wei, is there something I can do for you? Wang Wei scrutinized everything about Feng Heng, from his speech pattern to his facial expression, to his body language, to his eyes. He did not find anything odd. He could not understand why the future sect master of the Tai Profound Gate, a Taoist sect that hated Buddhism, could help him cultivate that scripture. It'll be straightforward. I received divination that you would be able to help me cultivate this peerless cultivation technique. He's not speaking? Thought Feng Heng. Is there something wrong with his voice? No. Most likely he is cultivating some sort of technique that requires him to remain silent. I should watch out for that. With his divine sense, Feng Heng could understand the hand signs and know perfectly fine what Wang Wei was saying. I think you have the wrong person. It is a Buddhist technique. Wang Wei did not detect any changes from Feng Heng even after saying that. In that case, you definitely have the wrong person. Wang Wei kept observing, but he did not find anything. Whether it was karma or fate line, everything was normal. Isn't your reaction a bit mild? He gestured. From what I know, you people are usually very extreme when it comes to things related to Buddhism. Wang Wei was not lying. One of the reasons that the power of incense is not used or even frowned upon in this world is not just because of the events in the incense era. The main reason is the fact that the Tai Profound Gate would pick a fight with anyone that tried to use the power of incense. No matter who it was, even the Tao opening sect. And once they target someone, they would not stop. They were like starving dogs whose only meal was taken away from them. Because of their relentless pursuit, most sects just concluded that it was not worth it and stopped using incense, at least on the surface. Feng Hung did not respond to these words, so Wang Wei continued. In that case, let's settle everything with our fists like usual. Do you want to fight here or go somewhere further? The place that they were in was very close to the Tai Profound Gate. Feng Hung frowned after hearing this, as he knew that a battle was inevitable and his opponent seemed determined to force out his Buddhist Tao. So, he thought about it, and a plan came to mind. After I defeat him, I could convert him into a monk. As the heir to the most powerful sect in the world, if he could secretly help me, it would be easier to condense the luck of Buddhism and spread it to the world. Then, he flew in one direction while Wang Wei followed him, with his aura locked on his opponent to prevent him from running away. With their maximum speed, a few dozen times faster than light, the two traveled more than a dozen domains in just over an hour to a desolate place far away from the Tai Profound Gate. And as soon as the two landed, they did not waste time and immediately began to fight. A black and white ball appeared on Feng Hung's hand and rushed towards Wang Wei with amazing speed, who raised his hand and blocked it. Immediately, he could feel that the skins on his palms were being destroyed at an alarming rate, almost as fast as his regeneration. Interesting, using the cycle of yin and yang to create unimaginable destruction. It's true, all paths lead to the same destination. A black and white flame came from his hand and crushed the sphere. Then, he condensed the flame into an orb that looked eerily similar to Feng Hung's attack before sending it back to him with even more speed. Did he just learn my technique and copied it using the yin-yang flame? This kid is truly a monster, thought Feng Hung. Just like Wang Wei. He raised his hand to touch the flame sphere, but then it disappeared, instantly removing the yin from the yang, creating an imbalance and making this move useless. No, this is more than that. Intrigued, he used the same attack again. This time, there were more than 10 flame balls that rushed toward Feng Hung, who saw them with a frown on his face. He used the yin-yang eyes to see the flaws in my attack and directly targeted them. While thinking about this, he used his speed advantage to instantly appear in front of Feng Hung and punched him. However, a shield appeared on the ladder and easily blocked that attack. What a wonderful use of yin and yang, thought Wang Wei as he unleashed a barrage of punches. He could tell that his opponent used the power of yin and yang to convert the force being his punch from a strong force to its opposite, a weak force, rendering all its power useless in the process. Meanwhile, Feng Hung was not in the best state under this barrage. Although he appeared as if everything was easy, only he knew that he had to be very focused on each of the attacks. He had to be as precise as possible, because if he made one mistake, he knew that his shield would not hold. Additionally, he discovered that he was lacking in terms of speed when compared to his opponent, so he had to be extra focused. Luckily, he had a wonderful pair of eyes. Ponto. Suddenly, his face changed as one of the punches exploded the shield that protected him. As a last resort, he used the yin-yang escape technique before turning into a black and white light and escaping with tremendous speed. As he landed, Feng Hung had a more serious look on his face. In that last punch, he used the power of fate. As soon as I convert that attack into a weak force, he controlled the fate of that weak force and revert it to a strong force. This was a perfect application of the laws of fate with yin and yang. Did he already know how to use this technique, or did he learn it from our exchange? Feng Hung thought about it and refused to believe that it was the latter. Although he had met many incredible geniuses and even technically cultivated an eternal emperor himself, they were not that crazy to this extent. It seems that I have to be serious in this battle. Feng Hung raised his hand to use the technique, beginning of space. Immediately, Wang Wei felt as if time was instantly rewound in the surrounding. Then, the space became chaotic before the surroundings turned into this dark and endless zone, returning space to its beginning, to its state before existing, returning it to chaos. Muttered Wang Wei as he felt that his body was rapidly being decomposed by the primal chaos energy in the surroundings. Is this what the chaos era would have looked like? He thought before activating his innate shield. However, he could feel that this was only buying him a small amount of time. Fate restoration. Countless strings appeared from Wang Wei's body and plunged into the chaotic void. Then, the surrounding was restored to their original state. However, at that exact moment, he felt an attack coming behind him, and he dodged. Oddly, though, he was still in his left hand. Wang Wei's hand was perfectly fine, with no blood or any signs of destruction. However, this was only on the surface. He could feel that his arm had no strength whatsoever. His powerful, fleshly body was non-existent in that arm. He returned my arm to the beginning stages of my cultivation journey, right before I started cultivating. So, the essence of the absolute beginning sutra, might time. Without hesitation, Wang Wei exploded his arm and instantly regrew one, but to his surprise, the arm was still weak. So, he used the power of fate to restore them to their original shape and power. While Wang Wei was doing this, Feng Heng was assaulted by countless strings. There were so many of them, and they were so fast that they did not give him any time to react or go on the offensive. All he could think about was why this guy was so fast. Plus, he could tell that his fate would be sealed if caught by these strings. And when he tried using his yin-yang shield, these strings would instantly annihilate them. Then, a black shield appeared to protect him, the shield of absolute beginning. Anything that touched it will be turned to its original state, to its beginning state of non-existence. Has he developed the yin-yang eyes to the point of seeing the future? The Feng Heng I met was not this talented at using his physique. It could even be said that he was even mediocre. No, at that time, he claimed that he did not have the yin-yang eyes. Something is indeed wrong with this guy. Chapter 448. Fate versus Absolute Beginning. Wang Wei made a sword finger before making a slashing motion. Fate cutting. A sword slash rushed toward Feng Heng. It was so fast that his ability to predict the future was almost useless. Even his shield of absolute beginning was useless.